Volume 17. Chapter 1601, Hypothesis. Chapter 1601, Hypothesis. Master Muen, the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness is truly and deeply sorry. We hope that we can become friends in the future. If you have any requests, we will do our best to help you, said Zhou Tianxiao. He wasn't willing to kneel though. Lin Feng didn't give him face, so how could he? The elders had warned him that he couldn't be hostile with Lin Feng, that he had to control his anger. Zhou Tianxiao wasn't the only one who was angry, the other members from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness were as well. Jin Shinjun was smiling in a resplendent way though. He hoped those guys wouldn't get too close to Lin Feng. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness tried to kill me last time, and they were arrogant. They even broke my illusion deployment spell. Now, I asked you to kneel and show your respect, but since you don't want to, just piss off, said Lin Feng impolitely. Zhou Tianxiao and the others looked dumbstruck. If they went back empty-handed, their superiors would be less than pleased with them. If we kneel, will you forgive us in the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness? Asked Zhou Tianxiao, closing his eyes as he tried to hold in the anger. Kneel and we'll talk about it afterwards, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't think that Zhou Tianxiao would accept being humiliated like that. Zhou Tianxiao was much more impressive than Zhou Tianruo. All right, said Zhou Tianxiao. Then he said to his compatriots, kneel down. He got down on his knees and lowered his head. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness is infinitely sorry for what we've done to you. We hope you can forgive us. Even with this, Lin Feng still wasn't satisfied. Zhou Tianxiao was kneeling only because he thought Lin Feng was from the Everlasting Palace. He needed to oppress him more, he needed to make him question himself about what it means to be a real cultivator. Zhou Tianxiao raised his head, remaining silent as he looked at Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. Lin Feng smiled and said, piss off. Piss off. Zhou Tianxiao started fuming with anger. What a humiliation. Flames of fury filled his heart, to the point where it hurt. He had knelt, but Muen was still telling him to piss off. He slowly stood up and bowed before Lin Feng. We disturbed you, but no matter what you think, the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness is truly sorry. We hope to see you again in the future. He bowed before Lin Feng once more and then left with his team. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Tianxiao, who was expressionless. Take care, everyone, said Jin Shinjun, smiling indifferently. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness people were on the brink of snapping from anger. If Lin Feng hadn't been a member of the Everlasting Palace and hadn't been such a strong deployment spellcaster, they would have killed him long ago. After the cultivators from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness left, Jin Shinjun walked to Lin Feng and asked while smiling, Master Muen, do you need me to do anything? Nothing, I just want to practice my deployment spells. Don't let anyone disturb me again, said Lin Feng to Jin Shinjun. Alright, I'll see you later, said Jin Shinjun while slowly leaving. After Jin Shinjun left, Lin Feng frowned, looking rather pensive. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness sent people to apologize, and they even knelt in front of me. They saw what happened yesterday. I wonder whether it's a good or bad thing, thought Lin Feng. Someone landed next to Lin Feng. It was Mui. What are you thinking about? Asked Mui, smiling when he saw that Lin Feng looked perplexed. I'm thinking about yesterday. The deployment spell was too powerful. I wonder whether. Lin Feng stopped talking when he saw that Mui smiled and said, indeed, your deployment spell was astonishing. Many people will talk about it even farther away from here. Luckily, the Everlasting Palace is in Xixiang City, which is very far away. News won't spread that far in such a short time. Mui never asked Lin Feng about the 9 great celestial castles, but he had spent so much time with him that he understood that there are some tensions between Lin Feng and Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have done all that. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much, but it's better to be careful, said Lin Feng, smiling. Even though Xixiang City was very far away, maybe the Everlasting Palace was still going to hear about it. The 9 great celestial castles couldn't go to the Everlasting Palace to ask about it, but if they learnt that a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer had killed several emperors, then they would send some of their people to see what that was going on. You're right. It's better to be vigilant and plan ahead, said Mui, nodding. Even though the 9 great celestial castles weren't as large as the Everlasting Palace, they still had some influence in the region. They had access to some information. There were many ways to figure out that it was Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's deployment spells were too convincing. I'm going to make some more talismans, said Lin Feng, nodding at Mui. Then, he went back to his room. Moody looked at Lin Feng's back as he left, smiling and shaking his head. Lin Feng was very mysterious, but it had nothing to do with Moody, so he minded his own business. At least, Lin Feng was serious about deployment cultivation and helped him with his own. Lin Feng spent another calm and peaceful day. Nobody came to disturb him. On the second day, outside of Celestial Qi Castle's territory, Qi Yunlei and some people from Qingdi Mountain appeared in the clouds. Qi Yunshang and Qi Yuchen were in the group. "Master Qi Yunlei," said Jin Chenjun, rising into the sky and bowing. Qi Yunlei had come back, and because he was a cultivator from the Everlasting Palace, he was well respected. Even though he didn't have a high social status there, he was still a member. "Very good, Master Qi Yunlei and Master Muan are here at the same time," thought Jin Chenjun. "Yunlei, you came back," said Qi Yunxiao, also rising into the air. He was smiling in a resplendent way. They had the same blood, so they were like brothers. "Brother Yunxiao," said Qi Yunlei, smiling and nodding at everybody, one after the other. Then, they rose up in the air together. "Yunlei, how come you didn't tell me you were coming back?" "Some things happened at the Everlasting Palace and a lot of people left. Now they're hunting for someone. I stayed in Qingdi Mountain for a while, and now I thought I had to see how the clan was doing," said Qi Yunlei, laughing. "Alright, I've heard that a deployment spell caster from the Everlasting Palace was here. Tell me the details." Qi Yunlei was skeptical. The Everlasting Palace was big, and there were many people. If Muan had been an ordinary cultivator, having never heard of him would have been normal. However, Muan, with the strength of the Zun Qi layer, could cast great deployment spells capable of killing emperors and posing a threat to medium-level emperors. There were only a few people like that in the Everlasting Palace, and they were very, very famous. However, Muan wasn't one of them. Of course, Qi Yunlei also thought of the possibility that this person had lied about their name when they came there. "You've even heard of that?" said Qi Yunxiao, smiling. Then, he explained everything to Qi Yunlei, how Lin Feng had cast deployment spells, how Moody had protected him, etc. After that, Qi Yunlei frowned even more. "What's wrong?" asked Qi Yunxiao when he saw Qi Yunlei's reaction. "I'm almost sure we don't have anyone called Master Muan in the Everlasting Palace, but I need to see him to be sure," said Qi Yunlei. Qi Yunxiao was dumbstruck. They didn't have anyone called Muan? "Yunlei, think carefully. The issue is of the highest importance. You have to think carefully before we make any final decisions," said Qi Yunxiao. He also had doubts at the beginning, but because Lin Feng's deployment spells were so powerful, he no longer doubted anything. Besides, he didn't want to have Muan as an enemy, even if he was faking his identity. In the Everlasting Palace, we have some Zun-level cultivators who can pose a threat to emperors, but the one you're talking about can even kill medium-level emperors. There are only a few with such talents. I could be wrong though, but when I see him, I'll tell you," said Qi Yunlei honestly. "Alright, I'll take you there, but you need to be friendly, and you can't tell him you're from the Everlasting Palace," said Qi Yunxiao. "Besides, if he's not from the Everlasting Palace, don't attack him immediately. We must be careful when dealing with such a strong deployment spellcaster." "I understand," said Qi Yunlei, nodding. He was already thinking of ideas to investigate about Muan. They slowly walked towards Yaoyun Peak, but they were eager to hear what Muan was going to say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1602, Dangerous Conversation. Chapter 1602, Dangerous Conversation. Yaoyun Peak, Qi Yunxiao and Qi Yunlei stopped at the bridge. They watched as Muyi cast illusion deployment spells on all the fake mountains, but they didn't see Lin Feng anywhere. "Master Muyi." Qi Yunxiao and the others arrived with several people: Qi Yunxiao, Qi Yunlei, Qi Yunshang, Jin Chenjun and Qi Yuchen. Muyi turned around and looked at them, noting that there were some people he didn't recognize. "Master Muyi, I'd like to introduce you to my brothers, Qi Yunlei, Qi Yunshang and Qi Yuchen," said Qi Yunxiao, smiling. "Do you know where Master Muan is? Why are you looking for him?" asked Muyi. His heart started accelerating as he thought about his last talk with Lin Feng. Qi Yunlei also likes deployment spells, so when he heard about Master Muan, he asked if he could meet him. "He has some questions about deployment spells," said Qi Yunxiao. He looked absolutely normal and smiled as if what they were asking was perfectly harmless. "I see. I'll go ask for you." Muyi glanced at Qi Yunlei and then left. A few minutes later, he landed before Lin Feng's door and knocked. Lin Feng said, "Come in." Muyi entered the room just as Lin Feng finished another talisman. Lin Feng put it away and looked at Moody. Muen, Celestial Chi Castle brought a guy who says he likes deployment spells and is asking to see you, said Muyi using telepathy. There were 3 strangers, and Qi Yunlei is a medium-level emperor. I don't know why he came here. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly understanding what was going on. He stood up and said, since we're the guests of honor, we must go and see him. Let's go. Then, they both walked out. Master Muen, said Qi Yunshao waving and smiling. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. He looked normal, as if he had nothing to hide. Master Yunshao, why did you come here? Asked Lin Feng smiling. He glanced at the 3 people. He knew Qi Yunsheng and Qi Yuchen, but he didn't know Qi Yunlei. Master Muen, that's Qi Yunlei, he is like you in that he practices deployment spells. Master Muen is a Zun cultivator, but he can kill emperors, so I don't deserve being mentioned in the same sentence as him. I just came to say hello, said Qi Yunlei politely. Master Muen, I've been practicing deployment spells for about 10 years, but there are some things that I don't understand at all. You're so young and already so strong. Could you maybe teach me some things? I could teach you something, sure. Carve some simple deployment marks and show me what you know, said Lin Feng. He didn't know what that person's goal was, so he had to be very careful. Alright, please sit down, said Qi Yunlei pointing to a stone chair. Lin Feng sat down. Qi Yunlei started carving marks in the table in front of them using cosmic energies. Qi Yunlei was very precise as he focused on each stroke. Great deployment spells are made of smaller deployment spells. Small deployment spells are made of holy marks which are interconnected to one another, and holy marks are made of deployment marks which are intertwining. Each stroke must be perfect and precise. However, I'm too slow. It gets even more difficult with each mark I add. I also have the impression that controlling them is difficult. Qi Yunlei carved a small deployment spell, then lights flashed. After carving the deployment spell, he looked at Lin Feng and waited for his reply. Master, you have an advanced understanding of deployment spells. As you said, you must control the strokes perfectly to control them properly. Concerning great deployment spells, you need to be talented to carve them, said Lin Feng smiling. He put his hand on the table and suddenly, marks flashed, causing terrifying energies to emerge. The marks started intertwining. There seemed to be 2 small deployment spells on the table, but each were made from different types of strength. In other words, Lin Feng's marks were better. Qi Yunlei was speechless. Lin Feng was telling him that he wasn't talented. He was telling him that to become stronger, he could only work diligently. But Qi Yunlei couldn't refute him because Lin Feng's marks were perfect. He had almost forgotten why he was there after watching Lin Feng carve his marks. But Qi Yunlei smiled wryly and said, Master Muen, you're amazing. I practice so hard and I am still so far behind you. My teacher is Master Jingfeng from the Everlasting Palace. I don't know if you've heard of him? Qi Yunlei was smiling indifferently, but that question was crucial. I just follow my teacher and I practice hard. He always tells me not to pay attention to what happens in the Everlasting Palace, so I don't even know who Master Jingfeng is. You must think I'm ridiculous, said Lin Feng smiling. Qi Yunlei's heart started pounding. Actually, there was no Master Jingfeng in the Everlasting Palace, he just made him up. However, Lin Feng's reply was very well worded. I see. You're so talented though, so I must admire you. I would never think you're ridiculous, said Qi Yunlei shaking his head and smiling wryly. The Everlasting Palace is in the northern part of Xixiang City, and now other influential groups keep rising. Some sects also want to catch up with us, which is why the Everlasting Palace wants to find the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's Palace. Master Muen, you're so talented, I'm sure that someday you'll be as strong as the Everlasting Celestial Emperor. My teacher doesn't allow me to get involved in those things, I am only allowed to practice constantly and travel to gain experience. We'll see if you're right once I become stronger. Concerning the Everlasting Palace, I'm not stupid, I don't know much but I know where it is, said Lin Feng in a calm way. He knew that Qi Yunlei was investigating him. He was doubting that Lin Feng was a disciple from the Everlasting Palace, otherwise he wouldn't have asked such questions. However, things were happening a lot faster than he'd expected. Moody and Lin Feng had just discussed those things the day before. Sorry, what did I say? Said Qi Yunlei, he didn't know what to say. I don't want to disturb you any longer, Master Muen. All right, said Lin Feng nodding indifferently. Then, Qi Yunlei and the others left. After they left, Lin Feng frowned and glanced at Moody. Qi Yunlei kept making mistakes. The Everlasting Palace is not in the northern part of the city, and nobody is threatening them. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Master Jingfeng doesn't even exist, said Muyi to Lin Feng using telepathy. He had told Lin Feng how to reply a few seconds before, using telepathy. Lin Feng nodded and whispered, "They'll find out about us soon." He said that he knew nothing because he only practiced with his teacher, but that was difficult to prove in an argument. Muyi nodded. He also realized the situation was getting dangerous. On the other side, Qi Yunlei walked while thinking quickly. "Yunlei, what do you think?" asked Qi Yunxiao. "I just lied about everything." When talking about his teacher, he said he only followed his teacher. If I had asked who it was, he would have probably said his teacher doesn't allow him to tell anyone who he is. That's a perfect answer to use if he were lying. I think he might not be from the Everlasting Palace. Qi Yunxiao and the others looked skeptical. What was Muwen's purpose if he wasn't from the Everlasting Palace? Even if that's true, he's still a very capable deployment spell caster. Let's go to the main palace and discuss this, said Qi Yunxiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1603, Great Deployment Spells. Chapter 1603, Great Deployment Spells. Qi Yunxiao was sitting in one of Qi Castle's castles with some others who looked glum. They didn't know what to think about Lin Feng. Before, everybody found Master Muwen's arrogance and bad temper normal, but now it seems like he provoked the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and the Palace of Medicinal Kings intentionally. So, on the other day, when he caused trouble at the Palace of Medicinal Kings, it was on purpose, said Qi Yunxiao frowning. If that's true, if he really wanted to provoke the Palace of Medicinal Kings on purpose, what does he want from us? Asked Jin Chenjun. Because of Lin Feng, there were now tensions between Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings. If it's really that way, then he also means to harm us with his grand scheme. Everybody was getting nervous. Qi Yunxiao looked at Qi Yunlei and asked, "Yunlei, are you sure that Master Muwen is not a member from the Everlasting Palace?" "Almost entirely sure, otherwise, he wouldn't need to conceal such things," said Qi Yunlei nodding. Qi Yunxiao's eyes twinkled. He looked at Jin Chenjun and said, "Go and find Master Me." Master Me. Jin Chenjun knew what he was implying. He then immediately left the hall. They were going to take drastic measures. Since Master Muwen wasn't a member of the Everlasting Palace, they could try and keep such a strong deployment spell caster for themselves. However, they still had doubts. Master Muwen and Celestial Qi Castle hadn't had any problems before, so why would he mean them harm? Now they had to wait for Master Me. He'd know how to solve the problem. Yun Shang, bring Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi to the center of our territory and have someone guard the area. Master Muwen can use deployment spells to protect the area, but we must be very careful, said Qi Yunxiao. He had seen how terrifying Master Muwen's deployment spells were. I understand. Qi Yunshang nodded and left. Qi Yunxiao was waiting for Master Me. They would be able to go to Yaoyun Peak with Master Me and control him. That way, they'd have a powerful deployment spell caster with them, and even if there were tensions between them and the Palace of Medicinal Kings, it didn't matter because it was worth it. Lin Feng knew nothing about that as he was still studying deployment spells. Time passed slowly before someone moved in Lin Feng's direction wearing a mask. Master Me. He's here. Qi Yunxiao and the others had been waiting for Master Me. They rose up in the air when they saw him. Master Me, said Qi Yunxiao and the others politely. Master Me nodded at them and gazed into the distance. Where is he? Asked Master Me calmly. On Yaoyun Peak, said Qi Yunxiao. Qi Yunxiao, Qi Yunlei, Master Me, and Jin Chenjun left together, 3 medium-level emperor and 1 low-level emperor. 2 of the medium-level emperor controlled empty space cosmic energies. That way, even if Muyi protected Muwen, he wouldn't be able to do much. After all, those 3 people weren't ordinary medium-level emperor, especially Master Me. He was a step above them. Very quickly, the 4 of them arrived on Yaoyun Peak. At that moment, Lin Feng was still in the pavilion. He had broken the stone table and was carving things on the ground. Master Muwen, shouted Qi Yunxiao. Even if they were strong, they didn't attack immediately. They first wanted to get close to Lin Feng before they captured him. Lin Feng saw Master Me and immediately understood that his ruse had ended. Now they wanted to control him too. Master Qi Yunxiao, what brings you here? Asked Lin Feng, pretending he wasn't worried. Master Muwen, we want to introduce you to a guest of honor, said Qi Yunxiao. They kept walking towards Lin Feng while talking. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng in a sharp way. Qi Yunxiao and the others suddenly stopped. Then they looked at Lin Feng and said, Master Muan, what's wrong? If you want to introduce someone to me, you can do it from there, said Lin Feng. Qi and Xiao looked at Lin Feng, guessing that from his sudden change in temperament that they'd been found out. He. Qi and Xiao smiled in a cold way. Suddenly, he released cosmic energies. He didn't need to hide anything anymore since Muan understood what was going on. Master Muan, you pretended to be a disciple from the Everlasting Palace, but why? Asked Qi Yun Xiao directly. To cause trouble, of course. For example, I got you and the Palace of Medicinal Kings to become enemies, said Lin Feng smiling. We expected as much, said Qi Yun Xiao in a cold way. Why did you do that? I enjoy creating chaos, said Lin Feng, giggling like a madman. I see. But now you'll have to stay here forever, said Qi Yun Xiao. He then threw himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped and suddenly, golden lights flashed underneath his feet. Prevent them from escaping, said Qi Yun Xiao. He shook his hand and suddenly, a gigantic hand formed and grabbed Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Muyi appeared in front of Lin Feng and punched the air. It became distorted before lights surrounded Lin Feng and Muyi. Those golden lights then disappeared. Deployment spell. The hand broke the pavilion into pieces, but the lit pattern under Lin Feng's feet was still there. Lin Feng had carved an empty space deployment spell which could teleport things. Go now, chase them. Master Mi suddenly started running down the fake mountain. Lin Feng's deployment spell wasn't very powerful, so it could only allow him to teleport a short distance. He was probably still in Celestial Qi Castle's territory. They had guessed right, even though he hadn't managed to cast a full teleportation deployment spell, it was still capable. Lin Feng was teleported near the central area but was immediately upset after he noticed some guards were protecting the shattering deployment spell. Emperor Dong, Qi Yunsheng and the others looked at Lin Feng and Muyi in a cold way. Master Muyi, said Lin Feng. Muyi punched the air, his punch emitted whistling sounds and caused space to become distorted. Broken space cosmic energy, be careful, said Emperor Dong while jumping forwards. Light surrounded them, but the broken space energy was too powerful and broke their protection. Back. Those people moved back, but then Lin Feng threw talismans at them. Explode, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Emperor Dong and the others rose up in the air, wanting to escape the talisman's range, but they couldn't do anything against those talismans. However, when they rose up in the air, they realized that the talismans hadn't exploded. Lin Feng had fooled them. Stop him, shouted Qi Yunsheng in the distance. However, Lin Feng was already at the center. He put both hands on the ground and suddenly, his deployment spell became dazzling as marks appeared. In a short time, all of Celestial Qi Castle's territory became dazzling. Dodge! Everybody fly higher up in the air, shouted Qi Yunsheng extremely loudly. Then they rose up in the air while Qi Yunsheng and Emperor Dong had already started escaping. They both released empty space cosmic energy to move even faster. I'll let you enjoy the deployment spell a bit more, said Lin Feng, fully activating the deployment spell just like he had the other day. How can we escape? Muyi was next to Lin Feng while all the strong cultivators from Celestial Qi Castle were escaping and releasing empty space energies. They were extremely fast, much faster than the cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings before. Therefore, if they didn't manage to kill those people with this attack, then they'd be in trouble. There, said Lin Feng jumping. Suddenly, destructive energies emerged, but this time he attacked the ground, creating a gigantic abyssal hole. You also cast a deployment spell which pointed downwards. Muyi was astonished, he couldn't believe his eyes. It's another shattering deployment spell which I created at the same time as the other one, said Lin Feng. Let's go. Celestial Qi Castle won't let us off, so we can't waste time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1604, Emperor Qi's Heart. Chapter 1604, Emperor Qi's Heart. Outside of Celestial Qi Castle's territory, people raised their heads and saw Lin Feng's spell activate again. What was going on? Why was Master Muan's deployment spell activated? After the deployment spell slowly weakened, the crowd saw a group of people from Celestial Qi Castle in the sky. They looked furious and they were staring at the gigantic abyssal hole. Celestial Qi Castle has been damaged once again, and what is Master Mi doing there? Thought some people when they recognized the guy wearing a mask. They knew that Master Mi was very strong and had a high status within Celestial Qi Castle. Maybe Master Mi wants to control Master Muen, and then Master Muen activated the deployment spell and left. Someone reasoned. Don't let him escape, shouted Master Mi. He had seen how explosive Lin Feng's deployment spell was and he knew how much of a threat Lin Feng posed to them. But even so, he still didn't know why Lin Feng had plotted against them. They could only find that out after they captured him. Go and chase them, I'll go inform people from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness so that we can close the city, shouted Qi Yunxiao while empty space energies surrounded his body. Even though people were far away, cultivators could hear very well, so they heard what Master Mi said clearly. As they had thought, Master Mi wanted to control Master Muen. How come Celestial Qi Castle was acting against the Everlasting Palace? The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness wasn't far from Celestial Qi Castle and Qi Yunshang was quick. It didn't take long for him to reach the depths of the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Qi Yunxiao wants to announce something terrible. Qi Yunxiao, what's going on? Asked a medium-level emperor. Master Muen isn't from the Everlasting Palace, he lied. His goal was to cause us trouble by making us all enemies. Now, he has been uncovered and is trying to escape. We need help, we need to close the city and prevent him from leaving. Maybe we can stop him in Buzhou Mountain, said Qi Yunxiao. Cough. Zhou Tianxiao was very surprised to hear all that. The ground shook as Zhou Tianxiao released golden holy qi in the form of a sharp sword. He had knelt before Muen and the latter had told him to piss off. He couldn't describe how upset he was now. Are you sure? Asked the medium-level emperor from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Muen had humiliated them a few times, then they had apologized to him, and now Celestial Qi Castle was telling them that he wasn't from the Everlasting Palace. It was too much to take in at once. Brother Zhou, do you think I would joke about something like this? Said Qi Yunxiao in a grave and solemn way. He then left, wanting nothing more than to kill Muyi and Muen. Qi Yunxiao was right. Lin Feng and Muyi were moving in the dark, rather slowly though. Once they came out, they appeared in the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and found that Qi Yunlei and Emperor Dong were there already. Of course, at that moment, Lin Feng and Muyi had already changed their faces. The new faces Lin Feng and Muyi were using were faces Lin Feng had already used in the small world, but in the great world, almost no one could recognize them. They also changed their clothes, just in case. Lin Feng, you go first, said Muyi to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng nodded. Emperor Dong immediately noticed that Lin Feng was a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, so he fixedly stared at him for a while, but then he noticed that Lin Feng's Qi was filled with life Qi and it wasn't that powerful. After thinking about it, Emperor Dong gave up thinking that he was Muen. Muyi followed Lin Feng from a distance as to reduce any suspicions. He had admired Lin Feng before, but these masks were also praiseworthy. Of course, Lin Feng was also an expert at concealing his identity. He was releasing life energy on purpose, to fool people like Emperor Dong. Lin Feng didn't move too fast, trying to act like he was an average cultivator. Oh no, Celestial Qi Castle has joined hands with the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. If they seal the area, then we're going to be in trouble, thought Lin Feng. Master Muyi, we can't leave because they're sealing the area, said Lin Feng to Muyi using telepathy. The 9 great celestial castles had an interesting geographical characteristic in which the only way to leave was through the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. It is very dangerous, thought Lin Feng. If the strong cultivators from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness attacked, he'd be doomed. They can't seal the area forever. Let's just wait here, said Muyi indifferently. They had already changed their faces and there were billions of people in that city. With time, they would wear down their defenses. While they were talking, a mirror flashed. That mirror. Luckily, Lin Feng and Muyi had changed their faces, otherwise that mirror would have found them just now. Master Muyi, let's find a guest house to stay at, said Lin Feng using telepathy. The city center of the 9 great celestial castles and the buffer zone were already chaotic. Master Muen wasn't a disciple of the Everlasting Palace and Celestial Qi Castle was chasing him, so the Palace of Medicinal Kings also started looking for them after they heard the news. The white-bearded emperor was exceptionally upset. A few hours later, between the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and the buffer zone, the strong cultivator from Celestial Qi Castle put his mirror away with a look of defeat. Can't you find them? Asked Qi Yunlei. I looked at the entire buffer zone and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, but I can't find them. I'm guessing that they must have used a spell to change their faces, maybe an illusion. Of course, maybe they went to another castle, but I don't think that's the case, he explained. Humph. Celestial Qi Castle is ridiculous. First, they made friends with the deployment spellcaster and now they're causing us all so much trouble. Celestial Chi Castle is a joke," said the white-bearded emperor from the palace of medicinal kings mockingly. He wouldn't forget about what Celestial Chi Castle had done to them anytime soon. At that moment, Emperor Chi's eyes flashed with insight. He suddenly thought of someone who could change his face. How could he ever forget that person? The only problem was that person probably had the strength of the 9th Zun Chi layer already after all this time. Celestial Chi Castle, Palace of Medicinal Kings, Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Emperor Chi was thinking. But deployment spells, thought Emperor Chi. His heart was racing. Bronze plates. Back then, Lin Feng had obtained the everlasting bronze plates, and there were rumors that some people had found the great Imperial Everlasting Palace. Deployment spells, indeed, he didn't level up because he studied deployment spells, thought Emperor Chi. Deployment spells were difficult to learn, but Lin Feng was extremely talented. If he had obtained the everlasting Celestial Emperor's deployment spells, then that would explain everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1605, Plot. Chapter 1605, Plot. Emperor Dong saw that Emperor Chi looked strange, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Emperor Chi's heart was racing, but he was sure he was right. Had Lin Feng already become a terrifying deployment spellcaster? "Father, I think that Muon might be someone we know," said Emperor Chi. "Who?" Qi Yanxiao immediately stood in front of Emperor Chi. "Lin Feng," said Emperor Chi. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Of course, he remembered Lin Feng, that obstinate and unruly guy Emperor Xinyu had taken away. He had reappeared almost 2 years later with the Yao Yi amulet and was even more arrogant than before. Lin Feng. The white-bearded emperor looked furious. Zhou Tianxiao released golden holy qi unintentionally after he remembered kneeling down to him. "Why do you think it's Lin Feng?" Qi Yanxiao and the others were getting upset just thinking about it. Lin Feng has some techniques which allow him to change his face and qi. Besides, he doesn't like Celestial Chi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Lin Feng made those people from the Palace of Medicinal Kings kneel down to him before. Emperor Qi glanced at the white-bearded emperor. The white-bearded emperor nodded as he remembered that. Besides, back then, Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Zun Chi layer and during the past 3 years, he hasn't progressed. That would make sense since if he'd been studying deployment spells the entire time. In the end, when he saw us and Master Me, he immediately understood what was going on and used a deployment spell to escape. He recognized Master Me because he is Lin Feng, he knows who Master Me and what he does," explained Emperor Qi. "Lin Feng managed to learn so much about deployment spells in just 3 years? Asked Qi Yanxiao. "Master, I remember something that happened some years ago." Back then Lin Feng had only broken through to the Tianqi layer, said Emperor Qi. He then continued, "Back then, in the small world, in Fortune Shrine, the diviner told Lin Feng his future would certainly be incredible and that he had very rare abilities." "I see, if that's the case then we have to kill him, no matter the cost," said Qi Yanxiao. "Since it's Lin Feng, do you know what we should do against him?" asked Qi Yanxiao to Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi. They knew Lin Feng the best since they had lived in the small world. "Unless he shows up willingly, I'm not sure there's anything we can do," said Emperor Qi. "Willingly?" asked Qi Yanxiao frowning. "He's not stupid, he won't come out to commit suicide." "We can try something else then," said Emperor Qi. "You control some of Lin Feng's disciples and friends. Threaten them and maybe then Lin Feng will show up." "I don't think he'd take such risks for a few friends," said Qi Yanxiao. "Cultivators cherish their own lives, not others." "Master, we can try. We can give him a few days and if he doesn't show up, we'll kill his friends. We can kill 1 person each day. After we kill 2 people, if he still hasn't show up, then that means he won't show up at all. We should only kill the weakest ones, so that we still have the strongest ones under our control," said Qi Qianxing. Qi Yanxiao nodded, "Alright, let's try that. Let's disperse and in 3 days, if Lin Feng still hasn't shown up, we can kill his friends." "Roger, Master. We'll spread the news," said Emperor Qi and the others. "Would Lin Feng show up though?" "Lin Feng, if you show up, we'll bury you alive," thought Zhou Tianxiao. At that moment, Lin Feng was resting in a guest house while making talismans. He had to prepare himself for the worst. He didn't know about Emperor Qi's evil plot just yet. Moody stayed in a room next to Lin Feng's, but he wasn't in his room. Instead, he walked around and listened to people's conversations. With his strength, he could easily leave. Besides, Celestial Qi Castle wanted Lin Feng, not him. However, he had become good friends with Lin Feng since they left the small world together. A few hours later, Moody came back to the guest house with some bad news. People were plotting against Lin Feng. He didn't know that Lin Feng's friends were imprisoned in Celestial Qi Castle. Now it made sense that Lin Feng hated them. Moody walked to Lin Feng's courtyard to tell him about it. Lin Feng would have to make his own decision about what they do. Moody knocked at Lin Feng's door. "Come in," said Lin Feng. He stopped making talismans as Moody came in. Once he recognized Moody, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Master Moody, what are you doing here?" Moody and Lin Feng had agreed that they had to stay alone to reduce any suspicions about them. "Lin Feng, do you have any friends imprisoned in Celestial Qi Castle?" asked Moody. Lin Feng nodded. "Master Moody, how do you know?" "Celestial Qi Castle is plotting against you. They said that in 3 days, if you don't go to Celestial Qi Castle, they'll kill your friends, one each day." Lin Feng visibly shuddered in anger after heard Moody. His eyes turned pitch black and some qi emerged from his body involuntarily. Celestial Qi Castle. Lin Feng clenched his fists. "Emperor Dong or Emperor Qi," said Lin Feng while grinding his teeth. They were the only ones who knew him well enough. Moody saw Lin Feng's reaction, so he understood what he was thinking. He asked, "What do you intend to do, Lin Feng?" Lin Feng hesitated. If he showed up, he wouldn't be able to escape, but if he didn't go, his friends would die. Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Master Moody, what would you do if you were me?" "I don't know," said Moody, shaking his head. "Master Moody, you go back. I'll continue making these talismans," said Lin Feng. Moody nodded and left the room. "Lin Feng, relax, don't let the outside world influence you. You're very talented, and someday you'll reach the clouds. When that day comes, you'll be able to get your revenge." Then, Moody closed the door and left Lin Feng alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1606, Celestial Summer Castle. Chapter 1606, Celestial Summer Castle. After Moody went back to his room, Lin Feng was completely alone. When Moody asked him if he had friends imprisoned in Celestial Qi Castle, Lin Feng had already guessed what was going on. Now they knew he was Lin Feng, and the only one who could have guessed that would be Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi. If he showed up, it'd prove it was him, but even if he didn't admit it, they'd still kill his friends because they were sure it was him. However, Lin Feng also wondered whether they'd dare kill him or not. After all, he was now a member of Yaoyi Island. If I show up as a deployment spellcaster, Celestial Qi Castle will kill me, thought Lin Feng. They wouldn't let someone live if that person could pose a threat to their security. Phew, Lin Feng continued thinking about it while continuing to make talismans. That night, an invisible and inaudible shadow crossed the courtyard. One couldn't see it unless there was light, and even then, they'd only see a shadow on the ground. Inside the buffer zone, on the side of Celestial Summer Castle, things were very calm. People were either sleeping or practicing cultivation. However, that shadow appeared and started sleeking about. In one of the rooms, Xiaoyu said, "Who?" "It's me, Lin Feng," said a voice. Xiaoyu was surprised. "Lin Feng? What did he want from him?" "Come in," said Xiaoyu indifferently. A shadow appeared in front of Xiaoyu. He smiled and said, "Master Muen, you're here, you're brave." Since Lin Feng was there, it proved the rumors were true. Lin Feng was Muen. "I came to see you, Master." "Why would I need to be brave for that?" said Lin Feng, smiling. "Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings, and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness are looking for you everywhere. Are you not afraid that we could capture you and hand you over to them?" asked Xiaoyu in a cold way. "Would it benefit you to do that, Master?" asked Lin Feng. "So, what do you want?" asked Xiaoyu, standing up. He looked enthusiastic. "I want to make a deal with you. In 3 days, Celestial Qi Castle plans to kill me, but I want you to attack and take me away safely," said Lin Feng. Xiaoyu was surprised and asked, "You want me to offend 3 groups of influence? What do you have for me in exchange?" "Moody and I have obtained 2 of the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's great deployment spells, the Shattering and the Illusion deployment spells. You must have heard of the explosive power of the Shattering deployment spell. You can have both, so what do you think?" Lin Feng asked. Besides, Celestial Summer Castle doesn't need to show up, you just have to protect me and help me leave safely, but... That explains how he's become so strong. He obtained some of the everlasting Celestial Emperor's great deployment spells. Thought Xia Yu. He was tempted, of course. With the strength of the Zun Qi layer, Lin Feng had managed to kill 7 emperors. If the Celestial Summer Castle could get those, they'd become a lot stronger and their territory would be better protected. What if I captured you now and made you give me the deployment spell? Asked Xia Yu. Lin Feng must have known that Xia Yu was strong enough to do that. I told Mu Yi I was coming here, and if I don't go back, he'll inform everyone, including Yao Yi Island. If Celestial Qi Castle wants to kill me, they have their own reasons. However, if you decide to kill me because of the deployment spells I have, I don't think Yao Yi Island will be happy. Said Lin Feng calmly. No wonder you're not worried. What if I can't protect you when the right time comes? Asked Xia Yu. Master, if you accept, I'll transmit the illusion deployment spell to you right away. Then, after you help me leave safely, I'll transmit the shattering deployment spell to you. Of course, if I realize that you didn't do your best on the D-Day, you can forget about it. However, if you want to obtain my illusion deployment spell and then don't appear on the D-Day, even if I die, Yao Yi Island will remember you and will come to settle accounts. Explained Lin Feng. Now, I need an answer. I need to go and find some other people as well. It seemed like Lin Feng had spent some time planning this out. Alright, it's a deal. Said Xia Yu, nodding. Great, I'll transmit the illusion deployment spell to you now then. Said Lin Feng, condensing his godly awareness. It then emerged from his third eye and moved to Xia Yu's third eye. Master, I'm off. Lin Feng then quickly left the room and disappeared in the darkness. Xia Yu left the room and looked at the shadow, whispering, he's incredible. Such young people are rare. Even if we don't make friends with him, we can't be enemies. Celestial Qi Castle and the others wanted to kill Lin Feng, but who knew what he would do in the future? Lin Feng left Celestial Summer Castle and went to his second target. Modi was in front of Lin Feng's door, but it was closed. Modi looked at the sky, noting that the sun was high above the city. The weather was good, but Lin Feng didn't seem to care about appreciating it. Modi had mixed feelings. He was sad for Lin Feng and at the same time, he was happy that he didn't go. It was difficult to explain. What is he doing? Whispered Modi. He wanted to inspect Lin Feng's room with his awareness. He hadn't disturbed Lin Feng the past few days, but now he wanted to see what he was doing or how he was feeling. He opened the door and looked astonished. Where was Lin Feng? How come? Modi was surprised. He hadn't heard Lin Feng leave. He had been observing Lin Feng's house for 2 days and he hadn't seen anything. Moron. Thought Mui. Maybe Lin Feng left the other day and hadn't come back. He was convinced that Lin Feng hadn't ran, so there was only one reason. Lin Feng didn't want Mui to be involved, so he hadn't told him he was going. What a guy. Thought Mui, smiling wryly. Then, he disappeared from there and immediately flew towards Celestial Qi Castle's buffer zone. Mui wasn't the only there. Countless people knew about Master Muen and Lin Feng now. The one who had caused trouble 4 to 5 years ago had come back and pretended to be someone else, then he tried to cause trouble between Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Are those Lin Feng's friends? They look extraordinarily strong, at least they aren't any weaker than the younger generation from Celestial Qi Castle. They have potential. Thought the crowd. Would Lin Feng show up though? Many people thought that Lin Feng would die if he showed up. Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi, Shi Qianxing, they were all there looking at Yuan Fei and 3 other disciples from Tiantai in a cold way. Would this work? Strong cultivators from the Palace of Medicinal Kings and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness were there too. If Lin Feng showed up, they'd make sure he died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1607, Kidnapping Lin Feng. Chapter 1607, Kidnapping Lin Feng. Emperor Dong took a step forwards and glanced at the crowd. Lin Feng could change his face, so he might be in the crowd. Lin Feng, now you're here, just come out. Said Emperor Dong. Everybody heard him, even those who were far away. Emperor Dong's robe fluttered in the wind and he was smiling a cold way. If Lin Feng didn't come out, they were going to kill his friends. Master Mi. Emperor Dong turned around and bowed before Master Mi. Master Mi looked at Yuan Fei and the others. You 4, fight against each other. When one person dies, stop. Yuan Fei and the others' mouths twitched. They glanced at each other, and even though they didn't want to, they had no choice but to obey Master Mi. Qi and Xiao, Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi and Jin Shun Jun guarded the surroundings. Lin Feng won't come, thought the crowd. The probability that Lin Feng would come was small, everybody knew that, but they still came. However, at that moment, a silhouette rose up in the air from the crowd. He was wearing a white robe, he looked handsome, and had long black hair. Lin Feng, it's you, said Emperor Qi. He had guessed right, Muan was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I, Zhou Tianshao, will kill you, shouted Zhou Tianshao furiously. It was Lin Feng. Other members from Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings were all staring at Lin Feng. I am here. Master Mi, make them stop fighting, said Lin Feng. Master Mi waved and said, move back. Yuan Fei was bleeding. He looked up at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. He looked sad because he was being controlled. He was sad because his friend, whom he considered a brother, had come to die for him. However, what he felt in his heart different from what he thought rationally, his soul was sealed, and he could only listen to orders. Ban Ruo and the others felt the same. They felt humiliated, but they could only listen to Master Mi's orders. I'm very surprised, Lin Feng, I can't believe you're Master Muen, said the white-bearded man from the Palace of Medicinal Kings. Lin Feng had killed 7 of his emperors and would pose a threat to them in the future. Back then, you said you'd make the Palace of Medicinal Kings pay, and now I really think you could do it if it weren't for the fact that you're not going to leave today. Many people rose up in the air behind Lin Feng, blocking his escape. There were a dozen emperors in that group. Don't you fear Yaoyi Island? Asked Lin Feng to the crowd. Of course we do, but do you think you can do whatever you want thanks to Yaoyi Island? Those things are between you and us, not Yaoyi Island and us. Qingdi Mountain won't let Yaoyi Island get involved anyways, said Qi Yunlei. Lin Feng, cripple your own cultivation and we won't kill you. Cripple my own cultivation? Ridiculous, said Lin Feng smiling coldly. He glanced at Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi and said, you guessed it was me, right? We also came up with the idea of killing your friends to make you show up, and it worked, said Emperor Qi. You will regret that very quickly, said Lin Feng, glaring at Emperor Qi. Then, he glanced at the crowd, and his eyes gradually became pitch black. Celestial Qi Castle, listen to me carefully, if you kill me, fine, but if I leave, don't threaten me using such methods again. If you do, I won't show up, instead I will make all of the strong cultivators from Yaoyi Island come and kill you without exception. Lin Feng then released demonic qi which dashed to the skies. Remember what I said. I always follow through on what I say. I'm a demon cultivator, so I don't have emotions, therefore, I hope for you that there won't be a second time. There were 30 powerful emperors there while Lin Feng was alone with Muyi. Lin Feng was a demon cultivator, but was he actually emotionless? Why had he shown up if he was emotionless? You think you can escape? Asked Qi Yunshao, capture him. A few emperors moved towards Lin Feng, reaching for him. Boom! Suddenly, in the distance, black silhouettes appeared and divided themselves into 2 groups of around 10 people. Those people were all emperors. How could Lin Feng persuade around 20 emperors show up? Stop them! Shouted Qi Yunshao furiously. Hurry up and run! Shouted one of those people. Do you think you can escape? Qi Yunshao, the white-bearded emperor from the Palace of Medicinal Kings and the medium-level emperor from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness flew forwards. A gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng, as well as vines and golden holy qi. Lin Feng shook his hands and talismans appeared. He then threw them around and destructive energies surged out. Explode! Lin Feng threw more talismans. He was covered in a cold sweat because he knew that it would only take a small mistake and he'd die. He moved like the wind using his wind chant, and at the same time those people wearing black clothes flew over to him and protected him. Go! Said one of them hoarsely. Their only goal was to protect Lin Feng. Do you think you can leave? Shouted Qi Yunlei. A golden beam of light appeared, intertwining golden marks then formed, and a cage made from empty space energies formed. A deployment spell, Celestial Qi Castle also has deployment spell casters. Even though his deployment spell isn't as powerful as Lin Feng's, he's a medium-level emperor, so his deployment spell must be, at least as strong Lin Feng. Thought the crowd. Cage, Qi Yunlei jumped forwards. Lin Feng, you're going to die. Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi appeared next to him. Emperor Qi was the first one to release cosmic energies. Wind chant. Lin Feng started moving in the direction of Celestial Qi Castle. Where are you going? Asked Emperor Dong, releasing terrifying empty space energies. Lin Feng threw a talisman as he ran away. He knew he couldn't fight against medium-level emperors, and he didn't mind using several talismans at this juncture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1608, Difficult to Escape. Chapter 1608, Difficult to Escape. Stop him! Shouted Emperor Dong, releasing more cosmic energies. Explode! Lin Feng threw another talisman, then suddenly, he disappeared and reappeared next to Qi Qianxing. He made those talismans using empty space strength, but because he could only use abstruse energies to make them, he could only travel a short distance. Qi Qianxing subconsciously shivered after he saw Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes. They contained both death and cursing energies. Empty space fissures. Qi Qianxing released abstruse energies which moved towards Lin Feng. In the Great World, his fissures weren't as powerful as they were in Ba Huang, but still shouldn't be underestimated. Great Earth Destruction. Lin Feng punched the air in Qi Qianxing's direction. Explosions sounded and Qi Qianxing's hand crackled. His arm crackled too, it was feeling sore. Lin Feng was too preoccupied with everything going on around him, otherwise, he could have killed him. He had killed a cultivator who was much stronger than Qi Qianxing with the same attack in the Great Imperial Everlasting Palace. Lin Feng! Shouted Emperor Dong furiously when he heard Qi Qianxing give a horrible shriek. Then a force multiplied by 1,000 oppressed Qi Qianxing, a gigantic hand grabbing his head. The last things he saw were Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes. He was a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer, but he could barely compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had broken his arm in the blink of an eye, and now his life was in Lin Feng's hands. Emperor Dong, Emperor Qi, Qi Yinsheng, and Jin Chenjun surrounded Lin Feng. Let him go! Shouted Emperor Dong furiously. Lin Feng was still holding Qi Qianxing by the neck. He looked at Emperor Dong with his pitch-black eyes and said, "If he takes me away safely, I'll think about it." "So, he will die," said Lin Feng with a demon voice. "No," shouted Qi Qianxing furiously and his body started burning. He looked desperate. Was he going to die? Emperor Dong and Emperor Qi didn't know what to do. Die! Whoosh! Lin Feng moved like the wind, this time surprising everybody because he was moving towards Emperor Dong. Lin Feng was insane. Emperor Dong was a medium-level emperor, so how did Lin Feng plan to attack him? "Don't kill him!" Shouted Qi Yunlei furiously to Emperor Dong. Emperor Dong shook his head, he had almost forgotten about Qi Yunlei in that moment. "Even if I don't kill you, I'll cripple your cultivation," thought Emperor Dong. He couldn't kill Lin Feng, so he had to at least cripple his cultivation. "Explode!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He turned into an illusion and at the same time, a talisman remained. Boom! A strong wind started blowing as destructive energies surrounded Emperor Dong. Then a loud sound followed. It seemed like Lin Feng's silhouette was going to explode. What's going on? Are there two Lin Fengs? The crowd didn't understand what they were seeing. The one who had thrown a talisman at Emperor Dong and the one who was attacking Emperor Dong were two different people. Lin Feng was bleeding and covered with sweat. The energies around him were too powerful. If Emperor Dong's attack had completely reached him, it would have crippled his cultivation. Piss off! Emperor Dong released more energies, but Lin Feng took out another talisman and disappeared again. He glanced at Emperor Dong, noticing that his talisman had exploded off one of Emperor Dong's arms, but a medium-level emperor lost his arm. The crowd shivered. Jin Chenjun and the others didn't feel like attacking Lin Feng anymore. Emperor Dong had been too careless, he wanted to kill Lin Feng, but then Qi Yunlei shouted and distracted him. He thought that he could cripple Lin Feng's cultivation with that attack, but Lin Feng had prepared a rather powerful talisman. Emperor Dong hadn't dodged because he hadn't thought that Lin Feng wouldn't attack him head-on like that. Then, he had tried to attack Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng was too fast and dodged. "You're a bunch of trash. You are emperors, but you can't even deal with him," shouted Qi Yunlei furiously. "Seal the area," shouted Qi Yunsheng. The emperors surrounded Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng glanced at them and then jumped away without hesitation. Luckily, Celestial Summer Castle and the ancient Celestial Castle had sent so many emperors to help him. Besides, he also had his talismans to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Lin Feng moved towards Emperor Qi this time. Emperor Qi looked concerned. Even though he was stronger, he feared Lin Feng after what he did to his father's arms. If Lin Feng used a talisman to attack him, he'd die. While Emperor Qi hesitated, Lin Feng closed the gap between them. At the last moment, Emperor Qi suddenly moved away. Piece of trash! Shouted Qi Yunsheng furiously. Emperor Qi was such a moron. Even if he didn't fight Lin Feng head-on, he could defend. Lin Feng threw 2 talismans at Emperor Qi as he ran away. Destructive energies quickly surrounded him, causing the empty space cage to shake violently. Qi Yunlei's deployment spell is quite powerful, thought Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he couldn't destroy it. At that moment, Emperor Dong and Qi Yunxiao arrived in front of him. Qi Yunxiao was shouting furiously. Then a gigantic empty space, golden hand moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to dodge, but Qi Yunsheng released more energies and a curtain of empty space energies surrounded Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng punched the curtain of light, breaking it apart. Lin Feng continued running away, but Emperor Dong appeared again. Using the hand he still had to release cosmic energies. Emperor Dong didn't hesitate this time. He figured that Lin Feng probably had more talismans. As expected, Lin Feng took out another talisman, this one containing empty space strength. With it he disappeared. At the same time, outside of the cage, 2 silhouettes in black clothes finally broke through the cage, allowing Lin Feng to escape. You think you can still escape? Shouted Emperor Dong. He was faster than Lin Feng, so he quickly caught up with him. But at the same time, a black silhouette moved in front of him and blocked him. Qi Yunsheng and the others followed Lin Feng, but 1,000 deadly punches launched out as Lin Feng continued running away. Qi Yunlei glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way and smiled. Did he think he could escape? Where to? At that moment, more people appeared in front of Lin Feng, forcing him to stop. They were even more terrifying than Emperor Dong. Not far away, Lin Feng noticed Ni Chen from Qingdi Mountain. Qingdi Mountain? Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way. With his strength, he couldn't escape anymore. There were too many emperors, and with Qingdi Mountain, he had no chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1609, Moody's Methods. Chapter 1609, Moody's Methods. Emperor Ni Chen glanced at the crowd. Stop! Emperor Ni Chen yelled. Instantly, everybody stopped fighting. The cultivators in black clothes also stopped. Emperor Ni Chen glanced at those people in black clothes and said, I don't care who you are, just leave, now. But Emperor Ni Chen didn't want to ruin the cohesion between the 9 great celestial castles, so he made them leave before they showed who they were. The cultivators in black clothes moved away. They knew they couldn't do much in front of Qingdi Mountain. After a short time, all the cultivators in black clothes disappeared. The emperors from Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings were surrounding Lin Feng. What an army, thought the crowd, speechless. Lin Feng glanced at the strong cultivators from Qingdi Mountain. He hadn't thought that Qingdi Mountain would get involved. He took out a talisman and suddenly, he reappeared 1,000 meters away. However, even as he did this, Qi was blocking him. How could he escape? Vines appeared around his body and constricted him. Lin Feng felt like coughing up blood as they strangled him. He released demonic Qi to try and resist. Does he still think he can escape? The crowd was speechless. Against all expectations, Lin Feng took out another talisman. However, a golden hand appeared and blocked him. Lin Feng. Yuan Fei clenched his fists and released bestial Qi. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ban Ruo and the others felt the same. Their souls were sealed, but they still knew what they were feeling. They were too weak, so they couldn't break the seals on their souls. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Ni Chen and said, Are you getting involved because of the tensions between you and Emperor Xinyu? Or is it because you are friends with Celestial Qi Castle? Perhaps it's because of my abilities when it comes to using deployment spells? I don't need to explain anything to you. Now, cripple your own cultivation and leave. Otherwise, you'll die, said Emperor Ni Chen calmly. He didn't need to justify himself. He could do whatever he wanted with Lin Feng and nobody could say a thing about it. Lin Feng didn't insist. If Emperor Ni Chen was that confident in his decision, then it meant he had already thought about Yaoyi Island. Before I cripple my cultivation, you must fulfill your promise to Emperor Xinyu, a competition. Where is your disciple? Asked Lin Feng to Emperor Ni Chen. You're already dead, so the competition has become pointless. Just cripple your cultivation, I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't, they will, said Emperor Ni Chen indifferently. However, Lin Feng smiled and said, Ni Chen, you're a coward. You asked for a competition and now you're scared. Emperor Xinyu is infinitely stronger than you. That guy is insane, thought the crowd. But it didn't matter anymore, he was going to have to cripple his cultivation now. If you want to cripple my cultivation, make them come, at least then I'll cripple one or two of their cultivations, said Lin Feng in a demonic voice. With that, he took out many talismans and smiled devilishly. An-I-Chen couldn't attack Lin Feng himself because he was too strong, and his social status was too high. So instead, he said, cripple his cultivation. Emperor Dong, Zhou Tianrua, Shi Yunsheng and the emperors from the Palace of Medicinal Kings released their qi at the same time, surrounding Lin Feng. Arg, Yuan Fei turned into a gigantic ape after going insane from watching. Emperor An-I-Chen turned his head and saw Yuan Fei. He was surprised. He's in a frenzy. Shut up. Master Mi appeared in the air above Yuan Fei and lights penetrated Yuan Fei's eyes. Even if Yuan Fei was getting out of control, Master Mi could solve the issue. Qingdi Mountain and the 9 great celestial castles are bullying a little cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. How amazing, said someone at that moment. Did someone want to die? Someone appeared next to Lin Feng and looked at the crowd in a despising way. What a powerful army to fight against a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. He. Qingdi Mountain is amazing, no wonder they reign over the region, said Muyi mockingly. Shi and Xiao smiled in a cold way and said, Muyi, initially, we only wanted Lin Feng, but it seems that you want to bring about your own destruction. Shut up, who the fuck do you think you are to talk to me that way? Shouted Muyi furiously. Shi Yan shouted shut up. He was wondering if Muyi had a domineering social status? Lin Feng smiled wryly, thinking that he shouldn't have come. While everybody else was recovering from his rather sudden entrance, Muyi was talking to Lin Feng using telepathy. Who are you, Your Excellency? Asked Emperor An-I-Chen indifferently. Even if Muyi was there, Lin Feng was going to die. Muyi was just a medium-level emperor, so he couldn't change anything. Open your eyes and you'll understand who I am, said Muyi in a cold way. Then a talisman appeared in his hand with a big word written on it, weapon. Weapon. Emperor An-I-Chen scrunched his eyebrows. He recognized that it was a fire talisman at least. Your Excellency, which weapon manufacturing group are you from? Qingdi Mountain's people really are ignorant. Surprisingly, you don't even recognize my talisman. You little dog, watch and learn, said Muyi arrogant. He threw his talisman at Emperor An-I-Chen and Emperor An-I-Chen grabbed the talisman. From what Muyi was saying, he seemed to belong to a very powerful group. Emperor An-I-Chen looked at the talisman and tried to think of all the weapon manufacturing groups he knew of. Explode! Muyi yelled loudly. The talisman Emperor An-I-Chen was holding suddenly released a special qi, causing Emperor An-I-Chen's facial expression to change drastically. The weapon talisman exploded, and the qi surrounded Emperor An-I-Chen. At the same time, Lin Feng also used a talisman which contained cosmic energies. The space around them changed completely and the two of them disappeared. Chase them! Shouted Qi Yunlei furiously. A group of people started chasing them, but Muyi was a medium-level emperor, so he was as fast as them. Let alone Lin Feng kept using talismans, widening the gap between them more and more. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1610, Sealing the Exit. Chapter 1610, Sealing the Exit. Qi Yunlei was the fastest one, whether by strength or determination. They had asked Qingdi Mountain to come to avoid any problems. Back then, when Emperor Qi told them that Master Muan was Lin Feng, he had asked Emperor Qi to transfer him some images of Lin Feng. After that he had realized that Lin Feng was also the one the great imperial palace was looking for. At that moment, Lin Feng and Muyi were moving at full speed. Muyi knew that his talisman couldn't slow down Emperor An-I-Chen for too long, so they had to hurry. If Emperor An-I-Chen caught up with them, they'd be doomed. Don't hesitate in using all the talismans you've got, said Muyi to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's entire body felt sore. He already knew he couldn't save any talismans at a time like this. There! Lin Feng pointed at a direction. Lin Feng and Muyi flew above some ruins. At the same time, lights flooded the sky and empty space strength surrounded them, then they disappeared. Teleportation deployment spell. They sensed the energies from very far away, there. However, Lin Feng and Muyi used another deployment spell and disappeared again. Emperor An-I-Chen chased them, but he soon stopped. Where are they? Shouted An-I-Chen furiously. He had lost them? Lin Feng kept using deployment spells. They couldn't stop Lin Feng and Muyi. There, I guess, said Qi Yunxiao pointing in a direction. Emperor An-I-Chen didn't have time to think as he immediately continued chasing them. However, at that moment, a person in black appeared. He looked ordinary and his wind abstruse energy looked weak, so nobody paid him any attention. After a short time, Emperor Anai-chan flew back looking furious. He couldn't even capture a cultivator of the Zun Chi layer. If they didn't manage to capture them, what would everybody think of Qingdi Mountain? Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, you go and seal the area. They can't escape, no matter what. Then, tell all the 9 great celestial castles, including yourselves, to seal the buffer zone as well. Nobody can leave the buffer zone now, said Emperor Anai-chen. Even if Lin Feng changed his face, he wouldn't be able to leave now. Hurry up. Guard the area. Nobody can leave, shouted Emperor Anai-chen after he saw that nobody reacted. I'm going to guard the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness's exit. I'm going to the palace of medicinal kings. I'm going to Celestial Chi Castle. People from the 3 groups hurriedly flew away with strong cultivators. Lin Feng and Muyi had changed their faces again, but they didn't run in the direction of the great celestial palace of thoughtfulness. This time they were running towards Celestial Summer Castle. How fast? Thought Lin Feng. He wouldn't have thought that almost all the paths could be blocked before they escaped. During those 3 days, Lin Feng had cast teleportation deployment spells in many places where there weren't many people. Of course, without Muyi, he couldn't do much, but now things were beyond Lin Feng's calculations. What about the paths to the other 8 castles? Thought Lin Feng. He then immediately flew towards another city. But once he arrived, he realized that it was blocked too, he couldn't get out. Lin Feng frowned. All these areas were sealed. I can only wait again, thought Lin Feng, sighing. People kept flying above him, seemingly inspecting the crowd. Time passed, and people remained silent. They couldn't leave, but what could they do? Not much. Celestial Chi Castle didn't kill Yuan Fei at least. Lin Feng posed a threat, so he could come back for Yuan Fei another time and then they'd regret killing him. Also, it was a humiliation for them to kill powerless people. Time passed and on the second day, people could leave, however, they had to queue. The rules were even stricter, people had to leave within 7 days, emptying the buffer zone completely. Lin Feng smiled. He had figured that was something they'd try. Within those 7 days, he'd be able to leave, even if it was troublesome. Lin Feng didn't leave immediately, instead he patiently waited in his room in the guest house. Emperor Anai-chen was guarding the exit to Celestial Chi Castle as he glanced around and checked everyone passing through. There were 9 exits in the buffer zone and all of them were guarded by strong cultivators. They just had to wait for Lin Feng to show up. In the distance, above Buzhou Mountain, a gigantic animal was flying madly through the air. Its cosmic energies would create hurricanes as it flew along. There was someone wearing red clothes riding the animal's back, a gigantic ape, and a bunch of other animals. They were all flying in the direction of the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1611, Landing. Chapter 1611, Landing. Lin Feng had no chance to leave the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness's territory. At that moment, the gates were closely guarded by more than 10 emperors from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. A few days into this lockdown, a strong wind carrying dust and sand rose to the skies from the distance. It was terrifying as it seemed to be getting closer. What's that? One of the emperors gazed into the distance and was startled by what he saw. That wasn't a natural occurrence, there was a silhouette inside that hurricane. Master, there's a powerful bestial chi coming from over there, said a low-level emperor. The thick bestial chi was getting denser and nearer. It's a beast, a terrifying one at that, replied the medium-level emperor who was gazing into the distance. They were starting to get a better view of it as it got closer. It was a type of flying beast. Suddenly, the medium-level emperor rose up in the air and shouted, "What brings you to the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness?" Bzzz. A terrifying wind blew around him. The gigantic beast stopped and then the emperors from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness saw many beasts and humans resting on the back of the flying beast. Piss off. The flying beast was hundreds of meters long and was glancing at the crowd in a cold way. The medium-level emperor suddenly stopped moving and shivered. He realized that this beast could only be from Yaoyi Island. Yaoyi Island is here, realized the emperor, shaking. The beast suddenly disappeared from his field of vision and directly went to the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. Something serious was about to happen. In the center of the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness, a terrifying black cloud appeared, causing many people to raise their heads and start shaking. It was a terrifying beast. Master? Many people were standing behind a cultivator who was wearing a golden robe. They wanted to know what to do. This time, it's between the Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island. We can only observe, said that person calmly. The Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness was only one of the 9 great celestial castles, so they couldn't deal with Yaoyi Island. After a short time, they arrived in front of a gate where people were being checked by guards. Whom are you looking for? Asked a gigantic ape at that moment. He was black and looked as tall as a mountain. When he glanced around at the crowd, they felt as if they were paralyzed. The ape's voice was also extremely loud, resonating in the whole region. The strong cultivators from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness looked astonished. They wanted to reply, but words wouldn't come out. Could they admit that they were looking for Lin Feng? Lin Feng was from Yaoyi Island, just like those beasts. You came from so far to pay us a visit. It's our honor, said a medium-level emperor smiling. His voice was febrile, and he wasn't done talking when the gigantic ape shouted furiously, "We are asking you who you're looking for." The strong cultivator's mouth twitched. He was terrified. "Brother Hey, he's ignoring you," said the beautiful woman in red clothes smiling thinly. "Dear friends, we've been asked to look for Lin Feng," replied that person. Arg! The ape's energies erupted. "Let's go." A few emperors from the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness started running away, but the ape raised his gigantic hand and slapped the air. This simple slap was equivalent to mountains falling from the sky. "No," a few strong cultivators shouted furiously. The ground quaked ferociously, and then several gigantic canyons appeared in the ground. The ape himself landed on the ground, causing another gigantic crater to form. On the other side, the mountains which fell from the sky landed on the slower emperors, turning them into stones. Dong, dong, the ape continued running. Each of his steps gave birth to earthquakes. Even though he was heavy and slow, each of his steps were wide. The crowd started panicking. Just that ape alone was terrifying. The beasts who were still on the back of the gigantic flying beast jumped and started flying above the buffer zone. Even though they didn't attack, the people on the ground were still terrified. "Lin Feng, little boy, come out!" shouted the ape extremely loudly. People's eardrums felt like they were going to explode after each syllable. "They're from Yaoyi Island and they're here for Lin Feng," thought the crowd. "Let's go back to the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness. We can't get involved any longer," said a strong cultivator at that moment. Everybody in his group agreed. Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island could fight each other if they wanted to, but the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness wouldn't do anything against them. Lin Feng came out of his room and looked at the animals, then he smiled in a resplendent way. His friends from Yaoyi Island were finally here. "Brother Lin Feng." Lin Feng raised his head and saw a familiar silhouette in red clothes. Lin Feng took off his mask and Huyu immediately noticed him. She grabbed him and hugged him tightly. "Brother Lin Feng, I missed you so much," said Huyu smiling. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, "Hello sister Huyu." Huyu enjoyed fooling around with Lin Feng before he left, and since he'd been gone, she'd been bored. "Who bullied you? Tell me and I'll go and settle accounts with him," said Huyu looking angry. "You're hugging him so tight he can't talk, let go of him," said Emperor Xinyu. He was speechless too. "You talk too much," said Huyu glancing at Xinyu. "Uncle Yu," said Lin Feng smiling. The ground crumbled beneath them as the gigantic ape hopped over. "Uncle Feng, Uncle Sure," said Lin Feng to all the animal emperors. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1612, Power and Influence. Chapter 1612, Power and Influence. "Lin Feng, who wanted to kill you?" asked the stone ape. "The 9 great celestial castles, but the main perpetrators must be Qingdi Mountain," said Lin Feng. If Qingdi Mountain hadn't gotten involved, he would have escaped already. Qingdi Mountain. Emperor Xinyu looked furious as he said, "Lin Feng, tell us the details." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and explained the tensions between him and Celestial Qi Castle, and then what had happened after Emperor An appeared. Arg, the stone ape roared furiously, causing several buildings around them to explode. As soon as Lin Feng finished his story, the stone ape started running towards Celestial Qi Castle. The area became chaotic as people were running in all directions. Emperor An finally sensed all those bestial energies at this time. Surprisingly, Yaoyi Island had come in this time. It wasn't only Emperor Xinyu, but many strong cultivators. People from Celestial Qi Castle frowned, fearing for their lives. The ground started shaking under their feet, and then canyons and fissures started forming in the ground around them. The sounds were getting scarier and scarier. Finally, a gigantic black silhouette appeared before them, a gigantic ape. "They're here," thought the crowd, their hearts were pounding. The gigantic ape suddenly rose up in the air, suffocating everyone there. Emperor Ni Chen was there, but he remained motionless. Some of them raised their heads to see how tall the ape was, but he was so tall that they couldn't figure it out. There was also a wind beast resting on his back. Then Emperor Xinyu and a beautiful woman wearing red clothes appeared. Lin Feng was standing next to her. "Those who are not concerned can go piss off," shouted the gigantic stone ape. Instantly, people started running away. Only Emperor Ni Chen and some of the strong cultivators from Qingdi Mountain stayed. "Brother Xinyu, why did you come with so many friends from Yaoyi Island?" asked Emperor Ni Chen in a cold way. "You're asking me?" "Brother, sure, you tell him," said Emperor Xinyu, also in a cold way. The ape roared furiously and released cosmic energies which turned into a gigantic stone, crashing towards the ground like a gigantic meteorite. The gigantic ape suddenly started charging. "Stop!" yelled Emperor Ni Chen, his facial expression changed drastically. The ape ignored him, and the gigantic stone continued to fall from the sky, oppressing everything beneath it. Emperor Ni Chen looked furious at this point. He jumped forwards and suddenly, a terrifying light shot out and countless golden lights appeared. The gigantic mountain broke apart and turned into a myriad of small stones. Emperor Ni Chen controls two different types of cosmic energies. Thought Lin Feng, empty space and golden cosmic energies. He was thus stronger than an emperor who controlled only one type of cosmic energy. "Brother, if you want to say something, talk with words," said Emperor Ni Chen to the stone ape coldly. "First, I'll slaughter someone from Qingdi Mountain and then we'll talk." "Lin Feng, whom should I slaughter?" asked Emperor Xinyu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised, but since Emperor Xinyu was asking him, Lin Feng wasn't going to refuse the offer. Emperor Ni Chen looked furious as he said, "You're not scared about things getting out of control? You're from Qingdi Mountain, but you gave one of my people the order to cripple his own cultivation. Weren't you afraid that things could get serious when you did that? Should Yaoyi Island be afraid?" asked Xinyu. Then, he said to Lin Feng, "Did you choose someone?" Lin Feng glanced at the people from Celestial Qi Castle. There were so many people he wanted to kill. "Since I have to choose someone from Qingdi Mountain, I have to choose someone who's also from Celestial Qi Castle," thought Lin Feng. Finally, he looked at someone and that person instantly filled with regret. Qi Yunshang, he was an important member from Celestial Qi Castle and at the same time, he was also a cultivator from Qingdi Mountain. "Kill him," said Lin Feng pointing at Qi Yunshang. "Emperor Ni Chen," said Qi Yunshang to Emperor Ni Chen. He wanted Emperor Ni Chen to save him. The gigantic stone ape raised his hand and punched the air in Qi Yunshang's direction. Emperor Ni Chen looked upset, but he performed some hand seals, and golden lights appeared. Then explosions sounded, and the golden lights disappeared. Emperor Ni Chen raised his hands again and a golden shield appeared, moving to block the fist. However, as they collided, the wind beast moved too. Because he controlled pure wind cosmic energy, few people could compete with him in terms of speed. No, the crowd only heard Qi Yunsheng shout furiously. A strong wind brushed against his body, and he couldn't open his eyes anymore. When the crowd could see clearly again, Qi Yunsheng was in the air, the wind beast was holding him in his claws. "Master Ni Chen, save me!" shouted Qi Yunsheng, he looked terrified. Ni Chen raised his head, he wanted to say something but suddenly, Qi Yunsheng's body was torn to shreds. He was an emperor, but he was so weak, thought Lin Feng. "Shen Yu," said Emperor Ni Chen. People from Yaoyi Island had killed a cultivator from Qingdi Mountain in front of him, thus they weren't giving him any face. "Are you angry? Who do you think you are to shout at me angrily?" shouted Emperor Xinyu. "Now, we have to talk seriously. How many people got involved in chasing my disciple?" said Emperor Xinyu, glancing at the people from Celestial Qi Castle. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1613, Afraid to Fight? Chapter 1613, Afraid to Fight? Talk? Emperor Ni Chen was baffled. In the world of emperors, talking meant nothing, strength was all that mattered. People from Celestial Qi Castle, the Palace of Medicinal Kings, and the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness tried to kill my disciple, Lin Feng. They resorted to various methods to bully him. Now, if we want to settle accounts with them, we can," said Emperor Xinyu. "You have a high status within Chengdi Mountain and you wanted to kill my disciple. You even asked people from the 9 great celestial castles to kill him. Ni Chen, I hope you have a good excuse, otherwise, things will get far worse for you. The strong cultivators from Qingdi Mountain looked furious. Xin Yu was threatening them. He was telling them that Yaoyi Island had the right to attack Qingdi Mountain if they wanted to. At that moment, Qi Yunlei rose up in the air and flew next to Emperor Ni Chen. Then he said to Xin Yu, "Do you want to know who tried to capture Lin Feng?" Xin Yu frowned and asked, "Did anyone else get involved?" "I'm from the Everlasting Palace," said Qi Yunlei in a cold way. Everlasting Palace? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with insight for a second. He remembered that Qi Yunlei had shouted that they couldn't kill Lin Feng after Emperor Dong tried to kill him. He hadn't thought that the Everlasting Palace would want to capture him. It's him, the great emperor in cyan clothes. Lin Feng remembered. There was only one reason: the great emperor in cyan clothes had realized that the everlasting celestial emperor had probably transmitted his knowledge to Lin Feng, so he had ordered the Everlasting Palace to capture Lin Feng. That was the only reason why Qi Yunlei wanted to capture him alive. "Xin Yu, do you know what you're doing?" asked Ni Chen. "So it's the Everlasting Palace." Hu Yu slowly walked to Qi Yunlei and smiled. Suddenly her red robe fluttered in the wind as she flew forwards with incredible speed. Qi Yunlei wanted to dodge, but Hu Yu managed to grab him. "Break!" shouted Qi Yunlei, furiously releasing sharp sword cosmic energies. "Can you break free though?" said Hu Yu smiling. Qi Yunlei could feel his blood dripping down his side. In a flash, he lost an arm. "No, what are you doing?" Qi Yunlei looked terrified. She was modifying his blood. "I want your flesh and blood." She suddenly threw Qi Yunlei to the ground violently. Qi Yunlei couldn't fight back as his blood was strangely changing. "I'm from the Everlasting Palace," shouted Qi Yunlei. However, Hu Yu just smiled and looked at him. The Everlasting Palace doesn't want someone whose cultivation has been crippled. "What are you doing?" Qi Yunlei stammered. Hu Yu's smile invoked a primal fear in him. His flesh was falling apart, and his blood was rotting. His veins started breaking apart too. She was going to cripple his cultivation. "Master, no," Qi Yunlei finally realized what was going on. "Am I that old?" "You should call me Queen," said Hu Yu giggling. "Queen, let me go." Qi Yunlei begged her. He knew that if she crippled his cultivation, neither the Everlasting Palace nor Celestial Qi Castle would want him anymore. That'd be a fate worse than death. "I didn't think the Everlasting Palace could have such trash," said Hu Yu. The other cultivators from Qingdi Mountain and Celestial Qi Castle looked terrified. Ni Chen hadn't thought the cultivators from Yaoyi Island could be so insane. Qi Yunlei even said that he was from the Everlasting Palace, but Hu Yu still didn't care. Xin Yu didn't even frown, he just looked at Ni Chen and said, "How could the Everlasting Palace have such trash?" I think he was bluffing. He must have only been a cultivator from Celestial Qi Castle. "You're only humiliating the Everlasting Palace by saying that. Besides, even if he were from the Everlasting Palace, so what? Since when has Qingdi Mountain been a subgroup of the Everlasting Palace?" "We are not a subgroup of any other group," said Ni Chen in a cold way. "Since you're not a subgroup of the Everlasting Palace, why would you want to capture Lin Feng?" "It's the Everlasting Palace who wants to capture Lin Feng. Are you trying to rise by helping the Everlasting Palace capture disciples from Yaoyi Island?" said Xin Yu. "Now, people from Celestial Qi Castle, piss off. It's between Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island, of course. If you want to help Qingdi Mountain, I don't mind." After Xin Yu said that, the wind beast started blowing insanely towards the people from Qingdi Mountain. "Where are all the leaders of the 9 great celestial castles? Have they disappeared?" shouted Ni Chen. People from the 9 great celestial castles looked scared. If the leaders of the 9 great celestial castles helped fight against Yaoyi Island, they could oppress them. However, who was willing to offend Yaoyi Island? If they didn't come though, then Qingdi Mountain would be offended. They had a dilemma, but the choice was obvious. Even if they offended Qingdi Mountain, it was less concerning because they lived in the same territory. Qingdi Mountain might reproach them, but they couldn't annihilate them. However, if they offended Yaoyi Island, those beasts would attack them, leaving no survivors. Celestial Qi Castle was already gone. They didn't understand why Yaoyi Island was doing so much for Lin Feng, but they weren't going to stick around to find out. If Emperor Xin Yu was the only one, that wouldn't have been a problem, but so many cultivators had come for him. "Xin Yu, do you really want to start a war between Qingdi Mountain and Yaoyi Island?" asked Emperor Ni Chen. "Ni Chen, don't think too highly of yourself. Maybe you're the only one involved, or perhaps Qingdi Mountain is involved, but since you attacked our disciple, we are not afraid of anything. Now, those from Qingdi Mountain who had attempted to kill our disciple must die," said Xinyu. Arg, the gigantic ape jumped, making the ground explode beneath him. His gigantic hand descended from the sky. "We'll remember this," shouted Emperor Anai Chen. Then, he rose up in the air with someone and their silhouettes flickered. The wind beast wanted to chase them, but Xinyu said, "Forget it, Anai Chen controls empty space and gold cosmic energies, he's too fast and strong. Even if we catch up with him, we can't kill him. Let him go. We'll just kill all of Qingdi Mountain's cultivators who are still here. Brother Feng, let's have some fun too," said Huyu to Lin Feng. Suddenly, she landed in front of an emperor from Qingdi Mountain, stretched out her slender white hand, and blood appeared. The emperor sensed he was losing control over his blood, just like the other emperor. Suddenly, he looked horrified. "Brother Feng, forget about me being so brutal," said Huyu smiling gently. Blood continued splashing around her until the emperor turned into a rotten corpse and died. "That's what happens when there's a huge difference between cultivation levels," thought Lin Feng. After breaking through to the Huangqi layer, Lin Feng would also understand that even at the same level, there could still be gigantic differences between cultivators. That was already the case for him with people of the same level. People from Celestial Qi Castle, who were now in the distance, looked terrified. Yaoyi Island didn't fear fighting Qingdi Mountain. It's better to offend Qingdi Mountain and not Yaoyi Island, they reminded themselves. The 9 castles considered Qingdi Mountain's cultivators strong, but against cultivators from Yaoyi Island, they seemed so weak. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1614, Breaking the Seals. Chapter 1614, Breaking the Seals. Amongst people Emperor Anai Chen had brought from Qiding Mountain, some of them managed to escape, such as Qi Yuchen who had left with Celestial Qi Castle. He wasn't only a cultivator from Qingdi Mountain, he was originally from Celestial Qi Castle. Besides, he was a Zun cultivator, so Emperor Anai Chen wouldn't blame him. "Emperors from Yaoyi Island, you said it was between Lin Feng and Celestial Qi Castle, but he offended us first," said Qi Yunxiao politely. "Who the hell do you think you are to talk to us like that?" yelled Xinyu. No one from Celestial Qi Castle could say anything to Yaoyi Island as they belonged to 2 completely different worlds. They were acting ridiculous. Qi Yunxiao's body felt completely rigid as he realized his mistake. "Lin Feng, what do you think?" asked Xinyu. Lin Feng was thinking, Yaoyi Island had already offended Qingdi Mountain, and now if they offended the 9 great celestial castles, things would get even more serious. After all, if Yaoyi Island attacked Celestial Qi Castle, the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and the Palace of Medicinal Kings would also get involved. 3 large groups like that might oppress Yaoyi Island. Besides, Lin Feng also understood that Yaoyi Island wasn't his group, and it wasn't Xinyu's group either. Sometimes he had to rely on himself. "You can't get involved, Celestial Qi Castle and the Palace of Medicinal Kings are my enemies," said Lin Feng. "Though, I want one person to die." Qi Yunxiao and the others all looked upset when they realized who he was talking about. They glanced at Master Mi. "Oh no, Master Mi can't die." Master Mi had an incredible status within Celestial Qi Castle. He controlled a large number of their forces, so who knew what would happen if he died? "Even if you kill me, your friends will never break free from my seal, never," said Master Mi. He was wearing a mask, but Lin Feng knew he was looking at him. "So, what should I do then?" asked Lin Feng. "If you don't kill me, I'll break their seals myself," said Master Mi. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way. He had been waiting for this for a long time. Even if they didn't attack Celestial Qi Castle, Yuan Fei and the others had to be released. "Bring them here and break their seals in front of me," said Lin Feng. "Alright, I'll have them come over." Master Mi closed his eyes and called them. He was connected to them through their minds thanks to the seals. After a short time, a medium-level emperor brought Yuan Fei and the others over. "You better think carefully and not leave anything dodgy in their brains," said Huyu smiling devilishly. Master Mi nodded as he landed in front of Yuan Fei. Then a light penetrated Yuan Fei's godly awareness. Master Mi knew that even high-level emperors couldn't break those seals, he was the only one who knew the code. With that, Master Mi slowly broke the seal. "Arg!" Yuan Fei shouted furiously, looking insane. He was fixedly staring at Master Mi. Suddenly, he raised his fist and punched the air in Master Mi's direction. He had come back to his senses and immediately started swinging. "Stop!" shouted Master Mi, blocking Yuan Fei's attack. I broke your seal, so now you're free. Yuan Fei glared at him for a moment, then he recalled his chi. Arg, another shout sounded. A silhouette rose up in the air and shouted, Yuan Fei. Lin Feng turned around and noticed someone, then he looked delighted. It was the Great Ape Emperor. He had been staying in the region, but he wasn't strong enough to save Yuan Fei. When he saw that Yuan Fei was freed, he showed up again. This time he was so happy. Arg! The stone ape shouted furiously. Yuan Fei was an ape like him. In Yaoyi Island, there were many apes. He was a stone ape, then there was the great earth demon ape. But they didn't know what kind of ape Yuan Fei was yet. The apes gathered and smiled. Then, the Great Ape Emperor and Yuan Fei walked over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, thank you, said the Great Ape Emperor. He looked at Xin Yu and the others and said, thank you, masters. I wouldn't have thought that you'd be the same type as me. Yaoyi Island is a good place for you. Apart from the stone ape, there's also a great earth demon ape, so you won't feel lonely, said Xin Yu smiling. Yaoyi Island. The Great Ape Emperor looked happy and nodded, thank you master for accepting us. There are millions of islands in Yaoyi Island, all of them filled with different animals. There's no need to thank me, I'm just accepting one of my own, said Xin Yu. Master Mi also broke Bam Rua and the other seals. Bam Rua and the others came back to their senses looking very upset. They had been controlled for quite a while, their heads were heavy, and they felt guilty. Luckily, Lin Feng was a true friend. Are you alright? Asked Lin Feng to Bam Rua and the others. They all bumped fists and smiled happily. You should be thankful, Celestial Chi Castle took care of you and they even healed Xing Zhan's leg. Don't worry about the rest. Indeed, we are grateful, said Xing Zhan smiling. Without Celestial Chi Castle, his leg wouldn't have been healed as it was now. Besides, they had become stronger during that time. Celestial Chi Castle had them practice constantly. Lin Feng, should we settle accounts with the Great Celestial Palace of Thoughtfulness and the Palace of Medicinal Kings? Asked Xin Yu to Lin Feng. Uncle Yu, let's go back to Yaoyi Island, said Lin Feng. He didn't intend to fight against them now. If he had the choice, he would have done everything without Yaoyi Island. Because of him, Yaoyi Island had already offended Qingdi Mountain and there was an even more dangerous group, the Everlasting Palace, to worry about. Apart from Qi Yunlei, nobody else from the Everlasting Palace had appeared yet. Lin Feng figured that Qi Yunlei probably wanted to capture Lin Feng alone and then go back to the Everlasting Palace to improve his status. Lin Feng also thought that Qi Yunlei didn't know that Lin Feng knew the 1,000 great deployment spells, otherwise, the Great Emperor in cyan clothes wouldn't have let a stupid cultivator like Qi Yunlei try to capture him. Alright, said Xin Yu nodding. Then, he raised his hands as to tell everyone that they were going back. Arg, the stone ape shouted at the people from Celestial Chi Castle. He attacked in their direction again, then he turned around and left. His steps made extremely loud sounds, causing the ground to shake. Everybody ran away, and nobody prevented them from passing. Lin Feng, how did you end up in such a situation? Asked Xin Yu to Lin Feng, now they were on the back of the wind beast. I hadn't thought that a disciple from Celestial Chi Castle, who was also a member of the Everlasting Palace, would come back and uncover my real identity. You should tell me when you're doing such things, then you won't have to take such risks. Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. He had problems with the 9 great celestial castles, but those things had nothing to do with Yaoyi Island, and he wanted it to stay that way if he could help it. Even if he had known that Qingdi Mountain would get involved, he still wouldn't have told Emperor Xinyu. Lin Feng. Someone rose in the air next to him. Lin Feng smiled and said to the wind beast, Uncle Feng, that's my friend. Let him come. The wind beast slowed down and allowed Mudi to jump on his back. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, we're safe. Thank you Master Mui for helping me. They could have killed me before if you hadn't helped. I wouldn't have had time to inform Yaoyi Island then, said Lin Feng smiling. Master Mui, come with me to Yaoyi Island. We can continue studying deployment spells there. Mudi glanced at Xinyu, and Xinyu looked at him and said, Lin Feng's friends are also friends of Yaoyi Island. Thank you, Master. I'm alone so I will try not to disturb too much, said Mui. He was happy to go to Yaoyi Island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1615, Suddenly Leaving. Chapter 1615, Suddenly Leaving. Back in Yaoyi Island, in a field full of medicinal herbs, there was a beautiful girl wearing white clothes. She was helping farm some plants. Suddenly, she sensed something. She raised her head and gazed into the distance and saw many people, including Lin Feng. Mu Yun rose up in the air, she smiled at Lin Feng and said, "When did you come back?" "We just came back. I brought you some medicinal herbs, I hope they help," said Lin Feng. He had put the herbs he stole from the Palace of Medicinal Kings into a ring, but because he didn't understand herbs at all, he gave them to Mu Yun. "Thank you," replied Mu Yun, smiling in a gentle way as she took the ring. "I have to go and see a few emperors." "Take care, Yun," said Lin Feng. He didn't want to spend too much time there. Then Mu Yun watched as Lin Feng and the others disappeared. Her mouth twitched like she wanted to say something, but she didn't manage to, instead she just smiled. Lin Feng went to an island which wasn't that far away. "Buddy!" shouted Lin Feng. His voice was so loud that the sound waves blew back all the surrounding trees and water. Immediately after, a gigantic demon ape appeared. It was the Great Earth Demon Ape. He smiled after he saw Lin Feng and said, "Did you come to get hurt again?" "You couldn't hurt me 3 years ago already," replied Lin Feng smiling. The Great Earth Demon Ape was terrifyingly strong, but Lin Feng was too fast. "I brought some friends, I hope you can teach them some things," said Lin Feng smiling. "Arg," the Great Earth Demon Ape and Yuan Fei shouted, turning themselves into gigantic apes. The Great Earth Demon Ape was surprised and smiled. "Alright, they can stay with me." "And there's someone else," said Lin Feng. Then Xingzhan turned into a beast too. A horned battle beast. The Great Earth Demon Ape looked at him and said, "It's the first time I see one, their only purpose in life is battle. I can't wait to see how strong he is. They can stay with you for now and if you have the time, take them to some of the other emperors," said Lin Feng smiling. Then, his silhouette flickered, Ban Ruo and Li Hen left with him too. Yuan Fei and Xingzhan were beasts, so the Great Earth Demon Ape was a perfect teacher for them. Ban Ruo and Li Hen were different. Ban Ruo was a Buddhist cultivator, so Lin Feng still didn't know which beast was the best teacher for him. Li Hen was a singer, controlling soundwave and illusion abstruse energies. Lin Feng already knew who to take him to. Lin Feng had spent years in Yaoyi Island, so he knew more than most how helpful the beast emperors were. He hoped his friends could stay there to study cultivation, one day breaking through to the Huangqi layer. After a short time, Lin Feng landed on another island. This time he was looking for Huyu. "Sister Huyu, I would like to ask you something." Huyu was an empress and she was very familiar with the islands. Back then, she had taken him to many places, so maybe she could do the same with Ban Ruo and Li Hen. "Bro, why are you so polite?" asked Huyu smiling. She put her arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, making them look like a couple. Lin Feng was used to her behavior, but he still smiled wryly. "I have 2 friends whom I'm hoping you can help. You know so many emperors in Yaoyi Island, so you can guide them yourself," said Huyu, caressing Lin Feng's face. "Tell me, do you want to leave Yaoyi Island?" Lin Feng nodded. "You want to get away from me, you and your little girlfriend," said Huyu angrily. Lin Feng suddenly felt awkward. "Sis, Yun and I are just friends. Concerning you, I don't want to leave you, but after what happened with the 9 great celestial castles, I'm worried about the everlasting palace," said Lin Feng. "Little boy, do you need my help?" asked Huyu to Lin Feng. The everlasting palace was a terrifying group. They wouldn't attack Yaoyi Island because they were a great imperial force. However, it seemed like the everlasting palace wanted to capture Lin Feng beyond reason. "Sis, I've been to the great imperial everlasting palace and I saw the everlasting celestial emperor as well as the new great emperor of the everlasting palace. He thinks I received the teachings of the great imperial everlasting palace," said Lin Feng to Huyu. She fixedly stared at him and said, "Darling, this is something very serious, so tell me the truth. Did you get his transmissions?" Lin Feng nodded, leaving Huyu speechless for a moment. "Let's go. We have to leave Yaoyi Island immediately," said Huyu. She wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would be involved in such things. "Sis, what about Yaoyi Island?" asked Lin Feng. He was worried about them. "Don't worry. After you leave, we'll just say you left and that we know nothing. Even if people from the everlasting palace come, they can't do anything against us because we're a great imperial force. Especially considering our leader is not an ordinary beast." Huyu grabbed Lin Feng's hand and started flying away. If the great emperor from the everlasting palace came, it would be very difficult to protect Lin Feng. "No need to rush. I haven't even talked to Uncle Yu yet," said Lin Feng smiling wryly. He initially wanted to stay in Yaoyi Island for a few more days. After all, the everlasting palace was extremely far, so they'd need some time to get to Yaoyi. Why would you need to talk to him? I can talk to him for you, said Hu Yu while dragging Lin Feng. Li Hen and Ban Ruo were surprised, so she smiled and said, "You two can wait for me." Lin Feng, they were happy to be with Lin Feng, but now he had to leave again. Ban Ruo, Li Hen, practice cultivation seriously. One day we'll recreate Tiantai in the Great World. By the way, Ruo Xia is in Sword Mountain. Lin Feng managed to say all that before Hu Yu dragged him away. We will, whispered Ban Ruo and Li Hen. They would practice cultivation like their lives depended on it. Hu Yu and Lin Feng soon landed on a mountain. Moody was there too. Master Moody, I need to leave Yaoyi Island. Are you coming with me or are you staying? Asked Lin Feng. Moody was surprised. Lin Feng wanted to leave already? Master Moody, I think you should come with me actually. Back then, Qi Yunlei said the Everlasting Palace was looking for me, but maybe the Great Emperor in the cyan clothes is looking for everyone who had been in the caves in the Great Palace. It's not safe for us to stay in Yaoyi Island. That's why Sister Hu Yu wants me to leave immediately. Lin Feng didn't tell Moody everything. He had known Hu Yu for 5 years already, so she knew a lot about him, and she was a beast. Beasts weren't interested in deployment spells. Even though Lin Feng and Moody got along well, the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's teachings could make anyone go insane, especially someone who loved deployment spells. Therefore, Lin Feng had decided to keep all this a secret. The Everlasting Palace is getting involved, said Muyi surprised, then he added, alright, I'll come with you. I'm happy to have a friend. Let's go. Hu Yu dragged Lin Feng away. They tried not to draw people's attention as they flew away. A few hours later, Lin Feng and Hu Yu arrived at the periphery of the islands, an extremely vast area. Brother Feng, you can leave from here. If you're in danger, you know how to reach me, said Hu Yu, smiling at him. He nodded and smiled. Sister Hu Yu, take care. I'm going to miss you. Come back and see me sometime, said Hua Yu, and then she left. I will, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng, where do you want to go? Asked Moody to Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I come from a small world, so I'm not familiar with the great world. I haven't been to many places, and I'm only a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. I need to travel to break through to the Huang Qi layer. Alright, let's leave this place and we'll find a place for you to break through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, said Muyi. Lin Feng was already at the top of the 8th Zun Qi layer, so he still needed to focus on reaching the 9th Zun Qi layer. After you break through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, I'll take you to another place which should be suitable for you, said Muyi smiling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1616, Beast of the Night. Chapter 1616, Beast of the Night. After Hu Yu left, she gazed into the distance where she saw a light appear before. It was a lot faster than her. She wanted to take Lin Feng even farther, but she saw that light and had decided to go back. I wonder if those are people from the Everlasting Palace. If they are very fast, thought Hu Yu. As Hu Yu thought, there was only one person and that person landed on Yaoyi Island. Yaoyi Island. That person's eyebrows looked like swords. He was wearing a simple robe, and he looked ordinary, but his eyes were as dazzling as stars. He released his godly awareness and inspected the area, every single inch of the area, but he didn't say anything. If someone noticed his presence, then he'd talk. He inspected the area, and several beasts sensed someone was looking at them, but didn't act out about it. Yaoyi Island was an animal's world, so even a strong cultivator like him could only glance around for a bit. After some time, he frowned, and his silhouette flickered away. After Hu Yu went back, she landed at the top of a mountain. Her red robe was fluttering in the wind as a light passed in front of her, intriguing her. She was right, it was a strong cultivator from the Everlasting Palace. Maybe other people didn't know, but she did. She completely understood what was going on. If she hadn't taken Lin Feng away just a second before, the situation would have been tragic for him. Hu Yu went to Xin Yu and asked him, using telepathy, did you sense that someone was spying on us? Xin Yu looked at her and said, I did, but I noticed that he wasn't doing anything, so I didn't pay attention. It might be someone from the Everlasting Palace, said Hu Yu. Xin Yu frowned nervously. Don't be nervous, I already took Lin Feng away. He's far away in the middle of the sea. Even if that person is extremely strong, he can't possibly find someone that far, said Hu Yu, still using telepathy. But if he doesn't find anyone, he might ask us to hand him over. If that happens, we must remain calm and courteous. When Xinyu saw Hu Yu smile, he nodded, I know what you mean. We have to observe and be patient. As expected, the strong cultivator spent a lot of time looking for Lin Feng on Yaoyi Island, but he didn't find him. He rose up in the air and noted the spectacular landscape. He then flew above the clouds. The beasts heard something, so they raised their heads and looked towards that guy. Someone really is spying on us, thought the beasts furiously. They felt that person was extremely strong though. Xingdi Mountain is helping the Everlasting Palace, otherwise, the Everlasting Palace wouldn't have come that fast, thought Shen Yu. Who crippled my disciples' cultivation in the 9 great celestial castles? Shouted that strong cultivator. His voice resonated throughout the entire region. Shen Yu and Hu Yu glanced at each other, then they rose up in the air. You two did it? Asked the strong cultivator looking at Shen Yu and Hu Yu in a cold way. Master, I did cripple someone's cultivation in the 9 great celestial castles, but that person wanted to capture one of my disciples, a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer. I thought that the Everlasting Palace couldn't possibly send a medium-level emperor to capture a Zun cultivator. I thought they were only humiliating the Everlasting Palace, so I crippled his cultivation. Don't blame me, said Hu Yu politely. Where's the cultivator of the Zun Qi layer? Asked the strong cultivator straightforwardly. He didn't really care about Qi Yunlei, his goal was actually Lin Feng. Master, after we came back to Yaoyi Island, he left. I don't know why. I asked him, and he said he wanted to travel to gather experiences and become stronger. We don't know where he went either. Master, why are you looking for a Zun cultivator? Did anything happen? Maybe we can help you, said Hu Yu in a calm and innocent way. However, the strong cultivator released energies which oppressed Hu Yu. Release your godly awareness and show me your memories, said the strong cultivator. He didn't believe her, and this matter was too serious. Master, even though I'm a beast, I'm also a woman. I have many secrets, so you can't inspect my memories, said Hu Yu. She suddenly looked very angry. Stop, yelled the strong cultivator. He released his godly awareness, wanting to forcefully inspect Hu Yu's memories. However, at that moment, the sky became pitch black. That strong cultivator frowned and glanced around. He couldn't see anything but darkness. Bestial night, said the strong cultivator from the Everlasting Palace. You think you can inspect my people's memories as you wish? Said a voice which seemed to come from the darkness. Her memories contain clues about someone we're looking for, it's important for the Everlasting Palace. If you inspect her memories, let me inspect yours as well, said the voice. The strong cultivator looked angry. He was a great emperor, so how could he let someone inspect his memories? Everybody had secrets, and he was no exception. Since you know that nobody wants to let anybody else check their memories, why do you think you can inspect my people's memories? She told you the person you're looking for is not here. So I came here for nothing? You can choose to stay here too, but you can't touch any of my people, said the voice in darkness. The strong cultivator from the Everlasting Palace looked furious. His Highness the Beast of the Night was an unfathomable cultivator. Very few people had ever seen his real body. Almost nobody even knew what kind of beast he was, and in general, people feared him. The Everlasting Palace wants that person. If you find him here, then you can take him with you. I'm giving the Everlasting Palace face, but if you can't find him, then the Everlasting Palace must give me face too by not touching my people. The same applies to the leader of the Everlasting Palace, otherwise, you'll have to bear the responsibility for your actions, said the voice in the darkness aggressively. Then, the darkness slowly dispersed, and the sun reappeared. Alright, I'll spend some time here then, said the strong cultivator in a cold way. He was a great emperor, so he could practice cultivation anywhere. He could even spend years there if he wanted to, so he wanted to see if Lin Feng would come back eventually. Hu Yu took a deep breath, she was amazed. His Highness the Beast of the Night was terrifyingly strong. He could solve any problem it seemed, and on top of that, it seemed that His Highness the Beast of the Night also knew about Lin Feng, but Lin Feng and Mu Yi were traveling already, so they had no idea about what was going on there, but at least the great emperor didn't know where they were. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1617, Goldfire City. Chapter 1617, Goldfire City. 3 months later, very far away from Yaoyi Island, Demon Chi was dashing to the sky from a cave in a mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. Everything around that cave was quaking, even small pieces of stones exploded. Muyi was at the top of a precipice, fixedly staring at the cave in the distance. He was surprised by how powerful that demon Qi was. He had seen Lin Feng fight with talismans, but he had never really seen how Lin Feng battled. Bang! Another sound resounded through the mountain chain. Even more terrifying demon Qi rose up to the skies, condensing into clouds. Ninth Zun Qi layer, what a terrifying and aggressive demonic energy! Thought Muyi. A demon-like silhouette rose up in the sky, his eyes were pitch black, and his long black hair was messy. Lin Feng looked like a demon god. Ninth Zun Qi layer, and soon, I'll become a demon emperor. Thought Lin Feng, remembering all the emperor's statues. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. If he were still in the small world, people would admire him. Lin Feng inhaled and exhaled demon Qi for a little while, then he recalled his demon Qi, and his eyes progressively became normal again. Finally, he turned into a handsome young man again. He landed in front of Muyi and smiled happily. Uncle Muyi, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's only been about 2 months, I guess, it's not that long, said Muyi smiling. For a medium-level emperor, a few months were nothing. Let's not waste time, we continue onwards. How far are we from Goldfire City? Asked Lin Feng to Muyi. Muyi initially wanted to take him to Goldfire City, which was a gigantic city. It was a lot larger than all of the 9 great celestial castles together. We're not that far from it, only 3 days of traveling left. Lin Feng, once we get to Goldfire City, maybe then you will realize how vast that world really is. You will see how magnificent and splendid the city is as well. That city is famous for its weapon manufacturers and its weapon manufacturing groups. Muyi and Lin Feng then left. Lin Feng was smiling. The city of weapon manufacturers. He had never heard of such groups in the small world. Uncle Muyi, back then, when you saved me, you used a weapon talisman. Was that a talisman from a powerful group in Goldfire City? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, however, Goldfire City is gigantic and has many such groups. It's divided into 4 parts, east, south, west, and north. Each district has bigger and smaller weapon manufacturing groups. There are probably hundreds of large ones. If you also count the smaller groups and individual manufacturers, then it's probably impossible to know exactly how many there are. However, for a few reasons, I got expelled from such a group a long time ago. That's why I just used the talisman to scare Emperor Anaichen. I couldn't do much more than that. Explained Muyi, smiling and shrugging. If Emperor Anaichen had known about that, he might have regretted. I see, you study deployment spells for weapons, that's surprising, said Lin Feng smiling. Besides, you are a medium-level emperor and surprisingly, you got expelled from your group. Are there very powerful groups in Goldfire City then? Just a little stronger than the 9 great celestial castles, but everyone here are experts at manufacturing weapons. You won't find any great emperor here, because after a weapon manufacturer becomes a great emperor, they immediately leave town. Everyone respects great emperors, so even if some people become great emperors in Goldfire City, they usually go abroad to become stronger. Explained Muyi. Concerning deployment spells, I do study them for weapons. Lin Feng, do you know what a cultivator needs to know to become a weapon manufacturer? Deployment spells, fire, soul strength and materials. You're right. That's where the name of this city comes from, Goldfire City. Fire to fabricate weapons and gold is a great material to fabricate weapons. Fire and materials constitute the environment, they are necessary elements, however, a powerful soul and a powerful deployment spells make a huge difference. The most difficult part is the deployment spell. Without a powerful deployment spell, you can't make a powerful weapon. Muyi continued. Alchemists and weapon manufacturers had a similar range of knowledge, but weapon manufacturers had to understand deployment spells better than alchemists. Uncle Muyi, why did you take me to Goldfire City? Because of their weapons? Asked Lin Feng. Muyi knew how good Lin Feng was at using deployment spells. If you're interested, you can try and study how to fabricate weapons. Maybe it could be beneficial for you, said Muyi smiling. It seemed that Muyi had planned things out for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't mind. He was interested in everything and studying the arts of weapon manufacturing was interesting. They both walked and chatted. Lin Feng understood weapons a little bit better after Muyi finished explaining everything to him. It seemed that many groups in Goldfire City were great imperial forces, and it also seemed that many influential groups were connected to those weapon manufacturing groups. 3 days later, they finally made it to the gigantic city. We're here, said Muyi, smiling at Lin Feng. Goldfire City was different from the 9 great celestial castles. People here are free to move as they wished. Muyi and Lin Feng first went to the city center. They didn't fly, they simply walked on the vast streets. There were many street vendors on the sidewalks, reminding Lin Feng of his previous life. However, in Goldfire City, those street vendors sold weapons. Goldfire City is also a gigantic open market where people trade weapons. Many people have traveled a long way to come here to find materials. You can even buy fire here. Muyi smiled wryly. In the Great World, people could buy almost anything, even fire. Do you want to see documents and resources concerning weapon fabrication? Asked Muyi. Where? Asked Lin Feng. Let's go. I'll show you some stuff, said Muyi smiling. He took Lin Feng to a pavilion and found some bookshelves with very ancient books resting on it. Officials' documents, instruction manuals, and so on. There were stickers everywhere to help people find the resources they needed. Introduction to Weapon Manufacturing. Lin Feng noticed a book, so he stopped and started leafing through it. The book dealt with new technologies and the levels of weapon manufacturers. People who can fabricate holy weapons can't be called masters? They can only be called amateurs? Lin Feng was stupefied. In the small world, holy weapons were considered great weapons. There are various levels of imperial weapons, and those who can fabricate level 1 imperial weapons are called level 1 professors. Those who can fabricate level 9 weapons are called level 9 professors. Only those who are level 6 professors and above can be called weapon manufacturing masters. Finally, only those who can fabricate great imperial weapons can be called great scholastic masters of weapon manufacturing arts. Lin Feng gasped with amazement. He learnt a lot from reading that book. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1618, Muyi's Request. Chapter 1618, Muyi's Request. Muyi was reading an ancient book next to Lin Feng, from time to time, glancing at Lin Feng. Uncle Muyi, are there any great scholastic masters of weapon manufacturing arts in Goldfire City? Asked Lin Feng. From what I know, there should be one, said Muyi smiling. A great scholastic masters of weapon manufacturing arts had a very, very high success rate when manufacturing level 8 and 9 imperial weapons. They could easily create terrifying armies all on their own. Lin Feng nodded and continued reading. Someone next to Lin Feng was reading a book, but when he saw what kind of book Lin Feng was reading, he looked at him mockingly. Lin Feng was probably a beginner in the arts of weapon manufacturing because nobody would read such books. But Lin Feng didn't care about what people thought of him. He released his godly awareness and inspected some official documents. He was just skimming them though. After some time in the pavilion, he already knew all the basics. Uncle Muyi, let's leave, said Lin Feng to Muyi. Muyi nodded, but when they reached the exit, Muyi had to give the guard a few abstruse tablets. After all, nothing was free in that world. There are always foreigners stopping here, and since so many people come, the price is not too high. The people who manage those libraries must make a lot of money, said Muyi to Lin Feng. So, what do you think? Are you interested in weapon fabrication or not? Asked Muyi smiling. I am a bit interested, but I think it could only be a hobby at best for me. If I want to have a high level in weapon fabrication, I would need to spend a lot of time and energy on it. I don't think it's something suitable for me, explained Lin Feng honestly. I think so too, said Muyi smiling. Then he continued, in the world of cultivation, no matter whether you're an alchemist or a weapon manufacturer, there's only one goal: become stronger. People fabricate weapons to become stronger, however, it always requires time. That's why most strong cultivators only want to practice cultivation. However, you're not even 30 yet and you're still carving out your own path in the great world. You must remember that in the great world, many people break through to the Xin Shi layer shortly after their birth. However, even in the great world, getting close to breaking through to the Huang Qi layer before 30 is something exceptional already. With your talent and your understanding of deployment spells, you don't really need weapons. We'll see, maybe someday I'll study weapon fabrication and immediately become a great scholastic master of weapon manufacturing arts, said Lin Feng jokingly. Lin Feng, this time I took you to Goldfire City because I have something in mind, said Muyi, gazing into the distance. He seemed pensive. Uncle Muyi, you saved my life a few times, so you can tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to help, said Lin Feng. Maybe it had something to do with Muyi having been expelled from his group. I would like you to approach someone, said Muyi. He seemed moved that Lin Feng wanted to help him. Approach someone? Indeed, my clan. I'm from the Mu clan from the northern part of Goldfire City. It's a very powerful weapon manufacturing clan, and there's a very talented young disciple who is an expert at fabricating weapons, Mu Lin Shui. She's one of the most talented young people there. She has broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, she's an expert at using fire, and has a powerful soul strength. I hope you can get close to her, said Mui honestly. Lin Feng looked skeptical and asked, Uncle Mui, may I ask you what your relationship with Mu Lin Shui is? She's my daughter, said Mui. Lin Feng looked surprised. Mui had a daughter? And why had he been expelled from the clan? You have to ask her why I got expelled. My daughter is very talented and she's a good cultivator. She will soon become stronger than me, but the leader of the clan wants to control my daughter's future, said Mui, smiling wryly. Uncle Mui, why do you want me to approach Mu Lin Shui though? Asked Lin Feng. He still didn't understand. It has something to do with a grand meeting that will happen in half a year. After you get close to Lin Shui, you will know what I mean. I took you to Goldfire City for just this, I hope you don't think I'm selfish, said Mui, sounding embarrassed. He had saved Lin Feng from Emperor Anaichen back then, so that Lin Feng could help him back. Uncle Mui, I will soon become an emperor. No matter where I am, I can become stronger, including Goldfire City. During my time here, I will get to know many weapon manufacturing masters and I will have a broader knowledge. I don't think that's so bad, said Lin Feng kindly. Thank you, Lin Feng. I'll take you to the Mu clan now, but don't tell her or anyone from the Mu clan that I told you to do this, said Mui. Then, Mui put on a mask Lin Feng had made in use in the 9 great celestial castles. Outside of the Mu clan's territory, there was a vast public square where there were big roads leading to various places. Nostalgia rushed over Mui as he looked at the familiar buildings. He didn't know how Lin Shui was doing since he left, perhaps she changed since then. Uncle Mui, how do I approach her? Asked Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He didn't know her, so getting close to her was easier said than done. She looks proud, but on the inside, she's kind and gentle. If she has the feeling you're a good person, it should be easy to get close to her. Of course, if she hates someone, it's another story. If anything happens, just tell me, said Mui before leaving. Then he smiled and turned around, saying, Lin Feng, if you want to have some fun with my daughter, I don't mind either. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He hadn't thought about that. He missed Meng Cheng and Uxin. But Lin Feng couldn't protect his wives in the great world if he didn't have the strength of the Huang Qi layer, so he still had to hide them. Lin Feng looked at the territory of the Mu clan, for some reason he had a headache. He was used to doing things for himself, and he didn't really feel like getting close to someone, but since Uncle Mui asked him for a favor, he'd do his best to help. At that moment, a group of young men and women came out from the Mu clan and frowned. What are you looking at? Asked a girl in green clothes. She had a furry white cloak which made her look heroic. She was also very beautiful. I find the Mu clan's territory to be majestic, replied Lin Feng. He had recalled his qi before, so now he looked like an ordinary cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Even if that's true, don't just stand in front of the main gate, said the girl in a cold way. Then those people passed in front of Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng glanced at them one more time before he entered the Mu clan. He asked to a pedestrian, do you know that girl's name? The pedestrian smiled and whispered, brother, she's the jewel of the Mu clan, you can't fall in love with her. I won't, I'm just asking, said Lin Feng smiling. He figured that the pedestrian was easygoing. Hee bro, I perfectly understand you, there's no need to justify yourself, said the pedestrian, tapping on Lin Feng's shoulders and smiling in a gentle way. Qingying, is that guy asking about you? Asked a young man who was smiling at Mu Qingying. Mu Qingying didn't reply, instead another young man smiled and said, in the northern part of the city, many men are interested in her. There's nothing surprising if he is. I'm just amused that some people overestimate themselves, said the one who had just talked before. Then, they left. Lin Feng heard them clearly for they hadn't tried to act discreet, but he didn't care. He needed to learn more about Mu Lin Shui. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1619, Mu Clan's Guards. Chapter 1619, Mu Clan's Guards. Brother, I'll tell you something. Lin Feng turned his head around, the pedestrian was still talking to him. Do you want to know something about Miss Qingying? Asked that person smiling. No, I want to know more about Mu Lin Shui. Do you know anything about her? Lin Feng shook his head. When the young man heard Lin Feng, he smiled in an even gentler way. His eyes were wide open as he said, brother, I think you shouldn't think about her too much. Miss Lin Shui is incredible. I have broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer and you probably have the same level, but in front of Lin Shui, we're still nothing. I'm just asking, it's not like I'm having any perverted thoughts. Don't worry, bro, replied Lin Feng. Miss Lin Shui is the most beautiful girl of the Mu clan. She's only 20 years old and she's already a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer, and she's very talented at fabricating weapons. She can already create imperial weapons, which means she has become a level 1 professor, but she's studying deployment spells these days. She wants to become a level 2 professor, so she's getting ready for the big contest. That person explained slowly. Brother, she's a public figure and that's it to people like us. We can fantasize about her, but we stand no chance. Only the strongest young cultivators from the Yen clan can be a good match for her. I see, she must be incredible, said Lin Feng. He was impressed. Being a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer before being 25 was amazing, but in the great world those things didn't seem as astonishing. Lin Feng had even heard of beasts which were born with the strength of the Tian Qi layer. They didn't even need to gather experience to become Zun-level beasts, which meant they could easily turn into humans if they wanted. However, he had also heard of some incredible beasts which started very weak, but given enough time, they were even more terrifying. This seemed to be a law of the universe. If people relied on their own strength and luck to become stronger, it would bring about better results than by relying on a powerful and rich family to take pills or solely relying on a blood heritage. Brother, what if I want to see Miss Lin Shui? What do I have to do? Asked Lin Feng. That's difficult to say. Miss Lin Shui is studying deployment spells. Unless she comes out now, you'll have to wait to see her, replied that guy smiling. Of course, if someone takes you in, you might see her sooner. Let me in? Asked Lin Feng. That was a good idea. Since he wanted to get close to her, he had to get into the buildings first. Thank you for helping me, said Lin Feng smiling. The guy smiled and shook his head. So you really want to get in? I can only wish you good luck. I'm off. After that guy left, Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead he leant against a wall and closed his eyes. If anyone walked by, they'd probably assume he was asleep. Lin Feng finally opened his eyes after Mu Qingying and the others came back. Then, he approached Mu Qingying. Mu Qingying frowned when she saw Lin Feng. Was Lin Feng purposely preventing her from walking forwards? Miss Qingying, can you take me inside the Mu clan? Asked Lin Feng to Mu Qingying. The people next to her frowned and released Qi. One of them even shouted, move away. Mu Qingying waved and said, for what reason? Editor note, it was translated to say, one reason? If anyone understands what that means, I'll consider changing it. Lin Feng nodded. He moved back a few steps and then knelt. Then, he raised his hands and released fire strength. Mu Qingying didn't think Lin Feng wanted to attack her, so she continued walking and passed in front of him. But then a light caught her attention, making her turn her head back to see Lin Feng carving marks. Deployment spell. Mu Qingying seemed surprised. Lin Feng was still carving marks until holy marks formed. Then he shook his hand and fire emerged from the marks. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Mu Qingying. Since you're so honest, you can become one of my guards. Come with me, said Mu Qingying, walking towards the governmental buildings. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the fire marks, smiling indifferently. Then he stood up and followed Mu Qingying. You're lucky, said one of the young men in a cold way. A small deployment spell made of only a few holy marks is nothing. In the Mu clan, just about anyone can become a guard. Lin Feng ignored him and continued to follow Mu Qingying. After entering the governmental buildings, his deployment marks outside became wider and wider. They looked mysterious, but unfortunately, Mu Qingying didn't have the patience to watch. In the governmental buildings of the Mu clan, Mu Qingying took Lin Feng to a courtyard. There, a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer came to Mu Qingying and bowed, Miss Qingying. The Mu clan was a large clan, so there were many people who had a similar social status as Mu Qingying. Mu Xiao, that's my new guard, please arrange everything for him, said Mu Qingying to that person, then she continued walking. Mu Xiao nodded and smiled at Lin Feng. Not bad, Miss Qingying hasn't recruited any new guards for a while. What's your name? Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this courtyard is only an outside one, but it's where her guards stay. I'm the leader of the guards, Mu Xiao. That path leads to the inner courtyard where the noble young men and women live. We are not allowed to go there without permission, you must remember that. Mu Xiao quickly explained to Lin Feng. I became a guard, thought Lin Feng speechlessly. He wouldn't have the opportunity to meet Lin Shui that way. Now he needed to improve his social status to see her. It seems like it'll take some time, thought Lin Feng. He didn't feel dispirited though. Now that he was in the governmental buildings, his chances of meeting Lin Shui by chance were still higher. Mu Xiao found a place to live for Lin Feng. Even though they were Mu Qingying's guards, they had nothing to do if she didn't leave the clan's territory. With that free time, Lin Feng just practiced cultivation. Sometimes he would chat with the other guards, trying to learn useful things from them. He quickly became acquainted with many of them. Besides, Lin Feng also found out that many of the guards were attracted to Mu Qingying, but nobody had confessed to her. Concerning Mu Lin Shui, they just said that she was way too incredible and that she didn't mix with people like them. Lin Feng had been in the governmental buildings for 10 days now, but he still hadn't seen Mu Lin Shui. He had seen Mu Qingying only a few times too. Lin Feng wasn't too surprised though. It was because the great tournament at Goldfire Tower would start in 6 months. Young men and women who were younger than 30 years old could participate, and if they did well, they could become disciples of the Goldfire Tower and would obtain even more weapon manufacturing techniques. According to legends, the Goldfire Tower had a great scholastic master of weapon manufacturing arts. Apart from the opportunity to become disciples of the Goldfire Tower, those who would rank amongst the best ones could also obtain incredible imperial weapons and powerful types of fire. Lin Feng still wondered why Mu Yi had asked him to get close to Mu Lin Shui. Was it because of the tournament? How could he help if so? Did he want Lin Feng to help Lin Shui learn deployment spells? Lin Feng was sunbathing in the courtyard and chatting with all the guards. It was relaxing. The guards were nice and didn't act arrogantly with him. Lin Feng preferred those kinds of people the most. Miss Qingying is here, said Mu Xiao. Everybody stood up and looked at her, sneaking glances at her stunning figure. It wasn't that surprising that they all fantasized about her. I have a deployment spell, try and carve it, said Mu Qingying, giving a book to Mu Xiao. Then, she looked at Lin Feng and said, I know you're interested in deployment spells, which is why I took you in as a guard, but don't relax too much. If in a few months, your deployment spells are like the one from the other day, then I'll fire you. The Mu clan doesn't work with pieces of trash, and that goes double for me. With that, Qingying turned around and left. Mu Xiao smiled at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, Miss Qingying asked me if you had asked us for help with your deployment spells, so I told her the truth. That's no problem, said Lin Feng smiling. Did he need them to teach him anything? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1620, Mu Lin Shui. Chapter 1620, Mu Lin Shui. Mu Xiao smiled apologetically and turned to everybody else. You all heard Miss Qingying, that book contains a deployment spell. Everybody can carve it into some talismans and I'll give them to Miss Qingying. Now, use your godly awareness to study the deployment spell. Brother Mu Xiao, is Miss Qingying going to choose one of us to help her? Asked one of the guards. Keep dreaming, even if Miss Qingying wanted to choose one of us to help her, it wouldn't be you. Brother Mu Xiao is much stronger than us when it comes to deployment spells, we can practically congratulate him already, said another one smiling. Indeed, Master Mu Xiao, you'll always be with Miss Qingying in the future. Everybody agreed. Although they were jealous, they were happy for him. Maybe Mu Xiao would make weapons with her soon, and then someday, they'd fall in love. Master Mu Xiao, if you marry Miss Qingying, your future will be incredible, said someone else jokingly. Behave yourselves, you rascals, shouted Mu Xiao, rolling his eyes. Everybody get over here and study the deployment spell. If you take this seriously, you all will have a chance. Mu Xiao gave the book to one of them. That guy looked excited and impatient. Everybody laughed once more before they turned their attention to the book, inspecting it with their godly awareness. Eventually, it was Lin Feng's turn. He inspected the book with his godly awareness and was surprised. That deployment spell wasn't as ordinary as he'd thought, it was quite powerful. When everybody finished inspected the book, Mu Xiao took it back and said, Alright, don't waste time, you have 3 days to carve marks, and if you do well, then maybe Miss Qingying will be satisfied. Hee, Master Mu Xiao, you're daydreaming too much, said one of them jokingly, but then he turned around and left. Everybody left, but Lin Feng didn't hurry to leave. He was still enjoying the sun. Lin Feng, why are you not leaving? Asked Mu Xiao. Don't we have 3 days? There's no need to rush, said Lin Feng smiling. Lin Feng, you can't act like that. The more time you have, the better results you'll have. You should use all the allocated time, said Mu Xiao in a moralizing tone. Lin Feng glanced at Mu Xiao in a deep and meaningful way, thinking that Mu Xiao hadn't acted that way during the past few days. Lin Feng smiled on the inside. That deployment spell seemed very important to Mu Xiao. maybe the best one really would be chosen to stay with Miss Qingying. Alright, I'll do my best, said Lin Feng, nodding. Then he went to his room. The deployment spell was an offensive deployment spell, just like the shattering deployment spell. Thus, it wasn't very difficult for Lin Feng. He just had to cast a few small deployment spells and then they'd turn into a larger one. Lin Feng carved the spell in a short time, but he still waited the 3 days before coming out and handing over his talisman to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao numbered the talismans and said, I remember your numbers. If Miss Qingying likes your talisman, I'll tell you. Master Mu Xiao, don't fool us, your talisman must be better than all of ours, said the crowd, smiling. Mu Xiao then walked to the inner courtyards to give Miss Qingying the talismans. He's going to become rich. He'll stay with Miss Qingying all the time, and maybe they'll even share a room. Said someone, smiling and looking at Mu Xiao. Imagine if it happened though, said that person, laughing. He glanced at Lin Feng and tapped his shoulder. Lin Feng, I heard you begged Miss Qingying to allow you into the governmental buildings. How does it feel to know that Mu Xiao is going to end up with the woman of your dreams? Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled. I may be a little jealous. Ha ha. Everybody laughed. At that moment, Mu Xiao was already in the inner courtyard. He went to Miss Qingying and said, Miss, here are the talismans, have a look. Make them explode to show me how powerful they are, said Mu Xiao. All right. Mu Xiao moved back and made them explode. Mu Qingying looked expressionless. Those people had made progress, but it was still far from being enough. Maybe Mu Xiao's talisman would be better though. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying fire dashed to the skies, looking like a fire dragon. Mu Qingying was very surprised. 9 dragons, the carvings are perfect. Mu Qingying was stupefied, and Mu Xiao was too. 9 dragons? How was that possible? That deployment spell. Mu Xiao, you've made progress. Now you can help me, said Mu Qingying to Mu Xiao, who had just come back to his senses. Mu Xiao frowned and looked at Mu Qingying. What's wrong? Asked Mu Qingying. Nothing, replied Mu Xiao. He had many thoughts when he looked at her. His heart was pounding as he said, It's an honor for me to help you. Alright, you can move into the inner courtyards with me and live in the room next to mine. I can call you any time that way, said Mu Qingying. Roger, Mississippi, said Mu Xiao, nodding. He clenched his fists. There was still 1 talisman left, but he was never going to take it out because it was his talisman. Go back, pack and inform the others, said Mu Qingying. If you need anything, just call me. Mu Xiao went back to his room, but he looked strange. People in the outside courtyard were waiting for him. When they saw him come back, they smiled and asked, Master Mu Xiao, how did it go? Practice hard, I may not be here to help you anymore in the future, said Mu Xiao, smiling. Everybody smiled. Master Mu Xiao, don't forget about us in the future. Good luck. Everybody congratulated him, even though they were jealous. Lin Feng looked surprised, but he immediately understood what was going on. He smiled indifferently when Mu Xiao looked at him. Lin Feng, Miss Qingying said you're quite good. You should continue with your efforts. I will, said Lin Feng, nodding. Then, Mu Xiao left and packed his stuff. He was going to move to the inner courtyard. Lin Feng was still waiting for an opportunity. Some months passed, and Mu Xiao came to visit them occasionally. At that moment, Mu Qingying was in a courtyard. She stretched her back, making her breasts look even perkier. Mu Xiao was drooling, but when Miss Qingying looked at him, he immediately looked elsewhere. Mu Xiao, you must be tired too, but there's something I still want to talk to you about. Your deployment spells are not as good as before. You need to start making perfect deployment spells like that one day, said Mu Qingying in a grave and solemn way. I understand, said Mu Xiao, nodding. Miss, I want to tell you something. Tell me, said Mu Qingying. On that day, I checked everybody's deployment spells, and although Lin Feng begged you to join us, he's still too weak. His deployment spells are really bad, and he's not interested in learning. I think we should expel him, said Mu Xiao. Mu Qingying remained silent and then nodded. We don't need to keep any trash here. I'll take care of it. Mu Xiao turned around and got ready to leave. Qingying, said a voice in the distance. It was a beautiful woman. She had beautiful long hair, beautiful eyes, she was slim. Miss Lin Shui, said Qingying, smiling at her. Lin Shui, how come you're here? I need one of your guards, said Mu Lin Shui. Mu Qingying glanced at her and said, You should have asked the clan to help you with that, you always rely on yourself after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1621, I'll help you. Chapter 1621, I'll help you. I'm used to it, said Mu Lin Shui. I know how talented you're though. My guards can't help you, said Mu Qingying. Actually, Mu Lin Shui was right, nobody could really help her. She didn't really need guards, but she was getting ready for the tournament, so she needed someone to give her new ideas. Let's go. You just can't choose Mu Xiao. He'll be turning 30 this year and he'll be helping me at the tournament. You can choose anyone else though, said Mu Qingying smiling. Mu Lin Shui and Mu Qingying were about the same age. However, Mu Lin Shui was much more talented and even more beautiful. She admired Mu Lin Shui. I understand, said Mu Lin Shui nodding. Since Mu Qingying wanted Mu Xiao for herself, Mu Lin Shui wasn't going to choose him. Mu Xiao listened to them and then watched them leave. Mu Qingying was beautiful, but Mu Lin Shui was even more beautiful. Two beautiful girls together, side by side, what a scene. They arrived in the outer courtyard and called the guards. Mu Qingying smiled at Mu Lin Shui and said, Lin Shui, these are all my guards. Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng looked at Mu Lin Shui, immediately thinking that she was beautiful. She had perfect breasts, but she still looked pure and innocent. The guards didn't even dare look at her. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng, thinking that he looked handsome and unfathomable. It seemed like he had been through a lot. That was the reason why she immediately took note of him. The others didn't dare look at her, but Lin Feng did. Not only did he just look at her, he continued looking at her in a calm way, as if he didn't seem scared. She looks like Mu Yun, thought Lin Feng. How would Mu Lin Shui react if she knew what he was thinking? Lin Shui, whom do you want? Asked Mu Qingying. The crowd looked nervous. Mu Lin Shui didn't have a single guard, so the one she chose was probably going to stay with her all the time. Just thinking about it made them all feel excited. Lin Feng hoped he would become her guard, that would be the opportunity he had been waiting for. Miss Lin Shui, I would like to become your guard, said Lin Feng. He had to act bold now, otherwise, she might choose one of the others. Mu Qingying looked at Lin Feng, she looked furious as said, Mu Xiao said he wanted you to leave the clan just a few minutes ago. You only joined the clan for me and now you want to follow Lin Shui. You must be dreaming. You won't become Lin Shui's guard, the Mu clan doesn't need such trash. Lin Feng knew what she meant, he should have become Mu Qingying's guard, but he hadn't tried because he wasn't interested. When Mu Xiao saw that Lin Feng was looking at him, he turned his head. He wanted to expel Lin Feng on his own to avoid any trouble. Lin Feng, you're not a bad deployment spellcaster but you don't make any efforts. I told Miss Qingying you should leave, so please do, said Mu Xiao to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way, he was starting to get upset. Then he looked at Mu Lin Shui again and said, Miss Lin Shui, I would like to become your guard. How audacious, said Mu Qingying. Back then you begged me to join the Mu clan's government, and I gave you a chance. Now you're just trying to fool Lin Shui in the same way. Qingying, I just need an assistant, not someone to help me with deployment spells. Since you want him to leave, it's perfect, I can take him with me without bothering you, said Mu Lin Shui. Miss Lin Shui, said Mu Qingying, he's a bad guy, he might even be a pervert. Back then, he begged me to join the government. He can't do anything to me, said Mu Lin Shui. All right, said Mu Qingying nodding. She didn't insist on it, she just glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way and said, you better behave yourself. I'm off, said Mu Lin Shui, nodding at Mu Qingying. Then she looked at Lin Feng and said, let's go. Lin Feng started walking, but when he passed next to Mu Qingying, he stopped for a few seconds and whispered, I never joined the Mu clan for you. Then, he followed Mu Lin Shui away. Mu Qingying repeated, you didn't join for me? I see, you wanted to punch above your weight. Lin Feng ignored her. His goal was Mu Lin Shui and he was finally getting there now. Mu Lin Shui took Lin Feng to her own inner courtyard. Each noble disciple from the Mu clan had their own courtyard. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui then immediately went to her laboratory where she fabricated weapons. The room was gigantic, a gigantic cauldron stood out the most, though it looked different from the cauldrons alchemists used. That one was more like an oven in that it could shut. There were several tools on that oven, a hammer, fire tongs were amongst those Lin Feng was familiar with. Why did you want to become my guard? Asked Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng. She had the feeling that Lin Feng wasn't someone that was easy to understand. At least, she didn't think that he looked like a piece of trash like Mu Qingying said. I didn't want to become your guard, I wanted to help you," said Lin Feng calmly. Mu Lin Shui looked surprised. Even if she thought Lin Feng didn't look like trash, she wouldn't have thought he'd say such a thing. People who were better than her at fabricating weapons could be counted with just one hand, and those people were preparing the tournament, so they couldn't help her. "How can you help me?" asked Mu Lin Shui. She was curious. "I understand deployment spells," said Lin Feng calmly. Mu Lin Shui looked unhappy and said, "I'm like you, I'm proud, but I've never said that I understand deployment spells. Maybe we have different ways of talking, but at least the deployment spells I understand can help you," said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui looked excited now. She just said, "Alright, since it's that way, I'll give you one opportunity to prove it. Go out and get some materials for me, use this ring to buy some things. When you come back, we'll start fabricating weapons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1622, Fabricating Imperial Weapons. Chapter 1622, Fabricating Imperial Weapons. Lin Feng went to town, and when he came back, Mu Lin Shui was right where he left her. The only difference now was that it was scorching hot inside. Inside the oven, there was a fire with 5 colors, and Mu Lin Shui was controlling that fire. Lin Feng watched her, studying how she moved her fingers in the fire. Mu Lin Shui possessed a bestial-like fire. It was wild and fierce as it continued to grow hotter. "Did you get everything?" asked Mu Lin Shui to Lin Shui without turning her head. "I have everything," said Lin Feng, throwing the ring at Mu Lin Shui. She wasn't facing Lin Feng, but when the ring neared her back, she still managed to catch it from behind. In a flash, all the items appeared outside of the ring. "Look at that deployment spell, and when the right time comes, carve the marks. I hope I won't be too disappointed, otherwise, you won't have a second chance," said Mu Lin Shui calmly. It was exhausting for her to prepare the items. Besides, the materials she used were very expensive, so if the deployment spell failed, she wouldn't be very happy with Lin Feng. With that, she threw a book at him. "I will do my best." Lin Feng nodded and took the book. He inspected it with his godly awareness and studied the marks. Very quickly, he reopened his eyes. A short time after, Mu Lin Shui put more materials in the fire. There were many techniques to fabricate weapons, and weapon manufacturers could either use existing techniques or make up new ones. However, relying on one's own techniques was very difficult because it was difficult to know what items and materials to use. It was a process of trying repeatedly before succeeding. Most masters didn't try that, they usually tried to modify an existing technique. "Sword," thought Lin Feng. The weapon still didn't have a shape, but he could tell that it was going to be very sharp. "Carve the marks," shouted Mu Lin Shui suddenly. Lin Feng immediately moved to the cauldron, and even though it was scorching hot, Lin Feng practiced fire cultivation, so it didn't affect him. Slash! Lin Feng released earth abstruse energy to the carve marks, which were incredibly clear. They almost looked alive. Earth abstruse strength, I can change the shape of the weapon based on the energy used to carve the formations. With earth energy, we can make a heavy sword, thought Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui couldn't wait to see what kind of weapon they'd managed to make. Lin Feng kept shaking his hands. Each time, the marks etched themselves onto the weapon. Progressively, heavy energies weighed down on the air around them. Mu Lin Shui started looking at it in a strange way. He modified the deployment spell I gave him and is using his own marks, thought Mu Lin Shui. She was wondering whether Lin Feng had thought of modifying it when he read the book or if he changed it on the spot. Changing the deployment spell could have dramatic consequences. Although it was more complicated, if Lin Feng really changed it on the spot, then he really might have a chance at helping her. More and more marks appeared. Now destructive energies were invading the space around them. Mu Lin Shui looked pensive. She was wondering what kind of weapon would be suitable for that deployment spell. Mu Lin Shui initially wanted to make a peerless holy weapon thinking it would be easier for Lin Feng, but now her plans were changing. After Lin Feng changed the deployment spell, she had decided to change the weapon, maybe making it into an imperial weapon. Lin Feng continued carving marks, eventually carving the last one. A terrifying strength filled the room after the last mark was drawn. If Lin Feng had carved those onto a talisman, it would have been enough to threaten a low-level emperor. With Mu Lin Shui's experience, that weapon could be terrifying. After Lin Feng carved the marks, Mu Lin Shui nodded at him with a smile which said that she acknowledged Lin Feng's talent. Mu Lin Shui added some materials in the fire, and after that, she used a gigantic hammer to give it a better shape. Ding! A loud clanking sound resounded each time her hammer fell. Lin Feng smiled. He thought that a beautiful woman using a hammer was a funny scene. "I'll help you," said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. "Lin Feng, that's the dancing wind hammer technique, it's not suitable for you. I'll help you learn another hammer technique, but no matter which hammer technique you use, the goal is to make the weapon perfect. Just watch and learn," said Mu Lin Shui, still hammering the weapon. Lin Feng nodded, accepting that he had no experience. He agreed that the hammer technique wasn't suitable for him. "How interesting," thought Lin Feng. He was captivated, but not by her body, but by her movements. Each movement was important, contributing to the overall strength and precision of each strike. Even with her skill, the chances of failing were quite high. An average level 1 professor had a 70% chance of failing while making imperial weapons. When she makes weapons, she's controlling the intensity of the fire as she slowly defines the shape of the weapon, thought Lin Feng. Now it made more sense as to why a powerful soul and fire was required. After hammering the weapon for what seemed to be 1,000,000 times, a strong wind blew throughout the room. It didn't affect Lin Feng though, he was still focused on what was going on. He wanted to make sure that the weapon was perfect. "The weapon is almost finished," said Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng. The fire became even hotter at this point. Lin Feng looked at her face, noticing that they were both covered in sweat. It's much more complicated than concocting pills, but weapons serve a different purpose in battles as they can help cultivators make up for their deficiencies, thought Lin Feng. Time passed and then the sword started shaking, even the room around them started shaking. Mu Lin Shui didn't stop focusing, they were only one step away now. "Rise," said Mu Lin Shui, raising her head. "Condense." Mu Lin Shui shook her hands and the fire marks flew throughout the weapon. The scene was incredible, it was the first time Lin Feng had seen something like that. Finally, the sword rose up and whistled. It seemed heavy, destructive, and sharp. "We did it," said Mu Lin Shui, smiling in a resplendent way. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "We did it, it's a level 1 imperial weapon. You should clean yourself up," Lin Feng said, glancing at her clothes. She wasn't wearing much and since she was drenched in sweat, anyone could see through her clothes. Lin Feng was getting turned on. Mu Lin Shui looked embarrassed. Usually, she was always alone when she fabricated weapons, so this was the first time a man was with her when she looked like this. "I'll go and change my clothes," said Mu Lin Shui, leaving hastily as if she had forgotten about the imperial weapon. "Lin Shui made another imperial weapon," said an old man at that moment. He looked pleasantly surprised. Even though Mu Lin Shui was a level 1 professor, making an imperial weapon still wasn't easy for her. At that moment, Mu Qingying was in the air when she saw the imperial weapon. She thought to herself, "I wonder when I'll be able to make imperial weapons." Lin Shui is too talented, she only relies on herself and still manages to make such powerful weapons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1623, Working in Team. Chapter 1623, Working in Team. Mu Lin Shui changed clothes and came back. She now looked clean and beautiful. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Let's go and see." Then, they both rose up in the air and looked at the sword. "Come," said Mu Lin Shui to the sword. In a flash, it flew to her hand, whistling as it went. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. The sword kept shaking, then it left Mu Lin Shui's hand and moved to Lin Feng. It turned around him and whistled even louder. Lin Feng looked surprised, noticing that the sword possessed a soul. Lin Shui and Lin Feng had made it together, so they could easily modify it if they wanted to. "Lin Shui, you became even better at making weapons," said a middle-aged man who walking to Mu Lin Shui while smiling. "Uncle," said Mu Lin Shui, nodding at the middle-aged man. She didn't say too much. "If you continue improving like this, you'll soon be able to make level 2 imperial weapons. But right now, you're still not stronger than Yin Feng, especially comparing your fires. Besides, he also has someone to help him with deployment spells. He can make level 3 imperial weapons, so if you can, I hope you'll participate in the tournament in a team with him. You'd be a perfect match," said the middle-aged man. However, Mu Lin Shui frowned and said, "I'm a member of the Mu clan. Why would I join with Yin Feng? He's a good boy for you, Lin Shui. You want me to join the Yin clan and help him? You only want him to be my master," said Mu Lin Shui in a cold way. "Why don't you make your daughter leave the clan instead?" The middle-aged man groaned coldly and said, "When the tournament finishes, if you lose, you'll have to marry him no matter what. After I leave, your daughter will get the best education. Am I right?" said Mu Lin Shui. That's enough, said an old man. He glanced at them firmly, then he said to Mu Lin Shui, you know about Sword Mountain and the Yin clan, they fabricate weapons exclusively for Sword Mountain, so they can very easily oppress our clan. Yin Feng likes you, so there's a lot of pressure on our shoulders to wed you. I know, Grandpa, but you know how evil that guy is, replied Mu Lin Shui. But if I don't give the Yin clan face, they will oppress us even more, because they will have an excuse. Of course, the clan is trying to help you, which is why we've determined some rules. If you win, you can do whatever you want, and the clan will make great efforts to make you become even stronger. There are only a few months left before the tournament, so we need to try and find someone who can help you with deployment spells. I understand, thank you for showing your willingness to help, replied Mu Lin Shui bowing. But you don't need to find a deployment spell caster to help me, I'm good on my own. You're so stubborn, said the old man smiling wryly. Since that's what you want, I won't insist. The old man thought that Mu Lin Shui was going to lose this time, the genius from the Yin clan was too good. Even on his own, he could make great weapons. It was rumored that he was already a level 2 professor. Mu Lin Shui didn't mention Lin Feng because she didn't know if Lin Feng could help her win against Yin Feng yet. She still needed to see how good Lin Feng could really be. Lin Shui, if you make great efforts, you'll win, said Mu Qingying smiling. Thanks, said Mu Lin Shui nodding. Mu Qingying glanced at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Shui, did he offend you? Don't worry, said Mu Lin Shui shaking her head. She took the sword and gave it to Lin Feng. Then she smiled and said, take the sword. No need, it's not useful for me, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. There were many types of holy weapons and imperial weapons. Lin Feng already had an empty space robe and the scepter. Those weapons were very difficult to make and even harder to replace. An ordinary imperial weapon like this wasn't any better than Lin Feng's talismans. All right. I'll ask someone to clean the laboratory, so you can have a rest, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling at Lin Feng. You can walk around, just don't go to other people's courtyards. Mu Lin Shui then rose up in the air and left. Lin Feng had nothing to do, so he just walked in circles in Mu Lin Shui's courtyard. Uncle Mui, I'll do my best to help Lin Shui defeat Yin Feng. I hope this is what you wanted me to do, said Lin Feng, looking at the sky. Mu Lin Shui eventually came back and walked over to Lin Feng, whispering, I wouldn't have thought that you would be so good at deployment spells. Why would you want to be an ordinary guard in the Mu clan? Lin Feng looked at her, infatuated in her beauty. He smiled and said, if I told you I came here because of you, would you believe me? Mu Lin Shui looked surprised, but smiled and said, Mu Qingying was right, you're a bad boy. It doesn't matter, she thinks I joined the Mu clan for her, but actually, she means nothing to me, said Lin Feng. Then he asked, by the way, how far is Sword Mountain from Goldfire City? It's not that far. It's in a mountain range away from the city. The Yin clan makes swords exclusively for their cultivators. I see. Lin Feng nodded, I know some people in Sword Mountain. One of them is a girl, and she has the same name as you, but her family name isn't Mu, it's Lin. Her name is Lin Shui. What a coincidence. Mu Lin Shui was surprised and asked, how did you meet her? I have another friend who's a cultivator in Sword Mountain, and he's Lin Shui's fellow disciple. I saw them together before, said Lin Feng, referring to Ruo Xia. Maybe you can introduce them to me at some point. By the way, here is a hammering technique. It's good that you know Earth strength, it can be especially useful for you. That hammer technique can help me out a lot. Since you came here for me, I guess you can ask me any questions you have, said Mu Lin Shui, handing a book over to Lin Feng. Then she smiled in a gentle way. Of course, said Lin Feng smiling. He was willing to help her. Lin Feng practiced the hammer technique for 3 days before he started helping Mu Lin Shui refine her weapons again. A month later, inside the lab, deployment mark strength filled the room. Each time Lin Feng hammered down, loud banging sounds resounded, fires jumping in every direction. Lin Feng was finally getting used to it. Mu Lin Shui controlled the fire and the materials which were burnt. In that month, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's weapons were becoming better and better. They didn't even need to talk to each other anymore, their teamwork was perfectly coordinated. Fire rise, said Mu Lin Shui. Fire moved in every direction, magma gushing out of the cauldron. Lin Feng continued hammering the weapon into something flat and extremely heavy. Finally, once they finished, an incandescent sword appeared in front of them. Peerless holy weapon, almost an imperial weapon. It's just because we used ordinary materials, Mu Lin Shui said, smiling happily. Then she looked at Lin Feng. They worked well together, they could even make peerless holy weapons as they wished, as well as imperial weapons if they used better materials. Thank you, Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui said to Lin Feng. He was covered in sweat, so she stretched out her hand and wiped his sweat away with her sleeve. Lin Feng was embarrassed. I told you, I came to the Mu clan for you, said Lin Feng smiling. I'll continue using you as my slave then, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling teasingly. They were getting closer every day, they were joking all the time now. As you wish, said Lin Feng shrugging. Let's go get some better materials, we need to use our full strength next time, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. She wanted to see if they could make level 2 imperial weapons now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1624, Yin Feng. Chapter 1624, Yin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then they went to town to buy the materials. Miss Lin Shui. Mu Qingying was in Mu Lin Shui's inner courtyard and was smiling. Her courtyard was next to Mu Lin Shui's, so it wasn't surprising to see her. Miss Lin Shui, are you going to buy materials yourself? Asked Mu Qingying. Indeed. I'm going to buy a few materials, and I can't waste time, said Mu Lin Shui honestly, nodding. Alright, I'm going shopping too. Let's go together, said Mu Qingying. Alright, why not? Said Mu Lin Shui. Mu Qingying looked at Mu Xiao and said, Mu Xiao, come with me. Roger, Qingying, said Mu Xiao. Lin Feng looked surprised. Mu Xiao was now calling Qingying by her name, they had become close too, just like him and Mu Lin Shui. Even though Mu Xiao had plotted against Lin Feng, he only ended up helping him. The four of them walked out. Mu Qingying was chatting with Mu Lin Shui while Lin Feng and Mu Xiao were walking behind them. Even though Mu Qingying didn't like Lin Feng, she didn't say anything. Congratulations, whispered Lin Feng to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao frowned and looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. He was furious, he had hoped Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui weren't too close. Lin Feng, you're too lucky. Surprisingly, Miss Lin Shui lets you stay with her. You better enjoy it, said Mu Xiao, insisting on the last words. I will do my best, said Lin Feng smiling. The four of them left the governmental buildings of the Mu clan, and as soon as they did, a group of people appeared in the sky above them. They were looking at Mu Lin Shui and the others. Yin Feng. Mu Qingying was surprised. Mu Lin Shui looked at them in a cold way. Lin Shui, long time no see. I missed you so much, said Yin Feng smiling. You're shameless, shouted Mu Lin Shui. My future wife, why are you saying I'm shameless? Asked Yin Feng. He didn't care, he felt like he had the situation under control. Who's your future wife? Shouted Mu Lin Shui. 3 more months and then we'll be married. We'll see if you dare say anything then, said Yin Feng. He glanced at Lin Feng and Mu Xiao and said, boys should stay away from my woman, otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson. You're insane, shouted Mu Lin Shui furiously. But Yin Feng smiled and said, Lin Shui, your people are my people. Yin Feng then left with his friends. Mu Xiao looked upset, he felt humiliated even. Yin Feng was extremely talented. As expected, someone like Mu Xiao couldn't become friends with someone like Mu Lin Shui. It was his goal to marry Mu Qingying anyways, so it didn't matter. How arrogant and shameless, whispered Lin Feng. However, it wasn't that much a surprise that he was so arrogant. He was from a clan who was stronger than the Mu clan and he was a disciple of Sword Mountain. Mu Lin Shui's heart was pounding, she was furious. But she quickly tried to control herself. Everything will be alright, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui smiled at him in a resplendent way and said, right, everything will be alright. Then, they continued walking, however, Mu Lin Shui couldn't manage to calm down. She was happy with Lin Feng, but they still weren't strong enough. Yin Feng was already a level 2 professor, and maybe he'd be able to make level 3 imperial weapons at the tournament. Mu Qingying glanced at Lin Feng and said to Lin Shui, Sister Lin Shui, don't let insignificant people fool you. How come Lin Feng was so close to Mu Lin Shui? Mu Lin Shui glanced at Mu Qingying and shook her head. But Lin Feng smiled and said, that applies to you even more than me, don't let insignificant people fool you. Mu Xiao looked furious. Since when did scumbags get so determined? Said Mu Qingying in a cold way. Then, she walked to Mu Lin Shui and pushed Lin Feng backwards. At the same time, she said, Sister Lin Shui, I know you're a kind person but don't let him fool you, he begged me to join the Mu clan back when. Don't worry, I'm a grown-up and can make my own decisions. Said Mu Lin Shui smiling wryly. She wanted to defend Lin Feng, but it was better to hide her feelings. She hoped Lin Feng and her would amaze everyone at the tournament. Then the four of them went to Goldfire City Market. Mu Lin Shui had prepared lots of things to trade, fate seeds, peerless holy weapons, imperial weapons. She really hoped Lin Feng and her could manage to make level 2 imperial weapons together with the materials they bought there. After half a day, Mu Lin Shui had found everything she needed. She wanted to go back, but at that moment, 3 people appeared in front of them. One of them had an ancient sword on his back and he was walking towards her. It was an emperor, a sword emperor. The 2 people on his sides also had swords resting on their backs. People from Sword Mountain. Mu Lin Shui thought. She said, Master, I'm Mu Lin Shui, I've never offended Sword Mountain. Miss Lin Shui, you haven't indeed, but the 2 people behind you offended Yin Feng, so they must die. Said the Sword Emperor. Mu Xiao was scared, he hadn't thought that Yin Feng would do that to them. Although he was upset, he couldn't do much. If Sword Mountain wanted to kill him, they could. Master, you're an emperor from Sword Mountain, how could you kill 2 little boys? Asked Mu Lin Shui calmly and indifferently. Of course, I won't attack, I only came to ensure your safety. My partners will kill those boys. Alright, make them fight then. Said Mu Lin Shui calmly. Lin Shui. Mu Qingying looked upset. Mu Lin Shui didn't care about Lin Feng, but Mu Qingying cared about Mu Xiao, how could she let him die? Sister Lin Shui, I like people like you. Why are you 2 still not attacking? Said the emperor to his 2 partners. Then, they both fused with their swords and flew forwards. Mu Xiao. Said Mu Qingying. Suddenly, terrifying abstruse energies filled the space around them. Lin Feng moved back with incredible speed. Qingying was surprised, that bastard was escaping. Dong. Lin Feng suddenly jumped forwards and a gigantic stone enveloped him with Mu Xiao and the 2 attackers. Now, everybody around them couldn't see them. His eyes suddenly became pitch black as he condensed demon and death abstruse energies. Oof. The one who was attacking Lin Feng started shaking after he saw Lin Feng's eyes. Die. When Mu Xiao saw that the cultivator attacking them had stopped moving, he released his own fire energies. However, his fire didn't affect the cultivator too much. Lin Feng's death energy had already caused a lot of damage. Lin Shui doesn't want me to show how strong I am. Thought Lin Feng. He said to the other sword cultivator, using telepathy, here. That person looked at Lin Feng, staring into his eyes. Then, demon, death and cursing abstruse energies started corrupting his body. After having broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer, Lin Feng's best abstruse energies were demon, earth, death, and cursing abstruse energies. Few people could resist him who were at the same level. Lin Feng's attack allowed Mu Xiao to use his fire. After a short time, the stone disappeared, and the 2 sword cultivators had already died, burnt alive by Mu Xiao's fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1625, Mu Xiao's plot. Chapter 1625, Mu Xiao's plot. They're dead. The Sword Emperor was astonished. He hadn't cared to watch the battle because he'd assumed his companions would make easy work of the 2 guards. Mu Qingying was also surprised. She was looking at Mu Xiao, wondering when Mu Xiao had become that strong. Of course, she didn't even consider that Lin Feng had done anything. She just thought he had tried to run away. Mu Lin Shui wasn't surprised. She knew that Lin Feng's abstruse energies were terrifying. That's why she agreed to the fight in the first place. Master, what are you doing? You can't get angry because of their battle, right? Said Mu Lin Shui after she noticed the emperor was upset. Very good. Said the Sword Emperor in a cold way. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and Mu Xiao right then, but he turned into a light and left. 2 disciples from Sword Mountain had died against 2 guards from the Mu clan. This was an embarrassment. Let's go back. Said Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng and Mu Xiao. Then the 4 of them left. Mu Qingying walked to Mu Xiao and said something. She looked curious, she wanted to know how Mu Xiao had one. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng went to the lab. Mu Lin Shui gave a book to Lin Feng and said, this time, I want to make an imperial armor. The deployment spell for it is in here, so have a look. Lin Feng nodded and inspected the book. Each time, before Mu Lin Shui started making weapons, they agreed on everything so that they could make the best weapon possible. I can make that deployment spell better, I just hope it will be suitable for the armor. said Lin Feng. Mu Linxue smiled and said, "It seems like you've never used your full strength then." "You haven't either," said Lin Feng. Then they both laughed. Mu Linxue then looked at Lin Feng in a serious way and said, "Let's get serious. Let's see if we can make weapons at a higher level. I will never refuse your requests," said Lin Feng smiling. "Thank you, Lin Feng." Mu Linxue nodded. She could see that Lin Feng was being honest and kind-hearted. She didn't ask him anything, Lin Feng just told her everything she needed to know. "Let's start. You do you, especially if you can improve the spell. I really hope we can succeed," said Mu Linxue. After discussing the details, Mu Linxue released her fire. This time, her fire was brighter than ever. Lin Feng could sense how incredible her fire was, which implied that her soul was probably very powerful as well. Mu Linxue made the gold melt, then she dipped it and polished it. Each of her movements were very precise. Lin Feng calmly watched her. Then, he started carving deployment marks. They were making an armor this time, so Lin Feng didn't use a shattering deployment spell, but a defensive one. He was an expert at casting offensive deployment spells, but not defensive deployment spells. No matter, he still did his best. He changed the deployment spell again. It looked amazing. It's almost a pity to cast such an incredible defensive deployment spell on this armor. I wonder if it'll be perfect for the armor though, thought Mu Linxue as she watched Lin Feng. It was the first time she saw Lin Feng so focused, because he was trying harder this time. It was also taking him longer to draw the marks. Mu Linxue was filled with anticipation. With a great deployment spell and great materials, what would their imperial armor look like? In another courtyard, in another lab, Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao were also trying to create an imperial weapon. It was the first time they had tried. Mu Qingying was covered with sweat, her cauldron was surrounded by a dazzling fire. Mu Xiao had just finished carving deployment marks, was now hammering away at the weapon. They were trying to make a big blade and they were almost done. Mu Qingying was nervous. She knew that if she wanted to participate in the tournament, she had to get better. It wasn't that there were a limited number of people allowed to participate, it was that the Mu clan wouldn't let people go if they weren't good enough. Otherwise, they would end up humiliating them. The blade was looking better and better, it was already starting to emit buzzing sounds. Like most people, she could only make swords and blades. She didn't have the knowledge or the power to fabricate special weapons such as scepters or ancient mirrors. Finally, the blade twinkled, it even looked bloodthirsty. "Condense," said Mu Qingying. Lights rose up to the skies, piercing through the ceiling of their room. An imperial weapon. Mu Qingying was pleasantly surprised, she had finally made an imperial weapon. "Qingying, we did it," said Mu Xiao happily. He had helped Mu Qingying fabricate an imperial weapon. Even though he had initially cheated to become her personal assistant, he still worked hard to prove to her that he was worth it. He spent most of his time studying. He knew that the only way to make Qingying fall in love with him was to improve his contributions. "Indeed, we did it," said Mu Qingying, smiling in a resplendent way. When Mu Xiao saw her resplendent smile, he slowly walked towards her and put his hands on her cheeks. It looked like he wanted to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Qingying, you're really beautiful." Mu Qingying shivered and suddenly her facial expression changed drastically. "How shameless." Mu Xiao's facial expression suddenly changed too as he jumped backwards. "Qingying, Mu Xiao, you've gone too far," shouted Mu Qingying. Mu Xiao's heart twitched as he said, "Miss Qingying, you're too beautiful, and I've liked you for so long, I'm crazy about you. I wouldn't have made such efforts if it weren't for you. I know that my social status is low, and I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry for upsetting you. I know what I have to do. Miss, take care," said Mu Xiao, slowly walking backwards. Then, he turned around and left. Mu Qingying was giving him a cold stare. They had already fabricated an imperial weapon and now there wasn't much time left before the tournament, so Mu Qingying couldn't let him go. "Stop." Mu Qingying calmed down and took in a breath. "Do you need me to do anything else, miss?" Mu Xiao asked. "You can't go," said Mu Qingying. "If I hadn't done that, I would have continued secretly dreaming about you, but now I made a mistake and you despise me. I can't stay. If you want to kill me, I'll understand," said Mu Xiao, lowering his head. He was trying to look like victim to force Mu Qingying's hand. By now, there were many people gathered outside her lab. Mu Qingying had surprisingly made an imperial weapon. "Qingying, you did it," said someone who was pleasantly surprised. It was Mu Qingying's father. "Mu Xiao, I reacted too aggressively. I don't despise you, I actually like you. Please forget about my outburst before. I went too far, so I'm sorry," said Mu Qingying in a low voice. "What you mean to say is that you want to be with me?" asked Mu Xiao, staring at Qingying. "I need some time to think about it, alright?" asked Mu Qingying. "I will do everything for you, I would even die for you," said Mu Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1626 Efforts. Chapter 1626 Efforts. Mu Qingying was confused and had mixed feelings. She hadn't thought Mu Xiao would do that, and she had never thought Mu Xiao would ever become her boyfriend. Even though she wasn't as amazing as Mu Lin Shui, she was still very beautiful, and she could get a much better boyfriend if she tried. However, she knew what kind of threat Mu Xiao would pose her if he left now. "Let's go out and greet everyone," said Mu Qingying, avoiding the topic. Then she ran towards everyone who were currently inspecting the weapon she just made. They all smiled pleasantly when they saw Mu Qingying come out. "Qingying, congratulations! Now you're a real weapon artisan. Qingying, it seems like you're going to be able to participate in the tournament." Everybody was complimenting Qingying. Some people were jealous too, especially anyone who was around the same age as her. Mu Qingying had made an imperial weapon, which meant she'd surely be able to make it to the tournament, meaning less opportunities for them to be qualified. "Father," said Mu Qingying. She was looking at a middle-aged man and smiling in a resplendent way. "Qingying, not bad, you're even catching up with Lin Shui. You'll certainly participate in the tournament now," said Mu Qingying's father. Mu Qingying almost forgot about what happened with Mu Xiao a moment before because she was so very happy. Everyone was flattering her, and she couldn't get enough of it. She had been jealous of Mu Lin Shui, but she just never showed it. Now, she felt like she could be treated like Mu Lin Shui. "I really don't deserve so much praise, father. Sister Lin Shui has been making imperial weapons for a long time already," said Mu Qingying smiling. "You're all level 1 professors now, so it doesn't matter whether she's been doing it for a while or not," said her father. Slash. Strange sounds and a terrifying chi were coming from Mu Lin Shui's courtyard. Then, her laboratory exploded, dazzling lights lighting up the night sky. With those lights, a dazzling armor appeared in the sky. Level 2 imperial weapon, the quality of it is incredible too. The crowd was astonished. Someone had made a level 2 imperial weapon. Then, 2 silhouettes rose up in the air. One was the most beautiful woman of the Mu clan, Mu Lin Shui. Mu Qingying's father was dumbfounded. He had just said that his daughter was as talented as Mu Lin Shui, but a few minutes later, Mu Lin Shui already proved she was more talented by creating a level 2 imperial weapon. Mu Qingying was just as stunned as her father. She initially looked happy, but now she looked dispirited. Lin Shui could already make level 2 imperial weapons. "Miss, we still have time to try and make level 2 imperial weapons," said Mu Xiao. Mu Qingying turned around and nodded. "Indeed, we still have time, so we need to try as well." More strong cultivators gathered, including many older people. Making level 2 imperial weapons under the age of 30 was something incredible. Even in the Mu clan, only 2 people could do that, and the other one was even older than Mu Lin Shui, almost 30. "Lin Shui, I will get even better materials for you. If you need someone to help you, just ask and I will help you find someone," said Mu Lin Shui's second grandfather. "No need, I can do it myself," said Mu Lin Shui, shaking her head. Finding someone better than Lin Feng was impossible. Even if she did find someone, they wouldn't help her like Lin Feng. Weapon craftspeople were proud, and they didn't like doing things for other people for free. Even though she didn't know why Lin Feng was so good to her, at least she knew he was honest and kind-hearted. That was enough. "All right," replied her second grandfather. She was stubborn and expected this answer. However, even if she could make level 2 imperial weapons now, it still wasn't enough to defeat Yin Feng. "All right, everybody can disperse," said the old man, waving. With that, everybody left, even the people around Mu Qingying left. Mu Qingying went to Mu Lin Shui and smiled. "Sister Lin Shui, congratulations, you're a level 2 professor. If you found someone who could help you, you'd be able to beat Yin Feng. I will do my best. Qingying, you've improved as well. You just made an imperial weapon. We still have time, so let's do our best," said Mu Lin Shui, smiling. Then, she took the armor and said to Lin Feng, "Take the armor." Mu Qingying took in a deep breath of surprise. Lin Shui wanted to give Lin Feng a level 2 imperial weapon? "Miss Lin Shui," said Mu Qingying unhappily. What had that perverted bastard done to Lin Shui? Did he make her take drugs against her will? Lin Feng initially wanted to refuse, but when he saw Mu Qingying's reaction, he smiled and took it. Thank you. She also didn't think that Lin Feng would take it, but then Mu Lin Shui said, Alright, Qingying, you can leave. I have things to do. Mu Qingying's mouth was wide open. She was astonished, but finally, she nodded and said, I'm also going to make more weapons. Sister Lin Shui, be careful. After Mu Qingying left, Mu Lin Shui smiled at Lin Feng and shook her head. Lin Feng, Qingying is not a bad person, she just doesn't understand you. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Mu Qingying was from a noble and powerful clan. Even though she was talented, she hadn't traveled much. She was spoiled growing up that she had developed a bad temper. Lin Feng had no time to waste with such people, he wasn't her dad. Just beware of Mu Xiao, said Lin Feng indifferently. Mu Lin Shui turned around. Beware of Mu Xiao? It seemed like she had to warn Mu Qingying if Lin Feng was serious. Mu Lin Shui looked at the cauldron and said, a level 2 imperial weapon isn't enough. We have to stabilize our knowledge and then continue improving. Lin Shui, said Lin Feng. First, think of what imperial weapon you want to make at the tournament, then, let's see what deployment spell we need. I still need to practice and improve my deployment spells. I should mention that I didn't use my full strength for that armor, I can even do better than that, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. He knew the 3,000 great deployment spells from a great emperor, how could that be the best he had? He just needed Mu Lin Shui to know exactly what she wanted to do and then he'd think of the deployment spell he could use. With some practice, he could figure it out before the tournament. Mu Lin Shui looked surprised, his deployment spells could be even more powerful? Lin Feng, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. You keep thanking me, said Lin Feng smiling wryly before he joked, since I keep telling you not to thank me, but you continue to anyways, how should I go about asking you to stop thanking me? Mu Lin Shui's eyes twinkled and she said, maybe we could have sex? Would you dare? Lin Feng was dumbstruck, he smiled wryly and said, I wouldn't dare. First, tell me what imperial weapon you want to make, I'll go for a walk while you decide. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng and smiled. She was thinking, you little cutie. You came to the Mu clan just to help me, and I thought you really liked me, but now I tried to offer you sex and you ran away. She leant against the wall and daydreamed about Lin Feng. Now, she had to think of which weapon she wanted to make. Lin Feng had told her he could make even better weapons, so if she used her full strength, used the best fire, and the best materials, maybe then she would be able to make a level 3 imperial weapon. If that happened, then maybe she could win against Yin Feng. Time passed, and the date of the event was quickly approaching. There were only 7 days left before Lin Feng finally came out of his room. As the sun shone upon him, Lin Feng closed his eyes and took in a deep breath of fresh air. Finally, you came out, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling in a cute way. I'm done. Should we try to make a level 3 imperial weapon? I think it'll be easy, said Lin Feng. No need. We should rest and save our energy before the competition, said Mu Lin Shui. Then, she got closer to Lin Feng, smiled, and said, Lin Feng, my life is in your hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1627, Evil Scheme. Chapter 1627, Evil Scheme. Lin Feng, my life is in your hands. Lin Feng looked at her resplendent smile, then he smiled back and asked, what kind of weapons can Yin Feng make with an assistant? Yin Feng can make level 2 weapons on his own. With an assistant, he might be able to make level 3 imperial weapons, of higher quality, said Mu Lin Shui. She was a bit worried because everybody knew about Yin Feng's skill in the northern part of Goldfire City. He was an outstanding young man, while the Yin clan was rich and powerful, so it was no surprise that he had access to the best materials. Level 3 imperial weapons, whispered Lin Feng. Then, he caressed Mu Lin Shui's head and smiled, leave it to me. Mu Lin Shui rolled her eyes and walked away. She looked embarrassed, and after Lin Feng noticed, he laughed and said jokingly, didn't you want to have sex with me? Mu Lin Shui grinded her teeth after she heard Lin Feng. She knew he was only getting his revenge. Both of them sat down. Lin Feng closed his eyes, letting the sun warm his body. And after a few minutes of relaxing like this, he started dreaming. Mu Lin Shui watched Lin Feng without saying anything. She was surprised, wondering what he was doing. Was he resting? Had he really joined the Mu clan just for her? Why was Lin Feng helping her? The sun gradually moved westwards, and everything became dark, but Lin Feng was still motionless. Mu Lin Shui was still not that far from him. She had calmed herself down a bit, but it'd be a lie to say she was completely at peace. In the courtyard next to hers, Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao had just succeeded in making another peerless holy weapon. After that, Mu Qingying went to take a shower, washing away the sweat which had stained her skin from a long night's effort. Mu Xiao was near her, taking in her beautiful hair and supple breasts. Her curvy features were even more noticeable under the moonlight. Mu Xiao suddenly became very aroused, gulping down. He got closer, taking soft steps as he tried not to startle her. He was now close enough to smell her, pushing him forward even more. Mu Qingying frowned. She knew that Mu Xiao was behind her, but she didn't think he'd be this bold. Suddenly, two hands grabbed her from behind and she shouted, "Mu Xiao, what are you doing?" "Qingying, you're just too beautiful, I feel bewitched even," said Mu Xiao, firmly holding her. Mu Qingying wanted to push his hands away, but he held her firmly. Her heart started pounding. She didn't know what to do. "Mu Xiao, I want to focus on the tournament, so we'll have to wait and think about our relationship until after the tournament, alright?" asked Mu Qingying. She didn't try to push him away, she just put her hands on his hands and talked using a gentle way. Mu Xiao smiled in a cold way. After the tournament? They had already gone so far, and after the tournament she'd probably get rid of him. He didn't want to gamble that, especially if he had sex with her now, she wouldn't be able to get rid of him after the tournament. "Qingying, I love you so much, I promise I'll devote my entire life to you," said Mu Xiao, whispering in her ears. He didn't answer her question because he wanted to try his luck first. Mu Qingying bit her lips. She knew what he was thinking. If she got rid of him now, she wouldn't be able to make imperial weapons. She wouldn't even be able to participate in the tournament. Mu Qingying didn't know what to do, so Mu Xiao called her out on her hesitation. With that thinking, he held her even tighter, caressing her back. "Ow!" Mu Qingying moaned in pain. She couldn't stop him anymore. In the distance, Mu Lin Shui heard her moan and looked towards them. As she did, she saw Qingying and Mu Xiao acting very intimately. "Qingying," said Mu Lin Shui suddenly. Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao turned at the same time, both looking back at Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng also woke up and looked in their direction. He instantly knew what was going on after he saw Qingying and Mu Xiao. He immediately stood up, knowing Mu Xiao wouldn't hesitate resorting to evil methods for his own interests. Even though Lin Feng didn't like Mu Qingying, he didn't want her to get raped. Mu Xiao was furious. Now he was regretting not taking Mu Qingying beforehand. "Miss Lin Shui, I'm off," said Mu Xiao, bowing before Lin Shui. He could do whatever he wanted with Qingying, but not with Mu Lin Shui there. Mu Lin Shui looked at him in a despising way. Then, she looked at Qingying and said, "Qingying, how come you didn't see this coming?" "Miss Lin Shui, Mu Qingying didn't know how to explain. It's my fault. Lin Feng warned me about him and I should have told you, but I thought you'd notice if something was wrong. It's not too late now though. You can't let that shameless bastard bully you anymore," said Mu Lin Shui. "Lin Feng?" Mu Qingying was surprised, so she walked up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had told Mu Lin Shui that Mu Xiao was shameless? He was way more shameless. "Sister Lin Shui, how could you trust him? Whatever Mu Xiao does, Lin Feng must be worse. Don't let him fool you." "Eh?" Lin Feng was speechless. "Qingying, Mu Xiao and Lin Feng can't be compared with each other," said Mu Lin Shui. "How could Mu Xiao be worse than him? I helped Lin Feng join the Mu clan, and then he flirted with you. You have to be careful." Mu Qingying was still unconvinced. Even though Mu Xiao had gone too far, he still helped her make imperial weapons. Lin Shui didn't expect Qingying to react like that. Lin Shui still wanted to say something, but Mu Qingying interjected, "Sister Lin Shui, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, and you know what you're doing. No matter what, Yan Feng is 100 times better than Lin Feng, so you won't have to worry much longer." With that, Qingying went back to her room. Mu Lin Shui looked at her and sighed. Yan Feng? She hadn't thought Mu Qingying would be that mean. Mu Lin Shui turned around and said, "I'm sorry she offended you." Lin Feng smiled wryly and shrugged, "I don't care. She's the only one who is going to suffer by not listening to us. I hope she'll find a solution. Let's go back now," sighed Mu Lin Shui, shaking her head. Mu Qingying went back to her room, still angry. How could Mu Lin Shui talk to her that way? "Qingying." A short time after, Mu Xiao entered Mu Qingying's room and said, "Qingying, Miss and Lin Feng went too far. Surprisingly, she keeps defending Lin Feng and she offended you." "I'm alright, she said you're not as good as Lin Feng though," said Mu Qingying unhappily. But Mu Xiao didn't care about that. Rather, he walked over to her and whispered, "I will always protect you and make you happy. I don't care about what other people think as long as you love me." Mu Qingying felt nervous, but she kind of felt happy after she heard Mu Xiao. For most women, that's exactly what they wanted to hear. Suddenly, Mu Xiao put his arms around her again and said in a gentle way, "Xingying, I will always protect you." Xingying shivered. She tried to move away, but Mu Xiao held her even tighter. He thought angrily, "Mu Lin Shui, if I have the opportunity, I'll get you too. Surprisingly, you dared insult me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1628, My Assistant. Chapter 1628, My Assistant. Mu Qingying's face turned pale. She tried resisting, but Mu Xiao forced her into his arms. What should I do? Mu Qingying was confused. At that moment, she really didn't know what to think. She didn't have feelings for Mu Xiao, and she only considered him an assistant. But without Mu Xiao, she wouldn't be able to make imperial weapons and she'd lose face at the competition. How shameless! Someone shouted at that moment. Mu Xiao suddenly flung himself away from Mu Qingying. Mu Qingying was also startled, so she started running away. She looked around, but she didn't know who was talking. "Qingying, who's that?" asked Mu Xiao, following her. "I don't know," said Mu Qingying, shaking her head. The wind suddenly felt cold now. She looked at Mu Xiao and said, "Mu Xiao, I'll forget everything that happened tonight, and you can continue being my assistant. However, if you try to touch me again, I'll get angry and I'll drop out of the tournament after letting you go." Mu Qingying wasn't stupid. She understood why Mu Xiao was acting that way. Someone had shouted, and it was her wake-up call. She knew that she couldn't sell her body to participate in the competition. She was more willing to give up if things were put that way. Mu Xiao remained silent and lowered his head, but secretly he was furious. Who was ruining his plan this time? Lin Feng, it must have been Lin Feng, thought Mu Xiao. After thinking about it, he raised his head and said, "Miss Qingying, I understand, from now on I'll make sure such things won't happen again. I'll just stay with you and protect you." Mu Xiao was now pretending to be a protector. He knew that no matter what he'd say, nothing would work, so a protector was still a better status than a guard. "Go and have a rest. In the future, you can't come into my room without my permission," said Mu Qingying in a cold way. "Roger, Mississippi," said Mu Xiao, bowing. Then he went back to his room and closed the door. He felt like crying, but he was so angry that he couldn't do it. Lin Feng had ruined his dream of making his dream girl fall in love with him. It was either Lin Feng or Mu Lin Shui, however, the voice they had heard was a woman's voice. Just like Mu Xiao had guessed, the voice he had heard was Lin Feng's. They hadn't gone too far, so Lin Feng and Lin Shui had heard them after they left. Mu Qingying glanced around and then went back to her room. She didn't know who had shouted, but she also thought that it might have been Lin Feng. She didn't understand why he was helping her though. "Qingying is too naive and sensitive," whispered Mu Lin Shui. "You guessed right, Mu Xiao really is evil." Lin Feng smiled but said nothing. He had gone through a lot in his life, so he understood people. "You've probably done such things in the past too," said Mu Lin Shui, laughing. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and then smiled at her. "If you think so, I can do it to you too." Mu Lin Shui smiled teasingly and said, "If you do that to me, I won't reject you like Qingying rejected Mu Xiao though." "Eh?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. She was somewhat cold to other people, but she was kind and gentle to him. She even joked with him. "But thank you," Mu Lin Shui said after she saw Lin Feng looking embarrassed. Lin Feng shrugged. He didn't mind. He didn't like Mu Qingying, but they weren't enemies either. If Mu Lin Shui hadn't cared about Mu Qingying, Lin Feng wouldn't have done anything for her. She was old enough to make her own decisions after all. Good thing she came back to her senses in the end, otherwise, nobody would have been able to help her, said Mu Lin Shui. In the following days, Mu Xiao did his best to help Mu Qingying. They focused, and with more sweat, they made another imperial weapon. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui didn't make any weapons, they just chatted, laughed, sunbathed, and slept. Finally, it was the day of the tournament. Mu Lin Shui came out of her room, looking at Lin Feng who was lying down in the grass with his eyes closed. She smiled and said, "Lin Feng, the clan called everyone, so we have to go." "I'm coming too?" asked Lin Feng. Even though he had spent a lot of time there, he had only stayed with Mu Qingying or Mu Lin Shui. He felt like a stranger in the Mu clan. Of course, they're going to choose the people who will participate in the tournament. "We're a team, so we have to go," said Mu Lin Shui smiling. Lin Feng smiled wryly and stood up. Once again, many people were going to pay attention to him. Mu Lin Shui had a higher status in the clan, so him appearing with her might cause some issues. "I have no choice then," said Lin Feng indifferently. You almost never go out, instead you work so hard to help me, said Mu Lin Shui in a gentle way. Lin Feng's deployment spells were incredibly powerful, and he kept helping her without anyone else knowing. She almost felt guilty. She knew that if she raised these concerns he'd just say, I don't mind being discreet. So, she didn't say anything more. Instead the two of them walked away with Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao behind them. Miss Lin Shui, said Mu Qingying. Mu Lin Shui turned around and smiled at Mu Qingying. Qingying, you should come with us. All right. Mu Qingying felt guilty because of what happened the other night. Even after that, Mu Lin Shui was still so nice to her. Miss Lin Shui, why is he? Asked Mu Qingying, glancing at Lin Feng. Why was he coming with her? He's my assistant, of course he's coming with me, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. The tournament was going to start soon, so she no longer needed to keep it a secret. Before, she used to hide that fact because she feared someone from the clan would try to harm him. Though, if she had known how strong Lin Feng was from the beginning, she might have done everything differently. Your assistant? Mu Qingying looked dumbstruck. Lin Feng was her assistant? Indeed, said Mu Lin Shui nodding. Mu Lin Shui was a genius in the clan, her fire, her deployment spells, her weapons, everything about her was incredible. Of course, nobody thought she was stupid, so her choosing Lin Feng must have meant that. It meant that Mu Lin Shui was stronger with Lin Feng than by herself. How? Thought Mu Qingying. She was still under the impression that Lin Feng's deployment spells were very weak. Mu Qingying glanced at Mu Xiao, but Mu Xiao avoided her gaze. He looked like a child who knew he'd done something wrong but didn't want to admit it. She had the feeling that if she asked about it, it would affect their cooperation, and he couldn't do that to Mu Qingying before the tournament. How? Could Lin Feng's deployment spells be more powerful than Mu Xiao's? Then, Mu Qingying's thoughts were chaotic. She felt like she had been fooled. On that day, Qingying had been pleasantly surprised by Mu Xiao, but maybe he had actually taken credit for Lin Feng's talisman? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1629, Goldfire Tower. Chapter 1629, Goldfire Tower. Elders and many other people were crowded on the main square of the Mu clan. Mu Lin Shui and 3 others had arrived. Many people were looking at them, which wasn't a surprise because Mu Lin Shui was the most beautiful woman of the clan. Each time she showed up, everybody couldn't help but look at her. Of course, some people were noticing Lin Feng standing next to her. Those who did frowned. They had never seen him before, so what was he doing with Mu Lin Shui? Did it mean anything? Mu Lin Shui's uncle had seen Lin Feng, but he just thought that he was a servant. But now, when he saw Lin Feng, he suddenly stood up. He walked to the edge of the battle stage and looked at them. Lin Shui, who's that person? What is he doing here? His name is Lin Feng and he's my assistant, said Mu Lin Shui. Her uncle frowned and looked at Lin Feng. He had seen him a few months before when Mu Lin Shui made the level 2 imperial weapon. He had thought that Mu Lin Shui was working alone, but had that person helped Mu Lin Shui? No wonder she wasn't looking for anyone to help her, she had already found someone suitable for her. Thought her uncle angrily. You're not from the Mu clan? I joined the Mu clan by becoming Lin Shui's guard, replied Lin Feng smiling. The tournament is something extremely important for us. Do you have powerful deployment spells to show us? Asked Mu Lin Shui's uncle. He wanted to check how strong Lin Feng was and if he could really help Mu Lin Shui. Uncle, you're asking too much. Lin Feng is my assistant and that's all. I hope you can respect my decisions, said Mu Lin Shui. She knew what her uncle was thinking. He was wanting to see if she had a chance at defeating Yin Feng. You're going to participate in the tournament, but you're not the only one involved, and your participation will have an impact on our whole clan, said Mu Lin Shui's uncle in a cold way. Mind your own business. Go find your daughter if you want handout advice, snapped Mu Lin Shui. That's enough, shouted Mu Lin Shui's grandpa furiously. Her uncle turned around and walked to the other old men, then he said, Lin Shui is going to participate in the tournament, which is a very serious matter. With this consideration, I believe that her assistant must be experienced. First, we need to select the participants, said the main old man. His eyes were closed, and he sounded indifferent. With that, Mu Lin Shui's uncle shut his mouth. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng angrily though. Of course, Lin Feng knew that was going to happen. Now he understood why she hadn't talked about him earlier. All the members from the Mu clan finished gathering there before one of the old men stood up and nodded at the crowd. This afternoon, the tournament will be held in Goldfire City. The Mu clan is going to select 5 teams, so all those who can make imperial weapons need to step forwards now. Having the ability to make imperial weapons was a decisive factor, eliminating most of the candidates. A few people jumped onto the stage. Mu Linshui tapped Lin Feng's arm and grabbed his hand, but she noticed that his eyes were closed. "Let's go," said Mu Linshui to Lin Feng. Then he opened his eyes and followed. The crowd was wide-eyed. The most beautiful girl from their clan was holding hands with a young man. What was going on? Had she fallen in love with him because she had spent some time with him? Everybody knew that after the tournament, Mu Linshui would probably marry Yin Feng. Even though she could make level 2 imperial weapons, she still couldn't beat Yin Feng. But surprisingly, now, she was holding hands with another young man. Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao were behind them, also dumbstruck. Were Lin Feng and Mu Linshui that close? 16 people, 8 teams, 30 years old and under, all able to make imperial weapons. Of course, they weren't the only ones, but they had the highest potential with those requirements. "Master, how can we be sure we chose the right people?" asked someone to the old man who had his eyes closed. Only 5 teams could join in the tournament, so 3 teams had to be eliminated. The old man opened his eyes and looked at the teams. Tap, tap, 2 people, from different teams, took a step backwards. The old man looked at them and said, "If you can't stand the pressure, you can't become weapon manufacturing masters. Those 2 teams must leave." "Master, it's not my fault," said a young man. His assistant was one of the 2 who had stepped away. "Since you chose your assistant, you must bear responsibility for what he does," said the old man strictly. Now, 6 teams were left, so only 1 more had to be eliminated. "Show us the best imperial weapons you've made," said the old man to the teams. Then, they took out imperial weapons and gave them to the old man. Only 2 weapons were level 2 imperial weapons, while the rest were all level 1 imperial weapons. One of them belonged to Lin Feng and Mu Linshui, while the other one belonged to another team, a young man and a young girl who were Mu Linshui's uncle's children. The old man looked at the imperial weapons and gave them back to the potential participants. He looked at 2 of them and said, "Your imperial weapon was the weakest. Leave." They said nothing, bowed, and then left. Many people were going to participate in the tournament and millions of people would probably watch. Therefore, failing before the tournament was a type of relief. Phew, Mu Qingying took a deep breath. She had passed the first test, so now she could participate in the tournament. "All right, get ready to leave," said the old man, looking at the participants in a calm and serene way. They had to hurry over to Goldfire Tower. Mu Linshui's uncle frowned. He initially wanted to cause trouble, but now he had no choice. The leader of the clan had made the decision, so who was he to argue? In any case, he was convinced that Mu Linshui and Lin Feng would fail, so he gave up worrying over it. "Even Mu Lai and Mu Yu can defeat you," thought the uncle. Mu Lai and Mu Yu were his children, so of course he gave them high praise. "Everyone should go and watch the tournament, it will be beneficial for you," said the leader of the clan. Then, he rose up in the air. "Come," said the leader to Mu Linshui and the others. Mu Linshui and the others rose up in the air and everyone followed them. At that moment, in Goldfire Tower, there were millions, if not billions of people. They were all incredible weapons craftspeople with extraordinary statuses in Goldfire City. Who would want to miss this? Everybody was excited, even people from other cities and regions came to watch. For example, there were some people from Sword Mountain there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1630, Challenge. Chapter 1630, Challenge. There were many people from the powerful sects and clans of Goldfire Tower greeting the members of the Goldfire Tower in front of the main stage. They all wore special robes with different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, golden red, golden purple. 9 different colors which each represented different social statuses. Those who were wearing red were level 1 professors, those in orange were level 2 professors, those in golden red were level 8 professors, those in golden purple were level 9 weapon manufacturing masters. There was only one person wearing a golden purple robe. At that moment, the old man in the purple robe was chatting with some people happily. That weapon manufacturing master looked at a young man in a gentle way and smiled. "Yin Feng, you already received the teaching from Goldfire Tower. You're a level 2 professor already, and someday, I'll be your teacher. I'm sure that within 3 years, you'll be a level 5 weapon manufacturing master." Yin Feng wore a Goldfire Tower robe, and it was orange. That was an honor to him, he felt proud to wear that robe. Soon, he'd become wearing a yellow robe. Master, you're flattering me. I will do my best to make you proud, said Yan Feng politely. He was happy that a level 7 professor was flattering him, but who wouldn't? Ha, little boy, I'm sure you won't let me down, said the old man smiling. I've heard that you have an agreement with the Mu clan, is that true? Indeed. Mu Linshui is the most beautiful girl of the Mu clan, and she's a very talented weapon craftswoman. If I win, we'll get married, said Yan Feng. You're a good boy. Heroes love beautiful women, so this is only normal. I've heard of her, and I think you two would be a good match. I support you in this, said the old man smiling. Thank you, master, said Yan Feng. Yan Feng, how come you're saying master? Asked an elder. Yan Feng bowed before the old man and said, I'm not a powerful weapon craftsman yet, so I must be polite. I wouldn't dare tarnish elders' reputation. When I become strong enough, things will change. Ha, I like you more and more, little boy, said the old man in the purple robe. It was as if Yan Feng had already become a protagonist of Goldfire Tower. Master, I need to get ready for the tournament, said Yan Feng politely. The old man in purple clothes nodded. Go, don't disappoint us. I won't, said Yan Feng, walking away and smiling. The Mu clan is here, said a member of the Yan clan who was gazing into the distance. Let's go and greet them, said an old man from the Yan clan smiling. Just after he said that, the Mu clan landed. Brother Mu, I trust you have been doing well since we last met, said the leader of the Yan clan smiling. You're early, said the leader of the Mu clan smiling. Even though he was smiling, it was difficult to see what he was really thinking. Let's go and have a chat. Yan Feng and Lin Shui haven't seen each other for a while, so let's leave the young people alone, said the leader of the Yan clan. It sounded like he was forcing them, leaving the leader of the Mu clan in a position where he couldn't refuse. Yan Feng went to Mu Lin Shui. Lin Shui, it won't be long before you become my wife, said Yan Feng. He had been waiting for this day for a long time now. You're ridiculous, said Mu Lin Shui in a cold way. You have no choice because you're absolutely going to lose. And after that, you'll become my wife and we will live together, said Yan Feng. Then, he looked at Lin Feng, instantly looking furious. I remember back then, I told you not to stand next to my wife, said Yan Feng, coldly. He's my assistant and we're going to participate in the tournament as a team, Mu Lin Shui retorted. He can't be your assistant, said Yan Feng coldly. Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, talk. Lin Feng frowned and asked Mu Lin Shui, is it safe to be here at the Goldfire Tower? The Yan clan was in the northern part of Goldfire City, and they had a lot of influence. So, Lin Feng had to make sure that they wouldn't have another run-in as they did in the marketplace. Goldfire Tower guarantees the safety of those who rank in the top 10, said Mu Lin Shui. Goldfire Tower was an important institution in Goldfire City, so if anyone got hurt in one of their tournaments, then they might lose participants in future competitions. Therefore, the rule was that those who ranked in the top 10 couldn't be killed, otherwise, they'd become enemies with Goldfire Tower. Oh. Lin Feng nodded and smiled at Yan Feng indifferently. Piss off. Yan Feng was astonished, he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Lin Feng was telling him to piss off. In the northern part of Goldfire City, nobody has ever told me to piss off, even in the entire city, said Yan Feng provocatively. Just who did Lin Feng think he was? Lin Shui, let's go, said Lin Feng, smiling at Mu Lin Shui. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed hers. Right. Mu Lin Shui smiled in a resplendent way and held hands with Lin Feng. Then, they passed in front of Yan Feng and walked away. Yan Feng was furious. He was proud, and Lin Feng had ignored him. Besides, he was taking his future wife away. When the crowd saw Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui holding hands, they finally understood what was going on. Who's that? He dares flirt with Yan Feng's future wife, they thought. Yan Feng understands cosmic energies already, it won't be long before he breaks through to the Huang Qi layer. Fought more people. Members from the Yan clan frowned, some of them even looked upset. Brother Mu, why are your people humiliating Yan Feng? Asked the leader of the Yan clan in a cold way. Lin Shui, shouted the leader of the Mu clan. Mu Lin Shui turned her head and said, I know what I'm doing and will bear responsibility for my actions. If the Mu clan wants to expel me, then I won't object. Mu Linshui had waited for that day for a long time, just like Yin Feng. She knew how strong Lin Feng was when it came to deployment spells, so she didn't care about the Mu clan's influence anymore. Yu, the leader of the Mu clan, was furious. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You're shameless. Moody's request is difficult," thought Lin Feng. Because of Mu Linshui's social status, saving her was becoming even more difficult. He had to rank in the top 10, otherwise, nobody would protect him. Not to mention he had to beat Yin Feng. "I've always been audacious," said Lin Feng, shrugging. He didn't know what else to say at this point. The tournament hadn't even started, he had already offended 2 groups. It's almost as if he was cursed to upset other people. Boom! A terrifying fire started burning on Yin Feng's robes. He was standing in the sky above Lin Feng, just one step away from killing him. "Lin Shui, what is he doing?" asked Lin Feng, pointing at Yin Feng. "I don't know," said Mu Lin Shui, shrugging. They looked at Yin Feng just like they'd look at a monkey in a zoo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1631, The Great Tournament. Chapter 1631, The Great Tournament. Mu Lin Shui was pleasantly surprised. She didn't realize that Lin Feng could have a sense of humor in such worrying circumstances. Yin Feng wanted to scare him and had provoked him, but it hadn't worked, and now Yin Feng looked like a buffoon. Yin Feng was furious. He released more energies, but nobody paid attention to him. He slowly recalled his cosmic energies and said coldly, "Mu Lin Shui, you will regret that. After the tournament, when we get to the Yin clan, nobody will be able to save you anymore." "And you," said Yin Feng, turning to Lin Feng. "You don't even know what you did to yourself now." "Lin Shui, let's go," said Lin Feng, smiling at Mu Lin Shui. No need to waste their breath with him. "All right." Then the 2 of them held hands and walked away. Was he really going to get married with the most beautiful lady from the Mu clan? From everybody else's perspective, she was holding hands with another young man. Who's that guy? He's got some balls to upset Yin Feng. Some people thought. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about those things. It wouldn't be long before they were going to start the tournament. That's Man Nan from the eastern part of the city. It is said that he's already a level 2 professor. The only thing is that he hasn't come to the Goldfire Tower yet, so they haven't been able to check. Some people were talking about 2 people who were approaching. Man Nan from the eastern part of the city, Guqing Feng from the western part, Yin Feng from the northern part, and Henchang Tian from the central part. They were the most talented people of their generation. Mu Lin Shui wasn't just talented, she was also very beautiful. When Mu Lin Shui saw Man Nan, she said to Lin Feng, "That's Man Nan, he's one of the 4 most talented weapon craftspeople in Goldfire City, but he's discreet so nobody really knows how strong he is. I'm guessing that he's at least as strong as Yin Feng." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. It seemed like making a level 2 weapon wasn't enough to rank in the top 10 at the event. "Guqing Feng is here too. He's a genius from the western part," said Mu Lin Shui. Guqing Feng was wearing silver clothes, and he looked majestic with the wind blowing his robes against him. He silently landed on the area after she identified him to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced around, watching everybody arriving. "Lin Feng, look," said Mu Lin Shui, pointing at the main bleachers. "Those people are weapon craftspeople from the Goldfire Tower. The colors of their robes indicate their level: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, golden red, golden purple. Of which, those colors respectively mean level 1 to level 9. Lin Feng glanced at them. There was only 1 person who was wearing a golden purple robe, 3 people were wearing golden red robes, 7 people were wearing purple clothes, and most of them wore blue and cyan robes, which meant that there was mostly level 5 and 6 professors. Suddenly, a sword whistled, and everybody looked up to see several strong cultivators riding a magnificent silver sword. "That must be Sword Mountain," thought everybody. The cultivators descended from the sky and went to the bleachers where the Yin clan was. It wasn't just Sword Mountain, many external forces arrived and sat with the weapon manufacturing groups they worked with. So many people, thought Lin Feng. He was surprised to see so many people gathering for this single event. A professor in a yellow robe arrived. Although he was a level 3 professor, he still looked quite young. "Henchang Tian." Mu Lin Shui pointed him out for Lin Feng and said, "Henchang Tian is a disciple of Goldfire Tower. His weapon manufacturing abilities are terrifying as he's already a level 3 professor." Being a level 3 professor was nothing exceptional, but Henchang Tian was so young, so it was amazing given his age. Only those who were 30 years old and under could participate in the tournament, and Hen Chang Tian was no exception. He came alone. Mu Lin Shui noticed. He must be confident. Of course, Hen Chang Tian was a level 3 professor, so it was probably difficult for him to find an assistant who wasn't older than 30 and was still strong enough to help him. Sister Lin Shui. At that moment, Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao weren't far from Lin Shui and Lin Feng. The Mu clan was there with them, but they looked depressed. What's wrong, Qingying? Asked Mu Lin Shui. There are so many people, I'm very nervous, said Mu Qingying, smiling embarrassedly. The Mu clan was under a lot pressure now. Mu Lin Shui smiled and said, "Relax, you have nothing to lose." Mu Lin Shui said that even though the pressure was so much worse for herself, there were actual consequences for her if she lost. At that moment, Mu Lin Shui sensed that someone was looking at her. She looked to her side and saw Yin Feng. Apparently, he was going to be fabricating weapons not that far from her. At the same time, the 7 professors who wore purple robes rose up in the air and looked at the crowd. Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sun was directly above them, indicating that it was high noon already. After choosing your place, you cannot move again. You must be at least 10 meters away from the other contestants as well, said one of them to the crowd. The first round will last for an hour. If you fail to make a weapon, you'll be eliminated. Also, you'll be eliminated if you don't make an imperial weapon. When you leave, don't disturb anyone around you. You'll only have one opportunity. People had prepared themselves for this, but hearing it now made them feel nervous. Only one opportunity, and if they didn't manage to make an imperial weapon, they'd be eliminated. This time, the test was about determination and the ability to make weapons, so failing was forbidden. Now, start making weapons, shouted the weapon manufacturing master. Phew, Mu Qingying took a deep breath. With Mu Xiao, they still couldn't manage to make imperial weapons every time, only sometimes. But no matter, they couldn't fail this time. They glanced at Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui had already taken out a cauldron and materials, and she was starting the fire. She had prepared everything and just making an imperial weapon was already easy for her and Lin Feng. The first round shouldn't be a problem for them. Good luck, but remember that if you fail, you'll be mine, said Yin Feng in a cold way, taking out his own things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1632, First Round. Chapter 1632, First Round. Yin Feng was using an ancient snake cauldron which had snakes and dragons carved on it. After he released his fire, Lin Feng was surprised to see a powerful fire cosmic energy burning. It was fierce, brutal, and wild. The fire he uses is a green-scaled snake fire. The Yin clan killed some green-scaled snake emperors for him and stole their cosmic fire to improve his own, said Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Disciples from rich families seem to always be spoiled. Their families spent a lot of money for them and Yin Feng was no exception. Lin Feng noticed that many other people had special types of fire as well, especially the other geniuses. Hen Chang Tian specifically caught his eye with his golden fire. That tournament wasn't fair at all. Mu Lin Shui's fire and cauldron weren't bad, but their quality was much lower than everyone else's. Yin Feng glanced at Lin Feng, seeing how the first round wasn't that difficult, he didn't need to focus that much. After a short time, Yin Feng shouted at the person who was with him, "Carve the marks." His assistant was a girl wearing black clothes. She wasn't as beautiful as Mu Lin Shui and her chi was very cold. However, she was an expert at carving marks, and her speed was noteworthy. Very quickly, a sword started whistling above Yin Feng's cauldron. Feng is already a master when it comes to making swords, so the first round should be extremely easy for him, said the leader of the Yin clan smiling. Yin Feng was the fastest one. He doesn't even need to try this round, said a strong cultivator from Sword Mountain. All the cultivators from the Yin clan focused on swords because they cooperated with Sword Mountain. Humph. Mu Lin Shui is shameless. I wonder if she should even become Yin Feng's wife, said the leader of the Yin clan in a cold way. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng seemed to have an intimate relation. How could Yin Feng want a woman who was sleeping with other men? How could she even act proudly and arrogantly like that? Yin Feng's sword whistled in the air. Then a few seconds later, Hen Chang Tian and the others also finished making their imperial weapons. One of the 7 purple-clothed strong cultivators from Goldfire Tower smiled. How will those 4 rank in your opinion? No idea. In terms of level, Hen Chang Tian could be the strongest one, but he's making weapons alone. Yin Feng and the others have assistants, so it's much easier for them. said another one smiling. They didn't care if anyone could hear them. I think Yin Feng is the best. He makes quality weapons, his fire is great, and he is the fastest. I think he might rank first, said another one smiling. It was the guy who wanted Yin Feng as his disciple. Gucheng Feng is not a weakling either, said another one smiling. Let's see. We won't learn much in the first round after all. Maybe some of them will make level 4 imperial weapons later, said one of them, his eyes were twinkling. Indeed. Look at that girl, the one from the Mu clan. She's good, but her fire, cauldron, and pace aren't as good as Yin Feng's. However, the young man next to her is good. They could rank in the top 10 if they worked together. After all, she's already a level 2 professor, said another master wearing purple clothes. Hee, that girl is going to become Yin Feng's wife, said Yin Feng's future teacher. They all smiled at him and said, you already know Yin Feng's attitude, but if she does rank in the top 10, and doesn't want to get married with Yin Feng, then nobody will be able to force her. Yin Feng's future teacher looked surprised. Indeed, if she managed to rank in the top 10, then Gold Fire Tower would have to protect her. But the Mu clan and the Yin clan have an agreement, so you're not quite right. Besides, it's too early to talk about that now. First, she has to rank in the top 10, said Yin Feng's future teacher. Even though he wasn't Yin Feng's teacher yet, he already considered himself as such. We'll see, said another one smiling. At that moment, Lin Feng rose up in the air and started carving deployment marks. It was nothing too difficult for him as he was using a shattering spell. That team is great, that boy's deployment marks are perfect for Mu Linshui, thought the professor, who thought highly of Mu Linshui and Lin Feng. He wasn't the only one to think that way, some of the other professors were also pleasantly surprised. Yin Feng looked at his assistant, the girl in black clothes, and asked, what do you think of her? Yin Feng looked angry asking, but he still wanted to compare himself to them. She's alright. I'm not amazed, but she's not bad either. I don't think they can win at least, said the girl wearing black clothes. Yin Feng nodded. He didn't think about it too much after that. Lin Feng's deployment marks weren't too complex. It was only the first round, and making an imperial weapon was the only requirement. After carving the marks, he started hammering the weapon. Finally, they made a sword, an imperial weapon. The Mu clan watched as the sword rose up in the air. They were surprised. Mu Linshui's assistant wasn't bad. There were no mistakes in his deployment marks. But they still felt uneasy. Just where did Lin Feng come from and who was he? In any case, it was far from being enough. To rank in the top 10, they had a long way to go still. Even though it was only the first round, the crowd had already noticed many geniuses. Mu Qingying didn't pay attention to anyone else, her forehead was already covered in sweat. She was using her full strength to make that imperial weapon. Mu Xiao and Mu Qingying couldn't succeed that easily, so they couldn't afford to get distracted. In the end, they did succeed in making an imperial weapon. Afterwards, Mu Qingying looked very happy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1633, Fabrication Speed. Chapter 1633, Fabrication Speed. We did it. I can move on to the next round, thought Mu Qingying, looking at her weapon which was floating in the air. She then glanced at Mu Linshui and Lin Feng. They had finished before her and were patiently waiting. Lin Feng fooled me, thought Mu Qingying, glancing at Lin Feng. Back when he first joined the Mu clan, he hadn't said much, and he looked ordinary, but he was actually so good at carving deployment marks and casting deployment spells. He couldn't be any worse than Mu Xiao in fact. Miss Lin Shui, good luck. I'm sure you can rank in the top 10, said Mu Qingying to Mu Lin Shui, smiling. Thanks, you too. Your weapon is not too bad, so you should relax, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling. Mu Lai and Mu Yu groaned coldly and said, with just you guys, we're the only ones who will be able to make the clan shine. Mu Lin Shui glanced at Mu Lai and smiled indifferently, don't worry. In the future, nobody will try to steal your resources in the Mu clan, at least, I won't. Mu Lin Shui's uncle wanted her to leave the clan and hand her over to the Yin clan because of his own children. They were talented, so he wanted the Mu clan to focus on them. Mu Lin Shui was a problem, but if she left, his children would become the geniuses of the clan. Then they would get all the resources from the clan for themselves. Because of this, Mu Lai and Mu Yu considered Mu Lin Shui as their enemy. You are aware of what you're worth, that's good. When you go to the Yin clan in the future, you won't have problems anymore. Of course, since your assistant humiliated the Yen clan, maybe they will reject you instead, said Mu Lai smiling mockingly, trying to infuriate Mu Linxue. Mu Linxue looked at him in a cold way, but Lin Feng smiled and said, Linxue, don't waste your time talking to them. It's obvious that they have no values. All right. Mu Linxue nodded and ignored Mu Lai. You've got a big mouth. Just wait and see, we'll know soon if you have the skill to back up your words, said Mu Li. At that moment, the 2 hours had already passed. One of the purple-clothed professors jumped forwards and shouted, those who aren't done can stop, you're eliminated, so you can leave. You were too slow. Many people left disappointed. Half of the participants had already been eliminated from the first round. The purple-clothed professor glanced at the remaining people, noting that there were a few thousand left. Then he said, alright, get ready for the second round. You have 2 hours again. During the second round, you can fail and try again if you finish within the allocated time, but only those who can make level 2 Imperial weapons can move on. The maximum number of people who can move on to the next round will be 100. Therefore, the faster you are, the better. Everybody listened calmly. They weren't surprised because they knew that thousands of people were too much to work with. Level 2 Imperial weapon, whispered Mu Qingying to herself. She smiled wryly. It seemed that the first round was her limit. She couldn't make a level 2 Imperial weapon. On top of that, only the first 100 people could succeed. The second round starts now, said the purple-clothed professor before he jumped back. Scorching hot flames appeared all around. The participants couldn't waste time during the second round, so they all pushed their flames immediately. Lin Shui, make a sword, and use the best materials. I'll change the deployment spell to accommodate, said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. They had already talked about the tournament, but they hadn't discussed the details of the second round. In any case, they didn't lack good materials. Alright, I'll listen to you, said Mu Lin Shui smiling at Lin Feng. She was extremely nervous already. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui hadn't made that many level 2 Imperial weapons. Of course, she didn't have any doubts about Lin Feng's abilities to cast deployment spells or her own abilities. If they focused, a level 2 Imperial weapon shouldn't be a problem. The 7 purple-clothed professors glanced at the crowd and smiled. You said Mu Lin Shui was good? But Yin Feng has already released half of the fire required, while Mu Lin Shui just started releasing her fire. Another professor was looking at them and smiling. Speed and power are two different things. She is slower than Yin Feng, but that doesn't mean she isn't as talented as him. This just means that she doesn't have the same advantages. Alright, let's wait and see, said Yen Feng's future professor smiling indifferently. That round was more intense than the first round. Almost all the contestants were covered in sweat. Boom! Explosions sounded as a cauldron filled with materials exploded. The 2 participants were shaking violently. Their soul strength wasn't enough, and they hadn't been able to stand the fire. They smiled wryly and stopped. They instead decided to watch the others, hoping to learn something from them. Mu Qingying was nervous, her throat was completely dry, she felt exhausted, and she looked desperate. With Mu Zhao's deployment spells, we can't possibly make a level 2 Imperial weapon. We should just give up too, thought Mu Qingying. Then, her fire disappeared. Mu Zhao suddenly looked at her and said, Miss, we participated in the tournament, which is good already, but we can't possibly pass the second round. Let's just watch the others instead. Mu Qingying was exhausted. She looked at Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng was already carving deployment marks and a sword shape had already formed. Those deployment marks are so complex. Mu Zhao couldn't possibly carve such marks, thought Mu Qingying stupefied. She was very unhappy thinking that such an incredible deployment spellcaster had spent time with her and she hadn't realized. Even the first time she had seen Lin Feng, she told him that his deployment spell wasn't good enough. Lin Feng had never tried to defend himself in front of her. Just like he had said several times now, he hadn't joined the Mu clan for her. At that moment, Lin Feng was very focused, his carved deployment marks were intertwining in complex ways. What a powerful deployment spell. If Lin Shui doesn't make any mistakes, managing to make the weapon fuse together with the marks, then they will succeed in making a level 2 Imperial weapon, thought Mu Qingying. She seemed awestruck. Mu Zhao didn't look so happy. He knew Lin Feng was good, but he didn't know Lin Feng was that good. Those deployment marks are incredible. I wonder how many small deployment spells they contain, thought the professor who had previously thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. He looked pleasantly surprised. He found nothing to criticize as the marks were precise, distinct, clear, perfect. Good, shouted the professor next to him loudly. Yin Feng rose up in the air, having already made a level 2 imperial weapon. He was the first one to succeed even. Ah, good, good. People from the Yin clan stood up, feeling immense pride. Yin Feng also looked proud and arrogant, then he turned to Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now hammering the weapon. You overestimated yourself. I will take Mu Lin Shui in my arms and you will stand there watching us, thought Yin Feng angrily. Suddenly, someone else rose up in the air. It was Hen Chang Tian. He had also made a level 2 imperial weapon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1634, End of the Second Round. Chapter 1634, End of the Second Round. After Hen Chang Tian, Siman Nan and Guqing Feng finished their weapons. Even though it was difficult to say how strong someone could really become at their age, it was obvious that Hen Chang Tian and the three others had the most potential. The crowd in the Yin clan's bleachers were smiling happily. They chatted with the strong cultivators from Sword Mountain. On the Mu clan side, some people looked upset, while some only frowned. Only the leader of the Mu clan looked indifferent, calm and serene. Nobody could guess what he was thinking. With that speed, they can probably finish in the top 100 this round, but they won't rank in the top 10 in the third round, thought Mu Lin Shui's uncle, looking at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. At least he hoped Mu Lin Shui wouldn't rank in the top 10 in the next round. More and more people managed to make level 2 weapons. The participants who weren't done were getting more nervous. The ground would shake every now and then as cauldrons exploded. It was easy to make mistakes, especially under such pressure. Even some participants who were outstanding were so nervous that they made mistakes. Some who failed tried again, but they had less time, so it was less likely they'd make it. Since Yin Feng was already done making a level 2 imperial weapon, more people had turned to look at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng were still concentrating, nobody could distract them. Their movements were perfect, as if they had been coordinating with each other for a long time already. Lin Feng finally finished hammering the weapon, so now, Mu Lin Shui was putting on the finishing touches. Relax, everything will be fine, said Lin Feng after he saw that Mu Lin Shui was sweating a lot. He whispered this in her ear while using his sleeve to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Even though Mu Lin Shui was a genius, she hadn't been through as much as Lin Feng in her life. That tournament was extremely important to her, more so than to Lin Feng. But she felt relieved to see Lin Feng so calm. She took a deep breath and continued. At that moment, the weapon manufacturing master in the golden purple robe was sitting at the very top of the bleachers. In front of him were the three masters in golden red clothes. One of them looked at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui and whispered, "This time Chang Tian is working by himself," and everybody noticed Yin Feng, but there are some discreet geniuses. With his experience and advanced age, he could see through some things. People who looked ordinary were often the strongest ones. Of course, that was not guaranteed. "Who's that?" asked a professor next to the one in golden red clothes. He was referring to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. "You mean that girl?" "I know her, she's from the Mu clan, and her name is Mu Lin Shui. She's very talented from what I've heard. The little boy from the Yin clan wants to marry her but she doesn't want to," replied another professor smiling indifferently. They didn't know all the young people from Goldfire City, but they knew the most famous ones, including Mu Lin Shui. "I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about the little boy next to her," said the professor smiling. He was interested in Lin Feng. He had noticed how incredible Lin Feng's deployment spells were, not having made any mistakes. Even though he looked ordinary, he could become an incredible deployment spell caster in the future. It was difficult to know how strong such people really were, but Lin Feng didn't look nervous at all. He even cheered Mu Lin Shui up. "I don't know, but he's just Mu Lin Shui's assistant. I don't know if he's a member of the Mu clan or not, but do you think he's that good? I can ask around for you," said another professor, smiling. "No need, I still want to watch him." "What about you, buddy? Anyone worth watching?" "Ah, it's a secret," said a professor laughing wholeheartedly. "At the end of the tournament, I'll also know who the strongest ones are, so if you say nothing now, you won't be able to choose anyone then," said the other one laughing. 56 people are already done making level 2 imperial weapons. My fire isn't powerful enough, I still need to improve it," thought Mu Qingying. "Done!" shouted Mu Lai extremely loudly. Mu Lai and Mu Yu raised their heads, they looked overjoyed. They had done it. Good. Mu Lin Shui's uncle stood up and shouted with joy. Mu Lai and Mu Yu were a great team, they were even better than Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. After the tournament, Mu Lai and Mu Yu would become the heroes of the Mu clan. Mu Lin Shui was calm with Lin Feng standing beside her. With him there, it was as if the outside world had nothing to do with her. She didn't rush like most others. 63 people had succeeded, and at that moment, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's imperial weapon rose up in the air. It was a sword. Mu Lin Shui smiled thinly. She didn't even raise her head to look at the sword, she instead turned to Lin Feng and smiled thinly, but she didn't look surprised though. Lin Feng, said Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng smiled. You're not going to thank me, right? No, I'm just thinking, maybe we should make love at some point, said Mu Lin Shui jokingly. With that, Lin Feng smiled wryly. Humph. Mu Lin Shui also smiled wryly after she heard that, she even stuck her tongue out. Sister Lin Shui, congratulations, said Mu Qingying. She admired Mu Lin Shui. Even though she had given up during the second round, she felt even more determined after watching Mu Lin Shui. Someday, you'll do it too, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling at Mu Qingying. Mu Qingying nodded and looked at Lin Feng. He looked calm, as if they hadn't worked so hard. It's almost the end, you'll definitely rank in the top 10, Sister Lin Shui, said Mu Qingying. Top 10? Mu Lai groaned coldly and said, You ranked 64 in the second round, how could you rank in the top 10, you morons? Mu Lin Shui calmly glanced at Mu Lai, but said nothing. To her, Mu Lai and Mu Yu were insignificant. Hee, Lin Shui, you're soon going to join my clan soon, said Yan Feng. Mu Lin Shui glanced at him mockingly, she didn't even reply to him. No matter what he said, she despised him. When the 100th team rose up in the air, one of the professors in purple stood up and smiled. All right now, those who have been eliminated can move away. Many people then left. Very quickly, only 100 people were left on the stage. The tournament was nearing its end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1635, The Prizes. Chapter 1635, The Prizes. The crowd looked at the participants. Initially, there were dozens of thousands of people, now there were 100 only. Maybe, in a few years later, they'd be incredible heroes. The last part of the tournament would be an opportunity for them to rise. At the same time, the 7 professors in purple clothes walked forwards and said, Before we start the finals, the professor in golden purple clothes has an announcement to make concerning the prizes. The crowd grew excited, especially considering that Goldfire Tower was the richest group in Goldfire City. They probably had anything anyone could want. The level 9 professor slowly walked forwards with the 3 professors in golden red robes following him. They looked at the young people and smiled in a gentle way. Hello, masters. The young people all bowed respectfully as a sign of respect. Those professors were already terrifyingly powerful. Those were probably already at the top of the Huangqi layer. You're too polite. You're all outstanding young people, and if you continue making great efforts, then you'll be like us in the future, perhaps even surpassing us, said the level 9 professor smiling. I'll be managing the finals, said the level 9 professor smiling. The winners of the tournament will obtain a special fire. Our group, Goldfire Tower, killed a 9-headed snake which can swallow animals' fire. As such, medium-level emperors or below can't possibly stand that fire. If they get attacked by it, they could only die. We took that fire and it will act as the first prize of this tournament, said the level 9 professor. A 9-headed imperial snake, and a high-level emperor. If I could get it, I'd be able to make even better weapons. I could also easily kill most of my enemies. Fought everybody. They calmed down again very quickly though. Very few of them thought that they could rank in the top 10, let alone first. I must get that fire, thought Yan Feng. His eyes were twinkling with greed. He smiled and thought, this time, I'll go back with a beautiful girl and a wonderful prize. Alright, that fire is for the first place winner. The second place winner will obtain an armor, a level 7 imperial weapon. This armor can protect anyone from a medium level emperor or below, said the level 9 professor. That item was priceless. The third prize is a level 7 imperial weapon, but it's an offensive weapon. A level 7 imperial weapon again, the prizes are even better than 30 years ago. Fought some older people who had watched the last tournament. Those who rank 4th and 5th will obtain a level 6 imperial weapon, and those who will rank 6th to 10th will obtain level 5 imperial weapons. I don't need to tell you what they are, you will just have to wait and see, said the weapon manufacturing master in the golden purple clothes smiling. Apart from that, the first 10 will be protected in Goldfire City. You must understand what that means. If you attack someone who ranks in the top 10, you will become an enemy of Goldfire Tower. Besides that, I have some good news. The very best ones will have the opportunity to study with one of the 3 teachers wearing the golden red clothes for a year. Of course, if your relationship evolves and you become their disciples, I will only be very happy to hear it. Learning from level 8 teachers. Many people were overly excited at this point. However, if one of them notices one of you, they can also choose you, and if you agree, you can become their disciple. I don't need to explain that. No matter, you are free to do whatever you want, said the level 9 professor, smiling. Finally, the top 10 participants, or those I choose, will have the opportunity to directly become members of Goldfire Tower, said the level 9 professor. Everybody smiled and nodded. Then, he moved back as it was time to start the finals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1636, Gradually Showing Their Talent. Chapter 1636, Gradually Showing Their Talent. So many prizes, thought the crowd, sighing. Those who ranked in the top 10 would get so many things, especially the very best ones. Feng had shown how strong he was in the second round, so he would probably rank first. Feng and Man Nan were also very strong. The level 9 professor and the professors in the golden red robes went back to their seats. The level 7 professor in purple clothes was still in the air as he said, "You have 8 hours for the third round. You can fail, but in those 8 hours you need to show your best imperial weapon. With that, we'll consider your best weapon for the ranking." 8 hours. They had so much time. Now, the finals can start, said the 7 professors in purple clothes at the same time. The 100 remaining participants immediately put their cauldrons on fire after they announced the start. Phew, Mu Linshui took a deep breath. Everything they had done so far had all led up to this moment. Her fate depended on the finals. Even though she had started to relax in the second round, she was starting to get very nervous again. It'll be fine. We definitely have a chance to rank in the top 10, said Lin Feng gently. Mu Linshui nodded. Finishing in the top 10 wouldn't be a problem, but maybe that wouldn't be enough. Let's start. This time, Mu Linshui took out a black iron meteorite which looked incredibly dense. It also had a silvery outline. Sister Linshui took out a meteorite. That material is extremely hard, so she'll need a lot of time to burn it correctly, thought Mu Qingying. In the next 8 hours, she'd only be able to try 3 times with that material. Mu Qingying glanced at Feng. He was using a red stone, but she didn't know what it was. Even though he hadn't started making a weapon yet, she understood it was a fire-type material. Mu Qingying had guessed right. Mu Linshui closed her eyes and started controlled her fire with her soul. It took her an hour to get the meteorite to melt. She was already covered in sweat and looked exhausted with that. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He just had to wait, and then he'd be able to carve in the marks. Feng is using the 9-weapon transformation technique, and he's already finished the 3rd transformation. He will probably succeed with the 4th one too, said a strong cultivator from Sword Mountain. The 9-weapon transformation technique can improve the general level of the materials, but more importantly, it allows a cultivator to control the process even better by making their soul and the weapon fuse together. The chances of success are greatly increased whilst using that technique, said the leader from the Yen clan, smiling happily. The 9-weapon transformation technique was a technique which was passed from generation to generation in the Yen clan. They only had a part of the ancient scriptures, but it was already enough to make ordinary stones become gold. They had a saying in the clan, the 9-weapon transformation technique could make emperors become great emperors. Indeed, it's practically guaranteed that Feng will rank first this time, said a cultivator from Sword Mountain, smiling. Mu Linshui continued controlling her fire, having made no mistakes so far. The embryo of the weapon had already appeared, and the outline of a spear was forming. A spear? The members of the Yen clan smiled coldly. They didn't have a lot of space to work with, so it was difficult to carve marks into them, and spears weren't considered special weapons either. Besides, at the same level, they weren't necessarily any better than other weapons. That was probably a bad choice on their part. She already gave up on the inside, thought Mu Linshui's uncle, smiling coldly. The one you liked sucks. Surprisingly, she's only making a spear. She can't rank in the top 10 with that, said Feng's future teacher, laughing. The one who liked Lin Feng and Lin Shui frowned. He was just as surprised as everyone else to see that the embryo had a spear shape. Carving marks into such a weapon wouldn't be easy, especially seeing how the embryo of the spear Mu Linshui was making looked even more complex than an ordinary spear. It was more precise and more detailed. The masters of Goldfire Tower all had someone who had attracted their attention. Apart from those in purple, one master in a golden-red robe was paying attention to Mu Lin Shui. He was pleasantly surprised. He smiled and thought, finally, we're going to see his real strength. He had been paying attention to Lin Feng the entire time, but he found Lin Feng too mysterious. Lin Feng, said Mu Lin Shui, opening her eyes. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He looked determined. Suddenly, a terrifying chi surrounded him, along with dazzling lights. Earth abstruse energies emerged from his hands as he started carving marks. The space around him shook violently as marks started appearing. Apart from earth abstruse energy, he also used immortal abstruse energy to carve. Boom! Lin Feng's hands shook, and the marks started intertwining. Empty space deployment spell? Many people were staring at Lin Feng now. Surprisingly, he was carving empty space deployment marks. Slash, slash, slash. Lin Feng seemed like he was dancing as he carved the mark. It seemed like the more difficult the mark, the faster he moved. Bzzz. Now destructive energies emerged, and the small deployment spells started intertwining. Very quickly, the deployment spells fused together. That's, Mu Qingying was astonished. Lin Feng's deployment spells were so powerful? People from the Mu clan and the Yen clan frowned. Mu Lin Shui's assistant could carve such terrifying deployment spells? Go down! Lin Feng shook his hand and his deployment marks all crashed onto the embryo of the weapon. Those deployment marks still aren't enough, said the leader of the Yen clan, smiling coldly. However, after he said that, Lin Feng shook his hands again and continued carving empty space deployment marks. He wasn't done yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1637, Transformations. Chapter 1637, Transformations. The leader of the Yen clan was surprised. He then added, even if you can make more deployment spells, Yen Feng is still going to rank first, or at least in the top 3, while you have no chance. Many people were finally noticing Lin Feng. But, he remained calm and indifferent. Very quickly, Lin Feng carved more deployment marks which crashed onto the weapon again. Even then, Lin Feng still wasn't done. He continued carving marks again. Many people's hearts started racing at that moment. Mu Qingying was fixedly staring at Lin Feng's marks. Because the embryo of that spear was so complex, Lin Feng had to carve a wide range of deployment marks, which made things too complex and too easy to make mistakes. Lin Feng, however, did everything step by step, without making any mistakes. Mu Xiao, back then, the deployment spell you showed me was Lin Feng's. Am I right? Asked Mu Qingying, as if she had been talking to herself, but Mu Xiao still heard her and started trembling. Mu Qingying had wanted to ask that question for a while, and now that she was done with the tournament, she had no reason not to. Miss Qingying, Mu Xiao bowed. He wanted to explain but Mu Qingying ignored him. She shook her hand and said, there's no need to explain anything. Mu Qingying now understood that Mu Xiao had fooled her and lied. Lin Feng hadn't felt the need to justify himself or explain anything because he never really cared. Mu Qingying felt ridiculous and pathetic now. She was so confident in herself, even till now there was a part of her which thought that Lin Feng had joined the Mu clan just for her. Lin Shui, why are you better than me in everything? Am I too stupid? Thought Mu Qingying. Mu Lin Shui had immediately noticed that Lin Feng was outstanding while Mu Qingying had always thought that he was ordinary. Mu Xiao didn't know what Mu Qingying was thinking. He was too worried about his future. What would happen to him now? I knew it. That little boy is special. I'm not stupid in thinking that those two might rank in the top 10. Said the professor in purple clothes who had noticed Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui before. He was smiling indifferently, but the professor next to him groaned coldly and said, do you have so much faith in those two? At the very least, I don't think they're that bad. Replied the professor. The Yen clan and the Mu clan gambled with Mu Lin Shui and Yen Feng's fates at stake. How about we bet too? Said Yen Feng's future teacher, smiling in a cold way. Yen Feng was using the 9-weapon transformation technique, so he could probably make a level 3 imperial weapon. With that in mind, how could Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui compete with him? What do you want to bet? Asked the other one. If Yen Feng wins, you show me your weapon fabrication technique. If he loses, I'll show you mine. What do you think? Said Yen Feng's future teacher. He had always wanted to know what technique that professor used. The professor was surprised. Apparently, Yen Feng's future teacher had a lot of faith in his future student. Can I think about it more? Asked the professor, smiling indifferently. Of course you can. Said the other one smiling. He knew what the other professor was thinking. He wanted to see how far Lin Feng's deployment mark technique went. Now he paid even more attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still carving empty space marks, the holy marks on the weapon were becoming more and more dazzling. He's carving a great deployment spell using so many small deployment spells. All the while those small deployment spells are perfect for the weapon. Thought the crowd. Many people had hidden their true powers, but Lin Feng was the best one so far. So? What do you say? Asked Yan Feng's future teacher. The professor narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Feng's deployment marks. He shook his head and said, "All right, I accept your bet." "Good, but don't go back on your word now," said Yan Feng's future teacher. "I never lie." "All right, everybody here is a witness." The 5 others smiled and nodded. "Ha, maybe the champion of the tournament will be Chang Tian," said another one. Hen Chang Tian was very strong. Even though he worked alone, he had already finished making the embryo and was now carving marks. He was making a big tower which was 3 meters high and was entirely made of gold. Apparently, carving marks didn't seem to make him too tired, but he was having to carve a lot. If his golden tower had any special powers, and if he managed to make a level 3 tower, then it'd be better than most ordinary level 3 imperial weapons. That was why that professor thought highly of him. Gu Changfeng was making a fan which contained ice-cold energies. Siman Nan was making a pair of gigantic wings. Yan Feng's weapon was the most ordinary amongst the 4 geniuses, he was making a sword, again. At that moment, 2 hours had already passed. Lin Feng seemed to have finished carving in his marks. Their weapon was still only an embryo, but its energies were terrifying. That deployment spell is explosively terrifying. Thought the crowd in awe. It seems like those 2 aren't going to try a second time. They made such great efforts anyways, they couldn't possibly put as much energy in a second weapon. Thought the crowd. Boom! A scorching hot fire hit the stage. Yan Feng's sword embryo was absorbing terrifying amounts of that fire. At that moment, he glanced at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui and said in a cold way, "You hid your real strength, but it looks like I'll still have to disappoint you." 4th transformation. With that, the bright red sword embryo's shape changed again, its fire became even more terrifying. "Rise!" shouted Siman Nan at that moment. His wings embryo surprisingly rose up in the air and shook, he had hidden something too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1638, Weapon Clouds. Chapter 1638, Weapon Clouds. Those wings could definitely be a level 3 imperial weapon and the quality wouldn't be low. Thought everybody after they saw the embryo of Siman Nan's wings. On top of that, Siman Nan and his assistant were carving marks together. They were using wind-type strength to carve marks and their energy was ever increasing. Gu Chengfeng's fan was an ice fan, which emanated a frost which would send a chill down anyone's back. "No, you can't," said a young man as the ice energies surrounded him. Not only him, his cauldron also started freezing, his fire fading. His assistant had moved back silently. The crowd was speechless. They couldn't attack others, but Gu Chengfeng hadn't done it on purpose, it was just that his energies were too vast. A professor in purple clothes looked embarrassed. The young man broke through the ice, and besides the shivering, he looked furious. It had been so difficult to get to the finals, and now he was going to get eliminated like that? You still have time. Go to another place and continue making your weapon. In any case, with your strength, you wouldn't have ranked in the top 10. You still need to improve a lot, said one of the professors in purple. That young man lowered his head and remained silent. Then, he took his cauldron away. He didn't want to make a weapon anymore. He was too upset, and he knew that he couldn't compete with those people anyways. Watching up close wasn't bad either. At that moment, golden lights filled the stage as Henchang Tian's tower reached the clouds, its energy pressing down on everyone. That's a level 3 imperial weapon. Who could defeat him? Thought the crowd. Marks, condense! Shouted Lin Feng again. In a flash, dazzling lights emerged from his marks as they intertwined together. Hammer! Shouted Lin Feng. Instantly, Mu Lin Shui threw the hammer at Lin Feng. He moved his hand and caught it without even looking up. Then he started hammering the weapon relentlessly. Is that the final version? Thought the crowd. The energies were already explosive, so how much stronger could it get? Nobody could be sure. That deployment spell could definitely make a level 3 imperial weapon, and it would be a powerful weapon at that, but is it enough? whispered Yan Feng's future teacher. The other professor in purple clothes smiled and said, "It seems that you're starting to regret. The tournament isn't over yet, so don't get so happy too early. That spear is great, and the deployment spell is explosive, the materials are the best, and finally, I'm certain that it can kill low-level emperors. All in all, there's nothing Yin Feng does that they can't do," said the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. He looked calm outwardly, but on the inside, he was nervous. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's weapon was extremely complex. Lin Feng's deployment spell was actually too complex. If they had made a sword, it would have already finished by now. "Ha, you'll soon be disappointed," said Yan Feng's future teacher, smiling wholeheartedly. He felt like he had already won the bet. At that moment, Yan Feng opened his eyes again, flames bursting out of them. Even his blood started boiling and roaring. "This is the power of my blood," said Yan Feng. Suddenly, blood started drifting out of his body. The embryo of his weapon started shaking violently, even emitting whistling sounds. 9 Weapon Transformation Technique, 5th Transformation, Blood Transformation. Black. Yan Feng spat out his blood onto the weapon, darkening it to a dark red shade. The leader of the Yan clan stood up. "The champion is going to appear soon." Quickly after, he was surrounded by a cloud of red colors. The sword was condensing, and the red color was turning into a red weapon cloud. Weapon cloud. The crowd shivered. Was Yan Feng going to make a level 4 imperial weapon? But could he? No wonder he chose a sword, thought some people. No wonder the Yan clan is so sure that Yan Feng is going to win. They knew he could make a level 4 imperial weapon. "Ah, buddy, I'll definitely get your technique now," said Yan Feng's future teacher smiling. He already knew that Yan Feng could make level 4 imperial weapons. The professor next to him looked distraught. Maybe he really had made a mistake. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui were a great team, but he didn't know that Yan Feng could make level 4 imperial weapons. He turned rigid and said, "The tournament isn't over, we'll see." Alright, we'll wait until the end of the tournament." Yan Feng's future teacher smiled happily. Cough, cough. Mu Lin Shui had noticed Yan Feng's weapon cloud and she was looking upset. She started releasing even more fire. "Don't worry, Mu Lin Shui, after the tournament is over, I'll take good care of you," said Yan Feng arrogantly. Mu Lin Shui's mouth was bleeding as she bit her lip, but she continued releasing more fire. "Do your best and leave the rest to me," said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui in a calm way. Mu Lin Shui nodded and looked at the weapon. She could feel Lin Feng's confidence, which made her feel more confident too. Lin Feng suddenly stopped and then released a terrifying strength. He put his fingers on the weapon and continued carving more deployment marks. "He's carving marks again?" The crowd frowned. "He wasn't done? How courageous. He's making a double embryo and using 2 deployment spells," thought the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng. He had hope again. This time, Lin Feng didn't carve the marks so quickly. He also didn't use immortal strength, instead they were pale and mysterious. Nobody knew exactly what kind of marks he was carving. "Is that wind or illusion strength?" thought the professor wearing golden red clothes. That little boy's deployment spells were incredible, having exceeded all their expectations. No matter what the result of the tournament was, he wanted to invite Lin Feng to join him at Goldfire Tower. Even if he didn't make weapons, his deployment spells were useful. The spear appeared indistinctly as lights and sharp energies rolled in waves. A powerful hurricane also formed. Weapon cloud. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui had created 2 embryos and a weapon cloud had appeared. Gotcha! An explosion sounded next to Lin Feng. Mu Lai and Mu Yu's faces were black after their cauldron had exploded. The tournament was over for them. They both raised their heads and saw Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's weapon cloud. They were furious. Were Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui actually better than them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1639, Birth of an Imperial Weapon. Chapter 1639, Birth of an Imperial Weapon. Mu Lai and Mu Yu had lost, and their father, Mu Lin Shui's uncle, looked furious. His dreams were ruined. The clan wouldn't raise his children after this. Especially after Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's made that weapon cloud appear. His cheeks felt extremely hot. Everybody from the Mu clan was staring at him. Mu Lai and Mu Yu are not resilient enough. How can they become strong that way? Said the leader of the Mu clan indifferently. Mu Lin Shui's uncle was petrified and furious. Master, there are success rates for these things. People who make weapons can't succeed every time. There are hundreds of teams, and some people fail, it's only normal. Mu Lai and Mu Yu aren't the only ones who failed. Besides, there aren't many people in the clan who are as good as Mu Yu and Mu Lai. Please forgive them. They're not bad at making weapons, and failing isn't a problem either. The problem is that they were influenced from seeing Lin Xue's weapon cloud. Of course, only time can tell how they'll evolve, said the leader of the Mu clan indifferently. If Mu Lin Xue defeats Yan Feng, what will the Mu clan do? Thought Mu Lin Xue's uncle. His heart was pounding. Would the Mu clan have to give up Mu Lin Xue? If Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng defeated Yan Feng, they'd have to rank in the top 3. If that was the case, Gold Fire Tower would have to protect them, even if the Mu clan changed their mind. Impossible, even with a weapon cloud they can't win, thought Mu Lin Xue's uncle. Everybody had different thoughts. For example, the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue suddenly felt relieved. He even whispered, "Weapon cloud, haha, they can win." He glanced at Yan Feng's future teacher who was next to him. They were both wondering who would win. Lin Feng had exceeded all their expectations. Yan Feng looked upset, but he immediately took a deep breath and tried to control himself. He spat out more blood, making his sword become redder. His cloud was also looking thicker. Boom! At that moment, Han Chang Tian had begun hammering his tower. A weapon cloud had appeared as well, but at the same time it seemed like it wasn't condensing. Chang Tian can make level 3 imperial weapons on his own, it's just a pity that he doesn't have an assistant who can help him with the deployment spells, thought the members of Gold Fire Tower. With Lin Feng's deployment spells, Han Chang Tian could have made a terrifying weapon. This tournament is great, there are so many geniuses this time, thought the level 9 professor, smiling. Even though many people had failed, there were also many who stood out. Around 20 teams could make level 3 imperial weapons. Han Chang Tian, Gucheng Feng, Siman Nan and Yan Feng's weapons would have a strength at the top of the 3rd level. Yan Feng might even make a level 4 imperial weapon. Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng were also amazing. A cloud had appeared which meant they might succeed in making a level 4 imperial weapon as well. If you think highly of someone, do your best to keep them, said the cultivator in golden purple clothes, still smiling. By now, you've probably already noticed someone you'd like to recruit. The little boy with the amazing deployment spells is interesting. The girl he helps is interesting, but her fire is too weak. However, if she was raised properly, she could become quite strong, said the one who thought highly of Lin Feng. He said that because he was afraid that those next to him would choose them. You're getting too enthusiastic. His deployment spells are good indeed, but he's just helping. He might not be interested in making weapons. I think Yan Feng is better. He's aggressive and arrogant, but he's still young. I like his style, said the professor in golden red clothes, smiling. What about you? Asked the professor in golden purple clothes to the last one. That one, said the professor pointing at a young man. He had remained calm the whole time as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Ha, I noticed him too. He's not bad indeed. He's still young and doesn't have incredible techniques, but he can make level 2 weapons and isn't risking making a level 3 imperial weapon, said the professor in golden purple clothes, smiling. The advantage of the finals was that they could focus on certain people, even if those people didn't win. At that moment, Lin Feng was done carving marks, and their weapon was surrounded by cyan lights. No one could tell what Lin Feng had carved. Lin Feng put the embryo of the weapon on the cauldron again and continued hammering it violently. Yan Feng was almost done, his red cloud practically blotted out the entire sky. He had sacrificed his own blood 7 times, and now he looked exhausted. His chi had started looking weaker. But no matter what, he had to defeat Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng. Almost done, if Yan Feng succeeds, then nobody will beat him. The leader of the Yan clan stood up, looking at Yan Feng's weapon. Many other members from the Yan clan also stood up. They could already see Yan Feng becoming the champion. Yan Feng grabbed the sword with both hands, then his hands turned scarlet red as his blood penetrated the sword. His hands shook 9 times, all the while his sword kept whistling. Go! He shouted furiously. His sword pierced through the sky, the red cloud completely being sucked up by the sword. It's a success. The members of the Yan clan were overjoyed. Mu Lin Xue. Yan Feng turned to Mu Lin Xue and Lin Feng. You can't disturb other people, shouted the teacher who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Xue. Right now was a crucial moment for them. Yan Feng looked upset, but then he glanced around and saw that it was a level 7 professor who had scolded him. He recalled his chi, quietly remembering that person for when he became stronger. It's getting intense. said Yan Feng's future teacher, smiling indifferently. I still think you will end up giving me your technique. Humph. Another one groaned coldly. Henchang Tian and Gucheng Feng had succeeded too. They didn't manage to make a level 4 imperial weapon, but a level 3 imperial weapon was still rather good. Only Lin Feng and Mu Linshui still have a chance at defeating Yan Feng now, thought the crowd. Mu Linshui was soaked in sweat, she looked exhausted. Lin Feng was helping her control the fire now. There were 3 of Lin Feng's clones around the cauldron, helping. Their cloud is not as vast as Yan Feng's, so even if they manage to make a level 4 imperial weapon, it still might not be as good as Yan Feng's, thought the crowd. Lin Feng and Mu Linshui's weapon cloud was quite small and cyan in color. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1640, Ranking. Chapter 1640, Ranking. Seaman Nan also succeeded, his wings were whistling with strength. With those wings, cultivators could travel at incredible speeds, not to mention their defenses would be amazing too. These were also a level 3 imperial weapon. Amongst the 4 geniuses, only Yan Feng had made a level 4 imperial weapon. Yan Feng's 9-weapon transformation technique was very special, and probably the only reason he succeeded. It seems that the champion has already been decided, thought the crowd. Lin Feng and Mu Linshui's weapon cloud still didn't look impressive enough. Lin Feng and Mu Linshui could still rank in the top 3 if they managed to make a level 4 imperial weapon, thought the crowd. 4 hours had passed already, which meant that they still had 4 hours to work with. Xingying had thought that 8 hours would be enough to make 3 or more weapons, but it seemed that making just 2 weapons in 8 hours was impossible. Congratulations, said a strong cultivator from Sword Mountain to the leader of the Yan clan. They already felt that Yan Feng had won. He, we knew this would happen. Yan Feng has never disappointed us, said the leader of the Yan clan happily. I wouldn't have thought that the champion would be Yan Feng, even I'm surprised, said Yan Feng's future teacher. Even though he talked that way, he clearly didn't mean it. His colleagues knew what kind of person he really was. The tournament is not over, so don't talk too fast, said the one who thought highly of Lin Feng. I can't wait to see what kind of weapon he'll make, said Yan Feng's future teacher, smiling coldly. He looked at Lin Feng and Mu Linshui. Finally, they were finishing the spear, and if they succeeded, they might have a level 4 weapon. Then they might still rank second. Lin Shui, let's start the condensation part, said Lin Feng. Mu Linshui nodded. The spear was already surrounded by destructive energies which were dashing to the sky. Finally, the spear rotated in the sky. They did it, it's a level 4 imperial weapon. The crowd looked at the weapon. It was different from Yan Feng's weapon, it was a pale white spear. They ranked second. Surprisingly, Yan Feng and Mu Linshui, who were at the center of the Mu clan and Yan clan's bet, ranked first and second, thought the crowd. After the 4 geniuses and Lin Feng and Mu Linshui finished, the crowd turned to the others. Time passed, and more of them finished their weapons, but most of them only made level 2 weapons. By now, the first 5 winners were already known. If the crowd wasn't wrong, the ranking list would be Yan Feng's team, then Mu Linshui's team, then Henchang Tian, then Gucheng Feng, and then Seaman Nan. Of course, those who were the most impatient were the members of the Yan clan. They were certain that the 9-headed snake fire was theirs. Lin Shui, are you ready to join my clan? Asked Yan Feng, smiling indifferently. Mu Linshui glanced at him and smiled coldly. You're still dreaming? Hee, our clans have an agreement and you can't go against it. Try if you dare though, said Yan Feng, glancing at the clans. He knew that since Mu Linshui had ranked second, the Mu clan might have some ideas, so would have to put some pressure on them. Many members of the Mu clan had mixed feelings. They didn't know what to do. They couldn't go against the agreement, and after joining Goldfire Tower, Yan Feng would try to get his revenge against them. Lin Feng glanced at Yan Feng and frowned. He found Yan Feng ridiculous as he said indifferently, Yan Feng, since when are you a referee for the tournament? Yan Feng glanced at Lin Feng and frowned. I've never said that. Since you haven't, why do you already consider yourself as the champion of the tournament? The professors of Goldfire Tower haven't said anything concerning the ranking yet, said Lin Feng in a calm and serene way. Yan Feng was surprised, but he smiled at Lin Feng and said, do you think your weapon could be of higher quality than mine? Of course, said Lin Feng. Yan Feng smiled. He was amused, so he replied, I like your sense of humor. We'll see, said Lin Feng stubbornly. Mu Linshui's eyes twinkled as she looked at Lin Feng. Actually, she didn't know how powerful their weapon was. She didn't even know if it was better than Yan Feng's weapon, but Lin Feng seemed confident. That guy is really confident, I wonder why, said Yan Feng's future teacher, smiling in a cold way. Some time passed and finally, the 8 hours were over. Many people looked happy, while some looked desperate. The 7 professors in purple clothes all walked forwards at the same time. They had to discuss the ranking. If they didn't agree on something, the professor in the golden purple clothes would act as a referee. Everybody, let me tell you what I think. The 10th one should be him, do you agree? Said one of the professors, pointing at a young man in black clothes. The 6 others nodded in agreement. All right, so we agree, said the professor. Then, he smiled at the young man and said, Congratulations, you ranked 10th. You may take 3 steps forwards. Thank you, masters, said the young man nodding. He had ranked 10th, that was great. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1641, The Champion. Chapter 1641, The Champion. Many people were nervous. After all, those young people represented their groups in Goldfire City. After that, the professors also announced who had ranked 9th, 8th, 7th, and 6th. When it was time to announce who had ranked 6th and 7th, the professors started to disagree. When this happened, if only one professor didn't agree, their opinion didn't count, but if 2 or more professors disagreed, then everyone had to reconsider. For those who had ranked between 6th and 10th, the professor in golden clothes didn't need to interject. With that, it was time to decide who had ranked 5th. Seaman Nan ranked 5th in my opinion. Do you all agree? Asked one of the professors in purple. Seaman Nan shivered, he obviously wasn't happy. I agree. I agree too. I think Seaman Nan should rank 4th. He made wings which can make a cultivator both extremely fast and defense heavy, said one of them. I think so too. He should rank 4th, said another one. The professors couldn't agree again. Maybe those who had objected only thought highly of him because they wanted to recruit him. Maybe there was a connection between them and Seaman Na, just like Yin Feng had with his future teacher. Of course, maybe they really thought that Seaman Nan had done better than Gucheng Feng. Alright, we need someone else's opinion then, said the cultivator, turning to the 3 professors in golden red clothes. We all agree that Seaman Nan should rank 5th, said one of the professors in the golden red clothes. Alright, said the professor in purple clothes, nodding. Since the professors in golden red clothes agreed, it was decided. Of course, if the 3 professors in the golden red clothes hadn't agreed, they would have needed the opinion of the professor in the golden purple clothes. The rules were fair, even if the professors had their personal opinions. Of course, they couldn't let the professor in golden purple clothes decide everything on his own. If he liked someone, then he might favor them just as these purple-clothed judges had. Man Nan was disappointed that he had only ranked 5th. The 4th one should be Gucheng Feng, do you all agree? Asked the professor. This time, everyone agreed. After all, Hen Chang Tian's tower was extraordinary. Besides, he had made it alone. Gucheng Feng understood the skill that was required. The 3rd one had to be Hen Chang Tian, even though he had made a weapon on his own. Yin Feng and Mu Lin Shui's team had each made level 4 imperial weapons, so Hen Chang Tian couldn't compete with them. Who's going to rank 2nd? Thought the crowd. They're high from the anticipation. They were almost sure that Lin Feng was going to rank 2nd and Yin Feng 1st, but since Lin Feng sounded so confident, they couldn't wait to hear what the professors had to say. All the members from the Yin clan stood up. The next sentence would be decisive. The members of the Mu clan also all stood up. You each made level 4 imperial weapons. Yan Feng's cloud was wider, which might mean that his weapon is of higher quality. However, Mu Lin Shui's weapon is strange, I can't understand it properly. It's probably because of the deployment marks. Show us the power of your weapons and I'll decide after, said the professor in purple clothes. No, Yan Feng's weapon is of better quality, so he is the champion. Just tell us what you think, and we can talk about it. Why make things so complicated? Said Yan Feng's future teacher. Actually, he was also curious, he didn't understand Lin Feng's deployment marks either. I want to understand the power of their weapons clearly. That's the only way to make a proper decision, said the professor. What do you think? It would be fair to see how powerful their weapons are first, said the professor who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. The others agreed, so they said, Yin Feng, you start first. All right. Yan Feng nodded and condensed cosmic energies in his hands which powered his sword. Attack! Shouted Yan Feng. His sword dashed to the skies, making the sky turn red. Then a terrifying blood strength fell, along with a furious, bloodthirsty dragon which was emitting large fire jettisons. Mu Lin Shui and her assistant, show us the power of your spear, said the professor to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. I'll do it, said Lin Feng. He grabbed the spear firmly and slowly raised it to his shoulder. Then he shouted in a deep voice, "Go! Bzzz." The spear shook and suddenly disappeared. Gotcha! A destructive strength filled the sky. The spear instantly appeared in the sky, and it was still rising. An illusion? Surprisingly, the crowd had lost track of the spear before it had reappeared higher up in the sky. That weapon was very dangerous, it's hard to say what level of cultivator could be killed by it. Eventually, the spear came back to Lin Feng's hand. Then he turned to the judges and said, "My spear is incredible in terms of attack, speed, and illusion. It's better than his sword, and I'm sure that you must understand that now." Eh? The crowd was speechless. Lin Feng was saying that his spear was better than Yan Feng's sword in all aspects? Ridiculous. You're talking nonsense, shouted Yan Feng furiously. The cloud is a sign of quality, and yours wasn't as good. Yan Feng should rank first, said Yan Feng's future teacher indifferently. I think that Mu Lin Shui and her assistant should rank first, said the teacher who had made a bet with him. What do you think? Asked the professor in purple to the others. They had each made an incredible weapon, both a sword and a spear. Yan Feng's sword had created a better cloud, and it was incredible in terms of defense seeing how it could summon a fire dragon. Lin Feng's weapon was incredibly dangerous, its cloud wasn't very dense, but it was terrifying. I think Yan Feng should win. I think Mu Lin Shui should win. The 6 other professors said what they thought. 3 thought Yan Feng should win, and 3 thought Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng should win. The main professor still had to say what he thought. Our 3 colleagues will have to decide then, said the professor, looking at the professors in golden red clothes. We all disagree too. Our master can decide who the champion is, said a professor in golden red clothes. The crowd frowned. The professors in golden red clothes had also disagreed, the suspense. Mu Qingying looked nervous too. She was fixedly staring at the professor in the golden purple clothes. He slowly rose up in the air and looked at Lin Feng and Yan Feng. Then, he smiled indifferently and said, "You are both outstanding, but there can be only one champion. I have to make a decision, so please don't be angry, even if you're second. So, I say that Yan Feng's team ranks second," said the professor in golden purple clothes. Yan Feng ranks second? What? Congratulations, said the level 9 professor to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. Mu Lin Shui looked dumbstruck, but happy. She looked at Lin Feng, they had won. They had won the tournament. Yan Feng's eyes were filled with flames of fury. He looked furious as he said, Yan Feng, don't accept this decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1642, do you accept? Chapter 1642, do you accept? The members of the Mu clan didn't know how to react. But they knew that Mu Lin Shui had only won because of Lin Feng. Mu Qingying was astonished. She glanced at Lin Feng and thought, if Lin Feng had helped me, what kind of weapon could we make? However, people didn't have time to think too much. Yan Feng had already said he didn't accept the results. Of course Yan Feng didn't accept that decision, he had already considered himself the winner. Many people also considered him the winner. In the end though, the professor in the golden purple clothes said that Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui were the winners. Master, the Yan clan doesn't accept the results either, said the leader of the Yan clan bowing. He didn't dare act too aggressively. The teacher looked at the leader of the Yan clan and said indifferently, what you mean to say is that I should listen to you to decide who the winner is? Master, we wouldn't dare, said the leader of the Yan clan shaking. Even though he really meant that, he didn't want to say it openly. If you don't dare, then what exactly do you mean when you say you don't accept the results? Asked the professor in golden purple clothes indifferently. Master, I just want the tournament to be fair. Maybe we could compare the 2 weapons in a fight? Said Yan Feng bowing. He was furious, but he didn't dare act too recklessly. He couldn't afford infuriating the level 9 professor. That's a joke. Using weapons to compare strength is ridiculous. Do you think that a high-level emperor with a level 1 imperial weapon couldn't kill a low-level emperor with a level 9 imperial weapon? Said the professor in a cold way. Weapons represented an external strength. Even though they had made level 4 imperial weapons and could threaten medium-level emperors, that was just an expression. In a real fight, a medium-level emperor could probably still kill them. Even if a Zun cultivator had a level 9 imperial weapon, couldn't do much against an emperor. Yan Feng said he wanted to fight against Lin Feng to compare their weapons because his level and Lin Feng's were different. Therefore, the master in gold and purple clothes didn't even consider that as a possibility. Master, I don't mind trying, said Lin Feng. The level 9 master looked at Lin Feng and then at Yan Feng and said, since he agrees, you have one chance. Thank you very much, master, said Yan Feng excitedly. Then, he suddenly turned to Lin Feng and looked at him in a cold way. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had taken the initiative to accept the battle. How ridiculous. Yan Feng was holding his long sword while releasing fire cosmic energy, making it fuse together with his sword. Lin Feng was holding his spear in his right hand, but looked rather calm. Some destructive qi was slowly emerging from it. Everybody will see that I, Yan Feng, deserve to be proclaimed champion of the tournament. Yan Feng released more fire, causing his sword to whistle. Then he jumped forwards. Lin Feng didn't say anything. Talking was pointless at that moment. The only thing that mattered was strength. Wind chant. Lin Feng suddenly moved like the wind, turning into a shadow as his spear started rotating. Attack! Shouted Yan Feng furiously, raising his long sword. At the same time, Lin Feng threw his silver spear. It instantly tore apart the terrifying red dragon, making it explode into countless pieces in every direction. Then, Lin Feng suddenly shook his head and his spear disappeared. Slash! Yan Feng sensed danger coming at him from every direction. He was even worried for his life now. Go! Yan Feng shook his head and threw his sword. With it, a metallic sound rang, and the destructive energies turned into a terrifying tornado. Even with this, the red dragon continued breaking apart, pushing Yan Feng's sword back. Then Yan Feng sensed a horrible pain as his sword moved back towards his chest. He groaned with pain and blood splashed. He was propelled backwards by a few thousand meters. His face was deathly pale, and he looked confused, but he tried to ignore the pain. He had lost though. His sword had been pushed back by Lin Feng's spear. This proved that the level 9 professor had made the right decision. Now there was no question that Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui were the champions. I like your sense of humor, Yan Feng. Even before the end of the tournament, you firmly believed that you were the champion, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. The professor who thought highly of Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui smiled. He had won his bet, so he turned to the professor next to him and said, you also asked me for my technique before the end of the tournament. I too like your sense of humor. It's time you give me your technique. His interlocutor's mouth twitched, his heart was pounding. The professor who liked Lin Feng was making fun of him. You refused my decision, then you wanted to fight. What about now? Do you accept my decision now? Asked the level 9 professor to Yan Feng in a cold way. Initially, he didn't have anything against Yan Feng. Ranking second wasn't bad either, but Yan Feng and the Yan clan had questioned his decision and hadn't given him face. He didn't need to give Yan Feng face. Yan Feng was only a young man, while he was a level 9 professor. Yan Feng shivered. What could he say now? Now, he had to talk again and say if he accepted the decision or not. I have a headache now, thought Yan Feng's future teacher. It was fine to be arrogant when you were young, but they still had to be careful. Yan Feng had acted arrogantly in front of someone whom he should have respected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1643, Prizes. Chapter 1643, Prizes. The members from the Yan clan felt sorry for him. If he had lost against Hen Chang Tian, it would have been fine, but he had lost against Mu Lin Shui from the Mu clan. I lost. Finally, Yan Feng took a deep breath and admitted he lost. He closed his eyes and when he opened them again, he was looking at Lin Feng in a cold way. He had told Lin Feng not to get close to Mu Lin Shui several times, and not only had Lin Feng gotten close to her, he had also developed an intimate relationship with her. That's all? Said Mu Lin Shui. Yan Feng, you lost, so in the future, I never want to hear you call me your girlfriend again. Mu Lin Shui, you can't escape from me, said Yan Feng. Before the tournament, you thought you were the winner. You even questioned the master of Gold Fire Tower. But now you're just a shameless loser and that's all you'll ever be, said Mu Lin Shui mockingly. Humph. Yan Feng groaned coldly. He looked at the level 9 teacher and bowed, then he said respectfully, I offended you. Please forgive me. I am too young and impulsive. Enough, said the professor. He didn't care about young people that much anyways. He looked at the crowd and said, the tournament is over. Now, it's time for the winners to get their prizes. Everybody stand up. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui moved forwards. Yan Feng was standing next to them. The prize for the winner of the tournament is fire, said the level 9 professor. He shook his hand and suddenly, an imperial fire snake appeared. If you want to modify that snake, remember that you'll need the help of a medium-level or high-level emperor, otherwise, you could get hurt, said the level 9 professor to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. The level 9 professor sealed the snake in a purple empty space and smiled at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. To whom should give I the prize? To him. Give it to her. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng talked at the same time, making them laugh. Everybody was speechless. If it had been anyone else, they would have fought for it. You should take it, we only won because of you, said Mu Lin Shui to Lin Feng, smiling. He had helped her so much and now he even refused the prize. Mu Lin Shui was still confused. Why did Lin Feng do so much for her? Lin Feng shrugged and said, you should use it, your current fire is holding you back the most from fabricating better weapons. But you also control fire and it could make you stronger, said Mu Lin Shui, shaking her head. You don't know everything about me, I'm quite strong without it, said Lin Feng, smiling in a gentle way. Mu Lin Shui just rolled her eyes. Alright, I've never seen two people like you. Who is going to take it? Asked the level 9 professor, smiling. Mu Lin Shui wanted to say something, but Lin Feng said, if you refuse again, I'm leaving. Mu Lin Shui was speechless, but then she nodded and took the fire. That armor is a level 7 imperial weapon, who wants it? Asked the level 9 professor to Yan Feng and his assistant. Me, said Yan Feng impolitely. Then, he immediately took the armor. After that, the professor continued distributing the prizes. After that, he took out a few gold fire tower talismans, each had a fire tower carved on them. He distributed them and said, to those who have this talisman, if you're in gold fire tower, and you break it, a strong cultivator will immediately come to your aid. Alright, as we said, the top 3 participants can choose a teacher in golden red clothes. They'll be your teacher for at least a year, said the level 9 professor, smiling. Then, the 3 professors in golden red clothes walked forwards. One of them nodded at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui. Lin Feng, we can choose that one, said Mu Lin Shui. She had seen him nod, so she bowed in front of him. Ha, I would be happy to teach them, said the professor smiling. Yan Feng chose the one who had noticed him as well. Then, it was Hen Chang Tian's turn. He was already a member of the Gold Fire Tower, so choosing a teacher was less dramatic for him. And you, said the level 9 professor to the 7 professors in purple clothes. He had told them that if they wished, they could recruit some disciples as well. The professors then chose some disciples. Yan Feng, said Yan Feng's teacher. You lost this time, but it doesn't mean much. You're a great weapon craftsman. Yan Feng nodded and bowed before his teacher. I feel honored to have you as a teacher. Alright, I'll teach you how to make better weapons. My colleagues in golden red clothes will also help you, said the professor smiling. He sounded happy. Even if Yan Feng had lost to Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui, he had ranked second. Show me your technique. Everybody heard our bet, said the professor in purple clothes who had bet for Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui winning. Relax, I promised it, so I will do it, said Yan Feng's teacher. Alright, I'm waiting then, said the professor smiling. He then smiled at Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui and said, do you want to become my disciples? Lin Shui, said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui was smiling at all of these new opportunities. Lin Feng knew what she was thinking when he saw her smile. He looked at the teacher and said, Master, I already have a teacher and I would like to stay with them. Besides, I'm not going to stay in Goldfire City for too much longer. Lin Shui would love to be your disciple though, if you'd accept her. No wonder. Your teacher must be an incredible deployment spellcaster, said the professor nodding. Lin Feng had incredible deployment spells, so his teacher was probably incredible. Lin Feng couldn't join them, which was a pity, but Mu Lin Shui wasn't bad either. She was worth having as a disciple. If you accept, I would be happy to have you as a disciple, said the professor smiling at Mu Lin Shui. Thank you, teacher, said Mu Lin Shui, bowing happily. Now she was officially a disciple of Goldfire Tower and she had a teacher. The Mu clan wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Her life was finally in her own hands. Mu Linxue stretched out her arm and grabbed Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng smiled at her and said, "Everything is alright now." "Indeed, everything's good now," said Mu Linxue, nodding. The other professors then chose their disciples. Only a few of them refused to become a professor's disciple. Sister Linxue is now a member of Goldfire Tower, she has a teacher, and she will even learn from a teacher in golden red clothes, thought Mu Qingying, sighing. The difference between her and Mu Linxue was widening. The members of the Mu clan didn't know what to think. They didn't dare face Mu Linxue anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1644, that's all? Chapter 1644, that's all? Little boy, are you sure you don't want to join Goldfire Tower? Asked the level 9 professor, smiling at Lin Feng. The reason why he had decided Lin Feng was the champion was because of his deployment spells. He could see that Lin Feng's deployment spells were powerful. Besides, he could tell that Lin Feng would become stronger in the future. "I'm sure, master," replied Lin Feng, smiling. "No problem. Even though you don't want to join the Goldfire Tower, you can come and leave as you wish. You're a permanent guest of honor here and the rules here don't apply to you," said the professor. Lin Feng smiled. How could he refuse such an offer? A permanent guest of honor? The professor wanted to befriend Lin Feng, which made everyone else feel jealous. Yan Feng pulled a long face. He should have been the champion of that tournament and now everyone was looking at Lin Feng and not at him. Even the level 9 professor preferred Lin Feng over him. "Master, thank you, I wouldn't refuse such an invitation," said Lin Feng, smiling. He was now a permanent guest of honor at Goldfire Tower. "Ha, you're the youngest permanent guest of honor at the Goldfire Tower and I don't even know your name." "Lin Feng," said Lin Feng, smiling. "Lin Feng, if you need anything, feel free to ask me," said the professor, nodding. Then, he walked to some other people. Mu Linxue pulled on Lin Feng's hand and smiled, the youngest guest of honor of Goldfire Tower. After the members of the Goldfire Tower chose their disciples, many people from powerful groups started choosing their new disciples, many of which landed next to Lin Feng and Mu Linxue. "Lin Feng, what do you think?" asked Mu Linxue to Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng had become her personal advisor. "If those people don't impose their rules on you, you should accept," said Lin Feng to Mu Linxue. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "Everybody thinks highly of us. I, Lin Feng, won't be staying here for too long, but thank you for your kindness. Concerning Lin Xue, it's only a matter of time." "Alright, I understand, Lin Feng. If you have time, please come to Wind Valley as our guest," said an old man, smiling. The others also expressed their opinions. Lin Feng nodded back to them all. "Thank you, if I have the opportunity, I'll come and see you." Then, those people left. "Lin Xue," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng and Mu Linxue turned around and saw that the leader of the Mu clan was talking to them. "Lin Xue, you are the champion of the tournament and we are extremely proud of you. In the future, we'll do everything we can to make you stronger," said the leader of the clan. Mu Linxue's social status was now different, she was a member of Goldfire Tower, and she had a direct teacher. She could even consult the professors in the golden red clothes. As the leader of the Mu clan, he knew he had to repair their relationship. "Proud? I thought you wanted me to go to the Yan clan. If I weren't the champion of the tournament, you wouldn't be saying that," said Mu Linxue mockingly. "Lin Xue, you should understand the difficult position the Mu clan faced," said her grandfather. "Grandpa," said Mu Linxue. He was good to her and he had always tried to help her. Concerning the difficulties the Mu clan faced, she knew what he meant. "Lin Feng, tell us what you think," said Mu Linxue's grandfather. He knew that she was stubborn, but she still listened to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't expected the old man to ask him for help. He viewed things from outside, so he was a bit wiser. For Mu Linxue, staying in the Mu clan wasn't a good thing at all, and even if she went away, she'd remain a member of the Mu clan. Lin Feng thought about Muyi, but he didn't know what Muyi wanted. "Lin Xue, listen to your heart," said Lin Feng to Mu Linxue, smiling. Mu Linxue nodded, she knew what he meant. She turned to her uncle and said, "Back then, my father was expelled from the clan. Instead, I want him to be expelled and my father to come back." She was pointing at her uncle, who instantly turned pale. Making Muyi come back? Even though her uncle had done all he could to get Muyi expelled from the clan, expelling Muyi was a decision from the whole clan. If he had decided alone, Muyi wouldn't have been expelled. Mu Lin Shui wanted to vent her anger, so she chose him. Lin Shui, he's your uncle, said the leader of the clan. Do you think telling me that is useful? You know how evil he is to me. If you don't want to expel him, then I'll expel myself, said Mu Lin Shui. The leader of the Mu clan remained silent and then said, all right, I accept. Master. Mu Lin Shui's uncle looked horrified. Don't call me master. You're no longer a member of the clan, said the leader suddenly. Even Lin Feng was happy with this decision. Thank you very much, master, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. Her uncle was furious, he glanced at everybody, but nobody defended him. I'm going back to the clan to get some things. Mu Lai, Mu Yu, we're going, said Mu Lin Shui's uncle to his children. At the same time, all the professors from Goldfire Tower were standing above them in the air. They had all seen what had just happened. In a few dozen years, those young people will become stronger. Some of them might become pillars of support for the Goldfire Tower, said the level 9 professor smiling. Unfortunately, Lin Feng doesn't want to join the Goldfire Tower. Maybe he just wanted to help Mu Lin Shui? He isn't interested in weapons, he didn't even want the fire. In the future, Yan Feng and Hen Chang Tian will become prominent figures in Goldfire Tower, said Yan Feng's teacher. The level 9 professor didn't look so happy to hear that, he really didn't like Yan Feng. Many people were now looking at Yan Feng. Lin Feng had refused to join any group, so they wanted to try their luck with Yan Feng. Yan Feng looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Lin Feng is the champion of the tournament, but we still don't know how strong he really is. Many people were surprised. Yan Feng was still angry? Lin Feng, Mu Lin Shui, you both won the tournament, but maybe we should have a battle without using imperial weapons. I'll even fight against both of you at the same time, said Yan Feng sharply. Mu Lin Shui frowned. Yan Feng really was a scumbag. He controlled cosmic energies and his fire was terrifying. It would be difficult for Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui to defeat him. Lin Feng looked angry. It seemed that he would have to teach him a lesson again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1645, Trying to Kill Yan Feng. Chapter 1645, Trying to Kill Yan Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng and Yan Feng. Yan Feng had thought he'd be the champion of the tournament and now he was very unhappy. Although he was childish, Lin Feng and Yan Feng were both at the same level, so it'd be a humiliation to them if they didn't accept Yan Feng's request. Lin Feng looked at Yan Feng's indifferent smile, and then the corner of Lin Feng's lips curled upwards. He said, I don't like exchanging views on cultivation, I only do battles to the death. Eh? An eerie silence filled the stadium. Some people even looked excited. Battle to death, Goldfire Tower protected the 10 best participants from the tournament, but if 2 of them challenged each other and accepted the fight, then nobody would interject. Of course, you don't need to fight against the both us, just one of us is enough for the likes of you. It's best not to overestimate yourself, said Lin Feng laughing. Yan Feng's pupils narrowed, he knew that Lin Feng was trying to pull him in. This time, Lin Feng is taking the initiative. If you don't dare, then never bark in front of me again, otherwise people will make fun of you, said Lin Feng mockingly after he saw Yan Feng remaining silent. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng, that guy. She knew Lin Feng's deployment spells were powerful, but she still didn't know how strong he really was. She also didn't know what abstruse energies Lin Feng understood. She had seen him use a few at the maximum level already, including immortal and fire energies. Yan Feng had taken the initiative to challenge Lin Feng, so how could he refuse? He jumped forwards and shouted furiously, come here. Lin Feng looked delighted. Mu Lin Shui had ranked first, while Yan Feng had ranked second, and in the future, they'd be in Goldfire Tower together, so he could pose a threat to her. This way, Lin Feng could take care of one more concern he had before he left. Lin Feng looked at the level 9 professor and said, Master, Yan Feng challenged me, and I accept his request. If I die, it'll be my fault, and I won't blame Goldfire Tower for not protecting us. All right, replied the professor nodding. Yan Feng, are you sure you want to fight as well? Asked the level 9 professor. If I die, it will have nothing to do with Goldfire Tower. We agreed to a battle to the death, so this is personal, said Yan Feng. The members of the Yan clan were frowning. They knew how strong Yan Feng was, but Lin Feng sounded confident. All right, since you two agreed, then there's no problem, said the professor indifferently. The 3 professors in golden red clothes and the 7 professors in purple clothes were also interested in the fight. Yan Feng looked at Lin Feng, stretching out his hand, and exuding fire from the palm of his hand. His eyes were quickly filled with murder. He was thinking that even if Lin Feng had hidden his real strength, he was still going to kill him. Black! Yan Feng spat out blood onto the fire in his hand, making it become larger and brighter. Arg! Yan Feng shouted furiously, and then 3 flames appeared behind him, all of them turning into an ocean of flames. Allanite fire! Yan Feng shook his hand and terrifying fire cosmic energy appeared. How strong! Fought some people. The Yan clan was a clan who valued fire, and Yan Feng's spirit was made of fire. I wouldn't have thought that Yan Feng's Allanite fire would be so strong. I was worried for nothing, he will definitely kill Lin Feng. Thought the leader of the Yan clan, smiling. Mu Lin Shui looked extremely worried. Yan Feng could already threaten emperors with a regular attack, let alone a level 9 Zun Qi cultivator. Lin Feng looked calm though. He was simply looking at Yan Feng, also thinking that if Yan Feng's fire reached him, he would die. You will die! Shouted Yan Feng as he started running forwards, leaving a trail of fire behind him. Die! Shouted Yan Feng. 3 fireballs flew through the sky, turning into ferocious fire dragons. Lin Feng couldn't face him head-on, so he moved like the wind and dodged. By the time the 3 fireballs arrived, Lin Feng had already disappeared. How fast? Thought the crowd. It wouldn't be easy for Yan Feng to kill Lin Feng with that speed. Yan Feng immediately gave chase, surrounding Lin Feng once more with an ocean of flames. But again, Lin Feng disappeared before the attack reached him. Some time passed, and there was fire littered everywhere. Yan Feng stopped moving and shouted furiously, "That's how you fight? You're just a coward." Yan Feng's fire is terrifying, but if I can't kill him in one strike, the Yan clan might intervene to save him. Thought Lin Feng. After thinking about it for a moment, his gradually became pitch black and he looked emotionless like a demon. Yan Feng noticed these changes, so he continued running after Lin Feng, but still unable to catch up. At that moment, Yan Feng realized that Lin Feng wasn't dodging this time. He was running towards him. This is my chance to kill him. Thought Yan Feng. Allanite fire. He condensed fire in his right hand, and a vortex of fire appeared. That attack could kill, or at least badly injure a low-level emperor. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng, releasing a force which was multiplied by 1,000, which quickly surrounded Yan Feng. Force multiplied by 1,000, that bastard. Thought Yan Feng petrified. He looked at Lin Feng and looked directly into his pitch-black pupils. Death! Said Lin Feng. This time he released demonic and cursing energies. Yan Feng's face turned rigid, his eyes turned black, and death chi started invading his body. His fire greatly weakened at this point. Lin Feng shook his hand and shattering holy marks formed. Explode! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The marks on the ground quickly moved towards Yan Feng. Oh no! The members of the Yan clan suddenly looked desperate. Yan Feng! Shouted the leader of the Yan clan furiously. He wanted to force Yan Feng back to his senses. At the same time, he started running towards Yan Feng to save him. He wasn't the only one, several strong cultivators from the Yan clan also followed. They agreed to fight. Said Mu Lin Shui's teacher, smiling coldly. He jumped forwards, wanting to prevent the Yan clan from attacking. Bastard! Thought Yan Feng's teacher. That guy surprisingly wanted to let Lin Feng kill Yan Feng. Go! Shouted the leader of the Mu clan. The members of the Mu clan jumped forwards too, they also wanted to prevent the members of the Yan clan from intervening. The leader of the Yan clan shouted to make Yan Feng come back to his senses, but the ground under his feet was already collapsing, and Yan Feng's situation was looking bad. His large fireball turned into a gigantic dragon before it exploded, throwing fire out in all directions. Yan Feng raised his head and saw Lin Feng standing above him in the sky. He still had the demonic-like pair of eyes staring at him. No, Yan Feng suddenly shouted. The demonic and cursing energies further corroded his body. Nobody can save you today. Said Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng released even more cursing energies making Yan Feng feel like fainting. The ground beneath him started to collapse at this point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1646, Celestial Death Curtain. Chapter 1646, Celestial Death Curtain. How dare you! The leader of the Yan clan shouted at Lin Feng furiously. However, Lin Feng ignored him. His target was Yin Feng and wouldn't stop until he was killed. Die! Yin Feng bit his lips, trying to come back to his senses. Suddenly, sharp swords emerged from his body, all of which were imperial weapons he had made. The situation was out of control, and he didn't want to die. "You're using imperial weapons," said Lin Feng. They had both agreed not to use imperial weapons, but without them, Yin Feng was going to die. How could a cultivator accept death while they still had a way to defend themselves? Lin Feng took out some talismans and threw them at Yin Feng. Some of them exploded on him, while some of them collided against the imperial weapons. Ah! Yin Feng gave a horrible shriek. The shattering energies had injured his internal organs. Lin Feng moved back after he threw them. Even though he had made those talismans, he didn't want to get caught up in their explosions. By this point Yin Feng's face was deathly pale and he was overwhelmed with pain. However, Lin Feng didn't stop. He moved like the wind and continued oppressing him with a force which was multiplied by 1,000. "My force is only multiplied by 900, so I can't resist his force," thought Yin Feng. He was getting desperate now, so he suddenly released even more fire which engulfed himself, turning him into a fire monster. After that, he started to run away, trying to avoid Lin Feng's force. A cloud appeared above them, it was filled with a terrifying strength. What? Lin Feng was surprised. Cosmic energy. The members of the Mu clan and the members of the Yin clan suddenly stopped fighting. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. "He's going to break through to the Huangqi layer," thought the crowd. Yin Feng and Lin Feng were both terrifying cultivators, and seeing how Lin Feng kept oppressing Yin Feng was constantly being pushed to his limits. As Yin Feng thought he was going to die, he suddenly understood force even better, and his cosmic energies were already at the maximum level. With those, he was finally going to break through to the Huangqi layer. The cloud of cosmic energies condensed, their energies falling onto Yin Feng's body. Yin Feng's fire cosmic energy began burning more passionately, even his body seemed like it was going to burn. Yin Feng closed his eyes and raised his head, welcoming the cosmic energies were cleansing his body. "Good, that's the genius of our clan." The leader of the Yin clan looked excited. "It seems like we should be grateful," said the leader of the Yin clan, looking at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't threatened Yin Feng, it would have been difficult for him to break through to the Huangqi layer. But even if we're grateful, things are not over. "The battle must end," said the leader of the Yin clan. Of course, he meant that Yin Feng and Lin Feng still needed to kill one or the other. "You can stop the battle now," said Mu Lin Shue's teacher indifferently. "Finish the battle? Do you think the battle can stop only because you want them to stop? They must finish, and there must be a winner," said Yin Feng's teacher coldly. "Humph. Lin Feng had the advantage, yet you all intervened, and now that Yin Feng has broken through to the Huangqi layer, you want the battle to continue? Do you all hear how ridiculous you are?" said Mu Lin Shue's teacher. "I intervened, I admit that I made a mistake. But it has nothing to do with their battle. Since they agreed to it, the battle must finish," said Yin Feng's teacher. "Indeed, the battle must continue. How could we stop here?" said the members of the Yin clan, all whom were smiling coldly. Many people looked at Lin Feng, who was still standing in the sky. He was calmly watching as Yin Feng broke through to the Huangqi layer. Seeing someone break through to the Huangqi layer was a mysterious scene and got Lin Feng thinking. Since he understood several different types of abstruse energies, when he broke through to the Huangqi layer, would several types of cosmic energies enter his body? Finally, Yin Feng opened his eyes and a light made of fire streaked across the sky. It seemed that Lin Feng couldn't use his demonic eyes to deal with him anymore. "Lin Feng, you're surprised, right?" said Yin Feng smiling. He had broken through to the Huangqi layer, and he felt good, powerful even. "Now, kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. Only then will I let you leave," said Yin Feng. He looked proud and arrogant. He had almost forgotten that a moment before, he could have died. "You're broken through to the Huangqi layer, but I have the feeling that you haven't progressed at all," said Lin Feng, glancing at Yin Feng. Lin Feng had already fought emperors. In Yaoyi Island, he had also learned from emperors, fighting their emperors millions of times. Even though he had lost or escaped each time, he was confident in his abilities now. "Lin Feng," said Mu Lin Shui, she was scared to death. She was still looking very, very nervous, which wasn't surprising because Yin Feng had become an emperor after all. "That guy doesn't seem worried," thought Mu Qingying. Didn't he know that there was a huge difference between emperors and Zun cultivators? Bang! Yen Feng took a step forwards, releasing terrifying fire cosmic energies. The sky turned red as he released these energies. Yen Feng, kill him, said the leader of the Yen clan. After releasing all these energies, Yen Feng started running towards Lin Feng again. He raised his hands and his fists turned into two dazzling fireballs made of cosmic energy. Lin Feng shook his hands as demonic lights appeared in the sky, quickly turning into demonic marks which contained terrifying shattering energies. Die, said Yen Feng. His fire surrounded Lin Feng, making him look like a tiny ant inside that fiery mountain. Lin Feng, shouted Mu Lin Shui. Why hadn't Lin Feng dodged? Why? Celestial Death Curtain, die, said a voice. Lin Feng, who was practically bathing in that ocean of flames, launched pitch-black death energies which collided with the fire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1647, Killing an Emperor. Chapter 1647, Killing an Emperor. What kind of power is that? Thought the crowd. Lin Feng still had the strength of the Zun Qi layer, but was still competing with Yen Feng, who had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. His death energies didn't seem any weaker than Yen Feng's energies. All the emperors from Gold Fire Tower were open-mouthed, speechless. Lin Feng could resist an emperor's cosmic energies, which meant that he was 100 times stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer. What a guy, thought Mu Lin Shui. She too was speechless. Yen Feng was no exception, he too was speechless. Lin Feng raised his hands and released shattering energies, filling his celestial death curtain with an indestructible strength. The sky shook as the fire cosmic energies broke apart. At the same time, the celestial death curtain seemed like it was also falling apart, but Yen Feng still felt oppressed. Die, said Lin Feng as he raised both of his hands and used his deadly demon punch. Yen Feng's face turned deathly pale, his cosmic energies weren't enough. Great Earth Destruction, shouted Lin Feng. He moved like the wind and pierced through the fire. Then, he continued moving towards Yen Feng. At that moment, Yen Feng couldn't block anymore, he didn't have any strength left. He had just broken through to the Huang Qi layer, so how could he die now? A beam of light appeared, causing the space around Yen Feng to distort. He was going to die. Yen Feng had millions of thoughts racing through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from hell to heaven, and now he was going right back to hell. No, shouted Yen Feng desperately. The members of the Yen clan were astonished. How? How could that happen? Yen Feng had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. They couldn't save Yen Feng by this point. Yen Feng's skull started cracking and then his body exploded. He was dead. Yen Feng's body disappeared, and only Lin Feng remained. He killed an emperor? The crowd remained speechless. This was surreal to them. Crack! The level 9 professor clenched his fists tightly. Lin Feng had killed an emperor, so he knew what that meant. Lin Feng was even more important to them than he had previously thought. In his celestial death curtain, I sensed death, demon, wind, empty space and earth energies. Then in his great earth destruction, I sensed mainly earth energies, but it also contained demon, empty space and thunder energies. Thought the professor, closing his eyes as he tried to remember Lin Feng's attacks. There was no doubt that Lin Feng would probably become a famous emperor in the future. It also meant that after breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, he would be able to kill emperors of the same level easily, just like he could kill Zun cultivators of the same level now. Yen Feng's teacher's facial expression was interesting, he looked completely confused. He had just recruited a disciple, then that disciple broke through to the Huang Qi layer, and a few minutes later, his disciple was killed. Mu Lin Shui made friends with a future god. Thought the members of the Mu clan, astonished. Lin Shui, Lin Feng is beyond incredible. Mu Qingying had already walked over to Mu Lin Shui. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had just witnessed a miracle. She had never heard of a Zun cultivator who could kill an emperor, and Lin Feng made it look easy. I didn't know he was so strong, I've never seen him fight before, whispered Mu Lin Shui. Mu Qingying smiled wryly. She remembered her reactions in the past, she felt ridiculous now. Could Lin Feng have joined the Mu clan for her? You dared kill him? Said the leader of the Yen clan furiously. Yen Feng was the most outstanding disciple the Yen clan had. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1648, Making Friends with Important People. Chapter 1648, Making Friends with Important People. You killed him? shouted the leader of the Yin clan furiously. Yin Feng was the most outstanding disciple of the Yin clan. Everyone from the Yin clan were furious. Yin Feng had just broken through to the Huangqi layer, he had become a rising genius, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had killed him. Lin Feng turned to the leader of the Yin clan and smiled amusingly. "He's already dead, why do you ask?" said Lin Feng mockingly. The leader of the Yin clan shook his hands and a gigantic fire hand appeared in the sky, instantly moving towards Lin Feng. Such powerful cosmic strength. Lin Feng frowned while looking at the fire hand. That hand could kill 10 people at the same time. Lin Feng groaned coldly and moved back. At the same time, he took out the talisman from Goldfire Tower. The level 9 professor groaned coldly and attacked to defend Lin Feng. Terrifying cosmic energies appeared, and the sky shook. With that, the cosmic energies from the leader of the Yin clan exploded and disappeared. "Does the Yin clan want to be exterminated?" asked Mu Linshue's teacher. The professors in golden red clothes and Mu Linshue's teacher moved forwards, all of them looking at the members of the Yin clan. "You said you wanted the fight to happen, otherwise Yin Feng wouldn't have died. Now, Lin Feng killed Yin Feng in a fair battle and you dare attack him while still inside Goldfire Tower's territory? Are you trying to provoke Goldfire Tower?" asked a professor in golden red clothes. The Yin clan's leader's face turned deathly pale after he realized what he did. "We wouldn't dare, we were just caught up in the moment. Please forgive us," said the leader, lowering his head. Even though he was asking for forgiveness, his eyes were bloodshot with rage. "We forgive you this time, it wasn't easy for your clan to finish second at the tournament after all. However, if this happens again, we'll wipe the Yin clan off the map," said the professor the golden purple clothes indifferently. "I understand," said the leader of the Yin clan with his head still lowered. "Since you understand, then piss off," said the professor in golden purple clothes. With that, the members of the Yin clan then started leaving. A strong cultivator from Sword Mountain looked at the level 9 professor, his eyes looked fierce. "Those people from Goldfire Tower are sly." Although Yin Feng could be an asset to Goldfire Tower, Lin Feng was a guest of honor who would amount to a lot more than Yin Feng. Lin Feng's future potential was limitless. Thought the strong cultivator from Sword Mountain. "Alright, the tournament is over, everybody can do whatever they want now," said the level 9 professor to the crowd. "Little Feng, if you have time, come to Sword Mountain. This is our talisman, if you need anything, use it to contact us. We will do our best to help you if you need," said the strong cultivator from Sword Mountain to Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished. Sword Mountain and the Yin clan had collaborated for a long time and now that person was trying to befriend Lin Feng? If the Yin clan saw that, they'd be furious. "Thank you very much, master. This is perfect, I already have a good friend, who's like a brother to me, who's a disciple in Sword Mountain. If I have time, I'll come and visit," said Lin Feng smiling. The strong cultivator was surprised and asked, "Who's your friend?" "Ruoxia, I hope he's being treated well," said Lin Feng laughing. The strong cultivator smiled and said, "Alright, I wouldn't have thought that Ruoxia was your friend. It's no wonder he's a genius. These days, Ruoxia is locked up in a room practicing cultivation. He said he wouldn't come out until he became an emperor. I think that he's going to break through to the Huangqi layer soon. Ruoxia is very determined. I have no doubt he'll break through to the Huangqi layer," said Lin Feng smiling. Indeed, Ruoxia is a great cultivator. Back then, he chased a group of cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer, including cultivators of the very top of the Zunqi layer. In the end he managed to catch up with them and kill them all. Because he's so merciless, many people in Sword Mountain have noticed him. "You guys are beasts," said the strong cultivator smiling. The strong cultivator smiled and said, "Alright, I'm leaving now. Please come to Sword Mountain when you have time. You and Ruoxia will be able to have a few drinks together." Then he left. "Lin Feng, this the talisman of our sect, you can come to Tianyu Feng whenever you want." A few more strong cultivators gave their talismans to Lin Feng. Lin Feng politely took them. Whether or not he'd choose to go, he expressed his appreciation and gave them face. Everybody only pays attention to him, thought Hen Chang Tian and Gu Qingfeng smiling wryly. Mu Linxue smiled in a gentle way. Everybody had forgotten about her too. "Sister Lin Shui, Lin Feng joined the Mu clan for you, so does he like you?" asked Mu Qingying. Mu Linshue's smile became rigid, she looked embarrassed and confused because she didn't know either. She shook her head and whispered, "I don't know what he wants." "Well, Sister Lin Shui, did you fall in love with him?" asked Mu Qingying smiling. Mu Linxue blushed. She didn't look at Mu Qingying's eyes for she was too shy. You spent so much time together and he's so outstanding. If you fell in love with him, it would only be normal. Whispered Mu Qingying after she saw Lin Shue's reaction. Lin Shui, said a voice at that moment. Mu Lin Shui turned around to see Moody. Father. Mu Lin Shui hadn't seen him for a long time. Lin Shui, congratulations, said Mu Yi, smiling in a gentle way. He had made the right decision in asking Lin Feng for help. You decided to leave back then, so why did you come back? Asked Mu Lin Shui in a cold way. She was blaming her father for leaving her in such a difficult situation. Even though he had been expelled, he shouldn't have left like that. Moody smiled wryly and said, Lin Shui, I know you're angry at me, but I didn't give up since then. I missed you and I really wanted to help you. Help me to do what? You only came back now that everything's fine, said Mu Lin Shui. Her face was red from anger. Lin Shui, Uncle Mu Yi really wanted to help you, said Lin Feng in a gentle way, walking to them. Mu Lin Shui was suddenly confused. Lin Feng called her father uncle? Lin Feng, you. Indeed, Uncle Mu Yi took me to Goldfire City to help you. I didn't know about Goldfire City before and I didn't know about the tournament either, said Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui was still red, but not from anger. She looked at her father, having understood everything now. Her father had asked Lin Feng to join the Mu clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1649, Goldfire Towers Territory. Chapter 1649, Goldfire Towers Territory. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Shui asked Lin Feng and Moody. Lin Shui, I told Lin Feng not to tell you anything. You have a bad temper, so if you had known that I had sent Lin Feng, you would have only gotten angry, said Mu Yi smiling. But now everything is fine. You and Lin Feng are close to each other, aren't you? Mu Lin Shui remained silent for a few seconds, then Lin Feng walked closer to her and smiled. Uncle Mu Yi has been studying deployment spells very hard these past few years, and after getting to know you, I understood that all his effort was for you. But then he met me and had asked me to come instead of him. You understand why he did all that, right? Mu Lin Shui raised her head and saw Lin Feng's gentle smile. Finally, she nodded and said, Father. Moody looked sad and happy at the same time. He smiled at Lin Feng. Moody, we've been treated you so poorly. The Mu clan owes you an apology, said the leader of the Mu clan to Moody. I understand, master, said Moody nodding. Good, let's go back to the clan then. Lin Shui is now a member of Goldfire Tower, so she probably wants to go there now, said the leader of the Mu clan. All right. Mu Yi knew why he had to go back. They also understood that Mu Yi had made Lin Feng join the Mu clan, so if they were good to Mu Yi, they'd also be friends with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, please take care of Lin Shui, said Mu Yi, smiling in a deep and meaningful way. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and smiled. You look really cute together. Ha ha. I'm off, dot. Then, Moody left with the other members of the Mu clan. Lin Feng, don't listen to my dad. Sister Lin Shui, I also think that you're a perfect match. I'm off, said Mu Qingying laughing. Then, she left with the other members of the Mu clan as well. Lin Feng watched as Mu Qingying and Mu Xiao left. Then he glanced at Mu Xiao indifferently, making him shudder in fear. But Lin Feng didn't cause any trouble. Mu Qingying already understood what Mu Xiao had done, so she could deal with him on her own. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the professors of Goldfire Tower left. Mu Lin Shui's teacher approached her and smiled. Mu Lin Shui, you obtained the nine-headed snake fire, so I'll help you modify it. I think your weapon crafting will improve a lot with it. Thank you very much, teacher, said Mu Lin Shui smiling. She couldn't wait to use the fire. If my colleagues in the golden red clothes could teach you their ways of controlling fire, then it'd be even more perfect, said her teacher. A teacher in golden red clothes walked towards them at that moment and said, I'd be happy to help her, of course. Thank you, master, said Mu Lin Shui. Don't forget about our bet, said Mu Lin Shui's teacher to Yanfeng's teacher. Lin Feng, come and have a walk inside Goldfire Tower. If you changed your mind, you can still become one of our disciples, said the professor in golden purple clothes while smiling. Lin Feng nodded politely. Thank you, master. Let's go. Let's show all the new disciples our territory as well, said the professor. Everybody nodded and then they followed. The gate to the tower was gigantic and possessed a magnificent golden gleam. They crossed the gate and suddenly, the landscape changed like night and day. From outside, I thought the Qi wasn't that great and that it would be small, but actually it's another small world. Thought Lin Feng. That small world was filled with fire cosmic energy, practically rolling in waves. One could also hear hammer sounds in the distance. You should mentally prepare yourselves for what'll come next. All the disciples from Goldfire Tower are weapon manufacturers who practice non-stop, every day. That means you'll have to hammer weapons every day, said the professor in golden-purple clothes. Everybody nodded, they already knew that. Of course, you have to become stronger to make more powerful weapons, so Goldfire Tower provides its disciples with all sorts of things, prizes, cosmic energies, deployment spell, ancient scriptures, said the professor. Let's go and see. They continued walking through the small world, soon arriving in another empty space. There were many pavilions and lofty buildings, each building possessing a different Qi. Earth Qi, thought Lin Feng, glancing at a tower. Indeed, that's the Earth Tower. We don't only cultivate fire Qi in Goldfire Tower, there are also earth, ice, wind, life, and death towers, explained the professor. The world of cultivation is vast, and Goldfire City is only the tip of the iceberg, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you're a guest of honor here, so you can use all the towers as you wish. You should spend some time here and practice. You can also stay here forever, I wouldn't mind, said the professor laughing. He knew that Lin Feng knew several types of energies, so those towers were very useful for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1650, The Legendary Holy City. Chapter 1650, The Legendary Holy City. A few professors took Lin Feng to several towers and then they left, allowing Lin Feng to do what he wanted. After they left, Lin Feng picked a tower, and chose the third floor, of which there were 9. The atmosphere was distorted inside the tower. A heavy energy surrounded Lin Feng as soon as he walked in. Even though he was seated, he still felt heavily oppressed. He had chosen the Earth Tower first. Lin Feng's Earth abstruse energy had already reached the maximum abstruse level, but he hadn't started learning cosmic energies yet. To understand Earth cosmic energy, he had to truly be one with the Earth. Fire cosmic energy was brutal and aggressive, while Earth cosmic energy was heavy. Those towers must have been built by some incredible cultivators, thought Lin Feng. He raised his head and looked at the other floors. If he continued to go up, the energies would get denser and heavier. I can't understand Earth cosmic energy yet, but I could try some of the other energies to see if I can understand them better, thought Lin Feng, standing up. Then, he left the tower. Some time passed, and Lin Feng visited all the towers. He didn't waste any time. He had already spent a lot of time studying deployment spells, so now he needed to improve his cultivation again. He had to break through to the Huang Qi layer. Time passed as Lin Feng studied all sorts of energies. Without him noticing, half a year passed. At that moment, at the top of the fire tower, 2 people were sitting there and cultivating. One of them was wearing purple clothes and was a level 7 professor. The other one wore a pale dress and drew a lot of attention from both genders. That was Mu Lin Shui and her teacher. Even with the help of her teacher and the teacher in golden red clothes, it had taken her half a year to modify her snake fire. Lin Shui, you should have a rest, you've made great efforts this past half year, said her teacher, smiling. I'm alright, and I should be thanking you for the efforts you've taken to help me, said Mu Lin Shui in a gentle way. Since I'm your teacher, it's only natural. You've already modified the snake fire, now, becoming stronger will be even easier for you. After you break through to the Huang Qi layer, you'll be able to absorb the rest of the fire and modify it yourself. I'm sure you'll become stronger than me in the future, said the teacher. Mu Lin Shui smiled. She hoped that she'd become very strong, of course. Teacher, you must be tired, you should have a rest. Don't worry about me, I'm just going to have a walk, said Mu Lin Shui, smiling at her teacher. But he said, what you mean to say is that you want to go and see your lover. Mu Lin Shui looked shy and said, Teacher, Lin Feng is just my friend. He only came to help me because of my father. So what? You're very close to each other, and usually people are friends before they start a relationship, said the teacher. Mu Lin Shui's heart started racing after she thought about it. Lin Shui, the continent of the 9 clouds is vast, Goldfire City is only a small part of the continent. Lin Feng is extremely talented, so he'll certainly amaze the continent of the 9 clouds someday. You and Lin Feng are close, and you like him, you should take the initiative while you still have it. If you miss your chance now, you'll regret it someday. her teacher explained. Mu Lin Shui remained silent for a moment, then saying, "Teacher, I'm going." She smiled at her teacher one last time, and then left. Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui found Lin Feng rather quickly. She had arranged her hair while walking over and was now smiling sweetly at him. "Lin Shui, you've become even stronger," said Lin Feng. "I still don't know how strong you are though. Back then, your force was multiplied by 1,000, and your abstruse energies were also at their highest levels. One more step and you'll break through to the Huang Qi layer." Mu Lin Shui was praising him. "Maybe," said Lin Feng smiling. He didn't admit it, but indeed, one more step and he'd break through to the Huang Qi layer. However, that was easier said than done. He needed an opportunity for that and he didn't know when it would come. "Where are we going?" Mu Lin Shui asked as Lin Feng seemed to be taking them somewhere. "I want to go and see the professor in the golden purple clothes and asked him for a map. I'm not familiar with the continent of the 9 clouds." She was surprised to hear him say that. It meant that he was planning on leaving. The continent of the 9 clouds is too large, it might even be endless. The professor can't have a map of the entire continent. "We're in the Dark Night region, but I'm not even sure you could find a map of the entire region," said Mu Lin Shui. "Lin Shui, where does that name come from?" asked Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui was surprised. Lin Feng didn't know something so ordinary. "I'm not sure about the details, but the continent of the 9 clouds is divided into 9 major plates: the 9 clouds, the godly clouds, the dark clouds, the green jade clouds, the red clouds, the bright clouds, the jade clouds, the blue pale clouds, the purple clouds and the supreme clouds. Of these, Goldfire City is in the dark clouds." Mu Lin Shui explained. "What about the holy city? Does it exist?" asked Lin Feng. In the small world, people had said that the great world was the holy city. The holy city exists indeed. It's an important celestial city, one of 18 in the Dark Night region. Although I've heard about it, I've never been there because it's very, very far away," replied Mu Lin Shui. "It really exists," whispered Lin Feng. "And it was a famous celestial city at that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1651, Vast Celestial Ancient City. Chapter 1651, Vast Celestial Ancient City. Holy City. Lin Feng frowned as he thought of something. The diviner had told him to come to Holy City to find him, but did he mean the real Holy City as in the Celestial City, or did he mean the Great World as a whole? If the diviner had meant the entire Great World, then it would be extremely difficult to find him, unless Fortune Shrine was very famous and everybody knew about it in the continent of the 9 clouds. "Lin Shui, do you know about Fortune Shrine?" Lin Feng asked. "Fortune Shrine." Mu Lin Shui shivered. Fortune Shrine was very mysterious, even more so than the Holy City. She didn't know much about it besides the name. According to legends, it was one of the most powerful influential groups in the world. The Holy City is in the Dark Night region, and it's one of the main cities, so maybe you'll learn more about it there. "I'm not strong enough, so I've never had the opportunity to learn more about it," said Mu Lin Shui. "Lin Shui, have you ever heard of the vast celestial ancient city?" asked Lin Feng. Mu Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. He didn't know much about the continent of the 9 clouds, so she was wondering how he had lived before. "Lin Feng, the vast celestial ancient city is one of the main cities, just like the Holy City. It's one of the 18 ancient cities that kind of reign over the region we are in," said Mu Lin Shui. "By the way, why do you ask me that?" "I see," thought Lin Feng. This reminded him a bit of Tiantai in the northern part of Bahuang. If it was the same, then that meant their region was probably divided into 18 parts and each of them was controlled by a city. "I saw that in the memories an old man had transmitted to me," said Lin Feng to Mu Lin Shui. He didn't explain more though. Actually, he had learnt about the vast celestial ancient city in the memories of the everlasting celestial emperor. The everlasting palace still wanted to capture Lin Feng, so there were things he couldn't talk about. He didn't know how far he was from Xixiang City, but if he wasn't far, he had to leave soon. "The professor must have a map of the region at least," said Lin Feng. "Maybe, since you want one, we can go and see him." "I'll come with you too," said Mu Lin Shui smiling. Lin Feng nodded and they both crossed Goldfire Tower to get to the professor's place. The professor, 6 months before, had told Lin Feng to come if he needed anything. After a short time, Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui arrived in front of a golden purple tower, which reminded them of the professor's clothes. Lin Feng, Mu Lin Shui. Someone came out and appeared in the courtyard. He smiled, "Don't be shy, come here." "Thank you very much, master," said Lin Feng, bowing. "Not bad, you've both progressed a lot. Lin Feng will become an emperor soon," said the professor. "I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the Huang Qi layer," said Lin Feng, smiling. Many people's cultivation stopped at different points. Even though Lin Feng was talented, breaking through to the Huang Qi layer wasn't going to be easy. When you are ready, things happen naturally. Maybe someday you'll understand something suddenly and then level up," said the professor, smiling. "By the way, did you want something from me?" "Master, do you have a map of the region controlled by the vast celestial ancient city?" said Lin Feng straightforwardly. "Oh?" The professor's eyes twinkled. He smiled and said, "Lin Feng, do you want to go to the vast celestial ancient city?" "I'm thinking of going," said Lin Feng. The vast celestial ancient city is one of the 18 main cities in our region. There are many strong cultivators there, powerful sects and clans, many geniuses. It's a heaven for cultivators is what I'm getting at. Of course, it can also be hell for some people, depending on their luck. Lin Feng, I will send some strong cultivators there in a few months. If you want, you can go with them," said the professor. "A young person from Goldfire Tower is in the vast celestial ancient city, and in a few months, those people will go and visit him. They'll also bring some young people to broaden their horizons," said the professor. "Having said this, if you still want to go alone, you can. I have maps in my memories, and I can transmit a map of the region to you," said the professor, smiling. He didn't want Lin Feng to misunderstand him. "Thank you very much, master," said Lin Feng, bowing. Then, the professor transmitted the memories to Lin Feng. It was kind of blurry though, several places were not distinct. It was probably difficult to make a precise map of such a huge place. "Master, I'm off, I'll see you later," said Lin Feng before he turned around left with Mu Lin Shui. "Lin Feng, what do you want to do now?" Mu Lin Shui asked him. "Since the end of the tournament, we've been staying in Goldfire Tower the whole time. We should go and see Uncle Mui," said Lin Feng cheerfully. Mu Lin Shui didn't mind and smiled back. "I wonder how my dad is doing. Let's go to the Mu clan." The Mu clan was prosperous those days. Since the end of the tournament, Mu Yi had gone back, and Mu Lin Shui's uncle had been expelled. The Mu clan was still under a lot of pressure from the Yen clan though. Of course, the Yen clan didn't dare openly attack the Mu clan either. Mu Lin Shui and Lin Feng had become important people to Goldfire Tower, so who know what their response would be if they were openly hostile. Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui went back to the Mu clan, many people instantly noticing them. Older people smiled at Lin Feng politely, having heard or seen about him kill an emperor, they could only admire him. When Moody saw Lin Feng and Mu Lin Shui, he instantly became happy. They had food and drinks before Lin Feng wanted to leave. "Where are you going, Lin Feng?" Mu Lin Shui asked. She seemed sad, as if she didn't want Lin Feng to leave. "Lin Shui, you should stay here in the Mu clan. I want to go to Sword Mountain," Lin Feng said. Sword Mountain wasn't far from Goldfire Tower. Lin Feng wanted to go and see Ruoxie, seeing how he hadn't traveled for a year. He didn't like staying in the same place for too long. After he came back, then he'd go to the vast celestial ancient city with the people from Goldfire Tower. "I want to come with you," said Mu Lin Shui. She looked strange, as if she was scared that Lin Feng would never come back. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, "Don't worry, I'll come back to Goldfire Tower. This trip won't take that long." Mu Lin Shui lowered her head, she looked sad and disappointed. "Ha, Lin Shui, are you really so scared that Lin Feng won't come back?" said Mu Yi, laughing. Mu Lin Shui blushed and said, "Dad. Alright, everybody knows how you're feeling. Lin Feng, go, I'll take care of my daughter," said Mu Yi. Lin Feng smiled wryly, he knew that Mu Yi wanted him to be with his daughter. "Uncle Mu Yi, Lin Shui, I'm off," said Lin Feng. And then he moved like the wind and left. Moody then stopped smiling and whispered, "That little boy is difficult to understand, it won't be easy for you to start a relationship with him, Lin Shui." Mu Lin Shui raised her head and watched as Lin Feng left. She knew that Lin Feng was just trying to keep some distance between them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1652, Sword Precipice. Chapter 1652, Sword Precipice. Sword Mountain was situated in a mountain range not far from Goldfire Tower. It had existed for many, many years, and with this time, they've accumulated enough cultivators and resources to destroy entire territories. They had many ancient scriptures for sword cultivators to study, as well as ancient sword techniques and skills. At the top of one of these mountains, which looked to have been cut by a sword, there were many sword cultivators practicing cultivation. There were men and women, young and old. Many of them were disciples, but there were also foreigners who had come to study sword cultivation. That mountain had been cut by a sword, and it seemed like the energy from that sword would never leave the mountain. Even thought the sword energy didn't contain any immortal strength, the pure sword energy didn't disperse. In the past, 2 ancestors destroyed 19 of these mountains, leaving them as a testament to their strength. I can only imagine what kind of battle that was, said a young man. In the air, Feng was flying slowly and landed on a mountain. The sword energies from that mountain instantly surrounded him, but the most intriguing part was that the energy was very familiar, Wu Tian's energy. Emperor Wu Tianjian must have fought someone here, thought Feng. The other sword energy present wasn't any weaker than Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword energy. Actually, it was the opposite. It was even stronger than Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword energy. Maybe this is where Emperor Wu Tianjian was injured, thought Feng. He didn't know how that battle ended from just the energies here, so maybe he could ask around. Feng looked around, seeing many people seated cross-legged, studying the sword energies. Some of them were in the sky, while some were on the broken mountains. Feng jumped forwards and, after looking around, arriving in front of a young person who was seated before sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Feng asked, "Your Excellency, do you know who the 2 fighters were and how the battle ended?" The young man suddenly opened his eyes after Feng spoke. "Piss off." He spat out sword energies at Feng, tearing his clothes apart. Slash, slash. Suddenly, Feng released his own sword energies, which formed something looking like a river of sword lights. What a powerful sword cultivator, thought the young man. Feng jumped forwards, pushing back that guy's sword energies. His facial expression changed drastically after seeing Feng's energies. He was a powerful sword cultivator who could easily kill cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer, and surprisingly, he was the one being oppressed. Feng took another step forward. Although it was only a small one, it felt like a heavy hammer had fallen on his opponent. He groaned coldly, and his face turned pale. "Your Excellency, please stop," shouted that cultivator. However, Feng took another step forward, this time releasing earth energy. His interlocutor couldn't even move his legs anymore, he was shaking and was deathly pale. Finally, the young man couldn't release any more energies, and was suddenly propelled away, crashing onto a mountain. Feng glanced at the young man in a sharp way. "Answer me," said Feng. The young man's face looked deathly pale as he was worried for his life. But then a strong wind started blowing and moved towards Feng. 3 sword cultivators appeared and surrounded Feng. They said nothing, they just stood there. Feng condensed a sword, a heavy sword which was larger than most ordinary swords. At the same time, the 3 cultivators unsheathed their swords from their backs, each of them carrying a silvery glint. All the disciples from Sword Mountain receive ordinary silver swords, but once they reach the rank of intern, they receive imperial cyan swords. These guys only unsheathed their silver swords because they were fighting 3 against 1. "Attack!" shouted one of them, though they all attacked at the same time. Their sword lights turned into a web which surrounded Feng like a cage. Feng moved like the wind while condensing more heavy sword energies. Quickly, he destroyed the sword web and moved towards one of them at full speed. What a powerful sword attack! He's an excellent sword fighter, thought Feng's enemies. Feng landed in front of one of them and 9 sword lights surrounded him. Those sword lights were intertwining and turning into a sword-like curtain. The 2 others landed behind Feng, with more silver sword lights threatening him. Sword Mountain's disciples are very strong, but that guy is too strong. An ordinary cultivator would have died instantly, thought the crowd. The 4 fighters were extremely fast. However, death was something that could happen quickly. Whoosh! Feng jumped forwards, the energies around him were as heavy as mountains. Break! After weighing them down, Feng attacked them with both force and sword energies. 2 silver lights broke apart and their casters were propelled backwards. Feng continued running forwards. Then, Feng rotated as he threw his sword from his right hand downward, the sword now looking like a shooting star as it assaulted someone else. The disciples from Sword Mountain were looking pale. No matter what they did, they couldn't defeat Feng. Bang! That cultivator fell into the valley, bleeding profusely. The other 2 looked furious as they released their spirits, which were both gigantic swords. Attack! The 2 cultivators shouted furiously. Their sword spirits moved at the same time, one containing wind abstruse energies, while the other one contained golden energy. Their sword attacks are terrifying, thought Lin Feng when he saw the one which was using the wind. At the same time, he raised his hands and his earth sword flew ahead of him, forming a curtain of energies in front of him. Lin Feng condensed more sword energies and pushed forwards, creating a hole in the gigantic wind sword. Then the two gigantic swords were both pushed backwards, their cultivators both coughing up blood while being propelled backwards. At the same time, their sword energies progressively dispersed. That sword cultivator is too strong, even his attacks were similar to the leader's, thought the crowd. At least, Sword Mountain's disciples couldn't defeat him. At that moment, a terrifyingly sharp sword chi invaded the mountains. The few Sword Mountain's disciples who were fighting grabbed the cyan swords on their backs, unsheathing their imperial swords. If you decide to fully unsheath those swords, I won't be merciful, and I'll kill you quickly, said Lin Feng, glancing at them. The opponents looked petrified. Lin Feng had been merciful so far? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1653, Ruoxia the Emperor. Chapter 1653, Ruoxia the Emperor. Who are you, Your Excellency? Asked one of the disciples. Finally, they decided not to unsheath their swords. Lin Feng had been merciful so far in not killing them, after all. Lin Feng, I am going to have a walk in Sword Mountain, said Lin Feng. Did you come for the Great Sword Test? Someone asked. Great Sword Test? Lin Feng didn't know what it was. He shook his head and said, No, I want to know who those two threads of sword energies belong to. You really don't know? Asked the disciple. Everybody who came to study those energies knew who they belonged. Would I ask if I knew? Said Lin Feng in a cold way, starting to get agitated from asking the same question repeatedly. A long time ago, an unknown sword cultivator fought against the leader of Sword Mountain, Emperor Taijian, the first disciple of the old leader. Said the disciple. That wasn't a secret, everybody knew about that battle which had taken place thousands of years before. Emperor Taijian's sword weighed several tons, but even then, it was a close match between him and the unknown sword cultivator. Finally, he managed to injure the unknown sword cultivator, but Emperor Taijian had also been injured. It took him hundreds of years to recover, and after that, he had continued practicing cultivation until he became a great emperor. Emperor Taijian, the leader of Sword Mountain, thought Lin Feng. Emperor Wu Tianjian had fought against the leader of Sword Mountain. How did the battle end? Asked Lin Feng. Our leader won. Even though his opponent was very strong, he was too injured. After the battle, our leader became a great emperor and became the patriarch of Sword Mountain, said the disciple. Of course, he didn't mention how badly their leader had been injured back then. Why did they fight? Asked Lin Feng. Emperor Taijian couldn't have fought against Emperor Wu Tianjian for no reason. The disciple remained silent and after a few seconds, he said coldly, You defeated me, and I replied to many of questions already, but now you're going too far. There were many legends about that battle, but some small things could influence their patriarch's reputation. Therefore, they couldn't say everything. Besides, it was difficult to know everything precisely. The battle had happened thousands of years before after all. Only the protagonists could tell what had happened. What's wrong? Said someone in the distance. A few people from Sword Mountain had arrived. Lin Feng turned around and the person who arrived said in a cold way, You? Lu Yao. That was the young man Lin Feng had met in Xiang City. Back then, Lu Yao was only interested in Lin Shui, but Lin Shui liked Ruoxia. Brother Lu Yao, said the few disciples. Lu Yao nodded and said in a cold way, You dare attack my disciples in our territory? Lin Feng smiled when he heard Lu Yao trying to accuse him of something. Lu Yao, show me the way. I need to go to the main mountain of Sword Mountain. Ha? Lu Yao was surprised. Lin Feng was giving him orders? Don't you know that you're only at the foot of Sword Mountain? Asked Lu Yao mockingly. How noisy. Lin Feng shook his hands and a sword talisman appeared. Then he threw it in the air and said, Bring me to the top of Sword Mountain. Lu Yao caught the talisman and frowned. Why did Lin Feng have the talisman of Sword Mountain? Who gave you that talisman? Asked Lu Yao. Slash. Terrifying sword lights appeared in the sky. This time Lin Feng was using his desolate Xana sword attack. Lu Yao's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't hesitate and moved backwards. Even then, his sleeve was torn apart and a wound appeared on his wrist. I'll say it just one last time, give me back my talisman and bring me to the top of Sword Mountain, said Lin Feng coldly. Lu Yao came back to his senses. Only the elders of the sect had these talismans, so even if Lin Feng killed him, nobody would care. How come Lin Feng had the talisman from their sect though? Lu Yao gave the talisman back to Lin Feng and started walking. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and said, "You don't know how to differentiate good from bad. Now, hurry up, dot." Lu Yao was furious, but he had no choice but to lead the way. He began to pick up the pace. They soon approached a gigantic mountain, suspended in the air, Sword Mountain. Many people appeared along the way and they all had a very sharp chi. "Lu Yao, have you become a mountain guide?" Lin Feng asked mockingly. Lu Yao was annoyed and replied in a cold way, "No. I haven't seen you in a while, but you still haven't progressed. I thought you had become a tour guide because of that," said Lin Feng as he laughed boisterously. "How's Ruo Xie doing? Has he come out yet?" asked Lin Feng. "He came out," replied Lu Yao. Although he had to respond because of the talisman, he kept the conversation to a minimum. "You mean he's broken through to the Huang Qi layer already?" asked Lin Feng happily. Finally, a disciple of Tiantai had become an emperor. "Indeed," replied Lu Yao. Lin Feng was extremely happy and was smiling. Lu Yao looked upset. Indeed, Ruo Xie had broken through to the Huang Qi layer while he wasn't having a great time. After all, Lu Yao and Ruo Xie belonged to the same generation. However, he quickly forgot about this after he saw how fast Lin Feng was. He struggled to catch up with him. At the top of the mountain, Ruo Xie was welcoming guests. The Great Sword Test was going to start 3 days later, so many people came to visit, including public figures. "Ruo Xie," said Lin Feng. Ruo Xie glanced around and saw Lin Feng, then he smiled. "Lin Feng, you're here. Indeed, your chi is different, as expected," said Lin Feng as he looked at Ruo Xie. "Don't make fun of me. When I came out, the elders mentioned you, saying that you had won the weapon tournament. If our teachers had seen you, they'd be so happy," said Ruo Xie smiling. "Indeed, I wonder how they are," said Lin Feng nostalgically. "I also wonder how our fellow disciples are these days. Maybe they have all broken through to the Huang Qi layer, if not then it's only a matter of time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1654, Sword Mountains Events. Chapter 1654, Sword Mountains Events. When we first came to the Great World, 2 of our disciples were already cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer, and with their abilities, I wouldn't be surprised if they had already broken through to the Huang Qi layer. Ruo Xie said. "I think so too, and maybe Tian Qi has broken through to the Huang Qi layer as well," said Lin Feng cheerfully. After all, they had been in the Great World for 7 years already. It was a long time, and anything could happen there. Lin Feng had spent so much time studying deployment spells, and even then, he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Huang Qi layer as well. His cultivation was more complex than his fellow disciples, and on top of that, his cultivation level had always been lower. Lin Feng, the continent of the 9 clouds is vast, so it will be very difficult to find everyone else. Therefore, we should continue practicing cultivation with the goal of one day making Tiantai a reality in this large world. Then, our friends and teachers will find us easily," said Ruo Xie. "Definitely," said Lin Feng while nodding. "Ruo Xie, is that your friend?" asked a middle-aged man who was looking at Lin Feng. "Indeed, he's one of my fellow disciples from the small world," said Ruo Xie nodding. "Lin Feng, that's Master Yin Yao, he often teaches me things here." "Hello Master Yin Yao, I'm Lin Feng," said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling. Yin Yao looked at Lin Feng and whispered, Lin Feng, are you Lin Feng from Goldfire City?" said Yin Yao suddenly. "I spent some time there," said Lin Feng nodding. Even strong cultivators from Sword Mountain now recognized him. "The rumors are true, you're only a Zun cultivator, yet you can kill emperors, and you're so young. On top of that, you're also friends with Ruo Xie, how interesting," said Yin Yao enthusiastically. He had heard a lot about Lin Feng, so he was immediately curious. Besides, Ruo Xie was already very talented, so Yin Yao was curious to see how strong Lin Feng was. Ruo Xie was very strong, even compared to most of the disciples of Sword Mountain. And now, his disciple, a Zun cultivator, could kill emperors. "Make yourself at home, little Feng," said Yin Yao. He called Lin Feng, little Feng as if they were close. Lin Feng was delighted. "Please, come and have a seat. Let's have some food and drinks, you're a guest of honor after all," said Ruo Xie. Lin Feng followed and soon they arrived in a big hall where many people had gathered. Some people were seated, others were chatting or relaxing. But through all this, Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him in a cold way. The Yen clan. Lin Feng glanced around and noticed some people from the tournament. They were probably high officials. The Great Sword test was going to start soon and those people from the Yen clan were probably guests of honors. Long time no see, I trust you have been doing well since we last met, said a few people from the Yen clan to Lin Feng. They were very polite, which was surprising given the circumstances. I'm good for I'm still alive, said Lin Feng mockingly. He knew those people wanted to kill him. He had killed Yen Feng, which was a humiliation for them. Cosmic energies condensed. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed that the temperature was rising to an unpleasant degree. Ha! The people around them sensed the heat and looked at Lin Feng, noticing how unhappy he looked. Then suddenly the ground between the members of the Yen clan broke apart. The members of the Yen clan jumped away, and a deep pit formed where they were standing just before. The crowd was surprised to see that some people were fighting there, especially seeing how Sword Mountain was hosting. The elders of Sword Mountain glanced at the members of the Yen clan, which made the Yen clan look upset after they noticed. They turned to Lin Feng and said, "How audacious, you dare cause trouble here. You even destroyed the ground. You were standing there and I wasn't, why try to accuse me?" said Lin Feng, expressionlessly. "Why would we break the ground under our own feet?" "Why would I break the ground under your feet?" asked Lin Feng. The members of the Yen clan couldn't admit that they had attacked Lin Feng first. "How can I know you don't harbor evil intentions?" asked one of the cultivators from the Yen clan. "Since you won't speak the truth, I will. The reason why I destroyed the ground was because someone attacked me with fire cosmic energies and I had to protect myself," said Lin Feng. "Of course, I did damage the ground. This was my mistake, so I can leave if Sword Mountain doesn't want me here." "Is that true?" asked an elder to Yao Yun who was standing not too far from Lin Feng. "Master, Lin Feng is saying the truth. The Yen clan attacked first," said Yun Yao nodding. "Not only this, but the members of the Yen clan are a lot stronger than Lin Feng, so if Lin Feng hadn't reacted, he would have died. Please forgive him." "How many clans are there in Goldfire City who are as strong as the Yen clan?" asked the elder to Yun Yao. "2 in the northern part of Goldfire City, and many more in the other parts of the city. 12 if you consider the whole city," said Yun Yao calmly. "When you have time, try to find a clan with whom we can work with in the future," said the elder indifferently. Suddenly, the members of the Yen clan turned upset, saying, "Please forgive us, master. The Yen clan disappointed us already, and we don't want to see such things happen again," said the elder from Sword Mountain. "Lin Feng," said the elder cheerfully, "I've heard that you're Ruo Xie's fellow disciple. Sword Mountain is extremely happy to have you here, you can stay as long as you wish." Many people looked at Lin Feng when they heard the elder, they were wondering who that young man was. He was so young, but Sword Mountain gave him face, the elder had even humiliated the Yen clan because of him. It wasn't as simple as it looked though. Sword Mountain wanted to find another partner because the Yen clan had become too weak. Lin Feng was Ruo Xie's friend and he was starting to become famous, so it was a good idea to get closer to him. Zun Cultivator who could kill emperors were extremely rare after all. "Lin Feng, come and meet some of the elders," said Yun Yao. Very quickly, many people learned who Lin Feng was. After that, everybody ignored the Yen clan. Lin Feng didn't spend too much time in the hall. He wanted to walk around with Ruo Xie and visit the region. There were many historical remains filled with sword energies that Lin Feng wanted to search. 3 days later, the Great Sword test was starting in a valley. Many groups of influence were present, including disciples from Sword Mountain. The Great Sword test was an event where disciples from Sword Mountain exchanged their views on cultivation. Ruo Xie had just broken through to the Huang Qi layer, so he couldn't participate. Instead, he just sat with Lin Feng. There are all sorts of disciples in Sword Mountain who practice different sorts of techniques and skills, including many who I've never seen before, thought Lin Feng. He had been watching for 2 hours already, and even though many of these disciples couldn't compete with him, he could still learn a lot by watching their sword techniques. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1655, Cutting Off an Arm. Chapter 1655, Cutting Off an Arm. Ruo Xie, you've studied sword ancient scriptures in Sword Mountain, right? Lin Feng asked as they were observing the battles in the valley. Indeed. I studied many ancient scriptures in the valley, very powerful ones too. I studied some which are good for my speed cosmic energies, but I didn't manage to make my decay energy turn into cosmic energy though. Even if I continued studying decay energy, I don't think I'll be able to find any decay ancient scriptures. Ruo Xia explained while nodding. He had broken through to the Huang Qi layer relying on speed cosmic energies. Decay strength is rare and enigmatic. It's normal that you didn't manage to make it become cosmic energy yet, but I'm sure you will though. Now that you're an emperor, you will only become stronger, said Lin Feng. You understand more kinds of energies than me, it will be very difficult for you to make them all turn into cosmic energies. You'll also need some ancient scriptures to help you improve your cosmic energies. Lin Feng, you must make the right choices in the future, said Ruo Xia. With the proper skills, leveling up was easier. Lin Feng had studied demon ancient scriptures, therefore, he'd need to rely on demon strength to break through to the Huang Qi layer. I understand, said Lin Feng nodding. He needed to think about it properly, but the 3 live scriptures were very powerful. Time passed, and a few more people had fought. Lin Feng had noted some magnificent sword techniques, as well as some outstanding sword cultivators. If I hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, I would have participated in the Great Sword Test, but even then, I wouldn't have ranked first or second, maybe the top 5 though, whispered Ruo Xia. It didn't mean he wasn't as talented, it was just that some of them had practiced sword techniques longer than him and with better resources. The test ended, and the one who won wore a helmet with a feather crest. His main technique was the 9 Sun sword technique. The second one was amazing too, he practiced the same technique as the leader of Sword Mountain. He used a gigantic iron sword. Although he was very young, he still looked mature. Lu Yao ranked 5th, which wasn't bad. His sword technique was unique in that appeared almost invisible when he attacked. All the disciples were great, that was a beautiful show. Many people who don't belong to the sector here, so if someone wants to give it a try, they can. Even emperors can give it a try, but you're only allowed to use sword techniques, and you must restrain your cultivation level, said the elder, standing up and smiling. Lin Feng had only observed, but he knew the participants were nervous. For them, that test was important because it was a way to prove to the elders of Sword Mountain that they were capable. Can I challenge anyone? Asked someone at that moment, standing up. Indeed, you can challenge anyone, said the elder smiling. Many people jumped into the valley and started fighting disciples from Sword Mountain. Some of them won, some others lost. Some very strong young people had come from far away to see the competition because they were fascinated by swords. However, nobody managed to defeat the champions. At that moment, Lu Yao had just defeated a strong cultivator and was smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you won against some of my disciples last time, and you're a strong sword cultivator. Why don't you come and show us how good you are at sword cultivation? Lu Yao didn't really know how strong Lin Feng was, he didn't even know that Lin Feng had killed an emperor in Goldfire City either. Those who knew about that were primarily the emperors in Sword Mountain. Even without this knowledge, Lu Yao still didn't underestimate Lin Feng. He had met Lin Feng a few times, and he really wanted to fight him. Fighting against him during the Great Sword Test was a safe way to see how strong Lin Feng really was because Lin Feng couldn't kill him. Lin Feng knew what Lu Yao was thinking, so he smiled. Many people were looking at Lin Feng, including the elder who smiled and said, Lin Feng, you also practice sword cultivation? I just taught myself a few things, I'm only a beginner, replied Lin Feng, smiling. Go and have a try then, maybe I can learn something from you, said the elder jokingly. Lu Yao was astonished, the great elder was making jokes with Lin Feng, but Lu Yao didn't know what to think, but Lin Feng stood up and said, alright, let's have a try then. Then, he landed in the valley in front of Lu Yao. Lu Yao unsheathed a silver sword and asked Lin Feng, where's your sword? Lin Feng took out an ordinary sword, which actually looked fake as it waved about. Lin Feng bent his sword and said smiling, I know when to unsheath the sword. You, Lu Yao looked furious. Lin Feng was obviously making fun of him. He immediately released sword chi towards Lin Feng. Then he disappeared with his sword, reappearing closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised to see such a nice technique. Lin Feng moved like the wind and dodged the incoming attack. Slash! Lu Yao slashed forward, destroying the wind energies. Lin Feng moved like a leaf in the wind, he was both agile and flexible. He appeared in the sky and dodged Lu Yao's attacks again. Lu Yao was furious, he continued moving like an illusion as he chased Lin Feng. Die! Terrifying energies condensed as his silver sword moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly stopped. He fixedly stared at the wind sword while remaining motionless. He looked particularly calm as he firmly held his soft sword. Lin Feng was using this quickly fleeting moment to study the attack. Finally, when the attack got too close, an explosion sounded as an explosive chi appeared, assaulting the illusional sword attack. Lu Yao couldn't condense his energies at that point, so Lin Feng took the opportunity to attack 3 times. The first was an explosive wind sword, the second one was a protective slash, and the third one was difficult to describe as it moved towards Lu Yao. Lin Feng's attacks were extremely fast. A horrible shriek sounded, and Lu Yao moved backwards. Blood splashed, and his sword energies dispersed. The crowd looked at Lu Yao's arm, it had been cut off. "Your sword techniques are not bad," said Lin Feng, smiling. "Lin Feng, what sword technique is that?" the elder asked. He didn't recognize it, but he could tell that it went from looking ordinary at the beginning and becoming explosive at the end. "I just condensed some abstruse energies, that's all," replied Lin Feng. The elder was surprised and smiled. "I see, when a cultivator is strong, his techniques are powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1656, Emperor Wu Tianjian's Sword Intent. Chapter 1656, Emperor Wu Tianjian's Sword Intent. "I really don't deserve so much praise, master," said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. Then, he looked at the one who had ranked second and asked, "Your Excellency, would you like to try?" The young man glanced at Lin Feng and moved towards him. "I do." Lin Feng had just used one technique to defeat Lu Yao, even making it look easy. However, he had released so much energy at once, which he knew wasn't that easy to do, so the second-placed guy wanted to see how strong Lin Feng really was. Lu Yao was still bleeding, and everybody was looking at him in a disdainful way. He had ranked 5th and he still had lost an arm. The young man with the iron sword suddenly released force which rose to the skies, his energies quickly became oppressive. Slash! The battle stage was immediately cut into as the young man with the iron sword ran towards Lin Feng, marks appearing around his iron sword. Then he suddenly jumped in the air, falling down like a mountain onto Lin Feng. He also understands earth abstruse energy. "I see," thought Lin Feng. He raised his hands while condensing earth energies into a sword. He jumped ahead, and a gigantic sword appeared at the same time. It collided with the iron sword, leaving Lin Feng's tingling with numbness. The young man raised his iron sword again and attacked a few more times, each time leaving Lin Feng with the feeling that a mountain was falling on him. "How strong?" thought the crowd. The Sword King scriptures are some of the most powerful scriptures in Sword Mountain, and the leader personally transmits them to his disciples. "The leader wouldn't be disappointed to his disciple now," said the elder. "Those attacks look like Yuan phase attacks, but are more powerful. Also, it's difficult to dodge them due to their oppressiveness," thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head, and his sword intent seemingly changed, looking harder and sharper. He turned into a light as he moved with the wind. This time he used his wind and thunder attack, Nirvana Suinya Destruction, and his desolate Ksana. The iron sword was pushed back, and a gigantic hole appeared in his energies. However, from that hole, a new sword appeared which had wind and iron energies fused together. With that sword, a dazzling light appeared in front of Lin Feng. What a terrifying strength, earth abstruse energy, but it's practically cosmic energy. There's also some kind of Sword King chi. How scary, thought Lin Feng as he condensed more sword intent himself. He didn't want to face the attack head-on, if only to see if he could. A gigantic black sword appeared, looking like a demonic mountain as it fell. As their attacks collided, it was difficult for the audience to imagine that battle was only between Zune cultivators. The young man with the iron sword was propelled higher into the air as Lin Feng was propelled downwards, crashing into the ground. They both felt paralyzed from the exchange. The man who was fighting Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Your sword techniques are great because you know so many types of energies. I cannot defeat you, but I can still tell that there are some small problems with your sword techniques, being that they're not pure enough. No sword technique is perfect, and I acknowledge that my techniques do have many flaws. Thank you for your advice. Even though you lost, you can be proud," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng really didn't know how to create the strongest attacks, even though he knew so many things. "I know what you mean. You're not like most people. I am not as talented as you, so I must study very hard. All of this considered, I was happy to fight against you," said the young man. Then, he walked away. "I am pleased as well, thank you," said Lin Feng smiling. Then, someone else landed in front of Lin Feng who was wearing a helmet adorned with feathers. "It looks like the champion also wants to fight," thought the crowd. The elder smiled indifferently. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, sword cultivators were always determined.
I hope we can exchange our views on cultivation, said the young man with the helmet. He was holding a fiery sword which wasn't an imperial weapon.
They didn't use imperial weapons during their battles because it would have been meaningless.
Even though imperial weapons could help a cultivator become stronger, this was a test of personal skill. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to fight against the young man with the iron sword because he wanted to see him use Emperor Taijian's technique up close, but why not fight against the champion of the contest as well?
Unsheathe your sword,
said Lin Feng in a calm way. The young man nodded, then his sword energies dashed to the skies. With a flash, 9 suns appeared in the sky, illuminating the area. Lin Feng's reluctantly squinted his eyes under that penetrating light. A terrifying fire suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, giving him the impression that he was in danger. He subconsciously shivered before moving like the wind.
9 suns assassination.
The young man moved as well, condensing the 9 suns into a gigantic fire dragon.
Break!
Lin Feng closed his eyes, then a death sword appeared in his hand. The sword and the dragon clashed. However, the young man landed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's fingers turned into sharp swords while the 9 suns appeared again, just as dazzling as before.
9 suns laceration,
said the young man. This time the 9 suns turned into a sharp fiery sword.
Desolate explosion,
shouted Lin Feng furiously.
He condensed destructive energies this time. 9 suns shield,
said the young man. He disappeared and reappeared in front of Lin Feng, his sword still moving towards Lin Feng at full speed.
Attack!
Lin Feng stopped using his real sword, and funneled his energies into his hands, which turned into swords, and then his entire body followed suit.
Ha!
The elder from Sword Mountain sensed Wu Tian's chi in Lin Feng's energies.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1657, Wu Tianjian. Chapter 1657, Wu Tianjian.
Indeed, his sword technique really looks like his,
thought the elder. He wasn't the only one to recognize this.
Many other old cultivators from Sword Mountain were surprised by Lin Feng's sword intent.
However, it had only lasted for a few seconds. With some effort, Lin Feng continued to hold off his opponent. Eventually, the battle dragged on until the young man suddenly moved back.
He knew he had lost.
You're like a sword, at least you think like one. I can't defeat you,
said the young man, smiling wryly. He had tried to use powerful and explosive attacks to earn himself an early victory, but when that didn't work out, he was quickly depleted.
My sword attacks aren't weak though,
said the young man. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, your sword techniques are perfect, I think.
No matter what, I think that Zun cultivators can't defeat you, only emperors can threaten you,
said the young man calmly.
Lin Feng,
said the elder at that moment, making Lin Feng turn around.
Your sword techniques are incredible, so you must have had a teacher who taught you sword cultivation, right? Asked the old man.
Someday, a strong sword cultivator told me I had to understand swords myself, so I spent a few years studying them myself,
explained Lin Feng, not speaking the entire truth.
A moment before, he had been careless and released some of Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent. Seeing how he still didn't know why Emperor Wu Tianjian fought Sword Mountain's strongest cultivator all those years ago, he had to be careful with what he said.
Oh.
Wonderful, if that's possible, we'd like to meet him, said the old man smiling. I met him in a small world by accident,
said Lin Feng.
There were many small worlds in the continent of the 9 clouds, so the old man couldn't know which small world Lin Feng was talking about. The elder nodded and looked at all the disciples. Lin Feng's sword techniques are incredible, so if you want to learn something from him, hurry up and challenge him now. Nobody replied. The first and second disciples of the contest had lost to him already, so they knew they couldn't defeat him.
I'm off then,
said Lin Feng, after he saw that nobody wanted to fight him.
He flew back to Ruoxia.
A few other outsiders were there, but they didn't draw everyone's attention as Lin Feng had.
After all, after Lin Feng's battles, could there be anything more interesting?
After the contest, Lin Feng and Ruoxia went back to Sword Mountain, resting above some sheer precipices and overhanging rocks.
Ruoxia smiled at Lin Feng, the leader of Sword Mountain. Emperor Taijian practiced here a lot back in the day.
If you focus, you can sense his sword energies. Lin Feng smiled at Ruoxia, seemingly understanding each other. Lin Feng jumped in the air above the valley, sword energy rise with him.
Although it was extremely old, it still hadn't dispersed.
Apart from Emperor Taijian's sword intent, there's also a monarchic sword intent.
thought Lin Feng, sensing the energies around him.
Emperor Taijian's ancient scriptures were called the Sword King scriptures for a reason. After a short time, Lin Feng went back to the top of the precipice and smiled at Ruoxia. Are there other types of sword intent left by other strong cultivators? This is Sword Mountain, so of course there are many things left by some ancestors, said Ruoxia. He took Lin Feng to another place where mountains surrounded them, each with a different type of energy. Even while standing afar, one could feel the oppressive might from millions of swords. Many ancestors came here to practice sword cultivation and left their sword intents. Over time it became more and more chaotic, said Ruoxia, who was laughing. Lin Feng understood what it meant. If a cultivator persevered and stayed there to practice sword cultivation, then it could have great consequences. Lin Feng dived straight into the chaotic sword intent, being immediately feeling assaulted by millions of swords. Heavy sword intent, sharp sword intent, death sword intent, Lin Feng's sword intent chaotically moved around as well. Lin Feng closed his eyes and calmly sensed the energies. Ruoxia looked at Lin Feng and smiled as he thought about how Lin Feng looked like a sword. 10 days later, the two of them left. At the foot of Sword Mountain, Lin Feng turned around and smiled at Ruoxia. There's no need to see me off. If I have time, I'll come back to Sword Mountain to see you, but... Ruoxia shook his head and said, the continent of the Nine Clouds is full of strong cultivators, so we don't know what will happen. I will also leave soon and practice outside, for I need to face dangers to become stronger. If I stay in Sword Mountain all the time, I'll just rot here, and I'll never become a great emperor. Lin Feng nodded. He completely understood. When will we see each other again? Asked Lin Feng. Unless we bump into each other, we'll meet again when Tiantai becomes famous, said Ruoxia, smiling. Lin Feng nodded and left, looking confident and at ease as he did so. Even if Tiantai rises in the great world, how can we protect it if we're not strong enough? Whispered Ruoxia as Lin Feng left. Tiantai's disciples are neither cowards nor weaklings. We each have our own ways of doing things. Lin Feng suddenly started moving with incredible speed, a sonic boom sounding as he accelerated. Lin Feng's sword intent kept changing as he moved along. An earth sword, immortal sword, ice-cold death sword, 10 different types of sword intent were flowing in the air. At the same time, he was followed by a cloud of demonic chi as his sword and demon energies were intertwining. Lin Feng's sword energies kept changing as he was trying to find the best ways to combine them. Fire and demon, demon fire sword, earth and demon energies, a hard and heavy sword, he tried everything. Gotcha. Finally, Lin Feng stopped. A gigantic canyon formed below him as terrifyingly sharp demon energies engulfed the area. Arg, Lin Feng shouted furiously as he turned into a demonic sword. Sword and demon energies can destroy the sky, the world can't defeat me, shouted Lin Feng as he raised his hands to the sky. This sword is called Wu Tian, said Lin Feng. A hurricane filled with demonic energies formed and rose to the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1658, Investigating about Lin Feng. Chapter 1658, Investigating about Lin Feng. Back in Sword Mountain, the elder was standing calmly at the top of a mountain. He glanced at the top of another mountain and saw a blurry silhouette. What do you want? Said an indifferently voice. The great elder had been standing there for a few hours already. Master, earlier today at the contest, I saw Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent, said the great elder in a low voice. The blurry silhouette looked surprised for a second. Who? Asked the blurry silhouette. Lin Feng, he's the champion of the weapon contest from Goldfire Tower. He controls many types of abstruse energies, and he's a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer who can kill emperors. He even practices sword cultivation, having used Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent. He said a powerful sword cultivator had taught him some things before. The elder explained everything in detail. Send some people to Goldfire City. If you can't find anything about him there, then continue investigating, said the blurry silhouette. The great elder bowed and said, I'll take care of it. Then he left. The leader of Sword Mountain was a great emperor, and even though the great elder was already a high-level emperor, the difference between high-level emperors and great emperors was immense. Lin Feng didn't know what Sword Mountain was wanting to learn about him. Lin Feng still didn't know why Emperor Wu Tianjian and Emperor Taijian had fought before. At that moment, Lin Feng was walking in a field with two incredibly beautiful women next to him, Meng Qing and Xiaoyu Xin. They could only appear in Lin Feng's dream. This time, they were both cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer. Inside the Jade Emperor's palace, it would be difficult to break through to the Huang Qi layer, so Lin Feng felt both guilty and sad for them. He couldn't let them travel on their own though because he would be too worried.
Lin Feng, said Xiao Yuxin, frowning. What's wrong?
Lin Feng asked. I feel like the other side of me is coming back to life, it's getting more and more intense.
I'm afraid I won't be able to stand the pressure, said Xiao Yuxin in a low voice, scared. Her other personality.
Lin Feng sighed.
Lin Feng couldn't help Xiao Yuxin with this. She could only rely on herself to overcome that personality. You can do it,
said Lin Feng, smiling in a gentle way while caressing her hands.
Xiao Yuxin nodded and smiled back.
There's a village over there, we should go have a rest,
said Meng Qing, pointing at a village.
Lin Feng smiled, he couldn't refuse as he wasn't in a rush. There were many small rivers and streams in the village. The landscapes were beautiful. The people in the village were rather weak, any Tian or Zun level cultivators were considered very strong there. They sat down by a river and put their feet in the water, enjoying the peace and tranquility.
Lin Feng, I like this place,
said Meng Qing smiling. She glanced around, looking at the fields, noticing the many young people who were practicing cultivation. Most of them were Xian level cultivators who were studying the human and earth fusion, so that they could break through to the Tianqi layer. Without medicine and talent, living in this world is difficult. We must suffer a lot to become stronger, which means fighting in wars and killing many people. Even if we break through to the Tianqi layer later than others, it doesn't matter because after that, we also have time to break through to the Zunqi layer, and then the Huangqi layer.
People don't lack time, they lack experience and intent, said a strong cultivator to the young people.
Lin Feng smiled. Those young people were about 13 and 14. At that age, Lin Feng didn't know that much about cultivation, and now he was one step away from breaking though to the Huangqi layer. I wonder how Xiao Chen and Yi Shui are doing.
The baby must have grown up some, thought Lin Feng, looking at the sunny village.
It made him remember the small village and the small world. Wu Shang must be 9 years old now,
thought Lin Feng.
He was younger than Xiao Chen, but Wu Shang was already 9.
I want to have a child too,
said Meng Qing smiling.
Lin Feng grabbed her hands and smiled, you're not shy anymore.
I want to have a child with you and then raise him, watching him grow up, said Meng Qing blushing and hugging Lin Feng. Lin Feng caressed her back, he was touched but he knew it was impossible until he became an emperor. Xiao Yuxin grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said in a gentle voice, Lin Feng, give us clothes and masks, and then we'll stay with you.
Lin Feng caressed her head. She really wanted to travel with him. Yes, I agree, said Meng Qing.
Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, all right, I can do that.
The teacher then noticed Lin Feng.
He wasn't a cultivator and he had 2 incredibly beautiful women next to him. Actually, he couldn't see Lin Feng's cultivation, which meant a really strong cultivator had come to their village.
Let's go, said Lin Feng, and then they disappeared. The teacher was surprised, those people were just too fast.
Lin Feng and the 2 girls traveled through mountains, lakes, small cities, and boundless flatlands. They had also fought against many people. Apart from the famous main cities, there were also a myriad of average cities and villages. A month later, they went back to Goldfire City. At that moment, back in Sword Mountain, on the Forbidden Peak, the Great Elder came to see the leader again. He had investigated Lin Feng, and each time he learned something new about Lin Feng, he was surprised.
So, how did it go? Asked the leader. I checked Mudi from the Mu clan in Goldfire City, he's the one who brought Lin Feng to Goldfire City. We made people chat with him, talk about his past, and some other important things. We learned some things about the Everlasting Palace and some about the 9 great celestial castles. We also made some cultivators go to see Xiang City and the 9 great celestial castles to investigate further. Lin Feng is from a small world, and he knows more than 10 different types of abstruse energies. I even sent some people to his small world to see if there was anything about him there. The Great Elder had done all he could to find out more about Lin Feng. Modi didn't talk about Lin Feng that much, just about the places they'd been.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1659, Awakening. Chapter 1659, Awakening.
Back in Ba Huan, the Wen clan had replaced the Qi clan. In the central part of Ba Huan, the Wen clan was very famous, exceptionally strong even. They were the strongest group in Ba Huan. Apart from the Wen clan, there was another group, a group of alchemists who had been rising for a few years now. Ba Huang Jiu you already knew that they lived in a small world. Many people were curious about the great world, especially talented and outstanding young people. They wanted to see what it looked like, but at the same time, they knew they couldn't go because they were still too weak. At that moment, in the central part of Bahuang, there were some people investigating about the past of the province, including Lin Feng's sword cultivation. Lin Feng was very famous in that world, so everybody knew about him. Concerning the strong sword cultivator, Jiangya had one who had threatened the messenger from the celestial palace of punishing thunders.
Everybody thought that he was Emperor Wu Tianjian.
Now, emperors don't fight after they left with the geniuses of the province.
We're in a small world, so maybe that they don't want to come back. Someone reasoned.
Back in Sword City, Jiangya had become bigger and more important.
Even the Wen clan and the pavilion of the monarchic alchemists didn't dare offend Jiangya. At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived outside of Jiangya's territory.
He had a long, ordinary-looking sword resting on his back, but his sword chi was terrifying.
"Who are you?" asked two guards coldly.
"I've heard that Jiangya is a place for sword cultivators.
I've been practicing sword cultivation for 40 years, so I want to see the cultivators from Jiangya,"
said the middle-aged man. Suddenly, he released a terrifying sword chi which whistled ferociously. The two guards' faces turned slightly pale after he released his sword chi.
"Thunder sword,"
said the middle-aged man who was wearing cotton clothes.
He was releasing thunder sword energies.
After a short time, people on a gigantic sword appeared in the horizon, Jin Mu and the others.
"Who are you, Your Excellency?" asked Jian Mu frowning. That person's sword intent was terrifying.
"You're so weak, too weak even. You call this a holy place for sword cultivators?" said the middle-aged man, his thunder sword chi moving back to him. The sword cultivators of Jiangya suddenly released sword energies, but the middle-aged man rose up in the air, his thunderous chi assaulting everyone beneath him. Although blood spilt, no one died. "You call yourselves sword cultivators?" mocked the middle-aged man while releasing even more sword chi. That guy was a sword emperor, which in Bahuang was more than surprising. Few people in that small world could face him.
"I'll just have to destroy Jiangya then."
"You are a disgrace for sword cultivators," said the middle-aged man, unsheathing his sword. Nobody could dodge that attack it seemed, they were doomed.
"Piss off!" shouted someone at that moment. The middle-aged man looked at the gigantic sword and said, "There's a very strong sword cultivator here, but he doesn't want to come out?"
Suddenly, sword energy rose to the skies, surprising the middle-aged man.
"Master, could you please teach me sword cultivation?" asked the middle-aged man. "If I appear personally, I'll have to kill you, so just piss off," said the voice. The middle-aged man looked horrified. He bowed before the gigantic sword and said, "I disturbed you, so I'll leave." Then the middle-aged man left. At that moment, outside of the sword grave, there was an old man leaning against a wall. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was floating in front of him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword, then he whispered, "Even though I am in the small world, some people are still looking for me." Who was that strong sword cultivator who had come to Bahuang? He had come only to make Emperor Wu Tianjian appear. The reason was clear, Lin Feng had already been to Sword Mountain, otherwise no sword emperor would have known to come to Jiangya. Over in Shuiyu, in Empress Xi's small world where Duan Xinyi lived, Yu Menghe and Lu Fei were watching Duan Xinyi practice cultivation. Lu Fei, Xinyi is becoming stronger and stronger with each day. Yu Menghe said to Lu Fei using telepathy. "Indeed, she has changed a lot. She's improving so fast," said Lu Fei, though he was frowning. Xinyi was going through something strange where she became a stranger, sometimes possessing her old personality. "Maybe it's because little Feng hasn't come back in such a long time," suggested Yu Menghe, still using telepathy. "I don't think so. I don't think she would ever act like that if she could help it," said Lu Fei, still frowning. 7 years had passed, and she was still the same, just a bit more mature. But Duan Xinyi wasn't as gentle as in the past, she was colder like an ice queen. "After so many years, when will little Lin Feng come back?" whispered Yu Menghe. Luckily, she had Wu Shang, otherwise she would have missed Lin Feng too much. "Mother, breaking through to the Huang Qi layer is extremely difficult. Lin Feng will come back after having broken through to the Huang Qi layer," said Lu Fei, smiling in a gentle way. However, at that moment, Duan Xinyi suddenly opened her eyes. Her hair was messy, she looked cold and distant. As soon as she opened her eyes, she left. "Xinyi!" shouted Yu Menghe. However, Duan Xinyi ignored her and disappeared into the horizon. Duan Xinyi had become stronger than Yu Menghe, so she couldn't catch up with her anymore. Back in the Great World, in Goldfire City, Zhou Yuxian suddenly started shaking as she released volumes of mercilessness chi. Uxin,
said Lin Feng, hugging her tightly.
But even as he hugged her, Uxin was still shaking and her mercilessness chi didn't disperse.
She kept pushing Lin Feng in a struggle, but after a short time, she came back to her senses and her mercilessness chi progressively disappeared.
Uxin, what's wrong? Asked Meng Qing. She looked worried.
Uxin looked terrified as she looked at Lin Feng and Meng Qing and said, she awoke.
Who? Asked Meng Qing. Who had awoken? Lin Feng's heart started pounding. She had awoken? Thousands of years before, she hadn't died?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1660, Getting Rid of Lin Feng. Chapter 1660, Getting Rid of Lin Feng.
In Sword Mountain, the Great Elder went to the Forbidden Peak again.
Is it clear now? Asked the blurry silhouette. Yes, it is, it's him indeed. He's hiding in a small world, said the Great Elder. After so many years, they had found him again. Whoosh!
Emperor Taijian's iron sword started buzzing and whistling.
Leader, said the Great Elder, bowing before Emperor Taijian. You're my fellow disciple, so you must know the story better than anyone else. I need to go personally, said Emperor Taijian.
Indeed, back then he had defeated that person, but after such a long time, he had probably recovered.
You are wise, brother.
Even though the leader of Sword Mountain was his fellow disciple, he was also a great emperor.
What is the link between him and Lin Feng? Asked Emperor Taijian.
Lin Feng is the young master of Jiangya, or he is living. Maybe he received Emperor Wu Tianjian's teachings there. In that small world, Lin Feng is very famous, and everybody knows him,
said the Great Elder.
He was trying to think of what to do with Lin Feng. He was a genius, but surprisingly, he was also Wu Tianjian's descendant. Brother, Lin Feng has a fellow disciple from the small world who's a disciple here in our Sword Mountain. His name is Ruoxie and he's very talented, one of the most outstanding youth from Sword Mountain. He already understands cosmic energies, and his decay abstruse energy is already at the highest degree.
He will probably understand decay cosmic energy soon,
said the Great Elder of Sword Mountain.
Is he his descendant too? Asked Emperor Taijian. Lin Feng could already kill emperors and Ruoxie was extremely talented. Could they both be his disciple?
No, Ruoxie and Lin Feng come from Tiantai, a small group of influence.
Ruoxie has nothing to do with Wu Tianjian, but... Emperor Taijian nodded and said, I know what you mean.
Ruoxie joined Sword Mountain, so raise him properly.
However, since Lin Feng is his descendant, we must get rid of him.
Lin Feng has also received the Everlasting Celestial Emperor's teachings. The Everlasting Palace is looking for him as we speak. They will deal with Lin Feng, not that he's back in Gold Fire Tower,
said the Great Elder. Think of a solution and find a guide, said Emperor Taijian. The Great Elder nodded and bowed. He understood, but he was startled. He hadn't thought things would escalate that quickly. Initially, he wanted Lin Feng to be closer to Sword Mountain's people, but he hadn't thought he would be a descendant of Emperor Wu Tianjian. Lin Feng didn't know all those things. He had been protecting Uxin for a while as her mercilessness chi grew. Lin Feng used his dream of life ancient scriptures to help her, and in the dream, she dealt with her mercilessness problems safely. Lin Feng also tried many different things to help her, gradually figuring out what worked. If his dream cultivation became better, then he would be able to cure Uxin. At that moment, back in Goldfire City, Lin Feng was seated on a chair, sunbathing. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the sun. However, something was bugging him. A 1,000-year-old being had awoken and Uxin's mercilessness chi was getting worse and worse. A beautiful girl approached Lin Feng from behind and caressed his chest. The she put her cheek against his cheek. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled in a gentle way. Don't think about it too much. There will be a solution, especially once you become stronger. When you understand dream cosmic energy, you will be able to use dream creation powers to help her completely get rid of her mercilessness, said Meng Qing, giving a massage to Lin Feng. Indeed, whispered Lin Feng. He put his hands on Meng Qing's face and kissed her gently. I will protect you all. I trust you, said Meng Qing smiling. We should go to Gold Fire Tower, said Lin Feng. He stood up and started walking. He would go to the vast celestial ancient city with some of the strong cultivators from Goldfire Tower soon, and hopefully he'd break through to the Huangqi layer soon. I'll call you Xin, said Meng Qing, walking towards a room.
After a short time, Meng Cheng and Xiao Yuxian came out. Both were wearing men's clothes and had masks.
Ha ha! Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meng Cheng stuck out her tongue and laughed. What are you laughing at? You're so beautiful, said Lin Feng laughing. But even like that, I can tell that you're a woman from those beautiful eyes. It doesn't matter, if people don't look at us in the eyes, then we'll be fine, said Meng Cheng.
Wear a plaited bamboo hat then, and don't draw people's attention, said Lin Feng, still laughing.
Meng Cheng and Xiao Yuxian nodded, and then they left.
Goldfire Tower was a special place for Lin Feng. He could bring people there without having to worry about their safety. Lin Feng was walking towards his room when a beautiful girl called for him, Lin Feng. When he saw her, he smiled, Lin Shui. Lin Feng, the contest ended a while ago in Sword Mountain, so why didn't you come back earlier?
Did anything happen to you on the way back?
Asked Mu Lin Shui, glancing at the two people with Lin Feng.
Nothing happened, I was just traveling,
replied Lin Feng in a gentle way. Mu Lin Shui didn't live far from him, so Lin Feng guessed that she had been waiting for him the entire time.
Oh. Mu Lin Shui nodded.
She didn't know what to say, she had been sad since he left. Back then, when they made weapons together, she was always relaxed, but now she didn't know what to say and felt stupid.
Who are they?
Asked Mu Lin Shui, looking at Meng Cheng and Xiao Yuxian.
My friends,
said Lin Feng smiling. By the way, I've heard that you were going to the vast celestial ancient city with some strong cultivators from Goldfire Tower.
I'll be coming too,
said Mu Lin Shui, smiling proudly. Lin Feng smiled wryly, especially when he remembered the two beautiful women behind him. Lin Shui, you have the 9-headed Imperial Snake Fire, it's a perfect time for you to stabilize your cultivation.
You should stay here and practice weapon forging techniques, suggested Lin Feng. Lin Feng is right. The vast celestial ancient city is very far away, and the trip will be extensive. You should stay here instead, said the professor in the golden purple clothes. But I want to go, said Mu Lin Shui.
Meng Cheng looked at Lin Feng angrily, he was making a woman sad again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1661, Nihility Sword Scriptures. Chapter 1661, Nihility Sword Scriptures.
Lin Feng smiled wryly when he heard Mu Lin Shui saying, Lin Shui, it's not the right time for you to go and travel.
I will come back to Goldfire Tower to see you if I have time. In the future.
In the world of cultivation, dozens of years were not considered that long of a time, so him saying this might mean he'd come back in the next 100 years. Lin Shui, Lin Feng is right. In the future, you will have the opportunity to travel, but for now you should focus on becoming stronger first,
said the professor in the golden purple clothes. When will you come back? Asked Mu Lin Shui.
She looked desperate but still tried to smile. After having broken through to the Huang Qi layer, I may need your help to make imperial weapons in the future, said Lin Feng, smiling. He wanted to build Tiantai in the Great World, and if he did, he'd need weapons for his disciples. But Mu Lin Shui didn't know about Lin Feng's plans, she only knew that he was a great deployment spellcaster and that he didn't know that much about imperial weapons. By the way, before I go to the vast celestial ancient city, I'd like to refine a sword, said Lin Feng, suddenly thinking about his Tianji sword. Seeing how it already contained a lot of sword souls, he wanted it to become more powerful.
Refine what sword? Asked Mu Lin Shui.
She missed the good old times when they used to make weapons together.
This sword.
Lin Feng made his Tianji sword appear.
What a strange sword. The professor in golden purple clothes was surprised as he said, Your sword has souls? Indeed,
replied Lin Feng nodding. That sword can be modified, indeed. Besides, it is strongly connected to your soul, so it can become even more powerful, said the professor smiling. He was surprised, Lin Feng was only a Zun cultivator, but his sword contained souls, like it was alive.
When should we refine it? Mu Lin Shui asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, When do we leave for the vast celestial ancient city? I'll come to your room when we leave,
said the professor smiling.
I'm off for now. I suppose we can do it now then,
said Lin Feng when he saw the professor leaving.
I need materials, so wait for me here, said Mu Lin Shui, also leaving.
Mu Lin Shui was surprisingly gone for a few days. When she came back, they began to prepare refining the Tianji sword. Before they started, some lights appeared around them. It was the first time Lin Feng saw what a sword soul looked like. The purple one was the thunder soul, the red one was fire, and so on.
The dots were suspended in the sky, clear to see by anyone. I need to cleanse my sword again, thought Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, your sword is different from many imperial weapons because it has souls. The strength of your sword is limited to the power of its souls. Because of this, your deployment marks and the soul of your sword are interconnected, said Mu Lin Shui. Elsewhere in Goldfire City, there were two people who were gazing into the distance. There wasn't a single soul in sight around them though. Are you sure he's in Goldfire Tower? Asked one of them indifferently. It was a young man. I'm sure, said the other one, nodding. Who are you? Are there tensions between Goldfire Tower and you? Those people had given them information, they even brought them to Goldfire City, but what was their goal? That person smiled indifferently and said, we just gave you some information. It's important to know that Goldfire Tower is going to send some people to the vast celestial ancient city, and Lin Feng will be going with them. If you don't want to offend Goldfire Tower, you should wait a bit longer. We told you everything we could, so we're off now. This has nothing to do with us, said that person before he left. The young man didn't even glance at them, he had learnt what he wanted to know. Watch Goldfire Tower and be careful. We'll do it on the road, said the young man. Back in the small world, there was a strong cultivator wearing ordinary clothes, and he wasn't tall, but he had a gigantic iron sword on his back. He had some memories in his godly awareness which contained a map of central Bahuang. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man stopped in the sky, for in front of him was a gigantic sword mountain. An old and tired-looking man was seated there. You're still alive, said Emperor Taijian. You became the leader of Sword Mountain and you've also become a great emperor, said the old man, looking at Emperor Taijian calmly. Where are the Nihility sword scriptures? Asked Emperor Taijian coldly. Teacher told you, the Nihility sword scriptures are not suitable for you, they're only good for my cultivation. A terrifying force oppressed the mountain, but the old man remained calm and didn't move. The old man was confused. He also wanted you to be the descendant of Sword Mountain. But in the end, you lost against me and I became a great emperor. If I had the Nihility sword scriptures, I would be even stronger, shouted the great emperor, his voice resonated all around the region. Some parts of the mountain even exploded. Back then, I lost against you, and I've never recovered. I know I can't fight against you, but you can't kill me either. Concerning the Nihility sword scriptures, said the old man, smiling indifferently. Then, he stood up and looked at Emperor Taijian, his eyes were twinkling and contained Wu Tian energy. Boom! Emperor Taijian suddenly moved backwards at full speed. He felt that something was going to leave an imprint in his brain. Break! Shouted Emperor Taijian furiously. The ground was shaking before Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword energy eventually weakened and dispersed. Emperor Taijian looked back at the old man, but the old man just smiled as his silhouette disappeared and turned to void. You understand, don't make any mistakes. Even though I can't kill you, I can easily kill a few people from Sword Mountain. With that, the atmosphere became calm again as if he had never been there. Nihility sword scriptures, Nihility sword scriptures. Emperor Taijian looked at the sky and released sword energies, destroying a mountain range. In a few minutes, all the mountains around him had disappeared, leaving a barren flatland. Emperor Taijian looked furious. The old man hadn't recovered, but he had started studying the Nihility sword scriptures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1662, Chasing to Kill. Chapter 1662, Chasing to Kill. Nihility, if the sword turns to nothing, then the human being can turn to nothing as well. I need the Nihility sword scriptures, whispered Emperor Taijian. He knew that Emperor Wu Tianjian had already realized that Sword Mountain was looking for him. Emperor Taijian flew towards central Bahuang. He was going to have some fun there. Back in Goldfire Tower, the professor in gold and purple clothes went to Lin Feng's room. He entered his room just as Lin Feng finished carving a talisman. Then, Lin Feng walked up to the professor. Master, are we leaving now? Indeed. Everything is ready. If you're still busy though, you can leave later, said the professor smiling. Master, that would be an exaggeration. How could I postpone? I have nothing left to prepare, we can leave, said Lin Feng. I came myself because I want to go too, said the professor. Lin Feng was surprised, the level 9 professor wanted to go to the vast celestial ancient city too? It seemed that the person they wanted to see had a terrifying background. Perhaps he was a great emperor? You can bring your 2 friends too, said the professor. Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxin were now standing next to Lin Feng, wearing the same clothes and plaited bamboo hats. Even though they looked mysterious, nobody asked them anything in Goldfire Tower.
Lin Feng, said Mu Lin Shui.
Lin Feng looked at her. She was wearing a sexy light blue dress, looking very attractive. She was smiling in a gentle way. I'll see you off.
Indeed. Lin Feng nodded and they left. More than 20 people left together.
Hen Chang Tian was in the group, as well as a few middle-aged people whose cultivation levels were enigmatic. The leader of the group was the level 9 professor, the professor in the golden-purple clothes. The group left Goldfire Tower and rose up in the air. Lin Feng smiled at Mu Lin Shui and said, Lin Shui, you can go back.
Say goodbye to Uncle Muyi from me.
I'll tell my father, but I want to see you off. I'll go back after we exit Goldfire City, said Mu Lin Shui, shaking her head. Lin Feng didn't want to argue, so he agreed. There was a boat waiting for them in the distance. The group got on the boat and then quickly disappeared.
How fast? Thought some nearby people.
That boat was extremely fast. It must have been a level 7 or higher Imperial weapon. In the distance, the young man was watching and was surprised.
Wasn't the group who were going to the vast celestial ancient city supposed to be composed of only a few young people?
There were high-level emperors in that group, so he didn't think about it too much, marks appearing under his feet.
He immediately flew into the distance.
Lin Feng and the others arrived at the periphery of the city where Mu Lin Shui jumped off the boat and left.
Whoosh!
A strong wind started blew above here. Mu Lin Shui was surprised. She raised her head and saw some remnant holy marks which were leading to the boat.
Who was that? Thought Mu Lin Shui. On the boat, everyone was seated. Although they were extremely fast, the vast celestial ancient city was extremely far away, so it would take time.
With that time, they wanted to practice cultivation. The professor in the golden-purple robe had a strange feeling. He sensed that the chi from the boat was stiff, but because they were moving so fast, it was difficult to have a clear perception.
Faster,
said the professor, and then the boat accelerated.
It was even scarier as it cut the sky in two like a sword. After the boat accelerated, the professor looked back again. The chi is getting more intense, thought the professor.
He was sure someone was chasing them and that person had started chasing them since they first left the city. Even though strength is one of the most important things, Imperial weapons can still be very useful. If I had such a boat, I would be safe in most cases,
thought Lin Feng. Master, did anything happen? Asked Lin Feng. A strong cultivator is chasing us,
said the professor, frowning. How strong are they?
Lin Feng asked.
They're not any slower than our boat, which means that they're terrifying, said the professor.
Are they a great emperor? Asked Lin Feng.
Top of the Huang Qi layer, and he's chasing us even though he's alone, which means that he's very confident, said the professor, accelerating again. Indeed, the young man was a cultivator at the very top of the Huang Qi layer. He had been sent by the Everlasting Palace, and he was hoping to capture Lin Feng. Even though they didn't say it clearly, he could guess why they had sent him and not a great emperor. Great emperors were difficult to deal with, so if they found Lin Feng, they might leave with him and never go back to the Everlasting Palace.
That boat is so fast, thought the young man. Dong.
The young man continued to follow, pulling out a scroll to move faster. The young man shouted, "Everybody from Goldfire Tower, please stop, I have nothing against you."
Deployment lights. He might be from the Everlasting Palace. It's not that easy to catch up with us, said the professor in a cold way. He didn't intend to stop. If he catches up, you escape, and I'll deal with him for as long as I can, said the professor. He didn't know anything about the person who was chasing them, but he might be able to hold out. The young man continued chasing them for a while, but he couldn't catch up with them, which annoyed him. I promise that I just want Lin Feng, I'm not interested in anyone from Goldfire Tower, said the young man loudly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1663, Ancient Clan. Chapter 1663, Ancient Clan.
Lin Feng shivered. He was right, they had come for him. Lin Feng was sure that it was someone from the Everlasting Palace. I thought they wouldn't come because Xixiang City was so far away from Goldfire City, but I was wrong,
thought Lin Feng.
What he didn't know was that without Sword Mountain, the young man couldn't have found him, but it was too late now. Lin Feng's only hope was for the professor to protect him.
If he gave up Lin Feng, then Lin Feng wouldn't have a chance.
But even if he was caught, he knew that since he had the everlasting Celestial Emperor's deployment spells, they wouldn't kill him. As expected, after their group heard that, they all turned to Lin Feng, Meng Qing, and Xiao Yuxian. They had different opinions, but the professor in the golden-purple clothes had to decide.
The professor's eyes twinkled as he thought.
Time passed quickly, but he didn't look worried. Lin Feng is our guest of honor, and we won't let him down. If he gave up Lin Feng, everything he had done for him would have been useless. If Lin Feng left, then it would be a different story.
Humph.
The young man groaned as he accelerated. They continued flying above mountains and fields. Sometimes, the people on the ground saw them and were amazed by their speed. Far from Lin Feng and the others, there was a desolate mountain range where the sun seemed to loom just above it.
However, at that moment, darkness was invading the area. The darkness seemed gloomy, like an ancient grave opening.
A coffin was slowly starting to break apart, unveiling a dark shadow. With it, a terrifying chi rose to the skies, and ancient strength invaded the sky. Somewhere nearby, a strong cultivator was practicing cultivation in a cave. However, he suddenly opened his eyes and left the cave just in time to see a terrifying darkness fill the entire mountain range. That's world strength. He was a medium-level emperor, so he understood that strength. After having broken through to the Huang Qi layer, cultivators' perceptions were even more acute. They could create small worlds, and the stronger they were in terms of cultivation, the more stable their small worlds were. Of course, it didn't mean that the bigger a small world was, the better it was. If a cultivator's abilities were not high enough, his small world could be destroyed easily, which would make all their efforts pointless.
Go!
A strong cultivator's silhouette flickered. In the central part of the mountain range, a terrifying dark vortex appeared. Its dark chi was as fast as the strong cultivator. Some time passed, and the dark shadow caught up and surrounded the strong cultivator. The strong cultivator's facial expression changed drastically as he shouted, "No!" The strong cultivator disappeared inside that darkness. The vortex was getting more intense as lights flashed inside it. It wasn't just a dark vortex, it was also filled with something else. There was nobody left in the desolate mountain range. They had all either been absorbed by the darkness or had escaped.
With a gust of terrifying wind, someone appeared, a human being.
There was an altar above him, and above the altar, there was a cloud carrying a coffin.
There were complex marks on the coffin.
In front of the altar, a group of old people appeared who were wearing antique clothes.
They were skinny and looked strange.
The atmosphere calmed down, there was only destructive energies left, and still, nobody talked. World Clan. The World Clan was a mysterious group of ancient clans. They understood world strength, which was a mysterious and mystical strength that couldn't be used by ordinary people. In the distance, a boat and a young man appeared.
They didn't know there was an ancient group there and that they were having a ceremony. They were using the ancient world coffin to transmit their knowledge to new kings. After some time, the group in the boat noticed the dark vortex in the distance. They frowned and said, "What's that?" However, the boat was fast, so after a short time, the professor in golden-purple clothes, who was a high-level emperor, was close enough to sense the world strength. World strength.
The professor made the boat fly in that direction. He wanted to see what was going on there.
Arg!
The young man behind shouted furiously. His voice was loud enough to make some mountains explode. The two old people before the altar raised their heads and gazed into the distance.
The boat and the young man couldn't go back now. Bastard!
The professor in the golden-purple clothes and the young man weren't far from those people, and the young man had shouted so that everybody could see them. The boat stopped. The professor looked at the two old people before the altar and at the surroundings. His heart started pounding. That was an ancient clan, and they were having an important ceremony which they didn't want disturbed. The young man smiled coldly, but then quickly looked petrified when he realized what was going on.
He also started trembling. Ancient clan, world strength. Was that a mysterious ancient clan?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1664, Guessing Things About Meng Qing. Chapter 1664, Guessing Things About Meng Qing.
The two old people looked at the group in the sky in a calm way. It was impossible to know what they were thinking.
The professor in the golden-purple clothes looked apologetic. He knew that the ancient clan ceremony was extremely important. If he had offended them, then they might slaughter them. Even high-level emperors feared those people.
"We come in peace, and we hope we haven't disturbed you.
We'll be leaving now,"
said the professor.
One of the old men looked indifferent as he said, "You all stay here, don't move."
The professor's heart was pounding violently, but he nodded. The members of the World Clan had told them not to move to prevent them from disrupting the ceremony.
Other things could wait for after the ceremony. What's that strength? Thought Lin Feng, looking at the vortex which was becoming more and more terrifying. It looked like a demon cloud. Lin Feng hadn't experienced much in the great world, so he couldn't know about world clans. However, when he saw their faces, he was both impressed and fearful. Is it a small world? Thought Lin Feng. The young man was looking at Lin Feng in a cold way. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable, but he also knew that he was safe until they finished their ceremony. The wind was becoming more terrifying as a terrifying dark vortex appeared around the coffin. What terrifying world strength? Thought the professor, staring at the hurricane. It seemed like they were going to end the ritual. At that moment, a strong cultivator raised his head and looked at the strong wind enthusiastically. But then everything fell apart. How could we fail? Those the old men looking desperate as the vortex disappeared. We failed. All the old people looked sad and desperate. We couldn't have failed without reason, there must have been a counter-strength which made us fail, said one of them, frowning. Those people disturbed us, said an old man, indifferently. Boom! The young man came out of the coffin wearing a black robe. Forget about it, said the young man, it's just a ceremony, there's no need to take it too seriously. The crowd nodded. Lang Yi, we want to use the altar to establish the world bridge on your body so that it could lead you to the vault of heaven. We wanted you to become a world emperor, but we failed. Even so, you will manage to become a world king, said an old man in a solemn and respectful way. He wanted Lang Yi to break through to the Huang Qi layer directly, unlike ordinary people who had to use cosmic energy. Of course. Lang Yi nodded, he was confident in his abilities. He would become a king, and then he would make his clan rise. Lang Yi turned to the crowd and said indifferently, if the ceremony was interrupted by them, that's life, but it also means that one of them is extremely strong. Not just anyone can break the world ceremony. Indeed, said an old man, rising in the air. If you have any problems, solve them now. Thank you, master, said the young man from the everlasting palace, nodding, and then he looked at Lin Feng. Hand him over and we'll leave. Do you think we will abandon our guest of honor because you want him? Asked the professor. Since you want me to attack, I'll do it, said the young man. Then, he jumped forwards and a light appeared. He disappeared and reappeared above the boat, a gigantic hand forming below him. Space laceration, shouted the professor in the golden-purple clothes. His gigantic, sharp hand moved even faster after he heard the professor. Slash! The gigantic imperial weapon cut the hand in two, however, the enemy had forced his way forwards, now surrounded by dazzling lights. A deployment spell mixed with the empty space cosmic strength. Thought Lin Feng. Meng Cheng, if they capture me, stay with UXIN, and don't worry about me. I don't want you taking any useless risks, said Lin Feng using telepathy. He didn't want to say things like that before Chiu Uxin because her other personality could awaken if she heard sad or bad things. Meng Cheng looked at Lin Feng nervously, if they capture you, I'll come with you. No, they want the everlasting deployment spells, and there's still a chance that I can get out of that alive. The most important thing for me is that you live, said Lin Feng. Meng Cheng replied, alright, but you can't die. While they were talking, a golden light appeared around them and turned into a cage. Those cosmic energies were much stronger than those of a low-level emperor. There was no chance for him to escape now. However, a hand forcefully broke through the cage. Lin Feng and Meng Cheng were astonished. An old man was looking at Meng Cheng when he said, if you accept to get married with our new prince, I'll help you kill him. Meng Cheng started shaking while Lin Feng looked intrigued. Meng Cheng was wearing a mask and a plated bamboo hat, but he wanted her to marry Lang Yi, which meant that they knew what Meng Cheng's social status was. What a terrifying clan. Lin Feng came to that conclusion. Impossible. Meng Cheng refused. Lang Yi frowned, but one of the old people said, Lang Yi, she's the descendant of a very powerful clan. Which one? Asked Lang Yi. The Snow Clan, replied the old man. Lang Yi frowned, he was a young king, so he knew about the Snow Clan. He had a king body and knew how beneficial the Snow Clan could be for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1665, Guest of Honor. Chapter 1665, Guest of Honor. According to legends, their men and women are extremely attractive and possess a celestial chi. I wonder if that's true, said Lang Yi, looking at the old man. Could it because of her that the ceremony failed?
It should be. If she wasn't from the Snow Clan, she couldn't have interrupted our world ceremony," said the old man. "But I've heard that to interrupt ceremonies using counter-energy was something only people who had a certain body type could do."
"Seeing how the Snow Clan have a celestial body, do they possess counter-energy too?" asked another old man, walking towards Meng Qing.
"I don't understand," said the old man indifferently.
"Do you have the celestial body of the Snow Clan?" Meng Qing's eyes twinkled. "Snow Clan? Celestial body?"
She didn't understand. All she remembered since her birth was having grown up in the small world and then meeting Lin Feng and becoming a human being.
"She can't agree,"
said Lin Feng without waiting for Meng Qing to reply.
"Are you sure?"
said the old man indifferently.
"If she doesn't want to because of you, I'll kill you." "We don't need you."
"Kill us both then," said Meng Qing coldly. The old man looked at Lin Feng calmly. "A member of the Snow Clan would die for you, you're so lucky."
"Which clan are you from?" "I'm an ordinary person."
"I don't belong to any powerful group and I have no clan," said Lin Feng in a calm way.
"Your blood is ordinary indeed.
You're incredibly lucky to be with a girl from the Snow Clan."
"Lang Yi, what do you think?"
asked the old man to the young man.
"Forget about it, I don't like stealing women from other men," said Lang Yi.
The old man nodded, then he looked at those who were fighting, the young man and the professor in the golden purple clothes. "Imperial weapons are treasures, but you must know how to use them.
If you only use them to block attacks, they're useless.
However, if you use them to supplement things you can't do yourself, then they can be useful,"
explained the old man in a calm way. "Stop now. Why do you want to capture him?"
asked the old man to the young man. "He has received the teachings of the everlasting emperor, so I must bring him back," said the old man.
"It's your problem if other people receive the teachings from your ancestors. Leave, now," said the old man. The young man looked upset. He had traveled so far and now they asked him to leave without Lin Feng? How could he explain coming back without anything? "If you don't leave, would you rather die here?" asked the old man. "I'm off then."
The young man immediately left. He couldn't defend the World Clan. "Phew," the professor took a deep breath and said to the old man, "Thank you very much, master."
"Don't thank me. You and your people must leave as well," said the old man, annoyed. Lin Feng didn't understand. Why were those people so strange? They had threatened him a moment before, and then they had expelled the young man from the everlasting palace. "You two, stay here for a while, you're our guests of honor," said the old man to Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Meng Qing and Lin Feng looked extremely surprised. What was going on? The professor in the golden purple clothes was even more surprised. Snow Clan's people. He hadn't thought that a member of the Snow Clan was with Lin Feng and was disguised as a man. He knew that the women from the Snow Clan were astonishingly beautiful. Lin Feng is very talented, he even killed an emperor with just the strength of the Zun Qi layer. Some incredibly powerful women are with him and apparently, they are a couple. Lin Feng's future will be phenomenally brilliant as long as he doesn't die prematurely, thought the professor. It was only normal that the World Clan had invited Lin Feng and Meng Qing. They wanted to be closer to the Snow Clan by making friends with them. The World Clan had existed for a very long time, so they were proud too. That was why they didn't respect Goldfire Tower. The girl from the Snow Clan was around the same age as Lin Feng and they were also around the same age as Lang Yi, so they could become good friends. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng and Lin Feng looked at the old man. If he refused, they could get angry. Besides, Lin Feng was very interested in their clan too. "Thank you for inviting us, but master, she's my wife too, so she must come," Lin Feng said, pointing at Xiao Yuxin. The old man from the World Clan was surprised, but smiled. "Alright, of course. Lin Feng, we're going to the vast celestial ancient city, so if you come later, you can still find me," said the professor, then they left with their boat. "Lin Feng," said the old man smiling, "let's go, we rarely receive outsiders." Lin Feng and the others flew in the sky before eventually landing on the ground. There were dark clouds looming overhead, covering the entire mountain range in darkness. The World Clan had done that on purpose because they wanted their territory to be hidden, for it to look like a desolate mountain range. "Lin Feng, what do you think about our clan, the World Clan?" asked the old man. They had arrived in a castle already. "Terrifying," said Lin Feng. Zun cultivators were the weakest cultivators in that place and there were emperors everywhere. "Have you ever been to the Snow Clan?" asked the old man smiling.
Lin Feng shook his head, he knew nothing about the Snow Clan.
You must have some information about the Snow Clan, right? Asked the old man to Meng Qing. Do you want to hear the truth? Asked Meng Qing to the old man. He was surprised and smiled. What interesting young people. Of course I want to hear the truth. I've never been to the Snow Clan, said Meng Qing.
The old man was astonished. Had she been expelled? Impossible, she had developed a counter-strength which could interrupt their world ceremony.
But do you have the celestial king body of the Snow Clan? Asked the old man. If you are referring to Shui Linglong, I do, said Meng Qing.
The old man was astonished again. As expected, she had Shui Linglong's body.
But how come she had never been to the Snow Clan? The old man couldn't believe it. However, he quickly thought of a solution. Lang Yi is back, and he hasn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer? Thought many people, intrigued.
Amongst all those people, there was a young man who was fixedly staring at Lin Feng and the others.
Master, who are they? Why are they allowed here?
Asked the young man who looked particularly unhappy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1666, World Strength. Chapter 1666, World Strength. Don't worry, we've invited them, replied the old man, smiling, but the few young men didn't look happy. Since they came as guests of honor, I want to see how strong he is. I doubt he's even worth having as a guest of honor, said the young man. And why are they hiding their faces? What does that mean?
Said a beautiful girl, looking at Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxin. Lin Feng looked at the elders, but they remained silent and smiled indifferently. The elders didn't prevent the young people from being arrogant. They would start traveling soon, so it was good that they were so enthusiastic. The old man liked watching battles between young people the most. He also knew why their young people were so arrogant. It was because they were already proud of being members of the World Clan. Meng Qing and Xiao Yuxin took off their plated bamboo hats and masks to show their real faces. Many young men gulped down when they saw their faces. How breathtakingly beautiful, especially Meng Qing. The other one looked nice as well, but not as much as Meng Qing.
The women of the Snow Clan are legendary, especially famous for their beauty.
Too bad she already has someone, otherwise, she would have perfect for our clan with her monarchic body,
thought the old man.
Most women were incredibly beautiful in the World Clan, but when Meng Qing showed her face, those women all looked jealous.
Good for nothing,
thought a young woman when she saw that the young man next to her kept staring at Meng Qing.
Young people.
The old man smiled. Lang Yi looked captivated. He looked even more captivated than the other young people.
Dong.
The young man the girl had called a good-for-nothing jumped into the sky, saying, "Come and fight, we'll see if you deserve being our guest of honor." Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at the 20-year-old man who had already broken through to the 9th Zun Qi layer.
Attack,
said the young man indifferently. His robes were fluttering in the wind as a terrifying qi rolled in waves.
Lin Feng released demonic energies in return.
The young man shook his hands and cyan light streaked across the sky, and although Lin Feng had used his deadly demon punch, both disappearing.
How strong, thought the young man. Even though Lin Feng's attack didn't look dazzling or special, it was powerful. Continue,
said Lin Feng smiling. This time, he raised both hands and demonic energy balls appeared. The young man released lights which moved towards the deadly demon punches.
But things didn't look that easy for the young man. Lin Feng's deadly demon punches were very powerful and had destroyed his cyan lights from the inside out.
He was being pushed backwards, his facial expression making a change for the worst.
That outsider was oppressing him.
That guy can have sex with a celestial girl from the Snow Clan, and on top of that, she lets him have other women, so it's no surprise that he's extraordinary. His demon energy is already at the maximum level, so an ordinary cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer couldn't compete with him,
thought the old man. Your cyan lights are terrifying too, not bad,
said Lin Feng calmly. He recalled his deadly demon punches.
Arg!
The young man shouted furiously, running forwards while releasing cyan lights from his left hand and terrifyingly sharp qi from his right hand. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his hands, having condensed deadly demon punches in his left hand and destructive energies in his right.
Break!
The ground broke under Lin Feng's feet as he attacked the cyan lights.
The sky shook, and slowly, the cyan lights dispersed.
He broke the lights. The crowd was surprised.
Lin Feng's fist continued moving towards the young man, threatening to take his life. You're much stronger than I am,
said the young man in a calm way. Lin Feng's deadly demon punch disappeared, then he smiled and said, "The strength of your clan is very strange, but it's very powerful.
Ordinary people of the same level can't fight against you guys."
"Indeed, you're an exception, you're even stronger than ordinary people." The young man had accepted Lin Feng's strength.
"It's okay to lose, especially if you learn from your mistakes," said the old man indifferently. The young man nodded, and after that, someone else came to Lin Feng. "I want to fight."
Lin Feng looked at the old man remained silent and smiled.
Lin Feng then looked at his opponent and asked, "Are you ready?" "Let's fight," said the young man in a calm way. However, a terrifying wind immediately started blowing and world lights appeared. However, Lin Feng had vanished. He was already standing above his opponent. That person's mouth twitched, he looked petrified. His world lights faded. He felt even more humiliated, he hadn't even started the fight but had already lost. "If you were my enemy, you'd be dead already," said Lin Feng in a calm way. "Wind and empty space strength."
The old man from the World Clan was staring at Lin Feng. With that speed, apart from emperors, nobody could defeat Lin Feng.
"I underestimated him," thought the old man of the clan. He looked at Lang Yi and smiled. "They can't make him use his full strength, don't you want to try?" "I do," said Lang Yi, nodding. He was curious, could that young man, who was in a relationship with the celestial girl of the Snow Clan, stand a chance against him? Lang Yi landed in front of Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was facing a gigantic, ancient beast. He possessed the monarchic body of the ancient world clan, so it was obvious that he was a lot stronger than the two young men who Lin Feng had already fought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1667, World Strength. Chapter 1667, World Strength. Lang Yi is going to fight against him. The crowd looked at the fighters, both looking terrifying. One of them was wearing a white robe, while the other was wearing a black robe. "Can he fight against Lang Yi?" asked a young woman to one of the men Lin Feng had defeated. Lang Yi had the monarchic body of the World Clan. And he might become the king of the ancient World Clan in the future. Among those who were directly related to the blood lineage, nobody could compete with him. "He's very strong, and his attacks are powerful, but he can't compete with Lang Yi," said a young man. Nobody had ever seen Lang Yi use his full strength. "Right." The young girl nodded. The future monarch of the World Clan couldn't lose. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black as demonic intent emerged from his eyes. Cursing strength also assaulted Lang Yi's eyes. He was surprised, his facial expression changed too. Whoosh! The space seemed to fluctuate around them, then Lang Yi looked strange. His eyes looked to have two vortexes in which were absorbing the demonic intent. The cursing strength also disappeared. He really is strong, he already made Lang Yi use the world vision, thought the young men on the ground. The world vision was a technique that only those of the direct lineage could use, and once the cultivator had experience, they could use their world vision to make people drown in their eyes. Lin Feng watched as his intent was being drained into his Lang Yi's eyes. Then, all sorts of vision attacks assaulted Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards, fixedly staring at Lang Yi as he released dream energy. Lang Yi was surprised again, now there were different types of strength assaulting him. If he acted carelessly, he could be in danger. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Feng moved like the wind and used his deadly demon punch. Lang Yi looked at the fists and space became distorted again. Two deadly demon punches passed next to Lang Yi, but he seemed unfazed. Great Earth Destruction. Lin Feng attacked again. This time, Lang Yi raised his fists and more world lights appeared. Lin Feng's Great Earth Destruction crashed onto the world lights and then his attack became distorted. Lacerate. Sword lights rose to the skies and moved towards Lang Yi. World lights emerged from Lang Yi's eyes, the space around the sword lights caused them to move slower and slower until Lang Yi was able to destroy them with his fingers. But Lin Feng didn't stop attacking, he was determined to break through Lang Yi's defenses. He continued releasing more sword energies and used his Great Earth Destruction again, all the while trying to move as quickly as possible. If he gave Lang Yi any time to think, then he would attack. Lang Yi's eyes were twinkling as he suddenly slapped the air in front of him, and then more world lights appeared, along with a coffin. With the coffin, a strong wind started blowing, crashing into Lin Feng, propelling him backwards. His arms felt paralyzed after taking the brunt of that blow. Lang Yi raised his hands and lifted the coffin, condensing his cyan lights. The coffin wasn't an imperial weapon, Lang Yi had just used his mysterious world strength to condense it.
Lang Yi's world strength is incredible, no wonder he has the monarchic body of the world clan.
Thought the crowd. Lang Yi threw his gigantic coffin, which was surrounded by King Qi, at Lin Feng.
He hadn't just used cyan lights, he could also use pure, aggressive world strength. Lin Feng released more sword energy, and in front of him, a long and heavy sword condensed. That sword was 3 meters long and contained a heavy type of energy. Lin Feng held it in both his hands as he ran forwards. The two fighters got closer and closer, before finally, the cyan coffin and the gigantic sword collided. A terrifying vortex of energies appeared, causing the coffin and the sword to break apart. But after the coffin, it turned into a terrifying beast which continued moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back using the wind while Lang Yi continued releasing world lights.
Is that the power that cultivators of the world clan have? Can they make new worlds before having broken through to the Huan Qi layer? Thought Lin Feng.
Use your most powerful attack and show us how strong you really are,
said Lang Yi.
Then, his blood started boiling and terrifying world lights rose to the skies, moving in all directions. A shadow appeared behind Lang Yi, it a shadow of himself, but he was gigantic and looked like a king.
It seems like he can already make parallel worlds and imprison people inside them, thought the elders of the clan. They were very happy.
At the same level, nobody could fight with him, but because Lin Feng's speed was so incredible, Lang Yi still couldn't defeat him easily.
Don't dodge, I won't imprison you, I just want to see your most powerful attack, said Lang Yi, condensing more cyan lights.
His attack had turned into a gigantic cyan world coffin, with a world forming inside.
Alright, don't hold back either then, otherwise this will be boring,
said Lin Feng, nodding calmly. The members of the world clan looked startled.
Humph. That guy is just acting arrogant. If Lang Yi uses his full strength, Lin Feng would definitely die, said a young woman. Arrogant bastard, is he implying that Lang Yi's attacks are not powerful enough? Alright, I'll do as you wish, said Lang Yi, just as calmly.
A terrifying king formed behind him and his cyan coffin started blotting out the sky.
His spirit can leave his body,
Lin Feng realized.
Many emperors couldn't do that, but Lang Yi could. A demon king appeared behind Lin Feng, it looked like an ancient demon.
Lin Feng raised his hands and a black sword appeared. Even when facing such monstrous world strength, he didn't flinch.
Ha!
The crowd sensed the terrifying sword and demon energies coming from Lin Feng.
Die! Shouted Lang Yi furiously.
A terrifying world strength emerged from the coffin, seeming capable of destroying anything in its path.
Attack!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Black lights rose to the skies as Lin Feng also released his sword energies.
Slash!
The gigantic black sword streaked across the sky and crashed onto the coffin, instantly causing some cracks to form. Then the sword pierced through it and destroyed the world strength.
Lang Yi was amazed.
He shook his hands and said, "Come back."
The cyan coffin dispersed and moved back into his body.
The terrifying world king also disappeared, leaving just Lin Feng and Lang Yi staring at each other. The atmosphere was eerily silent, even the elders of the world clan were dumbstruck.
How strong?
After a long time, Lang Yi said those 2 words and smiled. You're the second person I've met who's that terrifying.
Lang Yi was looking at Lin Feng in a respectful way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1668, World Clan. Chapter 1668, World Clan. Just who is he? How come he can defeat Lang Yi? Thought the crowd. They didn't understand. No wonder what, those 3 peoples were guests of honor in their world clan. Even the elders of the clan were happy with their decision to invite Lin Feng and them in. That boy must have a special body, thought one of the elders of the world clan. He walked forwards and smiled. Lin Feng, has a very powerful group of people sent you?
Lin Feng looked at the old man, he didn't trust him. I was born in a small place, and I have a special body which allows me to understand 10 different sorts of abstruse energies, but I only started benefiting from the body recently.
I really come from an unknown family, said Lin Feng.
The old man was aghast. A body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, no wonder I sensed so many different types in your last sword attack, which was perfect I should add. The old man nodded. Lang Yi uses world strength, and he already has the strength of a low-level emperor with it. You managed to destroy his coffin, which means that you can already destroy low-level emperor's small worlds. Now Lin Feng understood what it meant. With his world strength, Lang Yi could make a small world as resistant as the small world of a low-level emperor. That was the reason why Lang Yi could already make small worlds even though he hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer. No wonder such a beautiful woman from the Snow Clan fell in love with you. You're strong, you are smart, and you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different sorts of abstruse energies.
You and the members of the World Clan should become friends and exchange views on cultivation," said the old man, who was still smiling.
"I really don't deserve so much praise, master," replied Lin Feng politely. The old man shook his hands and smiled. "Lin Feng, in the future, you must become even stronger, otherwise you won't be able to protect your wives. You can't imagine how strong the Snow Clan is."
Lin Feng frowned.
The Snow Clan was a mysterious and ancient animal clan. They were really scary, but why had Meng Qing, a girl who had the celestial body of the Snow Clan, ended up in a small world? The only reason was known by Mother Master.
"Master, how strong is the Snow Clan?" asked Lin Feng. "You can't imagine."
"They are going through a flourishing period now, while for us, times are ominous," said the old man. "With the strength of the ancient world clan, they must be even stronger than the everlasting palace.
I only know a little bit about them, so I can't even imagine how powerful ancient clans are," thought Lin Feng.
Besides, many people want the ancient scriptures of the Snow Clan. If Meng Qing doesn't fight, people won't pay much attention to her, but if she fights for real, some very strong cultivators will guess what her real social status is and will chase her. If the Snow Clan doesn't protect her, she can't travel freely, and if she encounters other animal clans, things might get dangerous for her," said the old man.
Lin Feng stopped him and asked, "What do you mean, master?"
"If she accepts, she can practice cultivation here. Besides, our strong cultivators will also help her become stronger. They can even guarantee her safety when she travels," said the old man. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what the old man meant.
Was he trying to make Meng Qing join their clan?
The old man saw that Lin Feng looked skeptical and said, "Lin Feng, you are guests of honor here and you are extremely strong.
Lang Yi and you should become friends.
I wanted him to go and travel, so you could travel with him while Meng Qing could stay here in the World Clan with us.
Wouldn't it be a great relief if she was safe here?
With my social status, nobody can harm her. It would be a win-win relationship. After all, if the World Clan wants to rise again, we have to collaborate with other people too.
Of course, if you don't accept, I won't force you. It's just a proposition."
After all, having the celestial body of the Snow Clan grants her a very special social status. Lin Feng now understood. If the World Clan helped Meng Qing, it would be very beneficial for her. After all, the World Clan was an ancient clan like the Snow Clan. Therefore, Lin Feng was relieved. Meng Qing had no way to become stronger if she stayed with Lin Feng, and with her talent, it would be a pity if she stopped progressing.
"Wouldn't you be worried about Lang Yi's safety if he went traveling?" asked Lin Feng.
Lang Yi has treasures from the World Clan to protect him in case of danger. Besides, not many people would dare attack a young man from the World Clan who has the king body of the clan," replied the old man.
"Lin Feng, I understand you. Lang Yi and Meng Qing's situations are different.
Lang Yi has our king body while the World Clan raises him, but in her case, things are different because she has the queen body of the Snow Clan, but she has never been to the Snow Clan. I may be wrong, but I'm convinced it must have something to do with the internal situation of the Snow Clan. I imagine things could get dangerous for her if she continued traveling with you, but she isn't Meng Qing's biological mother, she might just be a servant of the Snow Clan, and her role was only to protect and take care of Meng Qing,"
thought Lin Feng. "You can think about what he said."
"I can guarantee you that our clan won't harm her, and that she'll be happy here,"
said Lang Yi. "Let us talk about it first."
Lin Feng was looking at Meng Qing. If they were right, then Meng Qing's social status made the situation more complex than they had expected. If the World Clan meant them harm, then letting her stay there would be problematic. Lin Feng had to travel and go to the main cities to improve, but that would make the situation even more dangerous for Meng Qing. "Of course, you can stay here for a few days, you're our guest of honor, so you can do whatever you want in the World Clan.
If you want to leave together, Lang Yi can come with you as well. Our young king should travel nonetheless,"
said the old man, smiling. "Lang Yi, take them for a walk and show them around."
"All right."
Lang Yi nodded. "Lin Feng, it's the first time you're here, so I'll show you the world my World Clan fabricated."
"Thank you very much,"
said Lin Feng cheerfully. He'll soon break through to the Huangqi layer, then he would definitely make his own world. With their strength, the World Clan had probably created an extraordinary small world.
"Go."
Lang Yi rose up in the air, then Lin Feng and the girls followed him. The old man watched as Lin Feng and the others left.
You really want to raise the celestial girl of the snow clan? Asked one of the old men. Of course, we've been silent for so many years and now she shows up. It's still not enough though, Lang Yi also needs friends, the world clan needs friends. Lin Feng has a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, and he's also extremely proficient at using them. In the future, he'll become incredible. Although he still has a long way to go, imagine in 1,000 years, he might just be a public figure of the continent. What about the Snow Clan? Asked another one. We need to be sincere. We need to make efforts to raise the girl too, even if we fail, she'll still be grateful. Said the old man. The others said nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1669, Decision. Chapter 1669, Decision. Lin Feng had just arrived in their castle and he could already see that there were innumerable powerful cultivators. After some time, he realized that even if the World Clan was extremely powerful compared with other groups, they still had some weaker people. Their blood had been transmitted from generation to generation over a long period of time, so it had naturally weakened. Only the one with the king-type body would have a powerful bloodline. Lang Yi, your clan controls world strength, but do they use other types of strength as well? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Lang Yi had become acquaintances already, so he felt comfortable asking this question. Of course, we do. But I have the king body of the world clan, so my other types of strength aren't very good because I mostly practice world cultivation. Many people here also study other types of strength though. It's very convenient for world cultivation, you'll see. Lang Yi replied cheerfully. People who are not from the world clan cannot use world strength to the degree that we can, sometimes they can't control it at all. Said Lang Yi, sounding self-confident. Back then, when my clan was prosperous and powerful, one of my ancestors, a peerless cultivator, had celestial world creation powers. Many small worlds have been created by my ancestors. A peerless cultivator, how strong? Thought Lin Feng. When the world clan was prosperous and powerful, it was probably terrifying. The group continued running until Lin Feng felt things getting very hot. What's going on? Lin Feng asked. Come with me and you'll understand. Said Lang Yi, smiling. Sun Lin Feng frowned, it was as if a gigantic sun was nearing them. Lin Feng raised his head and looked up at the sun. Above them, there were more suns than there should be. Finally, Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of those suns, high in the sky. What's that? Asked Lin Feng. A world which has been created by one of our ancestors. It's the sun world, we also have ice worlds and so on. Our strong cultivators use cosmic energies and special powers to create these worlds. Lang Yi explained calmly. This small world contains terrifying fire energies. If you were to put one of those suns in a city, it could destroy it entirely, and if you used the world strength from this world, you could carry out terrifying attacks, but... Do you want to go and see the other worlds? Asked Lang Yi, but Lin Feng shook his head. I want to stay here for a few days and then I'll come back to you, is that alright? Lin Feng asked. Alright, I'll wait for you in the city where we were. Don't forget what the elders told you. Said Lang Yi. Then, he turned around and left looking carefree. Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing and smiled. Meng Chang, what do you think? Lin Feng, you must want me to stay in the world clan, right? Said Meng Qing. She knew what Lin Feng was thinking, he was worried about her and her safety. If you stay with me and do nothing, you won't progress at all. And the world clan said it themselves, you have the celestial body of the snow clan, so traveling is dangerous for you. I think you should stay here and I would come and see you whenever I could. Said Lin Feng, smiling. Meng Qing smiled and nodded, alright, I will always listen to you, but... Meng Qing didn't want to stay away from Lin Feng, but she couldn't protect him like in the past. She would become a burden if she stayed with him all the time. Since she had the celestial body of the Snow Clan, she had to cherish her body and become strong and, in the future, then Lin Feng and Meng Qing would be a better team. They also had to learn about her memories, what was wrong with her memory. Why couldn't she remember some things? At least in the World Clan, she would be free. If she missed him too much, she might be able to go and see him. Lin Feng caressed Meng Qing's face and smiled, he hoped that the World Clan would help her become stronger. He had kept Meng Qing with him like that for so many years, but it was a mistake, she could have become much stronger if she had been in a better environment. Lin Feng raised his head and his Tianji sword appeared. It immediately started moving around in the sun world. The Tianji sword had endured millions of attacks to become that powerful, however, it was still just a soul, Lin Feng's soul grew along with the sword's soul.
That world was filled with sunfire, which was perfect to cleanse his sword with.
I'll go and see.
Lin Feng rose up in the air and flew towards the sun. The sun began to burn him, but as he got closer, he noticed someone practicing cultivation and swallowing the strength of the sunfire. Lin Feng forgot about everything, then he closed his eyes and sat down on the sun. He practiced cultivation together with his Tianji sword. On the 7th day, Lin Feng left the sun world.
In the meanwhile, Uxin and Meng Qing were together walking in the world clan's kingdom.
Lin Feng found some special worlds, such as sometimes, he jumped into waterfalls and realized that another world was behind them. Sometimes, he walked on a mountain and suddenly found himself in another world. Lin Feng couldn't sense those energies because he hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer yet.
People could imprison him in such a world and they really wanted to.
Lin Feng and the girls visited the world clan's territory, taking in the mountains, rivers, and beautiful sceneries.
After that, they went back to the castle of the kingdom and looked for the elders and Lang Yi. Lin Feng, did you make a decision? Asked the elder. If you're all leaving now, Lang Yi can come with you.
Master, please take care of my wife, Meng Qing, said Lin Feng, bowing before the old man. Lin Feng had to be very polite, especially considering that they were going to take care of Meng Qing.
Alright, you don't have to worry, even though we are not as strong as before, we have existed for a very long time.
We will do our best to make the celestial girl stronger, as if she was part of our family,
said the elder. Thank you, master.
I'll pay you back someday if I can.
Just become strong, said the elder smiling. Lin Feng, do you want to leave now or wait a few more days? I want to leave now, said Lin Feng. Alright, Lang Yi, go and travel with Lin Feng. Don't come back if there's nothing important happening, said the elder.
Some strong cultivators from the World Clan would follow him everywhere secretly, so he had nothing to fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1670, Moon Imperial Palace. Chapter 1670, Moon Imperial Palace.
Thousands of meters away from the World Clan, 3 people were riding a sword. Lin Feng was one of them, but he was silent. Next to him was Uxin, who was holding his hand and caressing it. She knew that Lin Feng had been through a lot with Meng Qing and that she couldn't replace her. This time, Lin Feng was very sad to leave her behind.
The World Clan will not disappoint you, said Lang Yi.
He knew that Lin Feng was sad. I decided to let her stay there, and I trust the World Clan.
This isn't something I could avoid,
said Lin Feng, smiling.
Lang Yi nodded. This time, we're going to the vast celestial ancient city, which is one of the 18 main cities of the region of the Dark Night.
We'll find many strong cultivators there, so we need to remain determined and practice cultivation diligently. We need to break through to the Huangqi layer as soon as possible. Lin Feng smiled but didn't talk much. He knew Lang Yi was right.
Lin Feng's Tianji sword was extremely fast. Of course, it couldn't compare to the boat, so they'd have to spend more time traveling.
While on the sword, they practiced cultivation and looked at the landscapes. There were many tribes, cities, beautiful landscapes, clouds. Sometimes, people glanced at them, but Lin Feng and the others just ignored them.
The vast celestial ancient city was one of the 18 main cities of the region, so there were many powerful sects and clans there.
Outside of the ancient city, there was an old lake where the water was always calm. At that moment, outside of the vast celestial ancient city, near the gigantic lake, the sound of music wafted through the air.
Someone was playing the zither.
With the pavilions, boats, and people who were nicely dressed, the scene resembled a painting. Above the water, Lin Feng and the 2 others were still riding the sword.
Those people know how to enjoy themselves, whispered Lin Feng. He heard music, people's conversations and laughter. It was great.
The musician looks relaxed, but I'm sure he is extremely determined. Lin Feng knew music, so he could easily determine what the sound waves contained. He's determined, he's a real professional,
whispered Lang Yi, opening his eyes.
Then, he walked towards the center of the lake.
Vast celestial ancient city.
Lin Feng gazed into the distance, then he looked at Uxin and smiled. Let's go and see.
The landscape is incredible, thought Lin Feng. He glanced around, noticing a group of beautiful women dancing.
Lin Feng sighed. Those beautiful women were extremely strong. They were all cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer.
The moon in the celestial sky. Going to the city, one dance.
Lin Feng listened to someone singing.
He turned around and saw a young man.
That young man was wearing white clothes and was playing his instrument with 10 fingers.
I really don't deserve so much praise, thank you,
said one of the women when she saw that everybody was looking at her with admiration.
Beautiful and talented, said a young man. He looked elegant and smiled thinly. How are things at the Moon Imperial Palace? When I have time, I'll have to come and visit. Mr. Bai, would you like to join the Moon Palace? Asked the woman.
From her eyes, she seemed to look surprised.
If you let me join the Moon Clan, I wouldn't refuse,
said the young man, smiling. The Moon Imperial Palace had disappeared for 1,000 years and now they were back playing music and dancing.
That woman proved they hadn't disappeared completely.
The young men around them were all famous, so when they heard that young man, they knew that the Moon Imperial Palace was still in existence. The Moon Imperial Palace.
Lang Yi repeated.
Even though the Moon Imperial Palace wasn't as strong as the World Clan, they were very famous in the vast celestial ancient city, known for their many beautiful women.
Lin Feng didn't understand much about influential groups in the vast celestial ancient city.
He had the impression that the Moon Imperial Palace couldn't be compared with the Moon Palace in his previous life.
In 3 days, we'll come back to the vast celestial ancient city, said the girl. She slowly stopped playing and took her instrument back. After a short time, the girls disappeared. Nobody thought it was strange. They're gaining power again, said Lang Yi. Even though the Phoenix Pavilion had disappeared, they never stopped playing the zither. Some people accelerated on their boats towards some distant music.
Then, some music talismans appeared, causing waves to roll in the lakes, almost sinking some boats.
A terrifying chi appeared in the air, and then the waves stopped. People could still hear the zither from the talismans, they each turned into golden imprints.
One young man got closer and the deadly energies turned into destructive energies. As the young man was inside those energies, all the talismans broke apart around him.
Boom!
The talismans exploded, sinking the boat, and throwing chi out in all directions.
Those people are enthusiastic, thought Lin Feng smiling. Many young people from the vast celestial ancient city are here, and they want to fight.
Some of them plan to go to the Moon Imperial Palace in a few days,
said someone.
Strength is strength, it's the most important thing in this world, said Lin Feng, laughing indifferently. That person looked upset when he heard Lin Feng. Lang Yi looked at him in a deep and profound way, causing that person to shudder unconsciously.
Let's go to the ancient city, said Lang Yi, rising in the sky.
The lake was just on their path, initially. However, as they flew away, a strength suddenly emerged. They heard zither and an ancient music getting louder. Suddenly, imprints moved towards them at full speed. Lang Yi shook his hands and a terrifying strength appeared, containing world lights. The space around them became distorted as a vortex appeared, which surrounded everyone.
How strong! The crowd was wide-eyed. The World Clan, whispered the musicians, smiling. Things were going to be fun this time at the vast celestial ancient city.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1671, The Heaven Clan. Chapter 1671, The Heaven Clan.
Vast celestial ancient city was enormous, filled with many heroic cultivators. The sect of the ancient capital resembled an ancient beast which opened its mouth towards the sky. Lin Feng and the others were in the ancient capital city sightseeing. Vast celestial ancient city had many different influential groups, therefore, there was a high demand for beautiful architectural projects. People wanted lofty, original, creative buildings for their groups.
Lin Feng, you were the one who wanted to go to vast celestial ancient city, so was there somewhere in particular you wanted to go? Asked Lang Yi.
There is one place but it's not the right time to go, but if there is an opportunity, I'll go, said Lin Feng indifferently.
Apart from becoming stronger, he had another goal for coming to vast celestial ancient city. Alright, good. Let's go and find a master, we'll know more about the city and everything if we ask them, said Lang Yi.
He had a king body, so he was a master too. Lang Yi was from the World Clan, and their friends were all terrifying groups of influence who thought highly of Lang Yi.
Alright, said Lin Feng. He wasn't going to refuse. Since he was in vast celestial ancient city, why not hang out with the strong cultivators?
Lang Yi was young and had traveled a lot in the past. He hadn't stayed in the World Clan the whole time. In the past, he used to hide his true identity whilst traveling, but now, he decided to travel with the status of a king. The Heaven Clan, one of the existences in vast celestial ancient city, one who has been there for a very long time. They were an ancient clan, like the World Clan. Because those clans had existed for so long, they used to be called ancient clans and they had habits and customs which were seen throughout history. Some ancient clans were also called holy clans, which meant that they had a holy great emperor. At that moment, Lang Yi and Lin Feng were in the Heaven clan. Lang Yi told Lin Feng a few of these things about the Heaven clan before they arrived. Lin Feng and the others were in the periphery of the Heaven clan. At the very entrance, there were guards of which adorned white gloves, armors, and were all cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. In the small worlds, cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer are incredible cultivators, but in the Heaven clan, cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer are simply guards.
Thought Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Tell Master Song Ling that Lang Yi is here and came to see him. Said Lang Yi to the guard. One of guards frowned and looked at them coldly. Song Ling was their current leader, so who would dare ask to see him? But when he saw Lang Yi's imposing appearance and that Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian also looked extraordinary, the guard didn't try to offend them. People who pronounced their leader's name like that could be from terrifying influential groups or disciples of holy clans. Please wait a moment, said a guard, glancing at them before he went back into the territory of the clan. That person had just entered the core territory of the Heaven clan when the group of young people appeared. The guards frowned and looked at Lang Yi and the others, so they really were from an incredible clan. At least it must be the case considering that the most incredible disciples of Heaven clan came out. The one in the front was wearing clean, thin clothes. He looked nice yet rigid. Amongst cultivators of the Zun Qi layer and under, he was the most outstanding one, Song Xiao. The others with him were all core disciples too, but they still hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, just like Lang Yi. The leader of the clan talks about you all the time, Lang Yi. I'm happy to see you, said Song Xiao, smiling in a warm way. He walked to them and said, Brother Lang Yi, you came from so far away, please come in. The leader has already started preparing everything for a party. Then, Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian smiled and nodded. They didn't say anything, and since they were with Lang Yi, they were also guests of honor. Song Xiao, said Lang Yi. I wouldn't have thought that you'd remember me, said Song Xiao, walking ahead. The guard sighed. The Heaven clan was an ancient holy clan, so it was no surprise that their territory looked incredible. There was a flight of stairs with 108 steps. There was a vast area with tables and alcohol waiting for them at the top. Little Yi, said the leader, Song Ling, smiling at Lang Yi and the others. Lin Feng didn't sense any of his qi, so he couldn't see his cultivation level either. Long time no see, you are an incredible host, said Lang Yi, smiling back. The two organizers of the banquet smiled. Master, you're too polite. Come, we're happy to have you here in the Heaven clan, said Song Ling, smiling. He pointed at a seat just under the leader's seat, reserved for guests of honor. Lang Yi nodded and walked there. Lin Feng wanted to follow, but Song Xiao came to them and said, You too, come with me. Lin Feng was surprised. Lang Yi wanted to say something, but Lin Feng smiled and said, All right. He already knew he couldn't sit with them. After all, he wasn't from the ancient world clan like Lang Yi. He nodded at Lang Yi and Lang Yi didn't say anything. He walked to a seat as Song Xiao took Lin Feng and Xiao Yuxian to a place where most other young people from the Heaven clan also Saturday. A beautiful woman was seated above Lin Feng. She faced Song Xiao, as if they had the same social status. My name is Song Yu, what is yours? Asked the girl to Lin Feng, smiling in a gentle way. Lin Feng. Are you from the World Clan as well? Asked Song Yu. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm not. You're not? Song Yi looked surprised and said, How come you were with Lang Yi? We met on the way and decided to travel together, said Lin Feng. Then which ancient clan are you from? Asked Song Yu. Lin Feng understood what was going on. He had been placed there because they wanted to learn more about him, and it was easier if a girl asked him these questions. I'm an ordinary cultivator, not from any ancient clans, said Lin Feng, smiling. Then, he downed his glass. Song Yu laughed when she saw that but didn't ask anything more. At that moment, Song Ling and Lang Yi were chatting. The Moon Imperial Palace are making a reappearance in vast celestial ancient city, so they will probably rise again. Their people are about your age, I think. They have disappeared over 1,000 years, so many ancient scriptures disappeared with them, replied Lang Yi. Of course. The Moon Imperial Palace had incredible disciples, and they had many ancient scriptures. They had some very powerful ones at that. Some of the better ones they had was the incredible shattering and destructive holy scriptures, said Song Ling, smiling. They're just not determined enough, said Lang Yi calmly. Ah, many people think that. Of course, Lang Yi, you're from the World Clan, so you're better than most, said Song Ling, smiling. The young people from the Moon Imperial Palace had indeed heard many outstanding people, but
but they had their reasons. In the past, the Moon Imperial Palace had offended a holy clan, thus forcing them to disappear for 1,000 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1672, In the Middle of the Night. Chapter 1672, In the Middle of the Night.
Nothing happened during the banquet. Lin Feng just listened to people and tried to learn more about vast celestial ancient city. Since he was there, he had to understand the customs of the city, and who the strongest groups in the city were. Lin Feng wasn't Lang Yi, he didn't have a dazzling background, so nobody talked to him except for Song Yu, who only exchanged a few sentences with him. After the banquet, Song Ling took Lang Yi around the Heaven Clan. He had also prepared a place for Lin Feng and Lang Yi to stay.
Brother Lang Yi, did you know that the Moon Imperial Palace came back to the Moon Imperial Palace?
They haven't appeared here for 1,000 years, so they might be strong now.
They might also have beautiful women, maybe you could find yourself one there,
said Song Xiao.
Since they're here, we should get to know them, said Lang Yi calmly. I think so too.
Some other young people from other holy clans are sure to come, so you should meet them too, said Song Xiao.
Has anyone from the Chu clan broken through to the Huang Qi layer? Asked Lang Yi.
Song Xiao knew why Lang Yi asked that. The Chu clan and the Heaven clan were both holy clans, and even though the strongest young man they had possessed the intent of an emperor, he didn't have a king body.
Not yet.
I've heard that the Chu clan has prepared 72 emperors' intent for him so that he can break through to the Huang Qi layer though, said Song Xiao.
Lang Yi nodded indifferently. No need to stay with us all the time, said Lang Yi, indicating that he wanted to rest.
Song Xiao smiled and nodded. If you need anything, just ask me.
Make yourself at home. All right, said Lang Yi nodding. Lin Feng interjected, can we get a map? We don't understand vast celestial ancient city.
Song Xiao glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. He released his godly awareness and transferred a map to Lin Feng.
Thank you very much, said Lin Feng.
You're welcome, replied Song Xiao. Then he said to Lang Yi, I'm off.
When Song Xiao left, Lang Yi smiled at Lin Feng and said, do you want to go to town? I do, I'd love to visit the ancient capital. Besides, I don't like it when there are so many people with me all the time, said Lin Feng. I'll come with you, said Lang Yi.
There's no need, I'll just have a walk and come back, said Lin Feng politely.
Lang Yi was surprised, he didn't understand. He smiled but asked nothing.
Lin Feng had things to do in vast celestial ancient city apparently, but he also said he'd come back, so there was no need to worry.
If you need anything, just call me, said Lang Yi, then he left.
Lin Feng smiled at Shou Yuxian and said, go to the room and have a rest.
I'll come back late tonight. Vast celestial ancient city was a lot larger than Celestial Qi Castle, so if Lin Feng wanted to cross the city, a few days still wouldn't be enough. Luckily, the place he wanted to go wasn't too far. All right. Shou Yuxian nodded and went to a room.
Lin Feng started leaving.
Brother Lin, where are you going? Asked Song Yu, she was smiling as always. I've never seen the city, so I want to travel around, said Lin Feng. I can come with you, said Song Yu. There's no need, I'm used to traveling alone, said Lin Feng as he accelerated. Song Yu frowned. An ancient imprint trailed behind her as she accelerated. Brother Lin, why wouldn't you want a beautiful woman next to you? Song Yu asked. I told you, I'm used to it, said Lin Feng.
Then, he moved exceptionally fast, holy marks even appeared behind him. He was trying to get rid of Song Yu.
Song Yu could only watch as Lin Feng disappeared into the distance. She stopped and smiled, that guy is so fast. I wonder how strong he is.
Lin Feng left the Heaven clan and went to the southwestern part of the city. Even though he traveled with incredible speed, most people didn't even care about him because there were too many strong cultivators already there. That young man was just a pedestrian to them. Later that night, Lin Feng stopped and looked at his surroundings.
It was hard to imagine that there could be such an abandoned area in vast celestial ancient city. It must be here, thought Lin Feng, glancing around.
He had stopped at some ruins which seemingly hadn't been lived in for quite some time. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the ancient palaces, noting a demonic energy there.
Stop, said someone at that moment.
He turned around and saw a middle-aged person. He said, you're still too young, you can't go there. Many people die there, so you shouldn't go, thought. Then, the middle-aged man left. Lin Feng shivered, that person was an emperor.
Ancient mysteries, thought Lin Feng.
He could sense deployment energies, so maybe there was an illusion ahead. It is probably the everlasting Celestial Emperor's memories that I'm thinking of,
thought Lin Feng.
Unfortunately, he didn't know if he could go there or not, he just knew that it was there. Lin Feng continued getting closer. At the same time, his eyes slowly turned black and he began to look like a demon. He looked at the palace, but he couldn't see inside because it was surrounded by pitch-black energies. It seemed that even with his pitch-black eyes, it wasn't enough.
Go!
Lin Feng shook his hands and an illusion-like mountain descended from the sky, making the ground quake some. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a coldness surround him, and then demon lights appeared inside the darkness.
Who's inside?
Thought Lin Feng. Those eyes looked like they belonged to a young person. Nobody replied to him and the eyes disappeared. Lin Feng was sure that somebody was inside. Quickly, Lin Feng sensed a hand filled with death energy moving towards him. He moved back at full speed, but the death chi was quick to surround him.
Life. Lin Feng released life energy and continued moving backwards.
He also released sword energies to break the death chi apart. However, the energies which had already invaded his body were starting to corrode him from the inside out. Lin Feng continued moving back until he was very far away, feeling a bit relieved.
He took a deep breath and absorbed the death energy from a distance. Who's that?
Even though his death strength is powerful, it's not a strength I can't block. However, I don't know how strong that person really is,
thought Lin Feng.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1673, Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Chapter 1673, Celestial Evolution Holy Clan.
But that person could go inside, which meant they were at least outstanding.
I can't go in, it's too dangerous. I'll have to think about it some before I come back, thought Lin Feng. He initially just intended to scout it out anyways. Maybe he could ask Lang Yi about it. I wonder who's inside though, whispered Lin Feng.
Then, his silhouette flickered and he went back to the Heaven Clan. Lang Yi was outside his room, his eyes were closed and he was absorbing strength of the earth and the sky as world energies surrounded him. Lin Feng landed next to him, making him open his eyes and say, "You came back."
I did. Lin Feng nodded and then sat down next to him and asked, "Do you know anything about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan?" Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Lang Yi looked surprised. Of course I do.
1,000 years ago, they were a very aggressive holy clan in vast celestial ancient city. Unfortunately, they were destroyed back then.
Their territory still exists here, but there's nothing left besides ruins.
He was surprised that Lin Feng mentioned such a group. He had learned from some memories that the everlasting Celestial Emperor had obtained some things from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, and then had become a great emperor afterwards. Of course, many people want to get the ancient scriptures of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, even some holy clans. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan didn't study any ancient scriptures but the evolution scriptures. Lang Yi continued to explain. If the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was so strong, who destroyed it? Asked Lin Feng. Everything is a mystery now, but according to rumors, it could be the Three Lives Great Emperor,
said Lang Yi. Lin Feng unconsciously shivered. The Three Lives Great Emperor?
He knew so much about him already. Few people know how strong he really was, and nobody knows how old he is.
Most people don't even know who he is,
said Lang Yi after he saw that Lin Feng looked confused. Lin Feng remained silent. He had the Three Lives scriptures with him, so he already knew how terrifying they were. If anyone knew he had the Three Lives scriptures, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Even in this world, most people don't know who he is, thought Lin Feng. I'll practice the Three Lives scriptures, and I'll make sure that nobody knows about me either,
thought Lin Feng. Why are you asking me about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan? Asked Lang Yi.
In the Dark Night region, a Celestial Emperor received deployment strength from someone there, which is why I came to vast Celestial Ancient City,
explained Lin Feng.
The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan has disappeared for so long, but you still received something concerning them. That's interesting,
said Lang Yi smiling. Yesterday evening, I went there, and I noticed that there was someone hiding inside, said Lin Feng. That's even more interesting.
Considering the Moon Imperial Palace are showing themselves, and now someone appeared inside the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan,
whispered Lang Yi. What was the link between the Moon Imperial Palace and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan?
No idea, but 1,000 years ago, the rumors said that the Moon Imperial Palace and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan were close to each other, that the Moon Imperial Palace had obtained powerful ancient scriptures, the Evolution Holy Scriptures.
Lang Yi said. Indeed, that's interesting, whispered Lin Feng.
The Three Lives Great Emperor, the Moon Imperial Palace, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, something linked those groups.
Of course, it's just interesting, nothing more.
This morning, Sang Xiao came by and said that some monstrously strong cultivators from the other main cities are on their way to vast celestial ancient city too.
Some of them even have terrifying body types,
said Lang Yi to Lin Feng excitedly. Lin Feng could tell that Lang Yi wanted to fight, which made him smile. King body type, there can't be that many people with king body types in the Dark Knight region,
whispered Lin Feng.
He realized that Jun Moshi's imperial immortal body was something unheard of in the small world, so the people there didn't value him as much as they would hear. I wonder how Jun Moshi is doing.
It's been so many years, he must be so far, thought Lin Feng.
He had been in the great world for 7-8 years already.
And what about Yu? If she misses me, why doesn't she look for me? Thought Lin Feng, sighing.
She was only interested in cultivation, so she couldn't stay with friends all the time. Lin Feng didn't leave for 2 more days.
He stayed with Uxin and they didn't do much besides cultivating and relaxing in the room.
Lin Feng was worried when Xiao Uxin became controlled by her other personality. He almost felt scared of her at times. On that day, at the main city gate of vast celestial ancient city, a young man was standing at the top, gazing into the distance. He was surrounded by 360 ancient imprint lights which contained a terrifying strength. At the same time, in the ancient capital, there were scorching suns which forced people to raise their heads and squint their eyes. In another place, someone else appeared. He was surrounded by a great chi which acted as a fog, cloaking him along with his black robe.
All sorts of people landed in vast celestial ancient city.
They came from places all over the region of Dark Knight. Outside of the city, above the lake, a silhouette appeared wearing a Taoist robe, with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He didn't seem to be a Taoist monk though, his look seemed fierce and aggressive like a warrior.
Good heavens! The Taoist smiled and continued flying towards the center of vast celestial ancient city.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1674, Many Strong Cultivators Together. Chapter 1674, Many Strong Cultivators Together. Outside of a room in the Heaven Clan, Lang Yi and Lin Feng were gazing into the distance. They watched some silhouettes land by a lake inside the Heaven Clan territory.
After a short time, Sang Xiao came to Lin Feng and Lang Yi, smiling at Lang Yi and saying, "The Moon Imperial Palace has appeared by Ice Moon Lake.
Let's go." Lang Yi nodded and followed.
Lin Feng looked back at the room to Xiao Uxin. Lin Feng nodded at Xiao Uxin, then he also left with the others.
Xiao Uxin watched them disappear, looking sad. The feeling is getting more intense. Will she appear? Thought Xiao Uxin after she sensed the terrifying mercilessness energy around her. The Ice Moon Lake was a gigantic lake in vast celestial ancient city.
The water resembled a moon, and it was ice cold, hence the name. In a pavilion near the lake, there were some beautiful women dancing, looking like illusions. The crowd listened to the music and saw a silhouette approaching in the distance. That person was holding a zither.
Prince Qin Shang.
The crowd recognized the prince. Prince Qin Shan wasn't very strong. He hadn't even broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet, but he was famous in vast celestial ancient city. Qin Shan landed by the lake. He had his 10 fingers resting on his instrument, celestial creatures dancing. I would like to enjoy the show from inside the pavilion.
Someone laughed. Prince, don't be too impatient, the celestial beings need to dress up first. When a free boat comes by, you can have your fun then.
Alright, good.
I can't wait,
said Qin Shang in a gentle way.
Bai Qi from the Bai clan is here too, thought the crowd, gazing towards some powerful energies in the distance.
The energies disappeared, but suddenly, it became extremely hot, like a sun was approaching them.
The Holy Sun clan is here too. Qin Shang looked at his ancient zither, not even glancing at the person who had landed. Of course, the Moon Imperial Palace is here,
said the young man in the sky. In the northern part, a silhouette in grey clothes flew forwards, not releasing any chi at all. The ancient witchcraft clan is also interested in seeing the Moon Imperial Palace. The young man from the Holy Sun clan was looking at the person in the grey clothes. The person in the grey clothes nodded at him before he put his hood down, showing his face. He was very young, very pale, and looked erudite.
The Heaven clan is here too, thought the crowd.
Sang Xiao was there. Lang Yi and Lin Feng were with him.
Who are those people next to Song Shao? They're not from the Heaven clan. Thought some people.
When the young man from the Chu clan saw Lang Yi, he looked surprised.
A king body type traveling.
Look over there. There was a young man wearing a 7-colored robe, and there were dazzling vines around him which looked like imprints.
It's Dugu who never loses, said someone in the crowd.
It was said that Guda the winner possessed the imprint king body, which meant that after breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, 3,600 imprints would appear around him. Apart from them, more and more geniuses appeared, but they weren't as heroic as those people. Amongst those people, the most prestigious one was the guy from the Chu clan. Song Shao, Prince Qin Shang and Bai Qi were still weaker than him. The young man from the Holy Sun clan was not from vast celestial ancient city, so nobody knew exactly how strong he was. The young man from the ancient witchcraft clan was also quite mysterious. Nobody knew Lin Feng or Lang Yi either. Lin Feng was standing next to Lang Yi, glancing around. He felt excited after seeing all those geniuses appearing. Being surrounded by so many strong cultivators was incredible, and helped Lin Feng better understand just how strong those clans really were. Beautiful women were still dancing, but one of them broke the mold. She smiled and jumped onto an ancient boat. After traversing the waves, she arrived on the shore. The beautiful woman smiled at the crowd and said, "There are many ancient groups here, but only 9 people can get on the boats, so apart from me, only 8 people can join.
Who would like to join me? If only 8 people can get on the boat at a time, will it come back and forth a few times?" asked someone. The woman smiled and shook her head. "There aren't so many girls in Moon Palace, so we can't receive too many people. Sorry for the inconvenience." The crowd looked dejected. The Moon Palace was too cruel. On the first day, only 8 people could join them? There were so many people from holy clans there, so how could normal people have a chance? Holy Sun clan, Yang Yin.
The young man of the Holy Sun clan walked forwards and jumped onto the boat.
Chu clan, Chu Chun Xiu. The young man of the Chu clan jumped onto the boat. Dugu clan, Dugu the winner.
The young man with the imprint body jumped onto the boat.
Ancient Witchcraft clan, call me the Ancient Sorcerer,
said the young man from the Ancient Witchcraft clan. Quickly, there were already 4 people on the boat.
"Let's go," whispered Lang Yi.
Then, Lin Feng, Lang Yi, and Song Shao were above the boat. Qin Shang and Bai Qi glanced at each other. There was only one spot left. The 2 of them jumped onto the boat at the same time. They were now 10 people on the boat with the girl from the Moon Imperial Palace.
"Someone needs to leave the boat,"
said the girl as she smiled thinly.
Many people were looking at Lang Yi and Lin Feng because they didn't know who they were. Many people were even angry those 2 strangers dared get on the boat with those outstanding individuals from the ancient clans. Yan Yan and the others looked at Lang Yi and Lin Feng.
Song Shao had brought those people.
"Heaven clan, there's someone who needs to leave,"
said Yang Yan to Lang Yi.
"Ancient World clan, Lang Yi," said Lang Yi in a calm and serene way.
People frowned. That guy was also from an ancient clan.
Lang Yi from the World clan. Yang Yan was surprised.
Lang Yi had a king body, so nobody could argue with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1675, Fighting Against Yang Yin. Chapter 1675, Fighting Against Yang Yin.
The World Clan has been discreet for so many years, but finally, they're starting to make an appearance again.
Thought some people.
The World Clan was mysterious, having disappeared from the world for such a long time. They had been gone for even longer than the Moon Imperial Palace, and now one of their disciples with a king body had appeared in vast celestial ancient city. Surprisingly, a guy from the World Clan with a king body is here. There are 2 people with king bodies now. Apart from them, Chu Chun Xiu was strong too. Nobody could kick him out. Lin Feng looked calm even though he knew that everyone was looking at him. In terms of wealth, he couldn't compare to those young people, but he was interested in the relationship which existed between the Moon Imperial Palace and the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. He wanted to know more about that. Since he was in vast celestial ancient city, he was bound to face some challenges at some point, and he didn't intend to get off the boat, so he knew what came next. At that moment, Song Shao looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. "Lin Feng, you can come next time." Song Shao smiled politely and nicely because Lin Feng had come to the Heaven Clan with Lang Yi. He was a guest of honor in the Heaven Clan, but Lin Feng wasn't Lang Yi. He wasn't from an ancient clan. When the others heard him, they remained silent and looked at Lin Feng calmly as well. Since Song Shao had asked him to get off the boat, it meant that Lin Feng wasn't important enough to stay on it, which meant that he was probably going to get off the boat. In their opinion, Song Shao, Lang Yi, and Lin Feng had come together, so Lin Feng had to listen to them. But Lin Feng slowly turned around and smiled at Song Xiao. He looked very friendly but not very polite. He felt uncomfortable though, he had come with them, so why didn't Song Xiao try to make the others leave? What did he have against Lin Feng? Even if he had talked politely, it was still humiliating for Lin Feng. Song Xiao had no reason to make Lin Feng leave, and even Lang Yi frowned. Lin Feng had come with him, and they were good friends. Song Xiao was being rude and impolite, but Lang Yi didn't say anything. However, it wasn't something too dramatic. Lin Feng could solve the issue himself. Lin Feng smiled at Song Xiao indifferently and said, "I'm not waiting until next time." Song Xiao's smile suddenly turned rigid. "Alright, as you wish." Because Lang Yi and Lin Feng were friends, Song Xiao couldn't argue with him. He was just annoyed. "Name, and where are you from?" asked Yang Yan to Lin Feng. A gigantic sun was already moving towards Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I don't belong to any group," said Lin Feng. His eyes were pitch black. "Oh?" Yang Yan's fire was getting more intense. Suddenly, the fireball exploded. Lin Feng found the energies to be a bit painful, forcing him back a little. "He doesn't have a group and still dares to get on the boat?" said Yang Yan, the corner of his mouth curled upwards. The others remained silent and calm as they looked at Lin Feng. That guy had to understand that he had to leave the boat. Lin Feng looked at Yang Yan and suddenly, he started moving like the wind. "Ha!" Yang Yan was surprised that Lin Feng was attacking him. Flames of fury emerged from Yang Yan's eyes and his suns became incomparably bright. "Die!" said a voice carrying demon intent. Lin Feng was fearless as he faced the gigantic sun. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng. The sky shook as the sun broke apart. Lang Yi also started moving and world lights appeared, making so that the boat didn't swing at all. Boom boom! The two people moved away from each other. Yang Yan jumped off the boat, floating in the air. It felt like his hand was broken from their previous exchange. Lin Feng was still on the boat, inside Lang Yi's world lights. Lin Feng smiled at him indifferently. "The only decent thing about you is the name of your clan." "Gotcha." Yang Yan summoned another sun which surrounded him. Then he shouted, "Come here." Lin Feng slowly rose up in the air and faced Yang Yan. "Interesting," thought many people who looked amused. Yang Yan had studied the Sun ancient scriptures, so it wasn't surprising that his attacks were so explosive. Yang Yan stretched out his arm, and another gigantic sun streaked across the sky. Yang Yan's sun scriptures are a lot better than the cosmos burning sun technique I studied, but that's not surprising because they were only Tian level scriptures, thought Lin Feng. The lights from the sun were blinding as they neared Lin Feng. At the same time the sun was moving, Yang Yan also moved, a red sun appearing in his hand as he ran towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know how to react to this onslaught. He couldn't only rely on his demon strength, otherwise, he'd have no chance of winning. It was rare for him to face such strong people. He stretched out his hand and destructive energies flushed, making his hand look black and thick. Die! Lin Feng's lights and the sun collided. Right after the exchange, Yang Yan moved his other hand and another sun appeared. If it reached Lin Feng's head, his head would explode. "Celestial Death Curtain," said Lin Feng, moving his other hand as well. Terrifying energies moved towards the sun again, then the hot and death energies collided and exploded. "Your attacks aren't bad," said Yang Yan, smiling coldly. He released another sun, even more terrifying than the previous. Around him, several more suns appeared too. "You're from a holy clan and yet, you're only an average fighter," Lin Feng mocked. Suddenly, he released sword energies. Back on the boat, most of the group were surprised. Lin Feng was quite strong, he could even compete with Yang Yan. Besides, he didn't look scared at all. Even Song Xiao was surprised. Lin Feng really was terrifying. Was he a hermit? Otherwise, he couldn't have come to the Heaven Clan with Lang Yi. "Please stop fighting," said the girl from the Moon Imperial Palace. She slowly rose up in the air and smiled at Lin Feng and Yang Yan. "You can't get hurt because of such a small thing. We'll make an exception, you can both come on the boat." Yang Yan looked at her and smiled. "Alright, it would be rude for me to offend the Moon Imperial Palace, so I won't kill him." Lin Feng was surprised. "Kill him? It's good when people know how to behave though," Lin Feng retorted, making Yang Yan look furious again. "Alright, please don't fight anymore," said the woman, smiling wryly. "Humph." Yang Yan groaned coldly. Then, they all landed back on the boat. The woman smiled and asked Lin Feng, "Prince, you used several types of abstruse energies before, do you have a special body?" "My body type allows me to learn 10 types of abstruse energies,"
replied Lin Feng, smiling.
Then, he landed on the boat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1676 Enemies. Chapter 1676 Enemies.
10 types of abstruse energies. The woman from the Moon Imperial Palace was amazed. Not only her, but the entire crowd was surprised. Very few people had a body which allowed them to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. Many people had to give up most types of energies after they broke through to the Huang-Chi layer. Usually, people's energies became weaker as they became stronger. However, those who had a body which allowed them to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies could make their energies level up indefinitely. Of course, people who could study 10 types of abstruse energies and could make them fuse together were even rarer. Lin Feng had a body which allowed him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, and his energy fusions were perfect.
He wasn't weaker than Yang Yan.
After breaking through to the Huang-Chi layer, maybe that he would become less good at making abstruse energies fuse together.
Everybody, if you argue amongst each other, I won't be happy,
said the woman from the Moon Imperial Palace, shaking her head. Then, she slowly walked towards the pavilion on the lake. The girls there looked nervous. They wanted to find a boyfriend amongst those geniuses. After a short time, the geniuses on the boat made it to the pavilion, and then the girls stopped dancing.
Please come, said the women. They calmly followed the women and glanced around.
They quickly realized that the ground was changing as they moved ahead, even the lake was disappearing. They were actually in a palace, but they didn't realize it yet. Progressively, the crowd sensed that they were falling into darkness. There was a slight wind, stars, a moon. It really felt like they weren't in a palace but outside on a beautiful night. There were many pavilions in front of them, each of which were connected. In each pavilion, there was a woman leaning against a balustrade, looking at the moon. These are the celestial women of our group. You can make friends with them if you'd like, said the beautiful woman who had taken the crowd there. Then, she walked backwards, and everybody gazed into the distance. They couldn't see the faces of those beautiful women, but they could guess that they were extremely beautiful.
Beautiful like in a dream,
whispered Qin Shang, sighing. There were 9 women waiting there for them. Lin Feng suddenly noticed one of them, and she looked familiar.
He slowly walked towards the pavilion and sat down. Yiren, the celestial girl, said Lin Feng.
The beautiful woman turned around and smiled at him.
Lin Feng knows her? Thought Lang Yi, surprised.
Lin Feng had immediately called that girl by her name, which must have meant that he knew her.
Interesting.
They had never seen Lin Feng in vast celestial ancient city before, and now he knew a girl from the Moon Imperial Palace. How beautiful, she looks so sexy.
I like that kind of girl. I bet she's really good in bed, thought Yang Yan. He then walked to the pavilion in which Lin Feng was already at. The girl smiled thinly, looking as beautiful as before. Long time no see, said Yiren Lei in a gentle way. Lin Feng was confused. What was Yiren Lei doing there in the Moon Imperial Palace? How should I call you, celestial girl? Asked Yang Yan as he smiled at Yiren Lei. Call me Yiren, said Yiren Lei, smiling back. Yiren, the celestial girl. Yang Yan couldn't take his eyes away from Yiren Lei.
The Moon Imperial Palace has thousands of people, but I've heard that the celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace are incredible. I wonder if we could, said Yang Yan, smiling as before.
If you express the wish to.
No need to look at her. Lin Feng poured alcohol in 2 glasses and gave one to Yiren Lei. Yiren Lei took the glass and smiled at Lin Feng. She's already mine.
Go and find someone else,
said Lin Feng, raising his glass at Yiren Lei.
He didn't even glance at Yang Yan. How arrogant.
I gave you face and now you're still acting rude, said Yang Yan, grabbing the jar of alcohol and setting it on fire.
Piss off,
said Lin Feng, slowly turning around to look at Yang Yan. Yang Yan frowned and suddenly released fire energies. They glanced at each other. They looked like a demon and a fire god.
Yang Yan's looked into Lin Feng's eyes, feeling the 9 netherworlds water flowing into his body.
Die, said Lin Feng, sounding like a demon.
Suddenly, Yang Yan closed his eyes and stood up.
He opened his eyes again and suddenly, flames came out of them. Lin Feng then ignored him and took out his own alcohol.
He said indifferently, how long are you going to stay here?
Very good, said Yang Yan, hammering the table with his fist. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Feng had defeated him, so he wasn't very happy. After Yang Yan left, the table he had set on fire was bright red. Yiren Lei looked at Lin Feng, thinking inwardly that he was the same as he was in the past.
When did you arrive here? Asked Lin Feng.
She looked angry and released ice energies onto the fire to extinguish it.
2 years. Said Lei smiling.
2 years.
Lin Feng was surprised and asked, Are you leaving with me?
Lei shook her head and smiled. Back then we agreed, after the 100 days we'd each have our own path.
What kind of cultivators does the Moon Imperial Palace raise? Asked Lin Feng. My love, you're worried. Said Lei smiling. The Moon Imperial Palace is different from what you think. If you don't believe me, you can look at the others.
At that moment, the men were already in several pavilions. Lin Feng glanced around at the girls, noting that they were all incredibly beautiful, but their chi was different from Lei's.
Different chi, but beautiful. Whispered Lin Feng.
Lei smiled and nodded. You all think of yourself as hunters, but you don't know how many of you hunters have turned into prey. If even one of you fails, then the Moon Imperial Palace wins.
Lin Feng frowned.
Indeed, those people were from ancient clans, and they were extraordinary, not to mention their powerful ancient scriptures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1677. Chapter 1677, Clash of the Kings. It's time.
Lei's robe fluttered as she ran towards the lake.
The other celestial women did the same and appeared above the water.
They were all wearing white robes, resembling white lotuses. The young men in the pavilions were captivated by them.
Can they really be mortal beings? Thought some young men.
They had seen many, many beautiful women in their lives, but these women were top existences. Lin Feng looked at them. Lei would look at him from time to time. Lin Feng had to hold himself back from hugging her and never letting her go. A palace appeared in the air above them, the Moon Palace. The 9 celestial women flew into the air and entered the palace, and after a short time, the palace disappeared with them.
Now the crowd could only remember them.
Beautiful, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. When the crowd realized that the women were gone, they also realized they couldn't follow them.
You also knew her name, whispered Lang Yi, smiling wryly.
That woman was so beautiful, but she looked cold at times. Usually nobody knows the celestial women's names, not even I can know their names,
whispered Qin Shang.
After having seen those women, the young men felt strange. Even Qin Shan couldn't stop thinking about them.
Gentlemen, the women are gone. If you want to see them again, you'll have to wait, said a beautiful woman outside the pavilion. Iran, whispered Lin Feng. He smiled wryly and stood up.
Lei was special and had a place in Lin Feng's heart. She was one of the 4 most beautiful women of Ba Huang. Lin Feng couldn't forget about her, especially those days he had spent with her. Those days with her were incredible, making love all day and chatting about various things. Those memories were amongst the most beautiful in his life. The crowd left Moon Imperial Palace feeling like they had just dreamed it all. Outside the pavilions, many people were waiting to hear what had happened. I wouldn't have thought that a cultivator with the World King body and another one with the Godly Imprint King body would be here today.
Unfortunately, I was too late, so I hadn't managed to participate, said someone on the edge of the lake. That friendly-looking young man was wearing a 9-colored robe. Prince of Sadness. Everybody looked at him in a friendly way. Prince of Sadness, you're here.
The celestial women have waited a long time, said the woman, walking to the Prince of Sadness. She smiled and said, I wouldn't want to make any of them sad. I'll immediately go back to the Moon Palace.
Please.
The Prince of Sadness said politely.
We'll meet again,
said the Prince of Sadness, smiling at the young men. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, It's an honor for me to see someone who understands 10 different types of abstruse energies. Brother Lin Feng, Gu can also control 10 types of abstruse energies.
To me, you're all heroes. Thank you very much,
said Lin Feng, nodding and smiling at the Prince of Sadness. He was a strange guy.
Please, everyone, said the woman to the crowd.
Then, she left with the Prince of Sadness.
The crowd was surprised. The Prince of Sadness could freely go to the Moon Palace?
After the woman left, Lang Yi looked at Lin Feng. The person he's talking about, Gu, was an insane cultivator who lived thousands of years ago. Many people admired him for his talents and for his love for battling, just like you. But at some point, he disappeared, and nobody knows where he is nowadays.
10 types of abstruse energies,
whispered Lin Feng, and then he smiled.
Vast celestial ancient city had a history of prodigies.
As an example, there were two people in the crowd right now who had special bodies, a World King body and a Godly Imprint King body, but nobody dared underestimate the others.
For example, Chu Chunxiu, he could absorb others' determination.
At that moment, energy suddenly crashed onto Lang Yi's body.
Dugu the winner, who had a Godly Imprint King body, was challenging Lang Yi. "Let's fight," said Dugu the winner, moving towards a pavilion on Ice Moon Lake.
360 ancient imprints rotated around his body, each one containing a terrifying strength. Lang Yi had a World King body, so he didn't fear him. He jumped forwards and ran towards Dugu the winner at full speed.
A battle between King-type body cultivators.
The crowd frowned. This would certainly be a clash of titans.
Chu Chunxiu jumped forwards as well, wanting to watch. Interesting. Yang Yan smiled and rose up in the air.
He didn't want to miss the battle either. Lin Feng rose up in the air too and moved like the wind. At that moment, 360 ancient imprints were rotating around the Godly Imprint King body like dazzling stars. Lang Yi's black robe was fluttering as world lights shined around him.
"Go!"
shouted Dugu the winner, shaking his hand. In a flash, the godly imprints were intertwining and turned into a golden hand which was directed in Lang Yi's direction. Lang Yi jumped forwards as world lights flashed ahead.
The golden hand crashed into the world lights and disappeared. Boom!
Dugu the winner jumped forwards, causing waves to thrash about on the lake. He suddenly closed the gap between him and Lang Yi,
then his 360 ancient imprint lights began intertwining again. Godly Imprint King body, 360 imprint lights.
Once he breaks through to the Huang Qi layer, he'll be even more terrifying with 3,600 ancient imprints,
thought Lin Feng.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1678, Godly Imprint King body. Chapter 1678, Godly Imprint King body.
By the Ice Moon Lake, there was a waterfall, and even a whirlpool. Imprint lights appeared around Dugu the winner. 360 of these ancient imprint lights appeared and started rotating around him. It's raining mountains, they oppress everything. That's an imperial imprint, it can turn into a deadly stroke which could be used to kill even emperors.
Indestructible imprints which violate the laws of physics. How terrifying.
The ancient Dugu clan really are the best at controlling imprints, especially when they possess the king body of the clan,
thought the crowd. World King body, he's extremely strong.
World lights appeared all around Lang Yi. The world lights were mysterious while they looked deadly. They surrounded all the imprints and then it started raining energies. They weren't moving yet, they were just releasing energies and testing the waters. Suddenly, terrifying imprints reappeared all around Dugu the winner. At the same time, a gigantic swastika talisman appeared in the sky.
Those are Buddhist imprints, thought the crowd. The gigantic swastika descended from the sky, making Lang Yi look tiny next to it.
The Imprint King body allows a person to control gold energy, and even though it hasn't turned into cosmic energy yet, but he'll probably break through to the Huang Qi layer when they do,
thought Lin Feng.
Gold abstruse energies are good for attacks, but when a cultivator who has a godly Imprint King body uses them, they become explosive. The difference between ordinary people and strong cultivators was even greater once they started using abstruse energies and cosmic energies. Apart from the ancient Buddhist imprints, many other terrifying imprints appeared, assaulting the world lights. Finally, Lang Yi reappeared with the celestial ancient coffin in his hand. As it rose to the sky, two different types of strength appeared. World strength is very strange, so I'm sure that the world clan's king body is quite powerful,
said Dugu the winner. His 360 imprint light slightly faded. The Dugu clan's godly imprint king body is not bad either, said Lang Yi calmly.
He had protected himself this far, so he was satisfied. He had seen the godly imprint king body. Chu Chunxiu's strength is his ancient imperial intent. The Holy Sun clan have terrifying explosive sun attacks. The ancient witchcraft clan have mysterious powers. The young people from the other clans and sects from vast celestial ancient city will also have no problem breaking through to the Huang Qi layer,
thought Lang Yi.
He had also meant to include Lin Feng, who had a special body which allowed him to use 10 types of abstruse energies, and then Meng Qing, who was from the Snow clan and also possessed a special body type.
That generation didn't lack strong young cultivators.
Only in the end will we be able to see who the true winners are between those of us with special bodies.
Dugu the winner looked solemn and respectful.
With that, he rose up in the air and recalled his energies. Then, he disappeared.
It's not only between people who possess a special body, it's between everyone,
said Lang Yi, gazing into the distance at Song Xiao and the others. The battle was over, but the crowd didn't feel pleased. They wanted to see more. The World King Body and the Godly Imprint King Body were incredibly rare, let alone to be facing each other. Lin Feng felt very enthusiastic. He glanced at Yang Yan, who was also staring back at him. Not everybody has a body which allows them to control 10 different types of abstruse energies, but even then, you cannot begin to imagine how powerful ancient holy clans are.
Having said that, you relied on yourself, which isn't bad,
said Yang Yan before he rose up in the air. Lin Feng didn't look at him. He glanced at Chu Chun Xiu and the young man from the ancient witchcraft clan, both of whom looked calm, but still, Lin Feng didn't underestimate them. Even Qin Shang and Bai Qi seemed strong.
The crowd dispersed, leaving only Lang Yi, Lin Feng, and Song Xiao. The Moon Imperial Palace has officially reappeared in vast celestial ancient city. I'm sure they will invite even more young people, said Song Xiao, smiling indifferently.
He was very interested in the celestial girls of the Moon Imperial Palace. If he could get one of them for himself, he'd incredibly happy. Not just the girl, but the Moon Imperial Palace also had incredible ancient imperial books.
Let's go back, said Lang Yi in a calm way.
Then, they both rose up in the air and left. Back in the Heaven Clan's territory, Lang Yi, Song Xiao, and some other people were walking together, arriving where Lin Feng and Lang Yi were staying. Lang Yi, I've been staying in the Heaven Clan for quite a while already, and I feel like I'm disturbing you here, so I'll be leaving with my wife, said Lin Feng to Lang Yi. He wasn't friends with those people, and he had the feeling that they didn't want him to stay there. Back on the boat, Song Xiao had asked Lin Feng to get down, which he still wasn't happy thinking about that.
Alright, I'll leave with you then, said Lang Yi, nodding.
He understood how Lin Feng felt. If he had been Lin Feng, he would have done the same.
Brother Lin, Brother Lang Yi, is there anything making you feel unhappy?
The Heaven Clan is gigantic, so if you need more space, we can show you other rooms, said Song Xiao. His facial expression suddenly changed when he heard them. Then, he smiled at Lin Feng and said, Brother Lin, if I did something wrong, please forgive me. Lin Feng perfectly understood why Song Xiao acted that way, but Lin Feng just smiled and said, Thank you, I have things to do though.
I'm off.
Song Xiao was being nice even though he had a higher social status than Lin Feng, but Lin Feng couldn't stay there the whole time. Lin Feng then started leaving.
Who does he think he is?
Said Song Yu. His facial expression changed drastically.
Lin Feng was humiliating him by declining his invitation.
Lin Feng heard him but ignored him.
Lang Yi remained speechless as well.
Song Yu also tried to call on him, but Lang Yi had brought Lin Feng, so he wanted to leave with him. Xiu Yuxin came to Lin Feng as Lang Yi asked Song Xiao, Please say goodbye to Song Ling for me.
I'm off.
Then the three of them left.
Lin Feng will see,
said Song Yu in a cold way, feeling humiliated as well.
No need.
If he wants to leave, then he can, he's not our prisoner.
It turns out that he's extraordinary, which explains why Lang Yi and Lin Feng are such good friends. If he doesn't offend us, don't attack him, said Song Xiao calmly.
Humph. Song Yu was unhappy and groaned coldly. Lin Feng and Lang Yi left and found a place to land. They could do whatever they wanted if they weren't at the Heaven Clan. The only problem was that they couldn't hear much about the outside world if they secluded themselves. Lin Feng was still a bit worried that Yiren Lei was with the Moon Imperial Palace. Later that night, Lin Feng was walking around on his own, looking at the sky. A silhouette descended from the sky with 360 imprint lights around them.
That was the godly imprint king body, Dugu the winner. Lin Feng and Dugu the winner weren't enemies, so what was that guy doing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1679, Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Chapter 1679, Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures.
In the air, Dugu the winner remained silent and said nothing. He jumped forwards, his ancient imprints launching at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng condensed demon energy in his hand and punched the air in Dugu the winner's direction.
In a flash, the ancient imprints broke, and Dugu the winner landed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way.
What was wrong with Dugu the winner? They weren't enemies, so why was that guy attacking him?
Lin Feng released sword chi which tore apart the imprints, causing explosions to resonate in all directions. Lin Feng felt the pressure as Dugu rushed over to him, his Buddhist imprints leading the charge.
Lin Feng rose up in the air, attacking the ancient imprints using his great earth destruction.
The imprints broke apart, and Lin Feng shouted furiously, "You're not Dugu the winner." Lin Feng had seen Dugu the winner and Lang Yi fight, he knew what his energies felt like.
Dugu the winner was extremely strong, but the person he was fighting against now had something different.
Lin Feng felt like he had already seen those eyes.
It's you. Lin Feng recognized the eyes from when he went to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan.
Not only were they pretending to be Duga the winner, they were actually using the 360 imprints. That guy could imitate other people's attacks.
Could it be the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? Thought Lin Feng.
Lin Feng didn't have time to think though, he had to react quickly.
Attack!
Lin Feng used his sword energies again. Gigantic canyons formed all around, however, his opponent was smiling in a cold way, like he wasn't under any pressure. Suddenly, millions of clones appeared, seemingly millions of imprints filling the night sky. Lin Feng started feeling dizzy looking at them all.
Illusion.
Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black as he jumped above. His sword chi descended, destroying the illusion and leaving a gigantic crater beneath him. After the illusion fell apart, terrifying sun suddenly appeared.
Sunlight.
Lin Feng frowned as he saw a sun moving towards him. Lin Feng used his desolate Xana attack this time, causing the sun to explode. Lin Feng then released more demon intent. As Lin Feng landed on the ground, the earth beneath him exploded, turning into a cage to trap him. As soon as the cage started to trigger, Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent flooded out, instantly overwhelming the cage and making it break apart. Fissures appeared in the air and the ground, however, in the next moment, Lin Feng's opponent was already running away at full speed. Lin Feng looked at his opponent, he was still facing him as he ran backwards. To make things even stranger, he was still smiling. He hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng, and given Lin Feng's speed, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. However, numerous clones flooded the sky, making it impossible to guess which one was the real one.
Lin Feng glanced around and stopped moving, there were too many clones to attack. He's so fast.
If I had known that before, I would have used my talismans from the start.
Thought Lin Feng. That guy isn't any weaker than those who have king bodies. Thought Lin Feng.
It wouldn't be a lie to say that this guy was one of the most terrifying cultivators Lin Feng had ever fought against.
At that moment, a strong wind blew and a cultivator appeared, it was Lang Yi. What's wrong? Asked Lang Yi.
I encountered a terrifying cultivator who could use the skills and techniques of the godly imprint king body and the 360 imprint lights, amongst other skills we've seen recently.
I think he has the ability to imitate people's attacks. Said Lin Feng. Lang Yi frowned, I find it surprising to hear that you met such a cultivator. I think I've seen him before.
Lin Feng continued.
I think it might be the person I saw in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. I told you about that already. It's him. Thought Lang Yi, looking more surprised. Should we go to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan and see? Asked Lang Yi. That's what I want to do.
Said Lin Feng nodding. Then, they both started flying in the direction of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Lin Feng didn't know that at that moment, Qiu Yuxian was shaking violently as a terrifying mercilessness energy was rising to the skies. No, Qiu Yuxian felt very cold and her face started looking distorted. Finally, her eyes changed, and she started walking. A silhouette appeared in front of her, she looked beautiful, even perfect. She had a veil covering her face though. That silhouette stopped not far from her.
Qiu Yuxian walked to that mysterious woman.
The mysterious woman turned around and started leaving.
Qiu Yuxian followed her silently, neither of them saying anything. Lin Feng didn't know about that.
He was with Lang Yi, and they were heading towards the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan.
As they approached the clan, they realized that many other people were going there too.
Nothing has been heard from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan for such a long time, and now some people are trying to make it rise again.
Said someone next to Lin Feng and Lang Yi.
I don't know who's doing it, but one thing's for sure, the clan hasn't been completely destroyed. Only members of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan can activate the deployment spell, and they must be at least core disciples.
Said someone else.
The other one nodded, I've heard that they might have been hiding underground.
Lin Feng and Lang Yi accelerated.
Finally, they arrived on the site of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, but they were astonished at what they found. Instead of ruins, there were ancient palaces, and though the Chiwas, the buildings looked pristine and beautiful.
Is that the ancient Celestial Evolution Holy Palace? Whispered Lin Feng.
It must be one of the main palaces, the others have definitely been destroyed.
Said Lang Yi.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1680, Ancient Holy Clan. Chapter 1680, Ancient Holy Clan.
The Celestial Evolution Holy Palace has existed for thousands of years.
I wonder if there are treasures inside, thought Lin Feng. He gazed into the distance and some chi approaching them quickly. People raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man wearing a white robe, capable of crossing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The master of the Heaven clan is here, thought the crowd. That's Song Ling's elder, his strength is unfathomable, said Lang Yi to Lin Feng. The Celestial Evolution Holy Palace attracted many strong cultivators. Song Ling's elder represented the Heaven clan, so he made an appearance for his clan. Boom! At the same moment, the sky became distorted elsewhere. The almighty cultivator of the Chu clan is here, said Lang Yi. Lin Feng glanced at him. Chu Chunxiu's chi was similar, but that person's chi was just infinitely more powerful than Chu Chunxiu's. He was probably a celestial emperor. Editor's note: I'm not sure that celestial emperors have been introduced before, or if this is an error. Following them, many more terrifying cultivators arrived. Lin Feng noticed one cultivator who was surrounded by millions of shadows. That was probably a strong cultivator from the Dugu clan. As expected, those people immediately ran towards the main hall of the Great Palace. The crowd watched as terrifying energies and threads of godly awareness invaded the palace, all attempting to find treasures. Good heavens, the Holy Palace has reappeared, so there must be treasures inside. However, the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan has disappeared for 1,000 years now, so stealing their treasures won't be easy, said a Taoist monk. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Why did that guy appear each time treasures appeared? Master, you're not dead? Asked Lin Feng. Yendi smiled at Lin Feng and said, You're still alive, so why would I be dead? You can leave the forbidden area alive, you're even more resilient than I thought, said Lin Feng. Places which house people are not really forbidden areas, said Yendi. He then looked at the central part of the palace where a terrifying energy was emerging from. What kind of oppressive and destructive strength is that? Thought Lin Feng, shivering. His face turned pale as he looked at the main palace. As I said, it won't be easy to get any treasures, said Yendi. His facial expression didn't change, he even looked amused. People around him rolled their eyes, thinking, that guy is still in the mood to joke? Destructive energies gradually filled the air. The incredible cultivators who had gone to the main palace came back now, rise through the air. Finally, after they flew dozens of meters into the air, the destructive energies disappeared. None of them dared go back down. After a short time, they all left in different directions without saying anything. Everybody, now is the right time to get precious treasures, why isn't anybody else doing anything? Asked Yendi to the crowd. Some people glanced at him in a cold way. I won't take anything, but I'll go inside and have a look, said Yendi smiling. Then, the crowd watched him fly towards the central palace. Damn, thought Lin Feng. Yendi dared go inside, but Lin Feng wasn't worried, instead he was confident in Yendi's experience. As expected, after a while, nothing happened. Some people released their godly awareness and found that the Taoist monk looked at ease inside, he was currently stealing treasures. Humph. An emperor groaned and ran towards the palace. If that Taoist monk could go inside, why not him? After he got in, the crowd saw that nothing was happening, and more people decided to give it a try. Let's go, said Lin Feng to Lang Yi. Then, they both went in the direction of the main palace. Inside the main palace, they found a chessboard which had the force of 7 stars. Editor's note: there's no indication as to what force of 7 stars means. That chessboard is an ancient deployment spell, we can't activate it, whispered Lin Feng. There were many pieces on the chessboard and moving them would probably have disastrous consequences. Maybe the strong cultivators from before had moved them. Above the chessboard were black lights. What is that item? Thought some people. That's the Celestial Evolution chessboard of the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, said Yendi, as if it was a matter of fact. It could be the Celestial Evolution chessboard, but since I've never seen it, I can't be sure, whispered Lang Yi. How do you know if that's the real Celestial Evolution chessboard and not a copy? Asked a strong cultivator. I can't be sure either. Also, there are sure to be the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures inside, said Yendi, pointing deeper inside. If you think the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures are inside, why don't you go and take them? Asked a young man in a cold way. That was Chu Chunxiu. If the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were inside, would you go and take them? Asked Yendi to Chu Chunxiu indifferently. Of course I wouldn't. I'm leaving, said Chu Chunxiu.
Then, he turned around and left looking confident and at ease.
I'm too weak, so I can't take the treasure. I'll go and take some other treasures, said Yen Di.
Then, he turned around and left as well. People were angry, he had come in first and now he was leaving already.
Let's go too,
said Lin Feng to Lang Yi.
Following Yen Di was the best thing to do.
But when they left the main hall, a terrifying energy filled the air.
Great emperors had appeared, pushing the cultivators already there away. They can help, thought Lin Feng.
Arg, at that moment, someone shouted furiously.
A terrifying bestial chi rolled in waves. A powerful cultivator from a bestial clan has arrived, thought the crowd.
Why do beasts want the celestial evolution holy scriptures? At that moment, 360 lights appeared next to Lin Feng and Lang Yi.
It was Dugu the winner.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1681, Great Bestial Emperor. Chapter 1681, Great Bestial Emperor.
What terrifying bestial chi, that must be a great imperial beast,
thought Lin Feng.
The celestial evolution holy scriptures have attracted a lot of strong cultivators.
That beast is a gigantic and ancient lion. He's from one of the 3 incredible bestial clans of vast celestial ancient city.
The other 2 haven't arrived yet it seems,
Lang Yi explained.
The animals with him are terrifying, and that girl, Lin Feng, saw a beautiful woman. She was wearing a cyan dress, she had a beautiful figure, thin straight hair, and her eyebrows looked like crescent moons. She had a nose similar to Shui Ling Long.
Not to mention that she had beautiful lips and breasts. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Qing Feng.
I've heard that she possesses phoenix blood,
whispered Lang Yi. Indeed, that's Qing Feng.
Nobody really knows what kind of body she has though. In any case, she is extremely talented. Apparently, she can control several types of energies, and is considered the holy woman by most people.
Dugu the winner explained.
Everybody, let's join hands and see if we can deactivate the deployment spell,
asked a strong cultivator.
All right, said the crowd. The weaker people moved away, not wanting to stand in the middle of those people's energies.
Lin Feng and Lang Yi also moved away.
This time, several great emperors were going to join hands, so the energies that spilt over might kill them.
Let's start, shouted a strong cultivator.
A gigantic hand descended from the sky. At the same time, the strong cultivator from the Chu clan released destructive imprints. The beast emperor roared furiously. All these destructive energies assaulted the central palace. Nothing could be heard except for the continuous explosions. The lights brought about from the energies were so bright that the crowd couldn't see either. When things finally calmed down, they looked at the palace, which was already destroyed, reduced to ashes. However, the deployment spell still hadn't disappeared. It was distorted and fluctuating, but in the end, it stabilized and turned into the ancient chessboard again.
The chessboard was twinkling, rays of lights were intertwining on it. How many layers are there in that celestial evolution great deployment spell?
1 layer has been destroyed, and the palace appeared, so why did the celestial evolution great deployment spell appear?
Could that chessboard be the entrance to the small world of the celestial evolution holy clan? We're wasting our time here,
said the beast cultivator unhappily.
They couldn't break the deployment spell, that was now a fact.
They rose up in the air and disappeared. The celestial evolution great deployment spell was surrounded by strange energies.
Without a holy great emperor, we can't break the deployment spell, said Dugu the winner. He didn't know why either though. Qing Feng, why are you not leaving? Asked the ancient beast to Qing Feng.
However, Qing Feng landed in front of Dugu the winner, Lang Yi, and the others. Dugu the winner, I've heard that a cultivator who can control 10 different sorts of abstruse energies appeared in the ancient capital.
Who is he? Qing Feng asked. Lin Feng was standing right next to Dugu the winner, but he didn't know what to say.
Qing Feng was looking for someone with a body which allowed him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, but why? Dugu the winner pointed at Lin Feng, then Qing Feng turned to Lin Feng.
She said, you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies? Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. Come with me,
said Qing Feng in a gentle way. Then she turned around and started walking away.
Lin Feng was startled and asked, where are we going? To the Beast Clan,
said Qing Feng. Lin Feng was under a lot of pressure with the great Beast Emperor there. Master, please know that Lin Feng is a friend of the World Clan,
said Lang Yi to the ancient beast.
The ancient beast glanced at him and muttered, "Ancient world king body. Don't worry, Feng just wants to invite him as a guest, so we won't kill him,"
said the ancient lion.
Lang Yi nodded and said, "I trust you, of course." Then, Lang Yi nodded at Feng. Feng had no choice anyways, so he followed Feng even though he didn't know why they were looking for someone with his abilities. "Little boy, if you're in danger, just say that you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies,"
said Yen Di to Feng using telepathy. The Beast Clan was at the periphery of vast celestial ancient city.
Their small world was vast and filled with forests, gigantic mountains, nature. Feng followed Feng silently. They arrived on a flight of stairs which led to a beast palace.
Many young people were looking at Feng, seemingly with amusement. "Are you a human?"
asked a young man whose fur was made of flames.
Feng nodded. That young man frowned. "Why did you come here?" "She took me here,"
replied Feng, shrugging. The young man looked at Feng and asked, "Feng, why did you bring a human being?"
Feng glanced at the young man and said coldly, "Mind your own business, will you?" "Of course, but you know he hates it when you hang out with humans,"
said the young man.
"Piss off,"
shouted Feng aggressively. Then he moved away while still looking at Feng in a cold way. They arrived in a great hall filled with oppressive energies. A lion king looked at Feng and asked, "Do you have a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies? Show me how many types of abstruse energies you control." Feng said nothing and released abstruse energies: demon, earth, death, flames, wind, and so on.
The lion looked stoical and asked Feng, "What do you intend to do?" "I'm taking him with me,"
said Feng. The great emperor nodded and said, "Follow Feng to her room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1682, Geniuses Cooperate. Chapter 1682, Geniuses Cooperate.
Feng lived at the top of a mountain.
Her house was simple-looking, situated near a lake.
There was a wooden bridge over the lake which led to her house.
Animals must like simplicity.
Seeing how Feng is a phoenix, she should like trees.
But even though there are trees here, they don't seem that suitable for phoenixes, thought Feng. He was wondering what kind of animal Feng really was. She was beautiful, slim, and Feng was standing next to her but had the feeling that she was very far away. On the lakeside, Feng stopped and looked back at Feng. She said in a gentle way, "Show me the attack you used against Yang Yan." Feng looked at her in a strange way and said, "I'm not an actor." Feng was surprised after she heard him. "If you don't like acting, then let's fight,"
said Feng. Then she became like water and turned into an illusion. She raised her hands and moved towards him at full speed. However, Feng didn't sense wind energies, rather empty space energies had surrounded him.
He probably couldn't escape if he tried. Great earth destruction. The ground cracked.
Feng didn't hesitate and used a powerful attack. Their fists collided, and even though Feng's fist was small and delicate, Feng felt that he had punched waves of water which pushed him back. Wind, empty space, shadow, water, earth, and what else? Feng was amazed. He could use several types of abstruse energies, so he could recognize when other people used several types.
"Will you show me your energies, or do I have to continue making you use them?" asked Feng.
Her cyan clothes and her hair were still fluttering in the wind. Feng had many thoughts. She had taken him there, and she could probably control 10 types of abstruse energies too, but it was strange. Was she relying on a special body type like him?
Why did she need him? "Do you really want to see?" asked Feng, smiling.
His interest was piqued. "I want to see all the types of energies you can use," said Feng indifferently.
"All right."
Feng nodded and condensed sword energies in his hands.
"Wind thunder laceration,"
said Feng. Sword lights which contained both wind and thunder energies then rolled in waves. Desolate Ksana, Nirvana Suinya destruction, desolate explosion, Vayu death. Feng used all his sword attacks. In a short time, he carried out 20 different sword attacks using all sorts of energies. A web of sword energies were left in the air, not dispersing for a while. Feng then used his deadly demon punch, great earth destruction, earth punch, and so on. Feng was watching, looking surprised.
Feng stopped and smiled at Feng. "Is that enough?"
He was convinced that she hadn't brought him there only for him to show her what he could do. However, at that moment, Feng jumped onto a gigantic stone and closed her eyes. Then she was motionless, her hair was fluttering in the wind. In her brain, she visualized Lin Feng's attacks in slow motion.
Lin Feng was surprised. What was Qing Feng doing?
She remained like this for a very long time, completely motionless, surrounded by a pure holy qi.
I better not offend this animal clan, thought Lin Feng. He was annoyed, but he went to a higher point and gazed into the distance. Bang! Suddenly, something happened.
Lin Feng turned around and saw terrifying energies.
That's Xana strength is just like my desolate Xana attack, but this one is even more explosive, thought Lin Feng.
Qing Feng didn't entirely use the same energies as Lin Feng. She used wind and empty space energies like he had but changed the others. She's using my energies to practice cultivation.
Maybe her special body allows for mimicry? Thought Lin Feng.
After a short time, Qing Feng carried out a second attack which was similar to his Vayu death attack. She looked delicate and gentle, but her attacks were terrifying. She carried out attacks one after the other without stopping, her movements were fluid, and she was agile.
Bang! A cyan light shot out towards an ancient tree in the distance.
The tree exploded and turned to ashes. Lin Feng was stupefied. That was a fusion of his desolate Xana and his great earth destruction.
Qing Feng had created a new attack, and not just that, it was perfect. Desolate Xana and great earth destruction fusion. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black.
His celestial book spirit appeared, and he also closed his eyes. He played back the attack in his mind. His desolate Xana attack consisted of Xana strength, and the main types of abstruse energies used for that attack were empty space and wind abstruse energies. His great earth destruction was an explosive attack. Since it used speed too, it was also related to Xana strength, which was purely related to speed. Lin Feng reviewed the attack in his head several times, then he tried different sorts of strength. He also modified the abstruse energies, but nothing worked.
Then, he tried releasing wind and empty space abstruse energies to surround the great earth destruction attack.
Finally, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance.
The explosive and Xana energies didn't disperse for a while.
I'll call that one nihility Xana waves. Lin Feng looked excited and happy.
He was smiling in a resplendent way. It had been some time since he last understood energy fusions.
Lin Feng looked at Chang Feng. She was also looking back at him, but she was surprised.
He could also use the attack she had created.
Lin Feng moved towards her and landed on the gigantic stone next to her. Qing Feng frowned. She didn't feel comfortable, but seeing Lin Feng's magnificent smile, she felt relaxed.
He looked kind-hearted and extremely happy to study cultivation. That kind of honest expression put her at ease. Let's help each other, said Lin Feng, smiling at Qing Feng. He had the feeling that they could become stronger if they helped each other.
Qing Feng looked surprised. She had taken Lin Feng there to help her practice cultivation, and she succeeded, but he had also learned from her.
I can make more energies fuse together, and then we can continue learning from each other. It's a win-win relationship, said Lin Feng, smiling. Qing Feng remained silent for a few seconds and finally nodded. She agreed.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1683, Meeting Again. Chapter 1683, Meeting Again.
Lin Feng and Qing Feng continued trying different types of energies, studying diligently. Lin Feng was already convinced that Qing Feng also had a special power which allowed her to study 10 different types of abstruse energies, but he didn't know how. In any case, she was a genius too. That death sword comes from your deadly demon punch, but if you added wind, it'd be even more terrifying. You can try creating a new deadly sword attack like that. Qing Feng and Lin Feng were seated cross-legged on a gigantic stone conversing. Use the abstruse energies you use for your death sword and make them fuse together with your Vayu death attack. At the same time, use your Vayu death abstruse energies and make them fuse together your death sword.
Try combining these bit by bit until it works, said Qing Feng.
Lin Feng listened to her carefully, but it was difficult to pay attention to what she was saying because she was so beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the girls from Moon Imperial Palace. Qing Feng stopped talking after she noticed that Lin Feng was staring at her. She looked surprised and turned her head.
You look too beautiful, said Lin Feng, smiling.
She didn't get angry when Lin Feng complimented her. She knew he wasn't a pervert. Besides, they had spent a few days together already and they had lots in common.
Let's continue studying, said Qing Feng. Lin Feng nodded and they continued studying. Time passed slowly.
In the meantime, back in vast celestial ancient city, many strong cultivators were inspecting the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's palace, trying to understand how to break the deployment spell. Great emperors, and young geniuses were all talking about the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Sometime later, someone wearing a golden fire robe and a helmet walked towards Qing Feng's place. It was a young man. After he arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw Qing Feng and Lin Feng on a stone, talking and sitting close to each other. They almost looked like a couple, which made the young man upset. Boom! A fireball appeared. He had always thought that Qing Feng would be his future wife, especially considering that she had never made friends with men. What was this supposed to mean? Woo! Said Qing Feng, frowning. Then, she said coldly, "How come you came to my place without telling me in advance, Ot?" "Who is he?" asked Wu, looking at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng was thinking that Wu's fire was even more terrifying than Yang Yan's. "Mind your own business," said Qing Feng. "You're my future wife," said Wu firmly. Qing Feng replied, "You're the only one who thinks that way. My grandfather and the lion ancestor will go to your father and ask him for us to marry," said Wu, fixedly staring at Qing Feng. "Humph." Qing Feng groaned coldly and said, "What do you want from me?" "The Prince of Sadness and all the outstanding young people from vast celestial ancient city are going to try and break the deployment spells together. We should go and show them that beasts shouldn't be underestimated," explained Wu. Lin Feng was reminded of the great oriental greenfinch rock when he heard Wu. They had the same voice. Lin Feng could guess that this guy was probably an arrogant bird too. "Is Swan coming?" asked Qing Feng. "Swan is already there, we're just waiting for you now," said Wu. Qing Feng nodded and stood up. In vast celestial ancient city, beasts and animals lived together, but they did have prejudices against each other, they just didn't show it. It was a constant competition for each generation. "Lin Feng, come with us," said Qing Feng. Lin Feng nodded, he had nothing to do here if she left. "Are you the one who has a body which allows you to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies?" asked Wu, his eyes were bright and golden, just like two suns. "Is there a problem?" asked Lin Feng indifferently. That guy really looked like the great oriental greenfinch rock, and he was an arrogant bastard who considered everybody and everything beneath his notice. "You better not spend time with Qing Feng again, otherwise you'll have to bear the responsibilities," said Wu while releasing fire energies. Then he turned around and left. Qing Feng and Lin Feng caught up with him and after a short time, but there was another young man with him. His chi was like the great animal emperor, so he was probably a lion as well. Swan looked at Lin Feng. He didn't look as arrogant or as sharp as Wu, but he seemed aggressive and imposing. The Prince of Sadness was a love maniac who enjoyed breaking women's hearts, but he was also quite strong. He was the descendant of a holy clan, but nobody really knew how strong he was because he never fought anyone, and nobody dared belittle him. The Prince of Sadness was gentle, especially when it came to women, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't have many enemies. He was probably one of the most outstanding young people of his generation. At that moment, the Prince of Sadness was in the House of Sadness, accompanied with several women. All the women were very young and they all looked incredibly beautiful. There was also a gigantic chessboard in the House Sadness, and it looked like the chessboard from the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell. The Prince of Sadness is really skilled and outstanding. Surprisingly, he's even interested in deployment spells. Qin Shan was playing the zither on the side. "You're much more talented than me," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling at Qin Shang. "Stop pretending," said Bai Qi coldly. "I'm not interested in deployment spells, but I'm interested in seeing everyone who comes today," said Yang Yan enthusiastically. "The Prince of Sadness is close to the Moon Imperial Palace and invited them personally, so how could I miss that? I also want to see the outstanding people from vast celestial ancient city. Brother Yang Yan, I feel honored that you came," said the Prince of Sadness, smiling in a gentle way. "Sister Song Yu, Brother Song, Brother Lang Yi, welcome." Song Shao and Song Yu from the Heaven clan, as well as Lang Yi had arrived. "Prince of Sadness, you're so elegant, you always mention women first in your sentences," said Dugu the winner. Lang Yi had a king body, while Song Shao and Song Yu were both the most outstanding young persons from the Heaven clan, but still, the Prince of Sadness mentioned Song Yu first in his sentence. The Prince of Sadness just smiled. After that, Chu Chunxiu, the ancient sorcerer, and after a while everyone else arrived. A moon appeared in the sky, 9 celestial creatures appeared and descended from the sky, captivating the crowd. The celestial creatures from the Moon Palace came, what an honor. So beautiful, they never change. I missed them, thought Yang Yan. Where had the Moon Imperial Palace found those extremely beautiful women? Yi Rinlei glanced around, but she didn't see Lin Feng, which suddenly made her worried. Yang Yan went to her and smiled, "I could never forget you." Irin Lei calmly glanced at him, but she didn't try to turn him on this time. She even looked a bit cold. She just nodded at him indifferently.
We should have a glass, Irin, said Yang Yan.
I'm sorry, said Irin Lei, refusing. Yang Yan could only remember how sexy she looked back on that day. He really wanted to see her like that again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1684, Who can break that deployment spell? Chapter 1684, Who can break that deployment spell? You're making me even more interested,
said Yang Yan as he stared at her body. He didn't act discreetly either, he just stared at her like a pervert, practically drooling.
Good for you, said Irin Lei indifferently.
She didn't mind, this wasn't her first time dealing with someone like him. Even more talented people arrived at the House of Sadness. The Prince of Sadness had invited all the most outstanding young people in vast celestial ancient city, not just those from holy clans, but also those from ancient clans. He also invited some deployment spellcasters.
Prince of Sadness, can we try to break the deployment spell whenever we want? Asked a young man wearing fine clothes. Of course, anytime you want, said the Prince of Sadness, smiling. Is it really the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment Spell? Asked someone. 100%. Though, it's only a simplified form. We couldn't make the authentic Celestial Evolution Great Deployment Spell, said the Prince of Sadness, smiling. Alright, I'll give it a try.
Someone rose up in the air and moved towards the deployment spell. Suddenly, lights invaded the palace and the chessboard started shaking violently. A destructive strength surrounded that person and attacked him.
Boom! That person was propelled away, but the chessboard didn't move.
The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment Spell contains several types of strength which keep metamorphosing, it seems.
There's no way of breaking it, thought the crowd. Waves of energies were rolling, and that person from before was struggling.
He looked like he was in pain, but he smiled and said, Prince of Sadness, that deployment spell is very strange.
I can't break it. It's all right, said the Prince of Sadness, smiling before adding, I can't break it either. That person looked skeptical. Was he just trying to give him face? You don't understand deployment spells at all.
What you did was entirely useless,
said someone else.
4 people appeared in the distance, and each of their chi was extraordinary. There was a girl among them, and she looked drop-dead gorgeous. That's Feng from the Animal Clan. She's even more beautiful than those celestial girls from the Moon Palace,
thought the crowd.
Feng and 3 young men arrived. One of the men was surrounded by golden fire energies, he looked both sharp and sly. Feng was there too, but many people had already seen him before.
The geniuses of the Animal Clan are here, thought the crowd.
Yang Yan slowly rose up in the air and looked at the crow.
Yang Yan practiced sun cultivation, and that beast was a sun beast.
If Yang Yan could absorb the crow's fire, it would be extremely beneficial for him.
However, inside vast celestial ancient city, he couldn't even consider that option with his current strength. Even if he was stronger, he still wouldn't dare.
Their clan was enigmatic and unfathomable.
The crow glanced at Yang Yan and said coldly, You dare look at me because you also study sun cultivation? How insolent. Whoosh, a sun instantly started moving towards Yang Yan.
Yang Yan suddenly raised his hands and several suns appeared. Explosions sounded as they collided, but there were still 2 suns in front of him.
Piss off, piss off. The 2 suns continued moving forwards, making Yang Yan ran away.
The crow looked at him and said, You must blame yourself for your ignorance, you dared look at me, but
you can't compete with me, said the golden crow.
Then, he glanced at the deployment spell and then at Feng.
Could Feng break it?
He wanted everyone to know that they were the strongest because they were animals. Yang Yan looked at Feng coldly and asked, Since when are you with the Animal Clan? Feng glanced at him indifferently. Yang Yan had just been humiliated and now he wanted to vent his anger.
Pieces of trash always talk shit, said Feng, smiling.
Yang Yan frowned. Feng didn't even glance at him. Lang Yi glanced at Feng. He wanted to tell him that his wife had disappeared.
However, he didn't say anything right now, there'd be a better time later. I'll go and try, said Duga the winner, walking towards the deployment spell.
He then started releasing dazzling energies which intertwined with each other.
If you don't move, the pieces won't move either, it seems, thought the crowd. Duga the winner made 2 steps, and suddenly, a terrifying strength attacked his imprints.
The first guy who tried kept running on the chessboard, so the situation became chaotic. With each step Dugba the winner makes, the chessboard changes, said a strong cultivator who knew about deployment spells. Finally, after having tried a myriad of times, Dugba the winner gave up. After that, many other people tried and failed. However, the deployment spell was wearing down each time. If some deployment spellcasters go in and control the energies, maybe they can try to control the entire deployment spell,
said an emperor who was standing next to Yang Yan. Hee, you must understand deployment spells. I'm thinking the same thing as you,
said another person.
Prince of Sadness smiled indifferently and said, anyone can try and break it. Qing Feng,
said Wu. He was wondering if she had noticed anything. Qing Feng was captivated. That deployment spell was too mysterious, she couldn't understand it at all. She turned to Lin Feng, whose eyes were slightly closed. She was surprised. She had spent some time with Lin Feng and she could tell that he was thinking about something.
Did he understand deployment spells?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1685, Killing an Emperor. Chapter 1685, Killing an Emperor.
The everlasting celestial emperor's most powerful deployment spells were evolution deployment spells, and the celestial evolution great deployment spell was precisely an evolution deployment spell. The memories Lin Feng had obtained from the everlasting celestial emperor contained pieces of information concerning vast celestial ancient city, so maybe they had something to do with the celestial evolution holy clan.
At that moment, Lin Feng was visualizing a gigantic chessboard. He could see each piece distinctly.
Since the chessboard deployment spell couldn't be destroyed by brute force, it meant that there was a special method to do it.
The caster had definitely carved it so that someone could destroy it. Lang Yi, don't you want to try the chessboard? Lin Feng asked.
Lang Yi looked at Lin Feng in a strange way, but he still nodded. He started walking on the chessboard, and each time he stepped on it, a strength emerged. The strength was more and more mysterious as he moved further along.
Even Lang Yi, who controlled world strength, quickly had to jump off it. What do you think? Asked Lang Yi. It can't be broken with just one person, said Lin Feng.
Everybody suddenly looked at him. Maybe we should try 4 people, including a deployment spellcaster. Each of them should get onto the board from 4 different sides,
said Lin Feng.
You must have noticed that each time someone tries, the deployment spell strength becomes increasingly mysterious as people move further along. So I'm thinking that if 4 people go for it, the pieces will stop moving, and if all 4 of those people manage to get to the center, the deployment spell would be broken. They could use the smaller deployment spells to try and study it, but the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell would be much more complicated to break. Nobody wanted to try it because they could die. Besides, people didn't know how similar that small one and the real one were.
Arrogant little boy,
said one of the deployment spell masters from the Holy Clan, glancing at Lin Feng in a cold way. The deployment spell masters hadn't found a way to break the deployment spell, and Lin Feng dared say he had an idea.
How arrogant could he be?
That deployment spell is based on the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell, so if you think it's so easy, then try it yourself, said another strong cultivator. He had remained discreet and had tried not to say anything ridiculous until now, but Lin Feng had dared tell them what to do, so he couldn't hold himself back any longer.
Would you dare go onto the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? Asked Lin Feng to the strong cultivator in a cold way. Humph. Breaking the deployment spell is not as easy as you think,
the same guy said again.
You know nothing. How old are you, baby boy? Do you want to teach elders?
Said the deployment spellcaster from the Holy Sun clan mockingly.
Yang Yan laughed and said, that guy is very ignorant, indeed.
Lin Feng glanced at them and then he immediately jumped onto the chessboard.
Deployment spells aren't about age, even strength has nothing to do with age.
You're both emperors, but you are ignorant, shameless, and ridiculous,
said Lin Feng, standing on the chessboard. In any case, you just have to observe and try, then you'll see if I'm wrong or right. So why the need to humiliate me? Ridiculous boy. Arrogant. Those emperors were furious.
Surprisingly, that little boy was saying that he knew more than them.
Go.
If you have the opportunity, kill him, said Yang Yan to the emperor next to him. Lin Feng was acting recklessly, so if they could kill him with the deployment spell, that'd be for the best.
All right,
said that strong cultivator, nodding. Then, he jumped onto the chessboard as well.
As expected, when he landed on the chessboard, there was no light. Boom! The strong cultivator from the Holy Sun clan stepped on the chessboard, and as he did, holy marks started twinkling.
It seemed that the strength from the strong cultivator modified the holy marks, causing an explosive strength to move towards Lin Feng. As expected, when someone who knows deployment spells steps on the chessboard, it's a different story. They can borrow the strength for themselves, thought the crowd. Lin Feng made 2 steps, then dazzling lights illuminated the board.
Lin Feng made another step, and explosions sounded. Lin Feng had blocked the opponent's attack.
He surprisingly remembered all the pieces,
thought Cheng Feng.
She had also memorized the chessboard, so she knew that someone who didn't know how to cast deployment spells couldn't do such a thing.
Humph.
His opponent groaned coldly. He made a few more steps, then holy marks started twinkling and shaking violently. They contained all sorts of strength as they moved towards Lin Feng.
Boom!
Lin Feng jumped. The holy marks were intertwining as he used the power of the chess pieces again to block the attack.
He wants to kill me, thought Lin Feng.
The enemy was trying to use deployment spells to kill him. You only know some abstruse energies and yet you still dare act so arrogantly,
said that emperor.
He released fire energies and took a few steps. Lin Feng was slowly understanding the mysteries of the chessboard, making him wonder who had made it. He looked at the intertwining holy marks, then he made 3 steps leftwards, 2 steps backwards, and 1 step rightwards. The crowd didn't notice how subtle his deployment spell was, they only saw a terrifying strength emerge.
Die!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He started running forwards at full speed. People couldn't see him clearly because his agility technique was too fast. However, as he started running, he realized that some terrifying energies were approaching him on his left. His facial expression suddenly changed, he didn't have time to react to deployment spells anymore. A terrifying fire suddenly exploded.
That person's cosmic energies turned into fireballs and exploded. Luckily, that deployment spell weakened the cosmic energies so he didn't manage to kill Lin Feng.
After that, he started running towards Lin Feng, deciding to use pure strength to attack him.
Bastard!
Said Cheng Feng furiously. But she didn't move, she knew that a low-level emperor couldn't kill Lin Feng that easily.
Humph! Lang Yi groaned coldly. That emperor was useless, he was attacking Lin Feng openly now.
Lin Feng moved back like the wind, closing his eyes.
He could clearly see the entire chessboard in his head.
Lin Feng suddenly stopped moving backwards and started running forwards again. Each of his steps made the marks twinkle and intertwine, causing the lights around the Holy Sun Clan's cultivator stop. Lin Feng started attacking the opponent unceasingly. The crowd couldn't see much because of the dazzling lights, but Lin Feng looked like a madman at that moment. He kept running in circles while releasing energies. He was extremely fast and yet, it seemed like he was in perfect control of the situation.
A gigantic sun appeared as the emperor rose up in the air.
However, while he was rising into the air, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and punched the air in his direction.
Bang!
The crowd saw the emperor's head explode. Their hearts started pounding violently as if they had just realized what was going on.
Then, the remnant fire energies began dispersing.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1686, Celestial Being. Chapter 1686, Celestial Being. How fast? How explosive?
The crowd was astonished. The emperor's body was falling from the sky as his fire cosmic energy dispersed. Lin Feng had used an attack he had created whilst practicing cultivation with Cheng Feng, his Nihilitic Sauna waves.
That's a strong deployment spellcaster? Mocked Lin Feng. Then he added, I am arrogant? I don't understand much? Then, all the elders who think that way can come here and show me. Those people remained silent and looked sad.
You're a good deployment spellcaster, but killing people and insulting everyone is not the best way to be acknowledged,
replied an emperor. Are you blind?
Said Lin Feng, glancing at him. The emperor had tried to kill him in front of everyone.
It's useless to talk to those morons.
That guy was strong, and he tried to kill you because he had an inferiority complex, said Cheng Feng. Those people couldn't be any better deployment spellcasters than the emperor who Lin Feng had just fought. Yang Yan pulled a long face. Then he said, you killed a member of my clan, the Holy Sun Clan.
So what?
Replied Lin Feng coldly.
He must want to die, said Lang Yi indifferently.
The other emperors from the Holy Sun Clan looked furious.
Everybody, stop fighting, let's concentrate on the deployment spell, said the Prince of Sadness, smiling. Brother Lin Feng told us how to solve the issue, so does anyone want to try what he suggested? Asked the Prince of Sadness, smiling at the crowd. The Moon Imperial Palace is willing to," said a girl from the Moon Palace. Then, the crowd saw a few celestial beings move forwards. 4 beautiful women walked forwards. One of the girls said, "If we want to break the deployment spell, each of us needs someone to protect us from the attacks. I'll help. Count me in." A few people immediately walked forwards. "Since it's that way, Prince Dugu, Prince Yang Yan, Prince Tsong Xiao and Prince Qin Shang, please help," said the girl, smiling. The 4 guys then followed the women. Yang Yan followed Irin Lei and smiled, "It's an honor to help you." "Can I help Irin to break the deployment spell?" asked Lin Feng. He hadn't thought she'd help. "Why didn't you ask before, Prince Lin Feng?" said the girl, still smiling. "I'll help you," said Cheng Feng, walking to Lin Feng. "I understand the deployment spell too, so I can help you." "Alright, we can all help the celestial women, I guess," said Lin Feng indifferently. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Prince Lin Feng found out how to destroy it, so of course we can collaborate." "I'm off then," said the woman next to Qin Shang, smiling. Qin Shang didn't mind, he walked back with her. "Alright, please start then," said the Prince of Sadness. Then, the 4 groups moved to 4 different corners. The women jumped onto the men's shoulders. "Wait and listen to me, I'll tell you how to make the steps, and at the same time, you can block the attacks," said Irin Lei to the group. Lin Feng raised his head, and Qing Feng lowered her head. "I'll guide." "Alright," said Lin Feng, nodding. 3 steps leftwards," said Cheng Feng. Lin Feng then made 3 steps leftwards, causing lights to move across and throughout the chessboard. 2 steps forwards. 1 rightward. 3 backwards. The 3 others moved at the same time. Dazzling lights filled the board, but surprisingly, the chessboard started cracking. Lin Feng was right, they needed 4 people to break it. 1 forward," said Cheng Feng. The 3 other groups listened to her and moved at the same time. Intertwining lights moved towards Lin Feng and the other men, but they all blocked them. Another piece broke, but they made a mistake, thought the crowd. Wrong step. Qing Feng realized her mistake and made everybody move back a step. After that, they continued moving. The 8 people were getting closer and closer to each other as they made their way to the center. If the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell was like that one, would they be able to break it too? Time passed slowly, and the groups were getting closer and closer to the center. They made many steps backwards, forwards, sideways, they tried everything. Qing Feng shouldn't understand deployment spells as well as me, thought Lin Feng. He didn't understand how the girls understood deployment spells so well, and what about Irin Lei? Were they that strong or had someone taught them? Finally, they stopped, and the lights disappeared as the deployment spell broke apart. It really broke, thought the crowd. Bzzz. Suddenly, a silhouette rose up in the air and left. "Working with such beautiful women is an honor, but I have some things to do, see you," said Dugu the winner. Then, he left. Song Xiao also left quickly. "They're leaving." Everyone knew that they were going back to their clans to inform them. Could that small deployment spell be related to the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? Thought Lin Feng. Yang Yan didn't leave because the Holy Sun clan wasn't located in vast celestial ancient city. "Irin, celestial being, we were made for each other," said Yang Yan as he smiled at her. "Don't offend the Moon Imperial Palace," said Irin Lei to Lin Feng using telepathy. Why was she telling him that? "Let's go to the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan," said Wu. Everybody wanted to break the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell now. People rose into the air and left, one after the other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1687, 3 Statues. Chapter 1687, 3 Statues. Back at the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan's former site, many people still hadn't left. They had been waiting for someone to crack the code. Lin Feng, Qing Feng, and the others arrived to find that the deployment spell was still there. Nobody had managed to break it yet. Those people all went back to their clans, but doesn't that mean that they're sure the deployment spell in the House of Sadness was closely related to the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? Said Swan, he still couldn't believe it. The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell really looks like the small one there. We'll see for ourselves anyways, so we don't need to worry about it, said Qing Feng calmly. Lin Feng looked calm as well. He wasn't worried, the strong cultivators from the Holy Clans knew what to do, they just had to wait for them. That bastard is still there, thought Lin Feng, glancing around.
He was looking for a Taoist monk and found him seated, looking calm, as if he was standing aloof from worldly affairs. Suddenly, the ground started shaking and an explosive strength invaded the sky.
Heaven strength. Are the elders from the Heaven clan arriving? Thought the crowd.
Then, they heard him shout, "Everybody, move away, at least by 1,000 meters." The crowd frowned. The elders were going to start, but they were pushing them away.
Yendi opened his eyes and moved far away without hesitation.
He didn't look surprised, as if he had anticipated everything. More lights appeared in sky. The crowd frowned again as an elder from the Dugu clan appeared. They really were going to destroy the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell.
"Let's go," said Cheng Feng. The group moved away with everybody else. As they left, more elders from various holy clans appeared.
From 1,000 meters away, Lin Feng gazed into the distance, but he couldn't see much.
He whispered, "I wonder if they can break the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell, and if they do, what will appear? Maybe a small world?" whispered Cheng Feng. Dong.
It was apparent that the strong cultivators had just started. The energies were very intense, exceeding everyone's expectations.
How come the celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace understand that kind of strength? Why did they break the small one? And why did Yiren Lei warn me like that? Thought Lin Feng.
Even if Cheng Feng and Lin Feng hadn't gone there, the celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace could have destroyed the deployment spell.
The energies were starting to weaken. Since the energies were weakening, did that mean that the spell was going to break?
Lin Feng looked at Yendi, who looked confident and at ease. His eyes were closed as if he didn't care, but Lin Feng knew that it wasn't true.
Boom!
Suddenly, the crowd shivered as another terrifying strength emerged.
Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continuously emanated from the board's direction.
The crowd was curious, they wanted to know what was going on.
"Let's go."
The great emperors from the holy clans started flying at full speed. The crowd frowned. Had they found anything? A holy great emperor was injured, but the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan small world appeared.
"No," someone shouted furiously.
Then the ground shook and explosions sounded again. Cosmic strength was dispersing, which meant that an emperor had died, but the crowd didn't know who had killed him.
"Let's go."
Cheng Feng and the others started flying at full speed. They had a special social status, so people wouldn't think of attacking them. Lin Feng made it back to the deployment spell, but as he approached, he realized that it had disappeared, just like Cheng Feng had said.
A palace had appeared underground.
The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell was probably the entrance to a palace after all.
"Where are all the great emperors?" thought the crowd.
There was nobody around, even the other normal emperors had disappeared.
"Over there are some remnant mysterious marks," said someone inside the crowd. At that moment, very far away in the distance, some people had appeared. When they realized where they were furious. Who was the bastard that had casted the Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell? After the Holy Great Emperor had been injured, they had managed to break the deployment spell, but the entrance of the palace was a trap. After crossing it, they had reappeared very far away. They hadn't entirely broken it, there was still a terrifying teleportation portal to deal with. Instead of Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell, it should be called Celestial Teleportation Great Deployment spell. An upset cultivator said.
The ground quaked as threads of energies disappeared, revealing the real palace underground. But the crowd still hesitated, nobody dared go in, even emperors didn't dare.
"Good heavens, nobody is going in.
I'm a Taoist priest, so I should go in, it looks like a hell,"
said Yendi as he entered the palace.
After the holy marks had disappeared, he didn't fall into a trap, he was actually inside. Then other people started following him at full speed. They landed in a main hall, but there wasn't much inside, only 3 statues. The statue on the left looked like the wrecked statue of an old man. The statue on the right was an old man too, but he looked sharp. The one in the middle looked precious, there were 2 things in its hands, a golden book and a chessboard. It looked exactly like the Celestial Evolution chessboard.
"Wherever treasure exists, danger exists. If I won't experience hell, who will?"
said Yendi as he walked towards the central statue. However, at that moment, a terrifying chi surrounded him, forcing him to stop. Then he shouted, "Good heavens, I'll stay aside." Then, Yendi moved leftward, and strong cultivators followed him. That book looked like the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures.
Boom!
A few people immediately started running towards the book.
"Piss off, it's mine."
The ground started trembling. They hadn't even gotten close to the book before they started fighting. I told you, when there are precious items, there's always danger,
said Yen Di, sighing. He walked to the left side of the statue, which looked wrecked, and touched it.
It seems like it was made for me, I'll take it,
whispered Yen Di.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with insight.
Since when was Yen Di so quick to give up?
The celestial evolution chessboard and the ancient scriptures were there in front of him, but he didn't touch them.
Instead, he ran towards a useless statue?
Lin Feng trusted him, so he immediately ran towards the statue on the right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1688, Stealing. Chapter 1688, Stealing. Stop.
Just after Lin Feng started running, someone had shouted at him to stop.
He turned around to see Yang Yan. Even though those statues are in the corners, who knows if they're precious treasures or not? So you better not touch them, said Yang Yan. That Taoist priest looked sly. Even though the statue on the left looked useless, Yang Yan couldn't possibly let them leave with it like that.
They're stealing the precious treasures and you're not getting involved, but we're just taking useless things on the side and you want to get angry?
Why? Said Yen Di, smiling.
Yang Yan was a young man from a holy clan, so he didn't rush. There were many people in that hall, many of which were strong cultivators from holy clans.
There were many emperors, so even if those people stole treasures, would they be able to get away with them? You can't take those things in the corners, and that's final, said Yang Yan.
Then a sunlight disc appeared in his hand and started rotating madly. Suddenly, the temperature began increasing in the hall. The disciples from the ancient holy clans all had terrifying weapons, and that sun disc he had could burn an emperor alive.
Break! Shouted Yang Yan. The crowd couldn't see anything anymore because the lights were too bright. Everything started burning, the palace itself even exploded.
Then some people from the Holy Sun clan appeared and descended from the sky.
Even though the palace was huge, the sun disk had still destroyed it.
Dugu the winner slowly rose up in the air and his 360 imprint lights appeared, they intertwined and terrifying imprint strength invaded the sky. Those disciples all have precious treasures which can allow them to kill medium-level emperors,
thought the crowd.
Those disciples wouldn't use those items if they fought against people of the same level, however, when they were in real danger, they wouldn't hesitate to use them.
Song Shao had a heavenly king's armor and the ancient sorcerer had a sorcerer's staff.
Yen Di and Lin Feng were closest to the statues. Yen Di was closest to the wrecked old man's statue and Lin Feng to the other one.
Even though they were close, they didn't get any closer. Yang Yan released energies which surrounded Lin Feng.
Lin Feng thought, if I have the opportunity, I really have to kill that boy. He's too dangerous, especially with his great imperial weapon.
Boom! Suddenly more fire fell.
The crowd saw a gigantic beast which had 3 legs and looked like a sun. It was a 3-legged golden crow. His sun helmet was dazzling as lights surrounded his body. That sun helmet was probably his ace weapon. Lin Feng, don't forget to take the statue, but don't try to take the things in the middle,
said Yen Di to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng was speechless. Did Yen Di know everything? Did he already know about those statues?
All right, replied Lin Feng using telepathy.
But considering the situation, I don't think I can take anything.
Your friend is from the World Clan, you don't need to worry if he's here,
replied Yen Di. And that girl is from the Animal Clan.
If you can become intimate with her, don't hesitate, you could benefit from her a lot. I'd reckon that nobody would dare attack you in vast celestial ancient city if you were in a relationship with her.
Don't you have any treasures you could lend me? Asked Lin Feng.
Piss off. I'm letting you take that statue, which is already a nice gift,
said Yen Di. All right, I'm off.
You have to rely on yourself now.
Meh, Lin Feng didn't know what else to say.
Suddenly, Yen Di jumped and grabbed the statue. With it, he quickly left.
Finally, Yang Yan couldn't hold it anymore, and he decided to chase him. I'm not playing with you anymore.
The sky shook as a deployment spell appeared. The crowd saw flames engulf the space where Yen Di had been, but he reappeared far away in the distance.
Bastard! Yang Yan was furious.
Yen Di had taken away the statue of the old man, which must have meant that it was a precious treasure. His sun disk started flying at full speed behind Yen Di.
You idiotic kid, if I come back you'll regret it,
shouted a loud voice in the distance.
Then some deployment marks exploded, and Yen Di disappeared. With that, the sun disk started cracking, and Yen Di appeared even farther in the horizon. Piss off! Shouted Wu at that moment. He was attacking Yang Yan with his sun helmet. Yang Yan was pushed away by Wu.
He was furious, especially that Wu was attacking him now. That bastard left and caused a ruckus,
thought Lin Feng.
He had stolen a statue, but those people didn't want to take the risk in chasing him. Right after that, a few emperors ran towards Lin Feng. They wanted to steal the statue he still hadn't managed to steal. Talismans appeared in Lin Feng's left hand, and his silver wings appeared and surrounded him. At the same time, he released wind and empty space energy as he dashed forward to steal it. Lin Feng landed in front of the statue and he immediately took it.
Humph! Someone groaned coldly.
The strong cultivator's attacks were terrifying, but Lin Feng had talismans, and just like Yan Di, he disappeared.
Then, he reappeared in front of Lang Yi.
With his talismans, he couldn't teleport himself as far as Yan Di, but at least he could escape.
Boom! Lang Yi took out his coffin, making the crowd frown.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1689, stopped. Chapter 1689, stopped. Lang Yi, don't get involved, said the emperors, coldly glancing at Lin Feng.
Piss off,
said Lang Yi, making the emperors look depressed.
Even though Lang Yi was a member of the World Clan, so if they hadn't been emperors, they would have been attacked. They were Lang Yi's elders, but Lang Yi was still being impolite in front of them. But he had the king body, so ordinary emperors couldn't necessarily compete with him. Besides, he had a coffin which probably contained terrifying energies.
Give us the item or we'll kill you,
said a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer. He took out a precious item which looked like a thunder hammer. It was a high-level imperial weapon, at least level 7. At that moment, there weren't just strong cultivators from holy clans.
There were also many people from ordinary clans who were unhappy. I must leave as soon as possible.
The statue in the middle might really be fake, so if I stay, the situation might get even worse,
thought Lin Feng.
He glanced at the crowd, noting some low-level and medium-level emperors, and then some cultivators of the very top of the Zun Qi layer.
The strongest people were trying to steal the other statue.
Then suddenly, Lin Feng started moving like the wind, trying to escape.
The strong cultivators frowned. You think you can escape? Said that young man in a cold way.
The strong cultivators all started running at the same time, chasing Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng threw a talisman behind him, and sword lights also appeared.
Then, terrifying destructive energies exploded around them.
He had used cosmic energies to make those talismans, so the strong cultivators who had reacted first were struck hard.
Slash!
A subtle sound could be heard as Lin Feng took out a silver spear and pierced a person's head. The cosmic energies exploded, and the strong cultivators were astonished to see that he had just killed an emperor.
You must want to die, shouted one of them furiously. Terrifying cosmic energies whistled, and Lin Feng felt like he was in a cage. He threw more talismans and disappeared.
Lang Yi groaned coldly, then his coffin became gigantic and blotted out the sky.
Be careful, shouted one of them.
The crowd started running around like madmen.
However, the coffin became dazzling and grew to be thousands of meters long.
Lang Yi shook his hands and the world coffin turned into a gigantic wooden coffin. The strong cultivators who were chasing them had disappeared. Lin Feng continued running away, moving like the wind.
Outside the coffin, the remaining crowd was looking at Lin Feng. They hesitated, but in the end, they decided to chase him. An emperor landed in front of Lin Feng and released golden cosmic energies.
Lin Feng threw another talisman which landed on the golden hand. Lin Feng then hit the talisman with his spear and it exploded.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng continued running away.
At the same time, his spear had disappeared.
Slash!
The spear which had disappeared reappeared again, piercing through that person's brain.
He looked dumbfounded just before his head exploded.
Lin Feng ran towards the spear and took it back.
Gotcha! Lightning was falling from the sky.
Lin Feng immediately used more talismans and disappeared.
You can't escape,
shouted the young man who possessed the thunder hammer. Lin Feng instantly became stuck inside a thunder cage as he shouted that. Lin Feng turned around and saw the young man in the distance.
He was running towards him. Give me the item and I won't kill you, said the young man.
Lin Feng and Lang Yi were friends, so if he killed Lin Feng, Lang Yi would probably become his enemy. At that moment, Lang Yi was stuck because the cultivators from the Holy Sun clan had prevented him from going ahead.
Do you know who I am? Shouted Lin Feng in a cold way.
Curse, die! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. Suddenly, terrifying cursing, death, and demon energies emerged. The young man started trembling, his eyes especially hurt.
Attack! Shouted Lin Feng again.
Terrifying sword lights appeared and he cut one of the young man's arms off. He was holding his hammer in that hand, so the hammer and the arm fell together. At the same time, Lin Feng continued moving like the wind. The young man came back to his senses, his face had turned deathly pale. The young man wanted to use his right hand to attack, but then he realized it was gone. The silver spear was already moving towards him at full speed.
The young man looked furious and desperate, he didn't want to die.
Lin Feng didn't stop at all, he continued running away. He immediately grabbed the hand which was holding the hammer and took it.
"You must die," said a strong cultivator in the distance.
However, suddenly, the coffin descended from the sky and crushed him.
"The book is empty," said Dugu the winner at that moment.
He had taken the one-paged golden scripture, and even though it was sealed, he broke it and found it to be empty.
"Fake?"
The crowd was astonished.
Yang Yan also looked furious, he looked at Dugu the winner and said, "Show me."
The crowd looked at Dugu the winner, they couldn't trust him, they had to check themselves.
"I'm not lying."
"Here, take it,"
said Dugu the winner as he threw the book.
Yang Yan caught it and suddenly, he looked furious.
He looked at the chessboard and said, "Is the Celestial Evolution chessboard fake too? Just have a look and you'll see."
Wu started moving at full speed, and nobody tried to fight against him.
He immediately took the chessboard and broke it. They had fought over a fake item? And the statue? Said someone.
Then, a sun disk immediately moved towards the statue and burnt it, leaving nothing left.
"It was all nothing, we were fooled," shouted Yang Yan. "Not only us, but a holy emperor was also injured. The emperors and great emperors were teleported away, and in the end, there's nothing to show for it."
The Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell fooled everyone.
Not necessarily, why would they have cast a Celestial Evolution Great Deployment spell here otherwise?
On top of that, it was extremely powerful.
Do you remember the statues on the left and right?
Indeed, the stinky Taoist priest came in first and took the statue on the left and then ran away.
"He must have known something," said Yang Yan.
"And the one with the body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, he took the one on the right and then left,"
said Song Shao.
The crowd frowned, releasing powerful qi in their frustration. Lang Yi also looked surprised after he heard the young man. It was as if Lin Feng knew the Taoist priest, and that he might have obtained something. "Apart from the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, none of you are interested in the other items, I guess."
"If anyone dares kill Lin Feng, they'll become the enemies of the World Clan," said Lang Yi indifferently.
Then, he put his world coffin away and left.
"How arrogant," said Wu, his eyes were filled with flames of fury. He went to Qing Feng and said, "Can you find him?" "Mind your own business," said Qing Feng coldly. Then, she left too. What about the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? She didn't believe that the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures were in the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1690, Celestial Evolution Chessboard. Chapter 1690, Celestial Evolution Chessboard.
After leaving, Lin Feng put on a mask and a new robe. Then, he went back to the hotel where he had left Xiuyuxin, however, he didn't find her there.
Maybe she just went for a walk, thought Lin Feng.
He had chosen a small hotel which wasn't easy to find. The hotel he had chosen was expensive, but there were hidden rooms for people to practice cultivation without being disturbed.
Lin Feng went to the hidden room and took out the statue.
Then he inspected it with his godly awareness, but he didn't find anything. A gigantic hand emerged from Lin Feng and attacked the statue. The statue was reduced to ashes and a chessboard remained. The chessboard was surrounded by pale dark lights, looking alive. Celestial Evolution Chessboard? Lin Feng frowned. That chessboard looked like the one the statue in the middle of the palace was holding. Since the chessboard was hidden inside, nobody had tried to steal it. Lin Feng inspected the chessboard with his godly awareness. Suddenly, Lin Feng started shaking violently, he couldn't control his godly awareness anymore as it was being absorbed by the chessboard at a frantic rate. After a short time, Lin Feng couldn't sense his physical body anymore. It was as if his body had become the chessboard, feeling like a vast world. The pieces suddenly appeared in his brain and a special connection between Lin Feng and the Celestial Evolution chessboard was created. Celestial Evolution. The 10,000 things of creation evolve, just like in the real world.
thought Lin Feng, closing his eyes.
He felt comfortable as he studied that mysterious world. He was in a great state of mind.
Evolution.
Lin Feng explored the world of the chessboard, watching the pieces move extremely quickly, evolving. Lin Feng tried making the pieces move, and sometimes it worked, but sometimes it didn't. After a short time, a gigantic deployment spell appeared.
How terrifying, it can help me control the evolution, thought Lin Feng.
He could borrow the strength of the deployment spell, and if he managed to study the celestial evolution holy scriptures to the level that the strong cultivator who had created them had, then he'd be able to control evolution. The one who had pretended to be Dugwa the winner could imitate other people because he controlled some evolution techniques. Deployment spells, sword techniques, abstruse energies. Lin Feng tried different things while borrowing the strength of the celestial evolution chessboard.
How can I break through to the Huang Qi layer though, thought Lin Feng.
He continued borrowing the strength of the chessboard as a clone of Lin Feng appeared and started carrying out attacks. At the same time, another clone of Lin Feng appeared and started practicing cultivation meticulously. As Lin Feng spectated, numerous clones of Lin Feng appeared and did different things.
Boom!
The chessboard broke apart and everything was reduced to ashes.
I failed at making things evolve, thought Lin Feng.
That celestial evolution chessboard was very mysterious, and it might be that he wasn't strong enough yet.
One thing was certain though, the celestial evolution chessboard was extremely powerful.
Lin Feng noticed that there were some pieces which were twinkling. Then he realized that they weren't pieces, they seemed to be entirely made of evolution strength. Suddenly, evolution strength appeared in Lin Feng's mind, seemingly wanting to fuse together with Lin Feng's godly awareness.
It really works, thought Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he could absorb evolution strength. What is the celestial evolution chessboard?
The celestial evolution holy scriptures might also be able to help me control evolution strength,
thought Lin Feng.
He was in a deep meditative state which made him forget everything else around him.
Everyone in vast celestial ancient city were looking for two people, the Taoist priest and Lin Feng.
The Taoist priest was suspected to know a lot about the celestial evolution holy clan, probably having stolen the most terrifying treasure, the celestial evolution holy scriptures. And Lin Feng, even if they didn't kill him, they had to get the statue he had stolen. There was another important problem.
Who had blocked the strong cultivators? Was it the Taoist priest?
They hadn't forgotten about the extremely strong cultivators who had broken the deployment spell after Qing Feng and some celestial women from the Moon Imperial Palace had broken the deployment spell in the House of Sadness.
What was the connection between all them? And why had the extremely strong cultivators who had broken the celestial evolution great deployment spell been teleported so far away? Everything was mysterious.
The ancient holy clans didn't target the Moon Imperial Palace, they were only speculating things now. No matter what, the connections between the Moon Imperial Palace and the holy clans was too mysterious.
Some night after the event, Lang Yi was at his residence with a woman. She was red and breathing quickly, her breasts were moving up and down as she inhaled and exhaled deeply. Lang Yi looked at her with an indescribable feeling. Why? Asked Lang Yi. He didn't understand. Why had she done that?
It was her first time, and even though she was very shy, she had loved it.
You're asking me why? The woman looked back at Lang Yi.
Then she stood up and put her clothes back on. She had tears in the corner of her eyes.
If you can't stand it, then let's never meet again,
said the girl walking to the window. Moonlight was shining upon her body as she jumped out of the window. Lang Yi didn't chase her, instead he walked to the window to watch her leave, but she had already disappeared. He saw a teardrop fall from the sky as thought that he would never see her again.
He felt extremely sad.
Apart from being a cultivator, he was also a man, a human being with emotions.
Cultivation is about emotionlessness, but how can people be emotionless? Whispered Lang Yi, looking out of the window.
Even if you don't have goals, I won't let anyone else touch you. Then, Lang Yi suddenly looked furious.
Lang Yi didn't understand why she had done that.
Even if she had said it was without emotions, for him, it couldn't be that. After spending the night with her, feelings had arisen in his heart. He couldn't forget about her, and he couldn't let anyone else to touch her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1691, Goddess. Chapter 1691, Goddess. Moon Imperial Palace. Whispered Lang Yi.
His heart was racing, he hadn't thought that he'd get involved.
Was he the only one? Could those women use other methods to make young people from other holy clans fall in love with them?
Back then, the great Netherworld Demon Emperor fell because of love, so maybe something like this had happened to him. Though, it was more tragic for the great Netherworld Demon Emperor because he had fallen in love with Empress Shi.
Whispered Lang Yi.
At that moment, a silhouette flickered.
Lang Yi said, "Who?"
"Me," said Lin Feng, appearing at the window. He didn't know what Lang Yi was looking at, it looked like he was just gazing into the distance. He didn't look like someone blessed with a king body, but someone who was depressed.
"You came back. Do you know how many people are looking for you in vast celestial ancient city?" asked Lang Yi to Lin Feng.
"I've been staying in a hotel nearby, I haven't been anywhere else,"
whispered Lin Feng. "Lang Yi, did you see my wife?" Xiao Yuxian had disappeared and Lin Feng didn't know where she was. "You don't know where she is either?" Lang Yi said. Lin Feng's heart started accelerating. "When did she leave?" "When you left, and I didn't see her again." "I thought you knew where she went," said Lang Yi. "Yuxian wouldn't leave without telling me unless mercilessness invaded her heart," thought Lin Feng. But even so, where was she? Lin Feng turned around and gazed into the distance, then he whispered, "Empress Shi, did you appear?" "Empress Shi?" Lang Yi was confused. Did Lin Feng know about Empress Shi? "You know Empress Shi?" Lin Feng asked Lang Yi. Of course, thousands of years ago, Empress Shi appeared in the Moon Imperial Palace. She was extremely cold, beautiful, perfect. After seeing her, people wouldn't want to have sex because she supposedly looked as pure as jade and as clean as ice. Everybody who knew her talked highly of her. Amongst the people from vast celestial ancient city, the great Netherworld Demon Emperor doted her the most, said Lang Yi. Some people say that the Moon Imperial Palace disappeared thousands of years ago and that it has something to do with Empress Shi obtaining some ancient scriptures. There are also some links between the Holy Clans and the Moon Imperial Palace. The Celestial Evolution Holy Clan was one of them, continued Lang Yi. Someone wanted to kill me, an imitator, and it seemed like he knew some of the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Could it be someone from the Moonlight Palace? At the same time, you sin. Indeed, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, thought Lin Feng. The Moon Imperial Palace had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, so Yiren Lei and the other women probably learned them after they joined Moon Imperial Palace. That would explain how they had managed to break the deployment spell. The Moon Imperial Palace has the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, Lin Feng suddenly said. Lang Yi's eyes flashed. Lang Yi nodded and said, possibly, and not just the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. The Moon Imperial Palace doesn't fear other holy clans, so they don't mind if other people know that they have them either, said Lin Feng. Seems like it, said Lang Yi nodding. 1,000 years ago, the Moon Imperial Palace disappeared, but what exactly happened? Did a battle happen? And today, they reappeared, but the other holy clans won't attack them, even if they know about the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, said Lin Feng. Lang Yi looked pensive, he hadn't thought about all those things. If the Three Lives Great Emperor really destroyed the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, we can be sure that there's a relation between the Three Lives Great Emperor and Empress Shi. Maybe that back then, the holy clans had attacked the Moon Imperial Palace, but then the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had been destroyed, so maybe they had stopped because of that. And now the Moon Imperial Palace reappeared only because Empress Shi came back to life. Lin Feng turned around and left. Goddess, Empress Shi's grave. He remembered that, it was written on Empress Shi's grave. Empress Shi was the Three Lives Great Emperor's daughter, it had to be, that was why the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan had been destroyed and the Moon Imperial Palace had disappeared. Empress Shi had come back to life, so Lin Feng didn't need to ask himself where Yuxian was anymore. She had probably gone to the Moon Imperial Palace. Lin Feng left quickly, leaving Lang Yi with a lot of thoughts. Lin Feng had told him about the mysteries from 1,000 years before, that Empress Shi and the Three Lives Great Emperor were related, and that Empress Shi had come back to life now? How did Lin Feng know that she had come back to life? After Empress Shi's rebirth, the Moon Palace had reappeared and caused friction inside vast celestial ancient city. In Lin Feng's eyes, she was amazing, but she was also insane. She would do anything for ancient scriptures as all she cared about was cultivation. Lin Feng didn't hurry to go and find Xiao Yuxian. Even if he found her and Empress Shi was with her, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to leave with her. What he needed to do now was to break through to the Huang Qi layer. Lin Feng would soon know everything about the Moon Imperial Palace, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, and Celestial Evolution Holy Clan. Many people were talking about the Moon Imperial Palace, everyone thought that they had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures given that they didn't seem afraid of the other holy clans. Nobody attacked them, and nobody went to ask for an exchange.
Even though the celestial evolution holy scriptures were powerful holy clans didn't study ancient scriptures that much. They usually transmitted their most precious knowledge to a few core disciples. Stealing ancient scriptures from others would be too risky since other clans might attack them to steal them, and they'd lose countless people. But all of that had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He was in the secret room practicing cultivation, not leaving his hotel.
After some time, some incredible things happened in vast celestial ancient city.
The Heaven clan had apparently found the stinky Taoist priest who had obtained treasures, and they had tried to kill him, but in the end, he had killed a dozen of their emperors, including 3 medium-level emperors. They had dispatched more strong cultivators, but they had lost him by then. Besides that, many more young people from ancient clans came to vast celestial ancient city to gain experience. The geniuses from the larger holy clans fought against them to practice.
Dugu the winner was the first one to break through to the Huang Qi layer.
A month later, Song Xiao was fighting against Qin Shang in the Moonlight Palace. The battle was insane, and, in the end, he broke through to the Huang Qi layer and defeated Qin Shang. After that battle, one day later, Lang Yi and Shu Chunxiu, who had seemingly disappeared for a while, appeared again, but this time they were emperors. Rumor had it that they had fought like madmen to break through to the Huang Qi layer together. Within just 3 months, 4 geniuses had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. During a calm and peaceful night, the moon was high above in the sky, and by the ice moon lake where the Moon Imperial Palace was, many young people were together on a boat. By the lake, a young man walked slowly to the lakeside and stopped. He looked at the pavilions and boats on the lakes calmly. That's the one who possesses a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies,
said some people when they noticed Lin Feng. Many people looked at him and said, "It's Lin Feng." Lin Feng.
A strong wind started blowing as Song Xiao crossed the lake, flying.
"Long time no see,"
said Song Xiao, smiling at Lin Feng. However, he didn't look friendly, he looked strange. He had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1692, Cosmic Energy Not Falling? Chapter 1692, Cosmic Energy Not Falling?
The Moon Imperial Palace had changed, there were more lights and there were plenty of beautiful women under all the pavilions, sitting with other people, drinking, and chatting.
Lang Yi and many other people from the holy clans were there, chatting with the celestial women.
Lang Yi was with everyone else when they saw Lin Feng as they ran out of the pavilions.
Yi Relay didn't move when she saw Lin Feng, she just smiled thinly, even though a moment before she looked depressed and angry.
The opposite happened to Yang Yan, who was sitting with her. A moment before he looked happy, and now he looked very upset.
Yi Relay always looked angry when she was with him, but she always looked so happy when she saw Lin Feng. Yang Yan looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and make Yi Relay kneel before him. Whether it was anger or seduction, he didn't care, he just wanted her. Lin Feng looked at Song Xiao, noticing that he had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. "Brother Song Xiao, I trust you have been doing well since we last met," said Lin Feng, smiling thinly.
"Indeed, brother Lin Feng, I missed you."
"Did you find the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures in the statue you took from the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan last time?" Song Xiao asked calmly. Many people looked excited.
A few months before, the Taoist priest and Lin Feng had each stolen a statue.
"Brother Song Xiao, how would knowing that I found a treasure change anything for you?"
said Lin Feng in a cold way. "If you have the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, I would like to borrow them," said Song Xiao, smiling. All the other young people from the other holy clans smiled too. If Lin Feng had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, they would definitely want to have a look.
"I never said I was willing to show you,"
said Lin Feng calmly.
"Brother Lin, you must be joking. My Heaven clan has the Heaven Scriptures, so I could lend them to you and you could lend me yours. I hadn't offered you our scriptures before because I thought you wouldn't be able to understand them,"
said Song Xiao indifferently, perhaps a slight bit coldly.
"I can't lend you the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures because I also think you wouldn't be able to understand them," replied Lin Feng. Then, he stopped looking at Song Xiao and sat down by the lake with his feet in the water. Song Xiao looked angry when he saw Lin Feng sit down, close his eyes, and ignore him. "Brother Lin, I would be very sad if you didn't show me the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures," said Sang Xia, not trying to conceal his anger any longer. The sky shook as cosmic energies suddenly appeared. Terrifying heaven strength oppressed Lin Feng, making him feel like he was going to suffocate. Heaven technique, the energy of creation, the life of both earth and sky. Around Dugu the winner, 3,600 dazzling imprint lights appeared. Although Chu Chunxiu only released a little bit of qi, everybody could feel its grand pressure.
Lang Yi looked at Lin Feng in a strange way, but he just calmly watched, not involving himself. Lin Feng was oppressed by the energies, but he was still seated as if the outside world had nothing to do with him.
"Brother Lin, if you remain silent, I'll get angry," said Song Chao, smiling coldly.
Lin Feng remained silent, but threads of demonic energies appeared indistinctly around him.
"Humph."
Song Chao groaned coldly. Suddenly, buzzing sounds could be heard as heaven cosmic energy condensed in the air and a gigantic heavenly hand moved towards Lin Feng.
Boom!
The terrifying heavenly hand descended, seemingly capable of destroying the entire region. The crowd had already started worrying for Lin Feng, thinking that he was going to die. However, at that moment, a gigantic demon clad in armor and holding a sword appeared behind Lin Feng. His eyes were also pitch black, and he seemingly hated the heavenly energies. At the same time, Lin Feng released sword energies and condensed a pitch-black sword.
Gotcha!
The gigantic heavenly hand was reduced to nothing after the sword demon acted.
Lin Feng was now surrounded by demon strength, demonic intent rolled in waves.
Song Shao shouted furiously as he shook his hand, releasing even more cosmic energies. Then he condensed another gigantic heavenly hand.
"I'll see how many you can endure," Song Shao yelled.
His heavenly hand blotted out the sky and looked indestructible.
The demon roared furiously as it attacked the hand, and even though the demon broke apart, the heavenly hand had weakened a lot.
The heavenly hand was very powerful, so strong that demonic intent alone couldn't block it. Finally, the heavenly hand crashed onto Lin Feng's body, making Lin Feng groan coldly, coughing up blood. However, his eyes were still open, and he looked angry. He had to resist.
"What is he doing?"
thought the crowd after they saw Lin Feng taking the hit.
Although Lang Yi thought about acting, he remained motionless.
Back in the ancient pavilion, Yi Rinlei looked worried. Yang Yan noticed her worry and smiled coldly, a stupid guy who understands 10 different types of abstruse energies, but nobody knows him. He's a nobody here, so nobody will let him off, whether he obtained the ancient scriptures or not.
Yi Rinlei understood what Yang Yan was saying, she even agreed with him.
No matter what, whether Lin Feng had obtained treasures or not, nobody was going to let him off.
More threads of heavenly strength appeared in the air, destroying the remaining threads of demonic intent, and then assaulting Lin Feng's body.
Lin Feng coughed up even more blood, but he looked determined, as if he didn't feel the pain. After that, Sang Shao jumped forwards and released more heavenly cosmic energies.
"How reckless!" shouted Song Shao.
He shook his hands and a terrifying heavenly hand condensed again.
"Die!"
shouted Song Shao furiously. The heavenly hand descended, but Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head.
Demonic lights turned into a demon cloud, surrounding his body with pitch-black demonic energies.
Demon energy rolled in waves in the sky and collided against the heavenly hand. The sky shook as the heavenly hand broke apart, leaving the crowd in awe.
Cosmic strength. The crowd was fixedly staring at Lin Feng.
Cosmic energy had broken the heavenly hand. At that moment, Lin Feng slowly stood up as demonic energies continued rolling in waves. Another demon king appeared behind him. He shook his hands and demonic cosmic energies started floating in the air. Surprisingly, he started understanding cosmic energies while fighting against Song Shao.
Is he trying to use Song Shao to break through to the Huang Qi layer? Thought the crowd.
Back in the ancient pavilion, Yi Rinlei looked at Lin Feng and smiled.
Yang Yan of course noticed this and looked even worse because it. Within 3 months, 4 people had broken through to the Huang Qi layer, and now was Lin Feng going to break through to the Huang Qi layer too?
In the sky, a demonic cloud started condensing.
The cosmic energies from the earth and sky are going to fall upon him? Thought the crowd.
Song Shao also looked at him, looking upset. Lin Feng was just using him to break through to the Huang Qi layer.
Even if you break through to the Huang Qi layer now, so what? I was just playing with you till now.
Even if you break through to the Huang Qi layer, I will still defeat you, said Song Shao. Lin Feng looked at the sky, at the demon energies, and then he closed his eyes and sensed the cosmic energies cleansing his body.
Everybody was fixedly staring at Lin Feng.
They wanted to see the cosmic energies descend from the sky. However, demon energies just rolled in waves for a very long time and nothing happened.
The crowd looked at him in a strange way. The cosmic energies were supposed to pierce through the sky?
Lin Feng opened his eyes. He could sense that he had broken through to the Huang Qi layer, but he didn't know why the cosmic energies hadn't fallen on him. Cosmic energy penetrating the body of the cultivator was the last step before breaking through to the Huang Qi layer. Everybody was waiting, some of them even looked nervous. The demonic clouds rolled in the air for a long time, but in the end, they started dispersing and finally disappeared altogether. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1693, Imperial Culpa?
Abandoned by the gods.
Chapter 1693, Imperial Culpa?
Abandoned by the gods.
The cosmic energies didn't descend from the sky?
The crowd frowned.
What was going on? Lin Feng could now control cosmic energies, so his body should have been cleansed by the cosmic energies. The crowd didn't understand, and Lin Feng didn't understand either. His force was multiplied by 1,000, his cultivation level was at the right level, his energies had almost turned into cosmic energies, and his demonic cosmic energies had started condensing. I've broken through to the Huang Qi layer, but the cosmic energies didn't fall down upon me. What did I do to upset the gods? Thought Lin Feng. Imperial Culpa? Said Dugu the winner, making the crowd frown. Imperial Culpa? Did Imperial Culpas really exist?
According to legends, Imperial Culpas were people who could never entirely break through to the Huang Qi layer.
Was Lin Feng an Imperial Culpa? Maybe he couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer? Interesting. Said Song Xiao, smiling indifferently before adding, it's the first time I've seen an Imperial Culpa.
It means that you'll never really break through to the Huang Qi layer.
Now, you should just give up. You don't deserve to break through to the Huang Qi layer anyways. Give me the celestial evolution holy scriptures and leave, go and live in a village as an ordinary cultivator. Vast celestial ancient city is too big for you. May the gods not curse me. Prayed Lin Feng.
He then said to Song Xiao, I was born in an ordinary clan, and I didn't start practicing cultivation until I was 15 years old. I never received anything to help me level up quickly, including medicine, but now that my abstruse energies are almost all at the highest level, you're telling me that I don't deserve to break through to the Huang Qi layer? Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently, he was very worried. He had already become an emperor, but the cosmic energies hadn't fallen from the sky. People were already calling him an Imperial Culpa, but he couldn't give up. He had to make even greater efforts. Song Xiao looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and said, so what? If you really are an Imperial Culpa, it means that you will never break through to the Huang Qi layer, which means that your cultivation is stuck, forever.
That's a fact. Even if Imperial Culpas exist, I can just switch to another kind of strength if I can't become an emperor using demonic strength. Said Lin Feng.
You don't know how to differentiate good from bad. Said Song Xiao, he shook his hand and suddenly heavenly energy started oppressing Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared at Song Xiao, his eyes were filled with demon lights.
Then, his demonic cosmic energy became thicker and more intense. Die!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng was using his Nihility Xana waves. Song Xiao's heavenly hand broke instantly fell apart and the terrifying Nihility Xana waves crashed onto him. Song Xiao looked upset, that was the first time Lin Feng had managed to completely break his heavenly hand.
Piss off!
Song Xiao shook his hand again and heavenly energies condensed into several pairs of heavenly hands. Then they surrounded Lin Feng and moved towards him at full speed.
Stop! Shouted Song Xiao. His heaven energies rolled in waves towards Lin Feng.
At that moment, Song Xiao and Lin Feng were fighting using their best strength.
Lin Feng released more demonic energies, his cosmic energies were continuing to become more powerful.
He jumped forwards and the heavenly strength exploded, death and wind energies threatening Song Xiao.
It was Lin Feng's Vayu death attack mixed with earth energy. Song Xiao suddenly released terrifying heavenly energies. Explode!
Shouted Song Xiao, stretching out his hand.
Heaven energies surrounded the Vayu death attack and destroyed it.
The crowd frowned, Song Xiao seemed like he really wanted to kill Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng controls demonic cosmic energies, his body hasn't been cleansed by the cosmic energies of the earth and sky, which means that he can't borrow the cosmic energies from the earth and sky. In a real fight, Song Xiao should definitely kill Lin Feng.
Thought the crowd. A demon silhouette appeared, making Lin Feng look like an aggressive demon.
He didn't fear Song Xiao, even if his heavenly energies were intensifying. I'll show you what we call heavenly strength. Said Song Xiao. 16 heavenly lights appeared and surrounded Lin Feng, at the same time, he ran towards Lin Feng.
Boom!
A terrifying earth energy suddenly emerged, and Lin Feng's Nihility Xana waves moved in all directions. Then Lin Feng started running like the wind.
Break! Lin Feng punched the air in Song Xiao's direction while releasing demonic cosmic energy and earth abstruse energy.
He threw himself at the heavenly hand, groaning coldly. He was surrounded by demon and earth lights, and suddenly, fire started burning around him.
If demonic energies won't fall from the sky, what about earth ones?
shouted Lin Feng furiously. His earth energies were becoming thicker.
The crowd was slack-jawed. His earth abstruse energy had just turned into earth cosmic energy.
The earth strength condensed in the sky and a tornado appeared again.
The crowd stared at it, wondering if the cosmic energy was going to cleanse Lin Feng's body this time. Song Shao stopped attacking Lin Feng and looked at the sky too.
The terrifying cosmic energy turned into a cloud which rolled in waves for a very long time, just like the previous time. The crowd looked sorry for Lin Feng. Once again, his cosmic energy had dispersed.
The cosmic energies didn't descend from the sky. What a pity! Thought many people.
Lin Feng was a real genius. He had understood 2 types of cosmic energies in such a short time, but he had encountered a malediction, and cosmic energy wouldn't cleanse his body.
Poor him,
said Yang Yan, smiling indifferently. An imperial culpa. Even if you understand other kinds of cosmic energies, you'll never be able to break through to the Huang Qi layer,
said Song Shao mockingly.
Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way and said, if life doesn't want me, then death will. Lin Feng condensed death energy into his fist, looking furious as the air around him began distorting.
Break!
Lin Feng punched the air. His punch contained both earth and demon cosmic energies.
Humph! Song Shao groaned coldly and another heavenly hand moved towards Lin Feng's punch.
They collided, but the hand only contained 1 type of cosmic energy, so it couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack, so it immediately broke apart.
Get ready to die,
said Song Shao as he punched the air again. Another heavenly hand appeared, and the sky shook as it turned into a cage. Lin Feng attacked with earth energies and released death strength while shouting, die.
It's useless, said Song Shao. Die.
Lin Feng shouted again, fearlessly. He released 2 threads of sword energies, each mostly containing death strength.
Heavenly King imprint,
shouted Song Shao furiously. Heavenly lights condensed all around him and then he moved towards Lin Feng.
Earth armor, said Lin Feng. Earth cosmic energies surrounded his body, and demonic lights twinkled on the surface of the armor.
As the Heavenly King imprint moved towards Lin Feng, his armor broke apart, and a terrifying strength penetrated his body. Lin Feng ignored the pain. He had to ignore pain if he wanted to break through to the Huang Qi layer.
If the gods didn't want him to become an emperor, then he had to find his own way.
Die, a gigantic word appeared in the sky, death. Song Shao sensed death energy surround his body, forcing him to suddenly move back. His face had already slightly turned gray. As he was pushed back, Lin Feng released even more death energy, and apart from death energy, he also released demon and earth energies which were fused together. Heavenly energy was rolling in waves in the sky, but the 3 types of cosmic energies kept assaulting it, turning the sky gray.
What a scary cultivator,
thought the crowd, looking at Lin Feng and shaking. 3 kinds of cosmic energies now, but there were still no cosmic energies wanting to cleanse his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1694, 7 Sorts of Cosmic Energies. Chapter 1694, 7 Sorts of Cosmic Energies. Song Shao kept running away.
He was shaking violently as demon, earth, and death cosmic energies were all chasing him. Luckily, Lin Feng hadn't been cleansed by the cosmic energies, otherwise he would have posed a threat to Song Shao.
What a guy, thought Lang Yi, staring at Lin Feng.
He knew that Lin Feng was depressed, but he was a real genius. Even the gods were against him by preventing their cosmic energy from cleansing his body. Lin Feng fixedly stared at the cloud made of 3 different types of cosmic energies.
But still, no cosmic energy descended. Arg!
Lin Feng shouted furiously. More lights glowed around him. His cursing, empty space, fire, wind and thunder abstruse energies were all at the maximum level, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Huang Qi layer.
His cosmic energies and abstruse energies whistled all together in the sky.
Everybody looked nervous as they watched the gods trick Lin Feng again. Lin Feng's eyes were still pitch black as he stared at the sky. If the gods abandon me, I'll defy the heavens,
shouted Lin Feng.
Back in a pavilion, Ren Lei was looking sad for him. My love, you can do it.
Die, shouted Lin Feng.
His eyes were pitch black and filled with death. Song Zhao's heart started beating faster when he looked at those eyes.
I will definitely kill you today,
said Song Shao, releasing even more heavenly energies.
An ocean of heavenly energies moved towards Lin Feng. A demon appeared behind Lin Feng, pushing more and more demonic energies in the sky. Imprison.
Lin Feng jumped and released earth cosmic energies which formed a cage around Song Shao.
Death curse, shouted Lin Feng.
Song Xiao performed some hand seals, and then a vortex of heavenly strength appeared in front of Lin Feng, trying to absorb him. Destroy! Lin Feng jumped forwards, and a demonic territory appeared, sealing the space. Then an infinite amount of sword energies emerged from Lin Feng's body and rose up to the skies.
Heavenly hand, appear! Shouted Song Xiao, releasing more heavenly cosmic energies.
His spirit appeared behind him, a gigantic heavenly hand.
Go! Shouted Song Xiao.
The sky exploded as his heavenly hand moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng looked tiny when compared to that heavenly hand.
I'll destroy the heavens! Shouted Lin Feng, closing his eyes.
Sword lights kept emerging from his body while moving in all directions. He used Wind Thunder Laceration, his Desolate Xana, his Vayu Death, his Nihility Xana Waves, and so on. All his attacks, his abstruse energies, and cosmic energies were intertwining and rolling in waves. The sky trembled again as another cloud of cosmic energies appeared in the sky.
Come out, all of you! Shouted Lin Feng, sounding like a madman. He wanted to make all his abstruse energies turn into cosmic energies.
Demon, death, earth, and now wind cosmic energy.
Cursing cosmic energy appeared as well. Empty space cosmic energy is present in the cloud. Fire cosmic energy is present in the cloud. 7 types of cosmic energies, the crowd was speechless. Gotcha! More explosions sounded, and then Song Xiao coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. What's going on? Thought Song Xiao, looking at the sky.
Some lights had descended from the sky and destroyed his heavenly hand.
7 sorts, how's that even possible?
Even without a body cleansed by cosmic energies, 7 different types were terrifying.
Gotcha!
A terrifyingly explosive strength slowly descended from the sky.
Were the cosmic energies going to cleanse his body this time?
At that moment, Lin Feng looked like a true demon as he stared at the sky.
However, at that moment, the cosmic energies which were descending from the sky exploded. Again, the gods didn't seem to be on Lin Feng's side.
Lin Feng remained calm though. The cosmic energies had condensed a few times and then they had dispersed.
What was going on? Why weren't they cleansing Lin Feng's body? The cosmic energies dispersed and disappeared, leaving everyone's hearts pounding. They couldn't believe it. A gigantic beast appeared in the distance, it was a Qiong-Chi. At that moment, he was fixedly staring at the cloud of cosmic energies which was dispersing. He looked pensive as he whispered, "The cosmic energies didn't descend from the sky, does it mean the gods abandoned you? Or does it mean you abandoned the gods?" "I failed," said Lin Feng in a calm way. His 7 different types of cosmic energies were twinkling around him, intertwining. He couldn't make them fuse together as good as abstruse energies yet, but they were still a lot more powerful. Lin Feng smiled and whispered, "Even if the cosmic energies won't descend and won't cleanse my body, you're still much weaker than me." Song Xiao remained silent, and the crowd couldn't help but agree. Lin Feng now had 7 different types of cosmic energies. Wind and empty space cosmic energies rotated around him, making Song Xiao frown. Then, he saw Lin Feng moving towards him. He was startled. Lin Feng was much faster than when he only used wind abstruse energy. Death curse. Lin Feng's death and cursing cosmic energies started corroding Song Xiao's body. His facial expression changed drastically, and suddenly, a celestial heaven shield appeared in front of him. "Explode!" shouted Lin Feng, punching the shield with a lightning and demonic energies. He was only using pure cosmic energies, nothing special. He had several types of cosmic energies, so why not enjoy them? "Chaos!" shouted Song Xiao furiously. The atmosphere became distorted as the lightning was pushed away. Lin Feng and Song Xiao were each propelled in different directions. Earth! Lin Feng jumped forwards and a terrifyingly heavy strength fell onto Song Xiao, and then a cage formed. Fire! A terrifying fire condensed. Celestial heaven's destruction! Shouted Song Xiao furiously. He broke through the cage and the fire energies. However, a pitch-black fist was moving towards him. "Consciousness curse," said Lin Feng. After saying that, Sang Zhao's thoughts became chaotic, his heavenly king armor appeared and protected him. Boom! A heavy energy bombarded Song Zhao's body, sending him flying. However, the strength was completely absorbed by his armor and it didn't hurt him at all. If any of those 7 different types of cosmic energies had descended from the sky to cleanse Lin Feng's body, Song Xiao would have lost already. Thought the crowd. At that moment, strong cultivators' silhouettes flickered, quickly surrounding Lin Feng. In the distance, there was also a high-level emperor glaring at Lin Feng. He was from the same clan as the boy Lin Feng had killed back at the Celestial Evolution Holy Clan, the one who had the Thunder Hammer.
Lin Feng didn't ask him who he was.
A chessboard appeared and suddenly became gigantic, dazzling even.
The Celestial Evolution chessboard. He obtained the Celestial Evolution chessboard.
Many people were looking at it greedily.
Whoosh! The emperors rushed over. Lin Feng glanced at them in a cold way and used an agility technique as the Celestial Evolution chessboard continued twinkling.
Break! Lin Feng jumped onto the Celestial Evolution chessboard.
The emperors didn't know what he was plotting, so they suddenly moved back at full speed.
Deployment spell, Celestial Evolution chessboard, what else could it be?
Thought the crowd, frowning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1695, Chaos and Fury. Chapter 1695, Chaos and Fury.
In the distance, two more people had appeared, a tall and sturdy old man and a girl who looked noble. That guy has a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, but he cannot break through to the Huang Qi layer?
Asked the girl in cyan clothes, staring at Lin Feng.
Maybe he doesn't have a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies,
reasoned the old man. He doesn't have a body which allows him to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies? Asked the girl.
She looked startled and whispered, that guy is insane. He even took out the Celestial Evolution chessboard. He was going to break through to the Huang Qi layer, but in the end, he's only an Imperial Culpa.
It's a calamity for him.
Any cultivator would go insane if that happened to them, especially if they were as strong as him.
He is talented, but he can't break through to the Huang Qi layer. Can you imagine how horrible that would be?
Said the old man, smiling. The young man reminded him of his youth. Back in a pavilion, Yang Yan was almost drooling after he saw the Celestial Evolution chessboard. He slowly stood up and a sun disk appeared in his hand. Some strong cultivators rose up in the air, all looking at Lin Feng with greed. Lin Feng jumped forwards, and the Celestial Evolution chessboard started shaking violently, becoming larger and larger. It soon blotted out the sky.
Pieces of it were flickering, making it look the same as the great deployment spell from before. Inside his godly awareness, a palace was suspended in air. Godly Awareness Palace. The crowd saw it.
Then they saw the lights from the Celestial Evolution chessboard moving towards, attempting to fuse them together.
Die! Said a strong cultivator at that moment, jumping forwards. Break!
Lin Feng jumped on the Celestial Evolution chessboard and it turned into a dazzling deployment spell. The attack broke apart as it hit the chessboard. At the same time, the area where Lin Feng was standing on the Celestial Evolution chessboard became even more dazzling, and a pitch-black earth armor appeared around his body. His Tianji sword also appeared in front of him.
How motivated!
The old man in the sky smiled. Lin Feng had taken out a sword, a palace, and an armor.
You're gloating over people's misfortune, said the young woman. According to legends, the Celestial Evolution chessboard can transform strength.
Lin Feng fused with it with his godly awareness and created a terrifying deployment spell. Not only is he a strong cultivator but he is also a strong deployment spellcaster.
Thought the crowd. The high-level emperor was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would understand deployment spells so well.
Thunders had already appeared around him.
Die!
Lightning descended from the sky and moved towards Lin Feng at breakneck speed.
Break!
Lin Feng jumped again, then 7 lights penetrated the Celestial Evolution chessboard and fused together with it.
The whole chessboard was shining brightly as it rose up into the air. Explosions sounded as the lightning exploded and disappeared. Damn deployment spell! Thought a few of the emperors. The high-level emperor had intervened because he knew that medium-level emperors couldn't do anything. The high-level emperor was incredulous. He was holding a purple thunder jewel which grew in size and strength. The sky around him had become distorted. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the jewel. The strong cultivator threw it in the air, then it streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng, a beautiful light trailed behind it. Lin Feng smiled mockingly and indifferently, he looked amused. He jumped as the jewel crashed onto the Celestial Evolution chessboard. Lin Feng had already disappeared and reappeared on another side of the Celestial Evolution chessboard. 9 dazzling thunders, die! Shouted the high-level emperor. Suddenly, several grand lightnings descended from the sky. Lin Feng groaned coldly and his godly awareness moved throughout the Celestial Evolution chessboard at full speed. He ran and jumped, and then destructive energies formed to block the strikes. The strong cultivator shouted furiously, "Go onto the chessboard and kill him!" The emperors around obeyed his orders and started running towards Lin Feng, descending onto the Celestial Evolution chessboard.
Lin Feng ran around while releasing energies into the deployment spell. His godly awareness guided each of his movements.
Illusion.
Lin Feng suddenly jumped again. The Celestial Evolution chessboard shined so brightly that the crowd below could neither see Lin Feng nor the Celestial Evolution chessboard nor the people on it.
Illusion deployment spell.
The crowd frowned. Lin Feng had prepared it earlier and his deployment spell was large.
Is he using the Celestial Evolution chessboard or is he using his own powers to create the deployment spells? Thought Song Xiao.
Even if Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer, he was still managing to impress everybody. Inside the Celestial Evolution chessboard, in the illusion, the strong cultivators were lost and frowning.
A medium-level emperor saw Lin Feng, but he didn't look happy. Boom!
He couldn't dodge the shattering deployment spell. He shouted furiously as the lower half of his body exploded.
Slash!
Then a sword dug into his head. After he died, Lin Feng burned his corpse. Lin Feng also took his rings. Lin Feng then turned around and towards low-level emperor.
Die!
Said Lin Feng, his voice contained death-cursing strength. After the Tianji sword directly pierced through his head, Lin Feng took a few more rings. A strong cultivator saw that Lin Feng had killed 2 people already, so he turned around and started leaving. However, he soon found that he couldn't get out of the deployment spell. Inside the illusion, Lin Feng was like a god. Back at the outside world, the crowd was looking up at the illusion deployment spell, listening to the horrible shrieks emanating outwards. Terrifying lightning continued to assault the illusion deployment spell, but they immediately disappeared each time.
The high-level emperor looked furious as he started leaving. He wanted to go and inform the great emperor from his clan. Maybe he would come and kill Lin Feng.
Vast celestial ancient city was big, but too many people had noticed the clouds of cosmic energies constantly forming, and then lack of cosmic energy descending from the sky.
They could guess what was going on. Let us go! Shouted someone as another horrible shriek sounded.
Finally, the illusion deployment spell disappeared. However, Lin Feng was the only one on the Celestial Evolution chessboard. Lin Feng looked calm, even though his robe was soaked with blood. He was holding his sword with the blade dripping blood. He slowly walked forwards, the sky shook as the Celestial Evolution chessboard started shaking and moved away. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Song Xiao, who had already started running away. Even though he had the Heavenly King armor, he knew he'd die if he went onto Lin Feng's Celestial Evolution chessboard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1696, Killing Holy Clan's Disciples. Chapter 1696, Killing Holy Clan's Disciples. The Celestial Evolution chessboard was still floating above Ice Moon Lake, and it was moving towards a pavilion.
Yiren Lei looked calm, but her heart was still pounding.
Was Lin Feng really stuck? Would he never break through to the Huang Qi layer?
The Celestial Evolution chessboard bombarded the pavilion in which Yiren Lei was.
Even so, she didn't move.
A moment after, she was standing on the Celestial Evolution chessboard. Yang Yan was standing in the air with some strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan.
Leave the Moon Palace and come with me,
said Lin Feng to Yiren Lei.
Yiren Lei looked at him and shook her head. Lin Feng, I have my own life. You're a piece of trash and now you want to take Yiren, the celestial girl, with you?
Said Yang Yan, smiling in a cold way.
Mind your own business, you won't be able to leave at all.
Lin Feng didn't look at Yang Yan, he was still looking at Yiren. He remained silent for a few seconds and then said calmly, then, if we ever see each other again, we'll be strangers. Then, Lin Feng turned around and started leaving. However, a terrifyingly cold energy emerged from him when he saw a silhouette emerging from the Moon Palace.
Uxin.
Lin Feng looked at her, noticing her mercilessness energy.
Mercilessness.
The crowd frowned.
Was that girl from Moon Palace? Xiao Uxin walked to Lin Feng while releasing more mercilessness energies. Oh no! Lang Yi suddenly realized that this girl wasn't Lin Feng's wife anymore.
He shouted, Lin Feng, be careful. Though Lang Yi shouted, it didn't look like Lin Feng had heard him. He was just fixedly staring at Xiao Uxin, thinking about the years they had been together.
Xiao Uxin pointed at Lin Feng, and in a flash, an imprint moved towards him, crashing onto his body.
Lin Feng, she's trying to kill you,
shouted Lang Yi furiously.
Even though he didn't know Xiao Uxin, he understood that since she practiced mercilessness cultivation, she would want to kill anyone just to improve her mercilessness cultivation.
It's still not you, right?
Said Lin Feng, fixedly staring into her eyes. She had tears dripping from her eyes. She wasn't herself anymore, but she could remember who she used to be.
Die! Xiaoyuxin shouted, mercilessness cosmic energy dashed to the skies.
Lin Feng suddenly felt threatened. Lin Feng looked at her and raised his head. He knew that Xiaoyuxin wanted to kill him, to pass her final hurdle.
Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng.
He released terrifying energies which bombarded Xiaoyuxin's body, sending her flying.
Lin Feng's mouth was bleeding though.
Yiren Lei looked at Lin Feng, she also had tears dripping from her face. She had thought she was determined, but Lin Feng really was the determined one.
She now knew that no matter what, she didn't want anyone else, she would never have a second man. Kill him, said Yang Yan.
Instantly, some strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan descended from the sky, moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, the 9 netherworlds water appeared in his eyes, and his godly awareness palace appeared. Then his godly awareness palace made the celestial evolution chessboard light up once again.
Rise!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously.
The celestial evolution chessboard rose into the air.
Then Lin Feng released demonic energies and a demon king armor appeared around him.
Do you think you can escape? Said Yang Yan.
The sun was shining brightly as it moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared on the other side of the celestial evolution chessboard. The celestial evolution chessboard seemed like it was going to burn from all those strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan. Lin Feng immediately threw a talisman and disappeared.
Yang Yan looked around. More suns appeared as Lin Feng reappeared. Blood curse! Shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly, Yang Yan sensed that his blood was boiling, and he couldn't control it anymore. It felt like he was going to explode. Death curse! Death curse energies surrounded Yang Yan and began draining his life. Yang Yan's sun disk stopped moving, and he froze in air.
He was worried that Lin Feng could kill him at any moment.
Lin Feng's death hand quickly grabbed him by his throat. Let him go.
The strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan who were flying towards Lin Feng stopped.
Lin Feng had captured Yang Yan, so they couldn't act rashly.
Lin Feng ignored them as he descended from the sky with Yang Yan in his hands. Then Lin Feng landed on the celestial evolution chessboard again. Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Huangqi layer, but he still managed to stop Yang Yan with his aggressive cursing cosmic energy, and now he has him trapped in a dangerous area. Let him go, otherwise the Holy Sun clan will definitely kill you, said a strong cultivator from the Holy Sun clan. Lin Feng didn't look at him, he was fixedly staring at Yang Yan.
Yang Yan looked afraid as he said, "You wouldn't dare kill me." "I like people who say that to me," said Lin Feng, smiling. Death curse energies made Yang Yan's blood boil again, all the while draining his life. Arg! Yang Yan didn't want to fight anymore.
Fire cosmic energy were burning him, wind cosmic energies were cutting him countless times, and in the blink of an eye, he turned to ashes. Then Lin Feng took his sun disk and his rings.
He killed him. He's insane, thought the crowd. The emperors were furious.
Imperial weapons flashed and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a few steps, and each time he made a step, terrifying energies emerged.
He won't be able to stand it much longer, whispered the old man. You should save him, said the young woman to the old man. She seemed impatient. Why would I? Asked the old man.
Her eyes twinkled as she said, the gods are against him, his wife abandoned him, great emperors want to kill him. If you don't save him, he'll die.
But I don't know him, said the old man, smiling. But I know him, said the young woman, trying to look cute. If the crowd had seen the holy woman of the animal clan acting like that, how would they react? All right, baby girl, I'll save him. Maybe things will change if we protect him, said the old man, still smiling.
Above the ice moon lake, a destructive celestial strength suddenly descended from the sky. All the cultivators from the Holy Sun clan stopped. A terrifying cultivator was descending from the sky, a great emperor. Lin Feng was still bleeding, and he had no energy left.
He couldn't even use life energy to recover anymore.
When he saw that cultivator, he smiled, but he still looked sad. He just wanted to break through to the Huangqi layer and leave, but the gods hadn't let him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1697, Challenging the Skies. Chapter 1697, Challenging the Skies.
In the distance, Shang-Chi was watching silently.
You little bastard, you must like facing risks, thought Shang-Chi.
7 of his energies had turned into cosmic energies and now a great emperor was saving him.
You must want to exhaust me to death, don't you? Thought Shang-Chi. There was probably more than just one great emperor there.
The strong cultivators from the Holy Sun clan stopped fighting when they saw the great emperor. At the same time, Lang Yi landed next to Lin Feng and looked at the great emperor in the distance.
Nobody can kill him, said Lang Yi. I want the celestial evolution chessboard and all his rings, said the great emperor indifferently.
Lin Feng smiled in a cold way. Then the celestial evolution chessboard became tiny as he recalled it. He looked at Lang Yi and said, Lang Yi, help me look after the celestial evolution chessboard.
If I die, you can keep it. All right, said Lang Yi, nodding.
You must be from the Thunder clan. I have the celestial evolution chessboard, so if you're asking me for it, I'll give it to you, but you should think about the consequences carefully. Perhaps the World clan won't hesitate in attacking you.
He killed Yang Yan, so no matter what, he must die today.
I don't believe the World clan would attack the Holy Sun clan because of him, said a strong cultivator from the Holy Sun clan. Even if they didn't take the celestial evolution chessboard, they still had to kill Lin Feng and take the sun disk back. Suddenly a terrifying energy descended from the sky and surrounded Lin Feng and Lang Yi.
Lang Yi was surprised, shouting, Who are you and why won't you show yourself? Boom!
A terrifying energy suddenly descended from the sky and a gigantic hand appeared. The hand was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed.
Someone wants to assassinate Lin Feng,
thought the crowd, shaking. Lang Yi had told them that nobody could kill Lin Feng, but if they killed him without showing themselves, then he couldn't do anything. However, a terrifying light suddenly crashed onto the hand and destroyed it, leaving a vortex of energy suspended in air.
Who? Many people glanced around. Some terrifying lights blotted out the sky, suffocating the crowd, and making Lin Feng's face turn deathly pale. Who dares get involved? Said an ice-cold voice. From the east? No, from the west? The crowd tried to see which great emperor was talking. Boom! The earth and the sky shook violently as a gigantic phoenix appeared. Who? Shouted someone furiously.
It was the great emperor who had just talked, but it seemed like someone was attacking him.
Many people were shaking, they couldn't breathe. The phoenix was all-encompassing, seemingly capable of devouring the sky. Piss off! The voice sounded like it came from an old man. The other voice didn't reply, as if they had left already. Piss off, everybody! Shouted the old man. A terrifying cultivator is here, thought the crowd. The one who had tried to assassinate Lin Feng seemed like he had already left. At that moment, a terrifying wind surrounded Lin Feng and took him away. Lin Feng couldn't hold it anymore, he finally fainted. What a scary cultivator, thought Lang Yi, looking at Lin Feng's body. Someone had taken Lin Feng away, but that person was trying to help Lin Feng. In the distance, Xiong Qi's eyes flashed. He was surprised and whispered, He's lucky, I didn't need to intervene even though he was in such danger. Then he left. At that moment, Xiao Yuxian had already become entirely emotionless. Her tears had disappeared, she now looked extremely cold and aggressive. She wasn't Xiao Yuxian anymore. Renlei looked extremely sad as she thought about what Lin Feng had said, that they'd act like strangers if they ever met in the future. Song Xiao looked furious, whispering, he can't break through to the Huang Qi layer, so even if he leaves, it doesn't matter, he'll still be stuck at the same cultivation level forever. Even with 7 different types of energies, he's still a piece of trash. Everybody had different thoughts. Some people felt sad for him, some people envied him, some people were gloating over his misfortunes. But all of that had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore. Back in the animal clan, at the top of a Cyan mountain, Lin Feng finally woke up. He had slept for 3 days, resting on a gigantic stone. Although the scenery looked beautiful, he wasn't in the mood to enjoy the landscapes. He turned around and saw a silhouette in cyan clothes looking at him. It was Qing Feng. Lin Feng slowly stood up, his injuries were healed already. He remembered that when he was about to die, a strong cultivator had appeared. Was it a cultivator from the animal clan? Did your master save me? Lin Feng asked. You're awake, said Qing Feng, smiling at Lin Feng. She felt sorry for him, she hoped he'd be able to find a solution though. The old man did, replied Qing Feng. Lin Feng didn't know precisely who she meant, but he understood that it was a terrifying cultivator from the animal clan. Thank you, said Lin Feng, smiling at Qing Feng. Don't thank me, said Qing Feng. You've been traveling a lot, you should relax some. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. Then, he jumped off the gigantic stone and flew, landing on another mountain. There he released cosmic energies, 7 different types of cosmic energies. He could control 7 types of cosmic energies, so what?
If he couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer, his life was over. His cosmic energies twinkled, and at that moment, Lin Feng was aghast as he released his celestial book spirit. A new page was shaking.
Spirit.
Lin Feng's heart was shaking. He hadn't tried to use his spirit, but it had appeared on its own.
Open.
He found it difficult to turn that page.
The gods abandoned me, people have abandoned me, don't you abandon me too?
Said Lin Feng, releasing demonic energies. His book spirit was shaking violently.
Damn, open yourself! Shouted Lin Feng, making great efforts.
That page really was difficult to turn, but Lin Feng really wanted to know what secrets it had to offer. Lin Feng closed his eyes, shaking violently. The battles above the Ice Moon Lake replayed in his head.
Even if the gods have abandoned me, I won't give up, I will defy the heavens! Shouted Lin Feng.
The sky above him was trembling and his book spirit was shaking even more violently.
Lin Feng glanced around. How could he defy the skies though?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1698, God's Fury. Chapter 1698, God's Fury.
The Holy City was one of the main 18 cities in the Dark Knight region, and it was even more famous than vast celestial ancient city. After Jun Mo she had broken free from the 9 great celestial castles, he had looked for the Holy City for a long time. He had spent 5 years looking for it.
Finally, he had found it.
That small world was only filled with people who were fascinated by cultivation.
Jun Mo she wasn't disappointed, the people there were strong, even emperors were common there.
After entering the Holy City, Jun Mo she had fought against someone, and then an emperor had chased him after they realized that he possessed an imperial immortal body. Under the constant threat of death, some people finally saved him, the King of Hell Palace. Then he joined the King of Hell Palace. He knew that inside the Holy City, if you didn't join a powerful group, you could die. Jun Mo she had received terrifying cultivation resources in the King of Hell Palace. And then he had practiced cultivation like a madman, and finally, he had broken through to the Huang Qi layer. At that moment, in vast celestial ancient city, above the big lake outside of the city, a group of people had arrived, and Jun Mo she was leading the group, whispering, vast celestial ancient city and the Holy City are the 2 of the main cities in the region.
Elsewhere in vast celestial ancient city, inside the animal clan, Lin Feng was still practicing cultivation.
His body, soul, and celestial book spirit were shaking violently. Finally, Lin Feng managed to turn a page, however, he immediately collapsed after that. He was determined and had a powerful soul, but all that pressure took its toll. However, this time Lin Feng only took a few hours to recover. He entered his mysterious world, the desolate area, and then he raised his head.
World strength? Thought Lin Feng frowning. Was that world strength?
It was different from the world strength of the world clan though. That world strength had no color, it almost looked fake, like an illusion. Lin Feng used his godly awareness and the world moved along with the pulsations of his godly awareness.
It's not the outside world, it's an intent world. Thought Lin Feng. Could he control a special world strength?
The darkness is becoming paler.
Thought Lin Feng.
The dark clouds seem to be further and further, turning into the sky.
Is that one of the powers emperors have? Creating small worlds? Thought Lin Feng. Had he broken through to the Huang Qi layer? Brown ground.
Lin Feng moved his godly awareness again and the ground became yellow and brown.
What a mysterious strength! Whispered Lin Feng. He felt like he could control that world. Moon and sun cycle. Said Lin Feng, raising his head. Then a sun appeared which was scorching hot. Cosmic energies, that's cosmic strength. Thought Lin Feng, pleasantly happy. Surprisingly, he could modify the world around him. He released his 7 different types of cosmic energies, and suddenly, a terrifying strength penetrated his body, mixing together with his cosmic energies. Lin Feng's facial expression changed drastically. The strength of the earth and sky was madly entering his body. His cosmic energies were also becoming more powerful.
Lin Feng didn't stop that flood of energy, even though he didn't exactly know what was going on.
Why didn't cosmic energies fall upon him in the outside world? He had a different world strength in that world, and it was changing his cosmic energies. Finally, his cosmic energies turned into an illusion. Lin Feng watched them disappear and then he left that place, re-emerging in the outside world. The sky was normal, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, and he looked the same as before. He couldn't sense anything in the outside world. I've broken through to the Huang Qi layer, but the world doesn't accept me? Thought Lin Feng. He was a bit desperate, but what could he do? He didn't understand it at all. Was there even a solution?
In the distance, Feng saw him wake up, so she flew towards him. She was worried and sad for him, especially after he fainted again.
Feng couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer, so maybe he wanted to die now? She didn't know what Feng was thinking. She was actually wondering what would happen if he managed to tear that page off the book.
Feng didn't think about it too much.
He went back into his spirit world.
At the top of the mountain, Wu, the young man from the animal clan, had just arrived.
Wu landed next to Feng and coldly glanced at Feng.
Feng, why don't you kick that piece of trash out of the clan?
Feng coldly glanced at him and said, I'm not interested in your opinion. Feng, you'll soon be my wife, so how can you spend time with a human being? On top of that, someone whom the gods have abandoned? Said Wu unhappily.
Feng had already been there for a few days.
Leave my mountain! Shouted Feng.
Humph. Wu looked at her in a cold way. Feng, soon I'll break through to the Huang Qi layer.
I'm going to practice cultivation now, and when I come out, my father will ask yours for your hand.
Then, Wu glanced at Feng one last time and left. Feng didn't see any of that as he was in his spirit world. That spirit world was a small world, but Feng was seeing if he could hide his small world in his body. If he could, then people wouldn't be able to attack his small world. When he came back out and appeared in the real world, Feng looked at the sky once more, looking a bit disappointed.
The gods abandoned me, but why are the two worlds so different?
I still can borrow the cosmic energy of the earth and the sky here,
thought Feng, sighing.
He stretched out his hand and released earth cosmic energy formed. It was a bit black, and it seemed like it had become more powerful. Perhaps he could become even stronger in the small world in his spirit, which also meant that he could become stronger there, and that his cultivation level might only be able to improve inside it. At that moment, a terrifying strength started shaking the sky.
Ha! Feng frowned.
Something was attacking the animal clan's small world.
Boom! Another loud sound rang. Suddenly, many people appeared in the animal clan. The animals frowned. What was going on? Someone dared attack the animal world?
But it came from Cyan Mountain.
Was it the old man of the clan? Boom! The sounds continued banging.
The animal clan's small world was very powerful, so destroying it was almost impossible.
Whoosh!
A strong wind started blowing on the peak as an old man appeared, looking at Feng.
Recall your cosmic energies, said the old man to Feng.
Feng looked at him and then his cosmic energies disappeared. After that, he also recalled his energies and the animal world became calm again.
How come? Had he really infuriated the gods? What's going on? Asked Feng to the old man.
The old man shouted, those who have nothing to do here can leave.
The animals then progressively left. The gods don't want him using his cosmic energies? Thought the old man. If Feng really was an imperial culpa, he couldn't die. He had to take him somewhere. How do you feel when the celestial energies descend from the sky? Asked the old man to Feng. It's very painful, said Feng. I'll get the celestial evolution chessboard back for you. While you wait for me, don't release any more cosmic energies, said the old man.
Feng nodded, but he was still trying to figure out why this happening. If the gods really wanted to punish him, then maybe the celestial evolution chessboard was the only thing which could help protect him. The old man disappeared, leaving Feng looking confused.
Just what was going on?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1699, Who Dares Infuriate the Skies? Chapter 1699, Who Dares Infuriate the Skies? The gods don't want to acknowledge me, thought Feng, even though he didn't understand why.
No matter what anyone else think, I've already broken through to the Huang Qi layer,
thought Feng as he rose into the air.
Even if the gods didn't want to acknowledge him, inside his own small world, he had already become a real emperor. He could even become stronger in there. If the gods abandoned him, then he'd abandon that world.
The only problem was, what would happen to Feng in the future if he couldn't borrow cosmic energies from the earth and sky? And what would happen if the gods really were upset with him? Why was the sky so upset before?
Feng asked, staring at Feng. She had observed him, and soon as he recalled his cosmic energies, the sky had stopped assaulting their small world. The others thought that the old man had done that, but she knew that it had something to do with Feng.
Lin Feng smiled at her and asked, "That master saved me, right?" "Indeed," said Qing Feng, nodding. "Thank you, the gods abandoned me, my wife abandoned me, and surprisingly a stranger saved me," said Lin Feng. Although he was smiling, he still looked a bit sad. Qing Feng smiled in a warm, gentle, and sweet way. "You already have 7 types of cosmic energies, that's already amazing." "You're right, I must continue making efforts, then maybe I'll find something I did wrong which is preventing me from progressing," replied Lin Feng, smiling. Eventually the old man came back, the chessboard was in his hands. "Thank you very much, master," said Lin Feng. "Let's not waste time, we have things to do," said the old man, dragging Lin Feng and flying at full speed. "Stinky old man, he didn't even take me with him," thought Qing Feng, biting her lips. She tried to catch up with him, but it was impossible. In vast celestial ancient city, there were many lakes, many islands, many people practiced cultivation there. They flew to a remote island where cultivators commonly practiced cultivation. "Everybody, piss off!" shouted a terrifying voice. Black. An emperor was on that island, practicing cultivation, and the voice had disturbed him violently, making him cough blood. "Bastard!" thought the emperor, but he didn't dare say anything like that to such a terrifying cultivator. He wasn't the only one, everybody was upset, but nobody said anything openly. Very quickly, people left, even great emperors. Lin Feng looked at the old man, speechless. "Maybe the gods won't let you use cosmic energies, so you have to try and see if you can survive. Everything is in your hands now," said the old man. "I'll protect you." Then the old man disappeared. After he disappeared, Lin Feng took out his celestial evolution chessboard and jumped on it. He released his godly awareness but didn't release any cosmic energies. He had to control the deployment spells with his godly awareness first, then he had to see if the gods would attack him or not. When Lin Feng finished changing the deployment spell with his godly awareness, he released demonic cosmic energy again, and suddenly a vortex appeared in the sky. "What a scary sky!" Lin Feng frowned. The sky was turning black, making tremble slightly. Lin Feng started thinking about giving up, but then he remembered all the hardships he had been through. He raised his head and told himself that no matter what, he would challenge the gods. Outside the island, the energies and the strange-looking sky started drawing people's attention. What was going on there? The cosmic energies were becoming scarier as they condensed. Was someone breaking through to the Huang-Chi layer? But that couldn't be right, energies couldn't be that terrifying when someone broke through to the Huang-Chi layer. Besides, cosmic energies cleansed a cultivator's body when they broke through to the Huang-Chi layer, but those energies seemed like they wanted to punish someone. Lin Feng stood there motionlessly, thinking that he would have died without the celestial evolution chessboard. The condensing energies pushing the island into chaos. Lin Feng condensed more demonic cosmic energies and then cosmic energies began descending from the sky, but they weren't wanting to cleanse his body. Lin Feng saw those terrifying cosmic energies descending, so he ran over to the celestial evolution chessboard. Suddenly, a demonic king armor appeared around his body and a demon appeared behind him. Gotcha! 2 terrifying lights collided, the demon spell and the purple lightning. Lin Feng shouted furiously, his demonic energies dashed to the skies, and he punched the air. But it still wasn't enough, the energies crashed onto his body, he was bleeding and his armor had exploded. Lin Feng's silhouette was blurry as he dashed around, releasing life energy in a frantic effort to recover. And more, thought Lin Feng, his eyes were bloodshot. Lin Feng rose up in the air, meeting the next heavenly tribulation. After being bested again, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, unable to stand up anymore. "You can't oppress me," said Lin Feng, then he stood up again. A third thread of demonic cosmic energy appeared, and just as suddenly, more energies descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. However, he was still standing after the tribulation. Though he almost fell, his body was paralyzed, and his face was deathly pale, but he persisted. Finally, his demonic cosmic energies disappeared. Boom! Lin Feng collapsed again, fainting. He still had a smile on his face though. An old man was glancing around inside the Heaven clan. He noticed some demonic cosmic energies from the distance, but those weren't the cosmic energies of someone who had broken through to the Huang-Chi layer. "Restriction body, the gods must be upset," whispered the old man. Over in the Dugu and the Chu clans, some old men also gazed into the distance, thinking the same things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1700, Leaving the Animal Clan Again. Chapter 1700, Leaving the Animal Clan Again. Everywhere in vast celestial ancient city, people were shaking, wondering what was going on. Had someone infuriated the gods?
Many strong cultivators started running towards that place. However, by the time they arrived, the skies had calmed down already, and nobody was there.
The crowd could only try and guess what had happened. Maybe it happened because someone broke through to the Huang Qi layer after all? Maybe Dugu the winner? Or Chu Chun Xiu? Thought some people. But why were the gods so upset then? What happened?
The elders of the Dugu clan and the other holy clans all gathered on the island. They glanced around looking for hints, but they frowned. There was nothing wrong. It was strange because those destructive energies could have easily killed a medium-level emperor, and yet the island was so calm at that moment.
Who could have triggered such an event in vast celestial ancient city? Asked Mr. Chu to Mr. Tsong.
The Moon Imperial Palace,
whispered the old man from the Heaven clan. The other old men were surprised. The Moon Imperial Palace? They had also thought of them, but were they crazy enough to challenge the sky? Who else apart from the Moon Imperial Palace? What about the one whom the skies abandoned? Impossible, he's an Imperial Culpa and he already infuriated the skies. Imperial Culpas can't break through to the Huang Qi layer, replied Mr. Tsong indifferently. The others nodded. Indeed, it couldn't be him, otherwise it would have happened back at Ice Moon Lake before. Everybody was thinking, it was possible, but at the same time it wasn't. Finally, they stopped thinking about it too much. The following days, many people from vast celestial ancient city were talking about and guessing about what had happened, but all in vain. Finally, people gradually stopped talking about it. But then, in a secluded mountain range, the same strange thing happened again. The sky became distorted and chaotic, like it was upset. By the time they ran over, there was nothing to see. People started talking about it again in vast celestial ancient city, but this time they were even more intrigued. How many people had a restriction body? Was the world as they knew it going to change? Nobody had an answer. The old man from the animal clan didn't make Lin Feng infuriate the gods a third time inside the city. He took him away from vast celestial ancient city to a desolate place. There, he could infuriate the gods as many times as he wished. A month later, Lin Feng went back to vast celestial ancient city. Back at the animal world, atop a cyan-colored mountain, Lin Feng was standing tall, looking more heroic, mature, stronger, even his blood strength seemed to have improved. The old man looked at Lin Feng and scratched his beard with his right hand, then he smiled, looking satisfied. The gods really seem to have abandoned you, but can you sense that your qi has changed? Asked the old man. It doesn't matter anymore, said Lin Feng, smiling. The gods may have abandoned him, but at least now he could use his own cosmic energies if he needed to. Indeed, your 7 types of cosmic energies have already become quite scary, said the old man. Qing Feng was on the mountain with them. Those who are strong and tough enough to withstand disasters will find hope, and eventually victory. But I still don't understand why he only has the strength of the Zun Qi layer? Qing Feng said. But was he really just a Zun cultivator? Don't tell anyone else about your situation. If you offend anyone, they'll do their best to kill. You must understand something, that in the cultivation world, you'll have less enemies as you get stronger, but at the same time, it is more dangerous because those remaining enemies will want to kill you even more, said the old man. Of course, if you become a peerless cultivator, you needn't fear anyone. Then, you're like a god. Lin Feng nodded, he already knew that. Thank you very much, master, for everything, said Lin Feng wholeheartedly. Without the old man, Lin Feng would have been in a lot of trouble. Many people think I'm really strange, but you're even stranger than me, so I'm happy to know you, said the old man, laughing. Then he looked at Chang Feng. Little girl, take Lin Feng for a walk. I remember some people who'd offended Lin Feng, let's go beat them up. All right, said Chang Feng. She understood what the old man mean. She smiled at Lin Feng and said, let's go. Lin Feng followed her, leaving the animal world altogether. There were some rumors about Lang Yi which said he had fallen in love with someone from the Moon Imperial Palace. Lang Yi wasn't the only one, many other young men enjoyed relaxing at Moon Imperial Palace. At that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky, a young man and a young woman. That's Qing Feng from the animal world, but who's the young man with her? Is he from the animal world too? Thought some people. Many people staring at Lin Feng though, it was him, the one whom the gods had abandoned. He hadn't died and now he's back. He attacked so many people from the Thunder Clan and he killed Yang Yan. The strong cultivators from the Holy Sun Clan are relentlessly looking for him. Thought some people. The one who was abandoned by the gods, said Song Shao. Piss off, said Lin Feng.
Song Xiao frowned, that bastard.
The gods abandoned me, so what? I can kill you now if you want,
said Lin Feng in a cold way, releasing death energies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.